The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. It is a curious fact that although the number of arguments that can be developed in fiction are countless, certain stories are taken up again and again in different countries and in different centuries. The story of a hero's quest appears in the cycle of the Holy Grail, and can be found in Moby Dick. The story of Cain and Abel is told in King Lear, and in Steinbeck's East of Eden. Dido, abandoned by Aeneas, is also Hans Christian Andersen's Little Mermaid, and Flaubert is Madame Bovary. There seems to be in the adult reader a child's delight in being told the same story over and over again, with changes of costume or scenery and clever new twists to an old and relished yarn. The tale of the three wishes appears very early in literature. Egyptian mothers probably told it to their children while the pyramids were being built, and under the shadow of other smaller pyramids, the Aztecs made it into a song. Boccaccio knew it, and so did the brothers Grimm. It is, like so many of the world's best-loved stories, very simple. 3 wishes are granted to someone by a power not of this earth. The first wish is futile, the second terrible, the third necessary to abolish the second. William Wymark Jacobs was not a very good writer, and The Monkey's Paw, tucked away among half a dozen remarkably poor stories in his collection, The Lady of the Barge, 1902, comes as a shock, because it is certainly one of the best fantastic horror stories ever written. Nothing else Jacobs ever wrote had nearly the same power and charm, and, as if he realized that his muse had abandoned him, in his later years he wrote very little and published almost nothing. Chapter 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Path's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to loudly and heavy footsteps came towards the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said "tut-tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the third glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "You don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man. "Just look round a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, and sighing softly shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket. "It's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it." His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly. His blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the 3rd was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them. And those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "Seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200, then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman, as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved," he cried with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table, "and I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence, unusual and depressing, settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night, "and something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. Chapter 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast-table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and, following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast-table was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity. All of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant-majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand. That I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just—" "What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well-dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then, with sudden resolution, flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White, at the same moment, placed her hands behind her and, hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Ma and Megan's." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. "There, there, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir," and he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank—" She broke off suddenly, as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery," repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. Yes. He sat staring blankly out of the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. It is hard. The other coughed, and rising walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said, without looking round. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. I was to say that Ma and Meggins disclaim all responsibility, continued the other. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. How much? 200 pounds, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. Chapter 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead and came back to the house, steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and the expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over, kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was not that enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have 1 more. Go down and get it quickly and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you are mad!" he cried, aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy!" Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you are saying." "You had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days, and besides I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him towards the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. his brow cold with sweat. He felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time, screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches, and striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another. And at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat! It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed, listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" He ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let me go! I must open the door!" "For God's sake, don't let it in!" cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go! I'm coming, Herbert! I'm coming!" There was another knock, and another. The old woman with a sudden wrench broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw, and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back, and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. The Bottle Imp by Robert Louis Stevenson. Under the mistaken impression that the hot and humid South Seas air was an ideal treatment for tuberculosis, Robert Louis Stevenson, who had suffered from that illness almost since his birth, accepted the New York Sun's generous offer of $10,000 to sail away to the South Pacific and write a series of letters about the cruise. Stevenson, his aging mother, his strong-willed wife Fanny, and Lloyd Osborne, her son from a previous marriage, embarked on the Casco on June 28, 1888, in San Francisco, and set sail for the Marquesas, scene of Melville's Typee, one of Stevenson's favorite books. Hawaii, Tahiti, the Tuamotus, seemed to Stevenson the Garden of Eden. The family changed ships, and on the equator reached Samoa in 1889. This was to be Stevenson's home until his death at the age of 44. On December 3, 1894, the teller of tales, Tusitala, as the natives called him, collapsed in an apoplectic fit. The Samoans mounted guard around his body all night, and next day carried the coffin up to the hilltop Stevenson himself had chosen for his final resting place. The Island Night Entertainments, the title recalls Stevenson's much-loved Arabian Nights, were written in Samoa. They include The Beach of Falesa, which Stevenson thought his best short story, The Bottle Imp, and The Isle of Voices. In a letter to Conan Doyle dated August 23, 1893, Stevenson wrote that he had told his Samoan overseer the Sherlock Holmes story, The Engineer's Thumb, and that the overseer had taken it to be true, because the Samoans could not grasp the notion of fiction. Not even when The Bottle Imp was translated into Samoan did the natives think a story could be an invention. Whenever they visited Stevenson's house, they would politely admire the furniture and the paintings, and then ask with touching faith, "Yes, but where is the bottle?" There was a man of the island of Hawaii whom I shall call Keawe, for the truth is he still lives, and his name must be kept secret. But the place of his birth was not far from Honaunau, where the bones of Keawe the Great lie hidden in a cave. This man was poor, brave, and active. He could read and write like a schoolmaster. He was a first-rate mariner besides, sailed for some time in the island steamers, and steered a whaleboat on the Hamakua coast. At length it came in Keawe's mind to have a sight of the great world and foreign cities, and he shipped on a vessel bound to San Francisco. This is a fine town with a fine harbor, and rich people, uncountable. And, in particular, there is one hill which is covered with palaces. Upon this hill Keawe was one day taking a walk with his pocket full of money, viewing the great houses upon either hand with pleasure. What fine houses these are, he was thinking, and how happy must those people be who dwell in them, and take no care for the morrow. The thought was in his mind when he came abreast of a house that was smaller than some others, but all finished and beautified like a toy. The steps of that house shone like silver, and the borders of the garden bloomed like garlands, and the windows were bright like diamonds, and Keawe stopped and wondered at the excellence of all he saw. So stopping, he was aware of a man that looked forth upon him through a window, so clear that Keawe could see him as you see a fish in a pool upon the reef. The man was elderly, with a bald head and a black beard, and his face was heavy with sorrow, and he bitterly sighed. And the truth of it is that as Keawe looked in upon the man, and the man looked out upon Keawe, each envied the other. All of a sudden, the man smiled and nodded, and beckoned Keawe to enter, and met him at the door of the house. "This is a fine house of mine," said the man, and bitterly sighed. "Would you not care to view the chambers?" So he led Keawe all over it, from the cellar to the roof, and there was nothing there that was not perfect of its kind, and Keawe was astonished. "Truly," said Keawe, "this is a beautiful house. If I lived in the like of it, I should be laughing all day long. How comes it, then, that you should be sighing?" "There is no reason," said the man, "why you should not have a house in all points similar to this, and finer if you wish. You have some money, I suppose?" "I have $50, said Keawe, "but a house like this will cost more than $50. The man made a computation. "I am sorry you have no more," said he, "for it may raise you trouble in the future. But it shall be yours at $50. "The house?" asked Keawe. "No, not the house," replied the man, "but the bottle. For I must tell you, though I appear to you so rich and fortunate, all my fortune, and this house itself and its garden, came out of a bottle not much bigger than a pint. This is it." And he opened a lock-fast place and took out a round-bellied bottle with a long neck. The glass of it was white like milk, with changing rainbow colors in the grain. Within inside something obscurely moved, like a shadow on a fire. "This is the bottle," said the man, and when Kiawe laughed, "You do not believe me?" he added. "Try then, for yourself. See if you can break it." So Kiawe took the bottle up and dashed it on the floor till he was weary, but it jumped on the floor like a child's ball and was not injured. "This is a strange thing," said Kiawe, "for by the touch of it, as well as by the look, the bottle should be of glass." "Ah, of glass it is," replied the man, sighing more heavily than ever. "But the glass of it was tempered in the flames of hell. An imp lives in it. That is the shadow we behold there moving. Or so I suppose. If any man buy this bottle, the imp is at his command. All that he desires, love, fame, money, houses like this house, aye, or a city like this city, all are his at the word uttered. Napoleon had this bottle, and by it he grew to be the king of the world, but he sold it at the last and fell. Captain Cook had this bottle, and by it he found his way to so many islands, but he, too, sold it, and was slain upon Hawaii. For, once it is sold, the power goes and the protection. And unless a man remain content with what he has, ill will befall him." "And yet you talk of selling it yourself," Kiawe said. "I have all I wish, and I am growing elderly," replied the man. "There is one thing the imp cannot do. He cannot prolong life. And if it not be fair to conceal from you, there is a drawback to the bottle. For if a man die before he sells it, he must burn in hell forever." "To be sure, that is a drawback, and no mistake," cried Kiawe. "I would not meddle with the thing. I can do without a house, thank God, but there is one thing I could not be doing with one particle, and that is to be damned." "Dear me, you must not run away with things," returned the man. "All you have to do is to use the power of the imp in moderation, and then sell it to someone else, as I do to you, and finish your life in comfort." "Well, I observe two things," said Kiawe. "All the time you keep sighing like a maid in love, that is one, and for the other, you sell this bottle very cheap." "I have told you already why I sigh," said the man. "It is because I fear my health is breaking up. And, as you said yourself, to die and go to the devil is a pity for anyone. As for why I sell so cheap, I must explain to you that there is a peculiarity about the bottle. Long ago, when the devil brought it first upon earth, it was extremely expensive, and was sold first of all to Prester John for many millions of dollars. But it cannot be sold at all unless sold at a loss. If you sell it for as much as you paid for it, back it comes to you again like a homing pigeon. It follows that the price has kept falling in these centuries, and the bottle is now remarkably cheap. I bought it myself from one of my great neighbors on this hill, and the price I paid was only $90. I could sell it for as high as $89.99, but not a penny dearer, or back the thing must come to me. Now, about this there are two bothers. First, when you offer a bottle so singular for $80-odd, people suppose you to be jesting. And second, but there is no hurry about that, and I need not go into it. Only remember it must be coined money that you sell it for." "How am I to know that this is all true?" asked Kiawe. "Some of it you can try at once," replied the man. "Give me your $50. Take the bottle, and wish your $50 back into your pocket. If that does not happen, I pledge you my honor I will cry off the bargain and restore your money." "You are not deceiving me," said Kiawe. The man bound himself with a great oath. "Well, I will risk that much," said Kiawe, "for that can do no harm." And he paid over his money to the man, and the man handed him the bottle. "Imp of the bottle," said Kiawe, "I want my $50 back." And sure enough, he had scarce said the word before his pocket was as heavy as ever. "To be sure, this is a wonderful bottle," said Kiawe. "And now, good morning to you, my fine fellow, and the devil go with you for me," said the man. "Hold on," said Kiawe. "I don't want any more of this fun. Here, take your bottle back." "You have bought it for less than I paid for it," replied the man, rubbing his hands. "It is yours now. For my part, I am only concerned to see the back of you." And with that he rang for his Chinese servant and had Kiawe shown out of the house. Now, when Kiawe was in the street with the bottle under his arm, he began to think. "If all is true about this bottle, I may have made a losing bargain," thinks he. "But perhaps the man was only fooling me." The first thing he did was to count his money. The sum was exact, $49 American money and 1 Chili piece. "That looks like the truth," said Kiawe. "Now I will try another part." The streets in that part of the city were as clean as the ship's decks, and though it was noon, there were no passengers. Kiawe set the bottle in the gutter and walked away. Twice he looked back, and there was the milky, round-bellied bottle where he left it. A third time he looked back and turned a corner, but he had scarcely done so when something knocked upon his elbow, and behold, it was the long neck sticking up, and as for the round belly, it was jammed into the pocket of his pilot coat. "And that looks like the truth," said Kiawe. The next thing he did was to buy a corkscrew in a shop, and go apart into a secret place in the fields. And there he tried to draw the cork, but as often as he put the screw in, out it came again, and the cork as whole as ever. "This is some new sort of cork," said Kiawe, and all at once he began to shake and sweat, for he was afraid of that bottle. On his way back to the port side, he saw a shop where a man sold shells and clubs from the wild islands, old heathen deities, old coined money, pictures from China and Japan, and all manner of things that sailors bring in their sea-chests. And here he had an idea. So he went in and offered the bottle for $100. The man of the shop laughed at him at the first, and offered him 5. But indeed it was a curious bottle. Such glass was never blown in any human glassworks, so prettily the colours shone under the milky white, and so strangely the shadow hovered in the midst. So, after he had disputed a while after the manner of his kind, the shopman gave Kiawe 60 silver dollars for the thing, and set it on a shelf in the midst of his window. "Now," said Kiawe, "I have sold that for 60, which I bought for 50, or, to say truth, a little less because one of my dollars was from Chile. Now I shall know the truth upon another point." So he went back on board his ship, and when he opened his chest, there was the bottle, and had come more quickly than himself. Now Kiawe had a mate on board whose name was Lopaka. "What ails you," said Lopaka, "that you stare in your chest?" They were alone in the ship's forecastle, and Kiawe bound him to secrecy and told all. "This is a very strange affair," said Lopaka, "and I fear you will be in trouble about this bottle. But there is one point very clear, that you are sure of the trouble, and you had better have the profit in the bargain. Make up your mind what you want with it. Give the order, and if it is done as you desire, I will buy the bottle myself, for I have an idea of my own to get a schooner and go trading through the islands." "That is not my idea," said Kiawe, "but to have a beautiful house and garden on the Kona coast, where I was born, the sun shining in at the door, flowers in the garden, glass in the windows, pictures on the walls, and toys and fine carpets on the tables, for all the world like the house I was in this day, only a story higher, and with balconies all about like the king's palace, and to live there without care and make merry with my friends and relatives." "Well," said Lopaka, "let us carry it back with us to Hawaii, and if all comes true, as you suppose, I will buy the bottle, as I said, and ask a schooner." Upon that they were agreed, and it was not long before the ship returned to Honolulu, carrying Kiawe and Lopaka and the bottle. They were scarce come ashore when they met a friend upon the beach, who began at once to condole with Kiawe. "I do not know what I am to be condoled about," said Kiawe. "Is it possible you have not heard?" said the friend. "Your uncle, that good old man, is dead, and your cousin, that beautiful boy, was drowned at sea." Kiawe was filled with sorrow, and, beginning to weep and to lament, he forgot about the bottle. But Lopaka was thinking to himself, and presently, when Kiawe's grief was a little abated, "I have been thinking," said Lopaka. "Had not your uncle lands in Hawaii in the district of Kau?" "No," said Kiawe, "not in Kau. They are on the mountainside a little way south of Hukina." "These lands will now be yours?" asked Lopaka. "And so they will," says Kiawe, and began again to lament for his relatives. "No," said Lopaka, Do not lament at present. I have a thought in my mind. How if this should be the doing of the bottle? For here is the place ready for your house. If this be so, cried Kiawe, it is a very ill way to serve me by killing my relatives. But it may be indeed, for it was in just such a station that I saw the house with my mind's eye. The house, however, is not yet built, said Lopaka. No, nor like to be, said Kiawe, for though my uncle has some coffee and ava and bananas, it will not be more than will keep me in comfort, and the rest of that land is the black lava. Let us go to the lawyer, said Lopaka. I have still this idea in my mind. Now when they came to the lawyer's, it appeared Kiawe's uncle had grown monstrous rich in the last days, and there was a fund of money. And here is the money for the house, cried Lopaka. If you are thinking of a new house, said the lawyer, here is the card of a new architect of whom they tell me great things. Better and better, cried Lopaka. Here is all made plain for us. Let us continue to obey orders. So they went to the architect, and he had drawings of houses on his table. You want something out of the way, said the architect. How do you like this? And he handed a drawing to Kiawe. Now, when Kiawe set eyes on the drawing, he cried out aloud, for it was the picture of his thought exactly drawn. I am in for this house, thought he. Little as I like the way it comes to me, I am in for it now, and I may as well take the good along with the evil. So he told the architect all that he wished, and how he would have that house furnished, and about the pictures on the wall and the knick-knacks on the tables, and he asked the man plainly for how much he would undertake the whole affair. The architect put many questions, and took his pen and made a computation, and when he had done he named the very sum that Kiawe had inherited. Lopaka and Kiawe looked at one another and nodded. It is quite clear, thought Kiawe, that I am to have this house, whether or no. It comes from the devil, and I fear I will get little good by that. And of one thing I am sure, I will make no more wishes as long as I have this bottle. But with the house I am saddled, and I may as well take the good along with the evil. So he made his terms with the architect, and they signed a paper. And Kiawe and Lopaka took ship again and sailed to Australia, for it was concluded between them they should not interfere at all, but leave the architect and the bottle imp to build and to adorn that house at their own pleasure. The voyage was a good voyage, only all the time Kiawe was holding in his breath, for he had sworn he would utter no more wishes, and take no more favours from the devil. The time was up when they got back. The architect told him that the house was ready, and Kiawe and Lopaka took a passage in the hall, and went down Kona way to view the house, and see if all had been done fitly according to the thought that was in Kiawe's mind. Now the house stood on the mountainside, visible to ships. Above, the forest ran up into the clouds of rain. Below, the black lava fell in cliffs, where the kings of old lay buried. A garden bloomed about that house with every hue of flowers, and there was an orchard of papaya on the one hand, and an orchard of breadfruit on the other, and right in front, toward the sea, a ship's mast had been rigged up and bore a flag. As for the house, it was 3 stories high, with great chambers and broad balconies on each. The windows were of glass, so excellent that it was as clear as water and as bright as day. All manner of furniture adorned the chambers. Pictures hung upon the wall in golden frames, pictures of ships and men fighting, and of the most beautiful women, and of singular places. Nowhere in the world are there pictures of so bright a colour as those Kiawe found hanging in his house. As for the knick-knacks, they were extraordinary fine. Chiming clocks and musical boxes, little men with nodding heads, books filled with pictures, weapons of price from all quarters of the world, and the most elegant puzzles to entertain the leisure of a solitary man. And as no one would care to live in such chambers, only to walk through and view them, the balconies were made so broad that a whole town might have lived upon them in delight. And Kiawe knew not which to prefer, whether the back porch, where you got the land breeze and looked upon the orchards and the flowers, or the front balcony, where you could drink the wind of the sea, and look down the steep wall of the mountain, and see the hall going by once a week or so, between Hukina and the hills of Pili, or the schooners plying up the coast for wood and ava and bananas. When they had viewed all, Kiawe and Lopaka sat on the porch. "Well," asked Lopaka, "is it all as you designed?" "Words cannot utter it," said Kiawe. "It is better than I dreamed, and I am sick with satisfaction. There is but one thing to consider, said Lopaka. All this may be quite natural, and the bottle imp have nothing whatever to say to it. If I were to buy the bottle, and got no schooner after all, I should have put my hand in the fire for nothing. I gave you my word, I know, but yet I think you would not grudge me one more proof. I have sworn I would take no more favours, said Kiawe. I have gone already deep enough. This is no favour I am thinking of, replied Lopaka. It is only to see the imp himself. There is nothing to be gained by that, and so nothing to be ashamed of. And yet if I once saw him, I should be sure of the whole matter. So indulge me so far, and let me see the imp. And after that, here is the money in my hand, and I will buy it. There is only one thing I am afraid of, said Kiawe. The imp may be very ugly to view, and if you once set eyes upon him, you might be very undesirous of the bottle. I am a man of my word, said Lopaka, and here is the money betwixt us. Very well, replied Kiawe. I have a curiosity myself. So, come, let us have one look at you, Mr. Imp. Now, as soon as that was said, the imp looked out of the bottle, and in again, swift as a lizard, and there sat Kiawe and Lopaka turned to stone. The night had quite come, before either found a thought to say or voice to say it with. And then Lopaka pushed the money over and took the bottle. I am a man of my word, said he, and had need to be so, or I would not touch this bottle with my foot. Well, I shall get my schooner and $1 or 2 for my pocket, and then I will be rid of this devil as fast as I can. For to tell you the plain truth, the look of him has cast me down. Lopaka, said Kiawe, do not you think any worse of me than you can help. I know it is night and the road's bad, and the path by the tombs an ill place to go by so late. But I declare, since I have seen that little face, I cannot eat or sleep or pray till it is gone from me. I will give you a lantern and a basket to put the bottle in, and any picture or fine thing in all my house that takes your fancy, and be gone at once, and go sleep at Hukina with Nahuno. Kiawe, said Lopaka, many a man would take this ill, above all when I am doing you a turn so friendly as to keep my word and buy the bottle. And for that matter, the night and the dark and the way by the tombs must be all tenfold more dangerous to a man with such a sin upon his conscience, and such a bottle under his arm. But, for my part, I am so extremely terrified myself, I have not the heart to blame you. Here I go, then, and I pray God you may be happy in your house, and I fortunate with my schooner, and both get to heaven in the end, in spite of the devil and his bottle. So Lopaka went down the mountain, and Kiawe stood in his front balcony and listened to the clink of the horses' shoes, and watched the lantern go shining down the path and along the cliff of caves where the old dead are buried. And all the time he trembled and clasped his hands and prayed for his friend, and gave glory to God that he himself was escaped out of that trouble. But the next day came very brightly, and that new house of his was so delightful to behold that he forgot his terrors. One day followed another, and Kiawe dwelt there in perpetual joy. He had his place on the back porch. It was there he ate and lived, and read the stories in the Honolulu newspapers. But when anyone came by, they would go in and view the chambers and the pictures, and the fame of the house went far and wide. It was called Kahala Nui, the Great House, in all Kona, and sometimes the Bright House, for Kiawe kept a Chinaman who was all day dusting and furbishing, and the glass and the gilt and the fine stuffs and the pictures shone as bright as the morning. As for Kiawe himself, he could not walk in the chambers without singing. His heart was so enlarged, and when ships sailed by upon the sea, he would fly his colours on the mast. So time went by, until one day Kiawe went upon a visit, as far as Kailua, to certain of his friends. There he was well feasted, and left as soon as he could the next morning, and rode hard, for he was impatient to behold his beautiful house. And besides, the night then coming on was the night in which the dead of old days go abroad in the sides of Kona. And having already meddled with the devil, he was the more chary of meeting with the dead. A little beyond Honaunau, looking far ahead, he was aware of a woman bathing in the edge of the sea, and she seemed a well-grown girl, but he thought no more of it. Then he saw her white shift flutter as she put it on, and then her red halaku, and by the time he came abreast of her, she was done with her toilet, and had come up from the sea, and stood by the trackside in her red halaku, and she was all freshened with the bath, and her eyes shone and were kind. Now Kiawe no sooner beheld her than he drew rein. "I thought I knew everyone in this country," said he. How comes it that I do not know you?" "I am Kokua, daughter of Kiano," said the girl, "and I have just returned from Oahu." "Who are you?" "I will tell you who I am in a little," said Kiawe, dismounting from his horse, "but not now. For I have a thought in my mind, and if you knew who I was, you might have heard of me, and would not give me a true answer. But tell me, first of all, one thing. Are you married?" At this Kokua laughed out loud. "Is it you who ask questions?" she said. "Are you married yourself?" "Indeed, Kokua, I am not," replied Kiawe, "and never thought to be until this hour. But here is the plain truth. I have met you here at the roadside, and I saw your eyes, which are like the stars, and my heart went to you as swift as a bird. And so now, if you want none of me, say so, and I will go on to my own place. But if you think me no worse than any other young man, say so too, and I will turn aside to your father's for the night, and tomorrow I will talk with the good man." Kokua said never a word, but she looked at the sea and laughed. "Kokua," said Kiawe, "if you say nothing, I will take that for the good answer. So let us be stepping to your father's door." She went on ahead of him, still without speech. Only sometimes she glanced back and glanced away again, and she kept the strings of her hat in her mouth. Now, when they had come to the door, Kiano came out on his veranda and cried out and welcomed Kiawe by name. At that the girl looked over, for the fame of the great house had come to her ears, and, to be sure, it was a great temptation. All that evening they were very merry together, and the girl was as bold as brass under the eyes of her parents, and made a mock of Kiawe, for she had a quick wit. The next day he had a word with Kiano, and found the girl alone. "Kokua," said he, "you made a mock of me all the evening, and it is still time to bid me go. I would not tell you who I was, because I have so fine a house, and I feared you would think too much of that house and too little of the man that loves you. Now you know all, and if you wish to have seen the last of me, say so at once." "No," said Kokua, but this time she did not laugh, nor did Kiawe ask for more. This was the wooing of Kiawe. Things had gone quickly, but so an arrow goes, and the ball of a rifle swifter still, and yet both may strike the target. Things had gone fast, but they had gone far also, and the thought of Kiawe rang in the maiden's head. She heard his voice in the breach of the surf upon the lava, and for this young man that she had seen but twice, she would have left father and mother and her native islands. As for Kiawe himself, his horse flew up the path of the mountain under the cliff of tombs, and the sound of the hoofs and the sound of Kiawe singing to himself for pleasure echoed in the caverns of the dead. He came to the bright house, and still he was singing. He sat and ate in the broad balcony, and the Chinaman wondered at his master to hear how he sang between the mouthfuls. The sun went down into the sea, and the night came, and Kiawe walked the balconies by lamplight, high in the mountains, and the voice of his singing startled men on ships. "Here am I now upon my high place," he said to himself. "Life may be no better. This is the mountain top, and all shelves about me toward the worse. For the first time I will light up the chambers and bathe in my fine bath with the hot water and the cold, and sleep alone in the bed of my bridal chamber." So the Chinaman had word, and he must rise from sleep and light the furnaces. And as he wrought below beside the boilers, he heard his master singing and rejoicing above him in the lighted chambers. When the water began to be hot, the Chinaman cried to his master, and Kiawe went into the bathroom. And the Chinaman heard him sing as he filled the marble basin, and heard him sing, and the singing broken as he undressed, until of a sudden the song ceased. The Chinaman listened and listened. He called up the house to Kiawe to ask if all were well, and Kiawe answered him, "Yes," and bade him go to bed. But there was no more singing in the bright house. And all night long the Chinaman heard his master's feet go round and round the balconies without repose. Now the truth of it was this. As Kiawe undressed for his bath, he spied upon his flesh a patch like a patch of lichen on a rock, and it was then that he stopped singing. For he knew the likeness of that patch, and knew that he was fallen in the Chinese evil. Reader's note: leprosy. Text. Now it is a sad thing for any man to fall into this sickness, and it would be a sad thing for anyone to leave a house so beautiful and so commodious, and depart from all his friends to the north coast of Molokai, between the mighty cliff and the sea-breakers. But what was that to the case of the man Kiawe? He who had met his love but yesterday, and won her but that morning, and now saw all his hopes break in a moment like a piece of glass. A while he sat upon the edge of the bath, then sprang with a cry and ran outside, and to and fro along the balcony like one despairing. Very willingly could I leave Hawaii, the home of my fathers, Kiawe was thinking. Very lightly could I leave my house, the high-placed, the many-windowed here upon the mountains. Very bravely could I go to Molokai, to Kalaupapa by the cliffs, to live with the smitten and to sleep there far from my fathers. But what wrong have I done? What sin lies upon my soul, that I should have encountered Kakua coming cool from the sea water in the evening? Kakua, the soul ensnarer, Kakua, the light of my life. Her may I never wed, her may I look upon no longer, her may I no more handle with my loving hand. And it is for this, it is for you, O Kakua, that I pour my lamentations. Now you are to observe what sort of a man Kiawe was, for he might have dwelt there in the bright house for years, and no one been the wiser of his sickness. But he reckoned nothing of that, if he must lose Kakua. And again, he might have wed Kakua even as he was, and so many would have done, because they had the souls of pigs. But Kiawe loved the maid manfully, and he would do her no hurt, and bring her in no danger. A little beyond the midst of the night, there came in his mind the recollection of that bottle. He went round to the back porch, and called to memory the day when the devil had looked forth, and at the thought ice ran in his veins. A dreadful thing is the bottle, thought Kiawe, and dreadful is the imp, and it is a dreadful thing to risk the flames of hell. But what other hope have I to cure my sickness or to wed Kakua? What? He thought. Would I beard the devil once, only to get me a house and not face him again to win Kakua? Thereupon he called to mind it was the next day the Hall went by on her return to Honolulu. There must I go first, he thought, and see Lopaka, for the best hope that I have now is to find that same bottle I was so pleased to be rid of. Never a wink could he sleep. The food stuck in his throat. But he sent a letter to Kiano, and about the time when the steamer would be coming, rode down beside the cliff of the tombs. It rained. His horse went heavily. He looked up at the black mouths of the caves, and he envied the dead that slept there and were done with trouble, and called to mind how he had galloped by the day before, and was astonished. So he came down to Hukina, and there was all the country gathered for the steamer as usual. In the shed before the store they sat and jested and passed the news, but there was no matter of speech in Kiawe's bosom, and he sat in their midst and looked without on the rain falling on the houses and the surf beating among the rocks, and the sighs arose in his throat. "Kiawe of the bright house is out of spirits," said one to another. Indeed, and so he was, and little wonder. Then the Hall came, and the whaleboat carried him on board. The after part of the ship was full of haoles. Reader's note, whites. Text, who had been to visit the volcano as their custom is, and the midst was crowded with Kanakas, and the forepart with wild bulls from Hilo, and horses from Kau. But Kiawe sat apart from all in his sorrow, and watched for the house of Kiano. There it sat, low upon the shore in the black rocks, and shaded by the cocoa palms, and there by the door was a red halaku, no greater than a fly, and going to and fro with a fly's busyness. "Ah, queen of my heart," he cried, "I'll venture my dear soul to win you." Soon after, darkness fell, and the cabins were lit up, and the haoles sat and played at the cards and drank whiskey as their custom is. But Kiawe walked the deck all night, and all the next day, as they steamed under the lee of Maui or of Molokai, he was still pacing to and fro like a wild animal in a menagerie. Towards evening they passed Diamond Head, and came to the pier of Honolulu. Kiawe stepped out among the crowd, and began to ask for Lopaka. It seemed he had become the owner of a schooner, none better in the islands, and was gone upon an adventure as far as Pola Pola or Kahiki, so there was no help to be looked for from Lopaka. Kiawe called to mind a friend of his, a lawyer in the town, I must not tell his name, and inquired of him. They said he was grown suddenly rich, and had a fine new house upon Waikiki shore. And this put a thought in Kiawe's head, and he called a hack and drove to the lawyer's house. The house was all brand new, and the trees in the garden no greater than walking-sticks, and the lawyer, when he came, had the air of a man well pleased. "What can I do to serve you?" said the lawyer. "You are a friend of Lopaka's," replied Kiawe, "and Lopaka purchased from me a certain piece of goods that I thought you might enable me to trace." The lawyer's face became very dark. "I do not profess to misunderstand you, Mr. Kiawe," said he, "though this is an ugly business to be stirring in. You may be sure I know nothing, but yet I have a guess, and if you would apply in a certain quarter, I think you might have news." And he named the name of a man, which, again, I had better not repeat. So it was for days, and Kiawe went from one to another, finding everywhere new clothes and carriages, and fine new houses, and men everywhere in great contentment, although, to be sure, when he hinted at his business, their faces would cloud over. "No doubt I am upon the track," thought Kiawe. "These new clothes and carriages are all the gifts of the little imp, and these glad faces are the faces of men who have taken their profit and got rid of the accursed thing in safety. When I see pale cheeks and hear sighing, I shall know that I am near the bottle." So it befell at last that he was recommended to a haole in Beretania Street. When he came to the door, about the hour of the evening meal, there were the usual marks of the new house, and the young garden, and the electric light shining in the windows. But when the owner came, a shock of hope and fear ran through Kiawe, for here was a young man, white as a corpse and black about the eyes, the hair shedding from his head, and such a look in his countenance as a man may have when he is waiting for the gallows. "Here it is, to be sure," thought Kiawe. And so with this man he no ways veiled his errand. "I am come to buy the bottle," said he. At the word, the young haole of Beretania Street reeled against the wall. "The bottle!" he gasped. "To buy the bottle!" Then he seemed to choke, and seizing Kiawe by the arm, carried him into a room and poured out wine in 2 glasses. "Here is my respects," said Kiawe, who had been much about with haoles in his time. "Yes," he added, "I am come to buy the bottle. What is the price by now?" At that word the young man let his glass slip through his fingers, and looked upon Kiawe like a ghost. "The price?" says he. "The price? You do not know the price?" "It is for that I am asking you," returned Kiawe. "But why are you so much concerned? Is there anything wrong about the price?" "It has dropped a great deal in value since your time, Mr. Kiawe," said the young man, stammering. Well, I shall have the less to pay for it," says Kiawe. "How much did it cost you?" The young man was as white as a sheet. 2 cents, said he. "What?" cried Kiawe. 2 cents? Why, then, you can only sell it for 1. And he who buys it—" The words died upon Kiawe's tongue. He who bought it could never sell it again. The bottle and the bottle imp must abide with him until he died, and when he died must carry him to the red end of hell. The young man of Beretania Street fell upon his knees. "For God's sake, buy it," he cried. "You can have all my fortune in the bargain. I was mad when I bought it at that price. I had embezzled money at my store. I was lost, else I must have gone to jail." "Poor creature," said Kiawe, "you would risk your soul upon so desperate an adventure, and to avoid the proper punishment of your own disgrace. And you think I could hesitate with love in front of me? Give me the bottle, and the change which I make sure you have all ready. Here is a 5-cent piece." It was as Kiawe supposed. The young man had the change ready in a drawer. The bottle changed hands, and Kiawe's fingers were no sooner clasped upon the stock than he had breathed his wish to be a clean man. And sure enough, when he got home to his room and stripped himself before a glass, his flesh was whole like an infant's. And here was the strange thing. He had no sooner seen this miracle than his mind was changed within him, and he cared not for the Chinese evil, and little enough for Kakua, and had but the one thought, that here he was bound to the bottle imp for time and for eternity, and had no better hope but to be a cinder for ever in the flames of hell. Away ahead of him he saw them blaze with his mind's eye, and his soul shrank, and darkness fell upon the light. When Kiawe came to himself a little, he was aware it was the night when the band played at the hotel. Thither he went, because he feared to be alone, and there, among happy faces, walked to and fro, and heard the tunes go up and down, and saw Burger beat the measure, and all the while he heard the flames crackle, and saw the red fire burning in the bottomless pit. Of a sudden the band played Hiki Ao Ao. That was a song that he had sung with Kakua, and at the strain courage returned to him. It is done now, he thought, and once more let me take the good along with the evil. So it befell that he returned to Hawaii by the first steamer, and as soon as it could be managed he was wedded to Kakua and carried her up the mountainside to the bright house. Now it was so with these two that when they were together, Keawe's heart was stilled, but so soon as he was alone he fell into a brooding horror, and heard the flames crackle, and saw the red fire burn in the bottomless pit. The girl, indeed, had come to him wholly. Her heart leapt in her side at sight of him, her hand clung to his, and she was so fashioned from the hair upon her head to the nails upon her toes that none could see her without joy. She was pleasant in her nature. She had the good word always. Full of song she was, and went to and fro in the bright house, the brightest thing in its 3 stories, carolling like the birds. And Keawe beheld and heard her with delight, and then must shrink upon one side and weep and groan to think upon the price that he had paid for her. And then he must dry his eyes and wash his face, and go and sit with her on the broad balconies, joining in her songs, and with a sick spirit, answering her smiles. There came a day when her feet began to be heavy, and her songs more rare, and now it was not Keawe only that would weep apart, but each would sunder from the other and sit in opposite balconies, with the whole width of the bright house betwixt. Keawe was so sunk in his despair he scarce observed the change, and was only glad he had more hours to sit alone and brood upon his destiny, and was not so frequently condemned to pull a smiling face on a sick heart. But one day, coming softly through the house, he heard the sound of a child sobbing, and there was Kakua rolling her face upon the balcony floor, and weeping like the lost. "You do well to weep in this house, Kakua," he said, "and yet I would give the head off my body that you, at least, might have been happy." "Happy?" she cried. "Keawe, when you lived alone in your bright house, you were the word of the island for a happy man. Laughter and song were in your mouth, and your face was as bright as the sunrise. Then you wedded poor Kakua, and the good God knows what is amiss in her. But from that day you have not smiled. Oh," she cried, "what ails me? I thought I was pretty, and I knew I loved him. What ails me that I throw this cloud upon my husband?" "Poor Kakua," said Keawe. He sat down by her side and sought to take her hand, but that she plucked away. "Poor Kakua," he said again. "My poor child, my pretty, and I thought all this while to spare you. Well, you shall know all. Then at least you will pity poor Keawe. Then you will understand how much he loved you in the past, that he dared hell for your possession, and how much he loves you still, the poor condemned one, that he can yet call up a smile when he beholds you." With that he told her all, even from the beginning. "You have done this for me?" she cried. "Ah, well then, what do I care?" And she clasped and wept upon him. "Ah, child," said Keawe, "and yet when I consider of the fire of hell I care a good deal." "Never tell me," said she. "No man can be lost because he loved Kakua, and no other fault. I tell you, Keawe, I shall save you with these hands, or perish in your company. What? You loved me and gave your soul, and you think I will not die to save you in return? Ah, my dear, you might die 100 times, and what difference would that make?" he cried, "except to leave me lonely till the time comes of my damnation." "You know nothing," said she. "I was educated in a school in Honolulu. I am no common girl. But I tell you, I shall save my lover. What is this you say about a cent? But all the world is not American. In England they have a piece they call a farthing, which is about half a cent. Ah, sorrow," she cried, "that makes it scarcely better, for the buyer must be lost, and we shall find none so brave as my Keawe. But then there is France. They have a small coin there, which they call a centime, and these go 5 to the cent, or thereabout. We could not do better. Come, Keawe, let us go to the French islands. Let us go to Tahiti, as fast as ships can bear us. There we have 4 centimes, 3 centimes, 2 centimes, 1 centime, 4 possible sails to come and go on, and 2 of us to push the bargain. Come, my Keawe, kiss me and banish care. Kokua will defend you." "Gift of God," he cried, "I cannot think that God will punish me for desiring aught so good. Be it as you will, then. Take me where you please. I put my life and my salvation in your hands." Early the next day, Kokua was about her preparations. She took Kiawe's chest that he went with sailoring, and first she put the bottle in a corner, and then packed it with the richest of their clothes and the bravest of the knickknacks in the house. "For," said she, "we must seem to be rich folks, or who will believe in the bottle?" All the time of her preparations she was as gay as a bird, only when she looked upon Kiawe, the tears would spring in her eye, and she must run and kiss him. As for Kiawe, a weight was off his soul. Now that he had his secret shared, and some hope in front of him, he seemed like a new man. His feet went lightly on the earth, and his breath was good to him again. Yet was terror still at his elbow, and ever and again, as the wind blows out a taper, hope died in him, and he saw the flames toss and the red fire burn in hell. It was given out in the country they were gone pleasuring to the States, which was thought a strange thing, and yet not so strange as the truth, if any could have guessed it. So they went to Honolulu in the Hall, and thence, in the Umatilla, to San Francisco, with a crowd of haoles, and at San Francisco took their passage by the mail brigantine, the Tropic Bird, for Papeete, the chief place of the French in the South Islands. Thither they came after a pleasant voyage, on a fair day of the trade wind, and saw the reef with the surf breaking, and Matuiti with its palms, and the schooner riding withinside, and the white houses of the town low down along the shore among green trees, and overhead the mountains and the clouds of Tahiti, the wise island. It was judged the most wise to hire a house, which they did accordingly, opposite the British consul's, to make a great parade of money, and themselves conspicuous with carriages and horses. This it was very easy to do, so long as they had the bottle in their possession, for Kokua was more bold than Kiawe, and whenever she had a mind, called on the imp for $20 or $100. At this rate they soon grew to be remarked in the town, and the strangers from Hawaii, their riding and their driving, the fine halokus, and the rich lace of Kokua became the matter of much talk. They got on well after the first with the Tahitian language, which is indeed like to the Hawaiian, with a change of certain letters, and as soon as they had any freedom of speech, began to push the bottle. You are to consider it was not an easy subject to introduce. It was not easy to persuade people you were in earnest, when you offered to sell them for 4 centimes the spring of health and riches inexhaustible. It was necessary, besides, to explain the dangers of the bottle, and either people disbelieved the whole thing and laughed, or they thought the more of the darker part, became overcast with gravity, and drew away from Kiawe and Kokua, as from persons who had dealings with the devil. So far from gaining ground, these two began to find they were avoided in the town. The children ran away from them screaming, a thing intolerable to Kokua. Catholics crossed themselves as they went by, and all persons began with one accord to disengage themselves from their advances. Depression fell upon their spirits. They would sit at night in their new house, after a day's weariness, and not exchange one word, or the silence would be broken by Kokua bursting suddenly into sobs. Sometimes they would pray together. Sometimes they would have the bottle out upon the floor and sit all evening, watching how the shadow hovered in the midst. At such times they would be afraid to go to rest. It was long ere slumber came to them, and if either dozed off, it would be to wake and find the other silently weeping in the dark, or perhaps to wake alone, the other having fled from the house in the neighborhood of that bottle, to pace under the bananas in the little garden, or to wander on the beach by moonlight. One night it was so when Kokua awoke. Kiawe was gone. She felt in the bed, and his place was cold. Then fear fell upon her. She sat up in bed. A little moonshine filtered through the shutters. The room was bright, and she could spy the bottle on the floor. Outside it blew high. The great trees of the avenue cried aloud, and the fallen leaves rattled in the veranda. In the midst of this, Kokua was aware of another sound. Whether of a beast or of a man she could scarce tell, but it was as sad as death, and cut her to the soul. Softly she arose, set the door ajar, and looked forth into the moonlit yard. There, under the bananas, lay Kiawe, his mouth in the dust, and as he lay he moaned. It was Kekua's first thought to run forward and console him. Her second potently withheld her. Kiawe had borne himself before his wife like a brave man. It became her little in the hour of weakness to intrude upon his shame. With the thought she drew back into the house. Heaven, she thought, how careless have I been, how weak! It is he, not I, that stands in this eternal peril. It was he, not I, that took the curse upon his soul. It is for my sake, and for the love of a creature of so little worth and such poor help, that he now beholds so close to him the flames of hell, aye, and smells the smoke of it, lying without there in the wind and moonlight. Am I so dull of spirit that never till now I have surmised my duty, or have I seen it before and turned aside? But now, at least, I take up my soul in both the hands of my affection. Now I say farewell to the white steps of heaven and the waiting faces of my friends. A love for a love, and let mine be equal with Kiawe's. A soul for a soul, and be it mine to perish. She was a deft woman with her hands, and was soon apparelled. She took in her hands the change, the precious centimes they kept ever at their side, for this coin is little used, and they had made provision at a government office. When she was forth in the avenue, clouds came on the wind, and the moon was blackened. The town slept, and she knew not whither to turn till she heard one coughing in the shadow of the trees. "Old man," said Kekua, "what do you do here abroad in the cold night?" The old man could scarce express himself for coughing, but she made out that he was old and poor, and a stranger in the island. "Will you do me a service?" said Kekua. "As one stranger to another, and as an old man to a young woman, will you help a daughter of Hawaii?"
"Ah," said the old man, "so you are the witch from the 8 islands, and even my old soul you seek to entangle. But I have heard of you, and defy your wickedness."
"Sit down here," said Kekua, "and let me tell you a tale." And she told him the story of Kiawe from the beginning to the end. "And now," said she, "I am his wife, whom he bought with his soul's welfare, and what should I do? If I went to him myself and offered to buy it, he would refuse. But if you go, he will sell it eagerly. I will await you here. You will buy it for 4 centimes, and I will buy it again for 3. And the Lord strengthen a poor girl."
"If you meant falsely," said the old man, "I think God would strike you dead."
"He would," cried Kekua. "Be sure he would. I could not be so treacherous. God would not suffer it."
"Give me the 4 centimes, and await me here," said the old man.
Now, when Kekua stood alone in the street, her spirit died. The wind roared in the trees, and it seemed to her the rushing of the flames of hell. The shadows tossed in the light of the street lamp, and they seemed to her the snatching hands of evil ones. If she had had the strength, she must have run away, and if she had had the breath, she must have screamed aloud. But, in truth, she could do neither, and stood and trembled in the avenue like an affrighted child. Then she saw the old man returning, and he had the bottle in his hand.
"I have done your bidding," said he. "I left your husband weeping like a child. Tonight he will sleep easy."
And he held the bottle forth. "Before you give it to me," Kekua panted, "take the good with the evil. Ask to be delivered from your cough."
"I am an old man," replied the other, "and too near the gate of the grave to take a favor from the devil. But what is this? Why do you not take the bottle? Do you hesitate?"
"Not hesitate," cried Kekua. "I am only weak. Give me a moment. It is my hand resists. My flesh shrinks back from the accursed thing. One moment only." The old man looked upon Kekua kindly.
"Poor child," said he, "you fear, your soul misgives you. Well, let me keep it. I am old and can never more be happy in this world, and as for the next—"
"Give it me," gasped Kekua. "There is your money. Do you think I am so base as that? Give me the bottle."
"God bless you, child," said the old man.
Kekua concealed the bottle under her halaku, said farewell to the old man, and walked off along the avenue, she cared not whither. For all roads were now the same to her. and led equally to hell. Sometimes she walked, and sometimes ran. Sometimes she screamed out loud in the night, and sometimes lay by the wayside in the dust and wept. All that she had heard of hell came back to her. She saw the flames blaze, and she smelt the smoke, and her flesh withered on the coals. Near day she came to her mind again, and returned to the house. It was even as the old man said. Kiawe slumbered like a child. Kukua stood and gazed upon his face. "Now, my husband," said she, "it is your turn to sleep. When you wake it will be your turn to sing and laugh. But for poor Kukua, alas, that meant no evil. For poor Kukua no more sleep, no more singing, no more delight, whether in earth or heaven." With that she lay down in the bed by his side, and her misery was so extreme that she fell in a deep slumber instantly. Late in the morning her husband woke her and gave her the good news. It seemed he was silly with delight, for he paid no heed to her distress, ill though she dissembled it. The words stuck in her mouth. It mattered not. Kiawe did the speaking. She ate not a bite, but who was to observe it? For Kiawe cleared the dish. Kukua saw and heard him like some strange thing in a dream. There were times when she forgot or doubted, and put her hands to her brow. To know herself doomed and hear her husband babble seemed so monstrous. All the while Kiawe was eating and talking, and planning the time of their return, and thanking her for saving him, and fondling her and calling her the true helper after all. He laughed at the old man that was fool enough to buy that bottle. A worthy old man he seemed, Kiawe said, but no one can judge by appearances, for why did the old reprobate require the bottle? "My husband," said Kukua humbly, "his purpose may have been good." Kiawe laughed like an angry man. "Fiddle-dee-dee," cried Kiawe, "an old rogue, I tell you, and an old ass to boot. For the bottle was hard enough to sell at 4 centimes, and at 3 it will be quite impossible. The margin is not broad enough, the thing begins to smell of scorching." "Brrr," said he, and shuddered. "It is true I bought it myself at a cent, when I knew not there were smaller coins. I was a fool for my pains. There will never be found another, and whoever has that bottle now will carry it to the pit." "Oh, my husband," said Kukua, "is it not a terrible thing to save oneself by the eternal ruin of another? It seems to me I could not laugh. I would be humbled. I would be filled with melancholy. I would pray for the poor holder." Then Kiawe, because he felt the truth of what she said, grew the more angry. "Highty-tighty," cried he, "you may be filled with melancholy if you please. It is not the mind of a good wife. If you thought at all of me, you would sit shamed." Thereupon he went out, and Kukua was alone. What chance had she to sell that bottle at 2 centimes? None, she perceived. And if she had any, here was her husband hurrying her away to a country where there was nothing lower than a cent. And here, on the morrow of her sacrifice, was her husband leaving her and blaming her. She would not even try to profit by what time she had, but sat in the house, and now had the bottle out and viewed it with unutterable fear, and now with loathing hid it out of sight. By and by Kiawe came back, and would have her take a drive. "My husband, I am ill," she said. "I am out of heart. Excuse me, I can take no pleasure." Then was Kiawe more wroth than ever, with her because he thought she was brooding over the case of the old man, and with himself because he thought she was right and was ashamed to be so happy. "This is your truth," cried he, "and this your affection. Your husband is just saved from eternal ruin, which he encountered for the love of you, and you take no pleasure. Kukua, you have a disloyal heart." He went forth again, furious, and wandered in the town all day. He met friends and drank with them. They hired a carriage and drove into the country, and there drank again. All the time Kiawe was ill at ease, because he was taking this pastime while his wife was sad, and because he knew in his heart that she was more right than he, and the knowledge made him drink the deeper. Now there was an old brutal haole drinking with him, one that had been a bosun of a whaler, a runaway, a digger in gold mines, a convict in prisons. He had a low mind and a foul mouth. He loved to drink and to see others drunken, and he pressed the glass upon Kiawe. Soon there was no more money in the company. "Here you," says the bosun. "You are rich, you have been always saying.
You have a bottle or some foolishness." "Yes," said Kiawe, "I am rich. I will go back and get some money from my wife who keeps it." "That's a bad idea, mate," said the bo'sun. "Never you trust a petticoat with dollars. They're all as false as water. You keep an eye on her."
Now this word struck in Kiawe's mind, for he was muddled with what he had been drinking. "I should not wonder but she was false indeed," thought he. "Why else should she be so cast down at my release? But I will show her I am not the man to be fooled. I will catch her in the act." Accordingly, when they were back in town, Kiawe bade the bo'sun wait for him at the corner by the old calaboose, and went forward up the avenue alone to the door of his house. The night had come again. There was a light within, but never a sound, and Kiawe crept about the corner, opened the back door softly, and looked in. There was Kukua on the floor, the lamp at her side. Before her was a milk-white bottle, with a round belly and a long neck. And as she viewed it, Kukua wrung her hands. A long time Kiawe stood and looked in the doorway. At first he was struck stupid, and then fear fell upon him that the bargain had been made amiss, and the bottle had come back to him as it came at San Francisco. And at that his knees were loosened, and the fumes of the wine departed from his head like mists off a river in the morning. And then he had another thought, and it was a strange one that made his cheeks to burn. "I must make sure of this," thought he. So he closed the door and went softly round the corner again, and then came noisily in, as though he were but now returned. And lo, by the time he opened the front door, no bottle was to be seen, and Kukua sat in a chair and started up like one awakened out of sleep. "I have been drinking all day and making merry," said Kiawe. "I have been with good companions, and now I only come back for money, and return to drink and carouse with them again." Both his face and voice were as stern as judgment, but Kukua was too troubled to observe. "You do well to use your own, my husband," said she, and her words trembled. "Oh, I do well in all things," said Kiawe, and he went straight to the chest and took out money. But he looked besides in the corner where they kept the bottle, and there was no bottle there. At that the chest heaved upon the floor like a sea-billow, and the house span about him like a wreath of smoke, for he saw he was lost now and there was no escape. "It is what I feared," he thought. "It is she who has bought it." And then he came to himself a little and rose up, but the sweat streamed on his face as thick as the rain and as cold as the well-water. "Kukua," said he, "I said to you today what ill became me. Now I return to carouse with my jolly companions." And at that he laughed a little quietly. "I will take more pleasure in the cup if you forgive me." She clasped his knees in a moment. She kissed his knees with flowing tears. "Oh," she cried, "I asked but a kind word." "Let us never one think hardly of the other," said Kiawe, and was gone out of the house. Now the money that Kiawe had taken was only some of that store of centimes, pieces they had laid in at their arrival. It was very sure he had no mind to be drinking. His wife had given her soul for him. Now he must give his for hers. No other thought was in the world with him. At the corner by the old calaboose, there was the bo'sun waiting. "My wife has the bottle," said Kiawe, "and unless you help me to recover it, there can be no more money and no more liquor tonight." "You do not mean to say you are serious about that bottle?" cried the bo'sun. "There is the lamp," said Kiawe. "Do I look as if I was jesting?" "That is so," said the bo'sun. "You look as serious as a ghost." "Well then," said Kiawe, "here are 2 centimes. You must go to my wife in the house and offer her these for the bottle, which, if I am not much mistaken, she will give you instantly. Bring it to me here, and I will buy it back from you for 1, for that is the law with this bottle, that it still must be sold for a less sum. But whatever you do, never breathe a word to her that you have come from me." "Mate, I wonder, are you making a fool of me?" asked the bo'sun. "It will do you no harm if I am," returned Kiawe. "That is so, mate," said the bo'sun. "And if you doubt me," added Kiawe, "you can try. As soon as you are clear of the house, wish to have your pocket full of money or a bottle of the best rum or what you please, and you will see the virtue of the thing." "Very well, Kanaka," says the bo'sun. "I will try. But if you are having your fun out of me, I will take my fun out of you with a belaying pin." So the whaler man went off up the avenue. and Kiawe stood and waited. It was near the same spot where Kukua had waited the night before. But Kiawe was more resolved, and never faltered in his purpose. Only his soul was bitter with despair. It seemed a long time he had to wait before he heard a voice singing in the darkness of the avenue. He knew the voice to be the bosun's, but it was strange how drunken it appeared upon a sudden. Next the man himself came stumbling into the light of the lamp. He had the devil's bottle buttoned in his coat. Another bottle was in his hand, and even as he came in view, he raised it to his mouth and drank. "You have it," said Kiawe. "I see that."
"Hands off!" cried the bosun, jumping back. "Take a step near me, and I'll smash your mouth. You thought you could make a cat's paw of me, did you?"
"What do you mean?" cried Kiawe.
"Mean?" cried the bosun. "This is a pretty good bottle, this is. That's what I mean. How I got it for 2 centimes I can't make out, but I'm sure you shan't have it for 1.
"You mean you won't sell?" gasped Kiawe.
"No, sir," cried the bosun. "But I'll give you a drink of the rum if you like."
"I tell you," said Kiawe, "the man who has that bottle goes to hell."
"I reckon I'm going anyway," returned the sailor. "And this bottle's the best thing to go with I've struck yet." "No, sir," he cried again. "This is my bottle now, and you can go and fish for another."
"Can this be true?" Kiawe cried. "For your own sake, I beseech you, sell it to me."
"I don't value any of your talk," replied the bosun. "You thought I was a flat. Now you see I'm not. And there's an end. If you won't have a swallow of the rum, I'll have one myself. Here's your health, and good night to you."
So off he went down the avenue towards town, and there goes the bottle out of the story. But Kiawe ran to Kukua, light as the wind, and great was their joy that night, and great since then has been the peace of all their days in the bright house. The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence. Frida, Lawrence's voluminous muse, was angered by the fact that Lawrence always seemed to make martyrs out of his male heroes, killing them off in the last chapters, the world blind to their glory. "Let your hero become ordinary," she wrote to him, "all with this superiority and death." In the hero of The Rocking Horse Winner, Lawrence has managed to combine in one character the traits of an ordinary child in need of love, with the mysterious gift of prophecy. As in his novels, his poems, his essays, even his paintings, Lawrence applies his relentless eye for detail, bringing out the finer shades of his characters' personalities, the subtle changes of the spirit, which he minutely chronicled. There was a woman who was beautiful, who started with all the advantages, yet she had no luck. She married for love, and the love turned to dust. She had bonny children, yet she felt they had been thrust upon her, and she could not love them. They looked at her coldly, as if they were finding fault with her, and hurriedly she felt she must cover up some fault in herself. Yet what it was that she must cover up she never knew. Nevertheless, when her children were present, she always felt the centre of her heart go hard. This troubled her, and in her manner she was all the more gentle and anxious for her children, as if she loved them very much. Only she herself knew that at the centre of her heart was a hard little place that could not feel love, no, not for anybody. Everybody else said of her, "She is such a good mother, she adores her children." Only she herself and her children themselves knew it was not so. They read it in each other's eyes. There was a boy and 2 little girls. They lived in a pleasant house with a garden, and they had discreet servants, and felt themselves superior to anyone in the neighborhood. Although they lived in style, they felt always an anxiety in the house. There was never enough money. The mother had a small income, and the father had a small income, but not nearly enough for the social position which they had to keep up. The father went into town to some office. But though he had good prospects, these prospects never materialized. There was always the grinding sense of the shortage of money, though the style was always kept up. At last the mother said, "I will see if I can't make something." But she did not know where to begin. She racked her brains and tried this thing and the other, but could not find anything successful. The failure made deep lines come into her face. Her children were growing up. They would have to go to school. There must be more money. There must be more money. The father, who was always very handsome and expensive in his tastes, seemed as if he never would be able to do anything worth doing, and the mother, who had a great belief in herself, did not succeed any better, and her tastes were just as expensive. And so the house came to be haunted by the unspoken phrase, "There must be more money, there must be more money." The children could hear it all the time, though nobody said it aloud. They heard it at Christmas, when the expensive and splendid toys filled the nursery. Behind the shining modern rocking-horse, behind the smart doll's house, a voice would start whispering, "There must be more money, there must be more money." And the children would stop playing to listen for a moment. They would look into each other's eyes to see if they had all heard, and each one saw in the eyes of the other two that they too had heard. There must be more money, there must be more money. It came whispering from the springs of the still swaying rocking-horse, and even the horse, bending his wooden, champing head, heard it. The big doll, sitting so pink and smirking in her new pram, could hear it quite plainly, and seemed to be smirking all the more self-consciously because of it. The foolish puppy, too, that took the place of the teddy-bear. He was looking so extraordinarily foolish for no other reason but that he heard the secret whisper all over the house. There must be more money. Yet nobody ever said it aloud. The whisper was everywhere, and therefore no one spoke it. Just as no one ever says, "We are breathing," in spite of the fact that breath is coming and going all the time. "Mother," said the boy Paul one day, "why don't we keep a car of our own? Why do we always use Uncle's or else a taxi?" "Because we're the poor members of the family," said the mother. "But why are we, Mother?" "Well, I suppose," she said slowly and bitterly, "it's because your father has no luck." The boy was silent for some time. "Is luck money, Mother?" he asked rather timidly. "No, Paul, not quite. It's what causes you to have money." "Oh," said Paul vaguely. "I thought when Uncle Oscar said filthy lucre it meant money." "Filthy lucre does mean money," said the mother, "but it's lucre, not luck." "Oh," said the boy. "Then what is luck, Mother?" "It's what causes you to have money. If you're lucky, you have money. That's why it's better to be born lucky than rich. If you're rich, you may lose your money, but if you're lucky, you will always get more money." "Oh, will you? And is father not lucky?" "Very unlucky, I should say," she said bitterly. The boy watched her with unsure eyes. "Why?" he asked. "I don't know. Nobody ever knows why one person is lucky and another unlucky." "Don't they? Nobody at all? Does nobody know?" "Perhaps God, but he never tells." "He ought to, then. And aren't you lucky either, Mother?" "I can't be, if I married an unlucky husband." "But by yourself, aren't you?" "I used to think I was, before I married. Now I think I am very unlucky indeed." "Why?" "Well, never mind. Perhaps I'm not really," she said. The child looked at her to see if she meant it, but he saw by the lines of her mouth that she was only trying to hide something from him. "Well, anyhow," he said stoutly, "I'm a lucky person." "Why?" said his mother with a sudden laugh. He stared at her. He didn't even know why he had said it. "God told me," he asserted, brazening it out. "I hope he did, dear," she said again with a laugh, but rather bitter. "He did, Mother." "Excellent," said the mother, using one of her husband's exclamations. The boy saw she did not believe him, or rather that she paid no attention to his assertion. This angered him somewhere and made him want to compel her attention. He went off by himself, vaguely in a childish way, seeking for the clue to luck. Absorbed, taking no heed of other people, he went about with a sort of stealth, seeking inwardly for luck. He wanted luck, he wanted it, he wanted it. When the two girls were playing dolls in the nursery, he would sit on his big rocking-horse, charging madly into space, with a frenzy that made the little girls peer at him uneasily. Wildly the horse careered, the waving dark hair of the boy tossed. His eyes had a strange glare in them. The little girls dared not speak to him. When he had ridden to the end of his mad little journey, he climbed down and stood in front of his rocking horse, staring fixedly into its lowered face. Its red mouth was slightly open. Its big eye was wide and glassy bright. "Now," he would silently command the snorting steed. "Now, take me where there is luck. Now, take me." And he would slash the horse on the neck with the little whip he had asked Uncle Oscar for. He knew the horse could take him to where there was luck, if only he forced it. So he would mount again and start on his furious ride, hoping at last to get there. He knew he could get there. "You'll break your horse, Paul," said the nurse. "He's always riding like that. I wish he'd leave off," said his elder sister Joan. But he only glared down on them in silence. Nurse gave him up. She could make nothing of him. Anyway, he was growing beyond her. One day his mother and his Uncle Oscar came in when he was on one of his furious rides. He did not speak to them. "Hello, you young jockey! Riding a winner?" said his uncle. "Aren't you growing too big for a rocking horse? You're not a very little boy any longer, you know," said his mother. But Paul only gave a blue glare from his big, rather close-set eyes. He would speak to nobody when he was in full tilt. His mother watched him with an anxious expression on her face. At last he suddenly stopped forcing his horse into the mechanical gallop and slid down. "Well, I got there," he announced fiercely, his blue eyes still flaring and his sturdy long legs straddling apart. "Where did you get to?" asked his mother. "Where I wanted to go to," he flared back at her. "That's right, son," said Uncle Oscar. "Don't you stop till you get there. What's the horse's name?" "He doesn't have a name," said the boy. "Gets on without all right?" asked the uncle. "Well, he has different names. He was called Sansovino last week." "Sansovino, eh? Won the Ascot. How did you know his name?" "He always talks about horse races with Bassett," said Joan. The uncle was delighted to find that his small nephew was posted with all the racing news. Bassett, the young gardener who had been wounded in the left foot in the war and had got his present job through Oscar Cresswell, whose batman he had been, was a perfect blade of the turf. He lived in the racing events, and the small boy lived with him. Oscar Cresswell got it all from Bassett. "Master Paul comes and asks me, so I can't do more than tell him, sir," said Bassett, his face terribly serious, as if he were speaking of religious matters. "And does he ever put anything on a horse he fancies?" "Well, I don't want to give him away. He's a young sport, a fine sport, sir. Would you mind asking him himself? He sort of takes a pleasure in it, and perhaps he'd feel I was giving him away, sir, if you don't mind." Bassett was serious as a church. The uncle went back to his nephew and took him off for a ride in the car. "Say, Paul, old man, do you ever put anything on a horse?" the uncle asked. The boy watched the handsome man closely. "Why, do you think I oughtn't to?" he parried. "Not a bit of it. I thought perhaps you might give me a tip for the Lincoln." The car sped on into the country, going down to Uncle Oscar's place in Hampshire. "Honour bright?" said the nephew. "Honour bright, son," said the uncle. "Well, then, Daffodil." "Daffodil? I doubt it, sonny. What about Mirza?" "I only know the winner," said the boy. "That's Daffodil." "Daffodil, eh?" There was a pause. Daffodil was an obscure horse, comparatively. "Uncle?" "Yes, son." "You won't let it go any further, will you? I promised Bassett." "Bassett be damned, old man. What's he got to do with it?" "We're partners. We've been partners from the first. Uncle, he lent me my first 5 shillings, which I lost. I promised him honour bright it was only between me and him. Only you gave me that 10-shilling note I started winning with, so I thought you were lucky. You won't let it go any further, will you?" The boy gazed at his uncle from those big, hot blue eyes, set rather closely together. The uncle stirred and laughed uneasily. "Right you are, son. I'll keep your tip private. Daffodil, eh? How much are you putting on him?" "All except 20 pounds, said the boy. "I keep that in reserve." The uncle thought it a good joke. "You keep 20 pounds in reserve, do you young romancer? What are you betting, then?" "I'm betting 300, said the boy gravely. "But it's between you and me, Uncle Oscar, honour bright?" The uncle burst into a roar of laughter. "It's between you and me, all right, you young Nat Gould," he said, laughing. "But where's your 300? "Bassett keeps it for me. We're partners." "You are you? And what is Bassett putting on Daffodil?" "He won't go quite as high as I do, I expect. Perhaps he'll go 150.
What, pennies? Laughed the uncle. Pounds, said the child with a surprised look at his uncle. Bassett keeps a bigger reserve than I do. Between wonder and amusement, Uncle Oscar was silent. He pursued the matter no further, but he determined to take his nephew with him to the Lincoln races. Now, son, he said, I'm putting 20 on Mirza, and I'll put 5 for you on any horse you fancy. What's your pick? Daffodil, Uncle. No, not the 5 on Daffodil. I should if it was my own 5, said the child. Good, good, right you are. A 5 for me and a 5 for you on Daffodil. The child had never been to a race meeting before, and his eyes were blue fire. He pursed his mouth tight and watched. A Frenchman just in front had put his money on Lancelot. Wild with excitement, he flared his arms up and down, yelling, Lancelot! Lancelot! in his French accent. Daffodil came in first, Lancelot second, Mirza third. The child, flushed and with eyes blazing, was curiously serene. His uncle brought him 5 5-pound notes, 4 to 1. What am I to do with these? He cried, waving them before the boy's eyes. I suppose we'll talk to Bassett, said the boy. I expect I have 1,500 now, and 20 in reserve, and this 20. His uncle studied him for some moments. Look here, son, he said. You're not serious about Bassett and that 1,500, are you? Yes, I am. But it's between you and me, Uncle, honor bright. Honor bright, all right, son. But I must talk to Bassett. If you'd like to be a partner, Uncle, with Bassett and me, we could all be partners. Only you'd have to promise, honor bright, Uncle, not to let it go beyond us 3. Bassett and I are lucky, and you must be lucky, because it was your 10 shillings I started winning with. Uncle Oscar took both Bassett and Paul into Richmond Park for an afternoon, and there they talked. It's like this, you see, sir, Bassett said. Master Paul would get me talking about racing events, spinning yarns, you know, sir. And he was always keen on knowing if I'd made or if I'd lost. It's about a year since now that I put 5 shillings on Blush of Dawn for him, and we lost. Then the luck turned with that 10 shillings he had from you. And that we put on Singleys, and since that time it's been pretty steady, all things considering. What do you say, Master Paul? We're all right when we're sure, said Paul. It's when we're not quite sure that we go down. Oh, but we're careful then, said Bassett. But when are you sure? Smiled Uncle Oscar. It's Master Paul, sir, said Bassett in a secret religious voice. It's as if he had it from heaven. Like Daffodil, and now for the Lincoln. That was as sure as eggs. Did you put anything on Daffodil? Asked Oscar Creswell. Yes, sir, I made my bit. And my nephew? Bassett was obstinately silent, looking at Paul. I made 1,200, didn't I, Bassett? I told Uncle I was putting 300 on Daffodil. That's right, said Bassett, nodding. But where's the money? Asked the uncle. I keep it safe locked up, sir. Master Paul, he can have it any minute he likes to ask for it. What? 1,500 pounds? And 20. And 40, that is, with the 20 he made in the course. It's amazing, said the uncle. Master Paul offers you to be partners, sir. I would if I were you. If you'll excuse me, said Bassett. Oscar Creswell thought about it. I'll see the money, he said. They drove home again, and sure enough Bassett came round to the garden house with 1,500 pounds in notes. The 20 pounds reserve were left with Joe Glee in the turf commission deposit. You see, it's all right, Uncle, when I'm sure. Then we go strong for all we're worth, don't we, Bassett? We do that, Master Paul. And when are you sure? Said the uncle, laughing. Oh, well, sometimes I'm absolutely sure, like about Daffodil, said the boy. And sometimes I have an idea. And sometimes I haven't an idea, have I, Bassett? Then we're careful, because we mostly go down. You do you? And when you're sure, like about Daffodil, what makes you sure, sonny? Oh, well, I don't know, said the boy uneasily. I'm sure, you know, Uncle, that's all. It's as if he had it from heaven, sir, Bassett reiterated. I should say so, said the uncle. But he became a partner, and when the Léger was coming on, Paul was sure about Lively Spark, which was a quite inconsiderable horse. The boy insisted on putting 1,000 on the horse. Bassett went for 500, and Oscar Creswell 200. Lively Spark came in first, and the betting had been 10 to 1 against him. Paul had made 10,000. You see, he said, I was absolutely sure of him. Even Oscar Creswell had cleared 2,000. Look here, son, he said,
This sort of thing makes me nervous. It needn't, Uncle. Perhaps I shan't be sure again for a long time. But what are you going to do with your money? Asked the uncle. Of course, said the boy. I started it for Mother. She said she had no luck, because Father is unlucky, so I thought if I was lucky it might stop whispering. What might stop whispering? Our house. I hate our house for whispering. What does it whisper? Why, the boy fidgeted. Well, I don't know, but it's always short of money, you know, Uncle? I know it, son. I know it. You know, people send Mother writs, don't you, Uncle? I'm afraid I do, said the uncle. And then the house whispers like people laughing at you behind your back. It's awful, that is. I thought if I was lucky— You might stop it, added the uncle. The boy watched him with big blue eyes that had an uncanny cold fire in them, and he said never a word. Well, then, said the uncle, what are we doing? I shouldn't like Mother to know I was lucky, said the boy. Why not, son? She'd stop me. I don't think she would. Oh, and the boy writhed in an odd way. I don't want her to know, Uncle. All right, son, we'll manage it without her knowing. They managed it very easily. Paul, at the other's suggestion, handed over £5,000 to his uncle, who deposited it with the family lawyer, who was then to inform Paul's mother that a relative had put £5,000 into his hands, which sum was to be paid out £1,000 at a time, on the mother's birthday for the next 5 years. So she'll have a birthday present of £1,000 for 5 successive years, said Uncle Oscar. I hope it won't make it all the harder for her later. Paul's mother had her birthday in November. The house had been whispering worse than ever lately, and even in spite of his luck, Paul could not bear up against it. He was very anxious to see the effect of the birthday letter, telling his mother about the £1,000. When there were no visitors, Paul now took his meals with his parents, as he was beyond the nursery control. His mother went into town nearly every day. She had discovered that she had an odd knack of sketching furs and dress materials, so she worked secretly in the studio of a friend, who was the chief artist for the leading drapers. She drew the figures of ladies in furs and ladies in silk and sequins for the newspaper advertisements. This young woman artist earned several £1,000s a year, but Paul's mother only made several hundreds, and she was again dissatisfied. She so wanted to be first in something, and she did not succeed, even in making sketches for drapery advertisements. She was down to breakfast on the morning of her birthday. Paul watched her face as she read her letters. He knew the lawyer's letter. As his mother read it, her face hardened and became more expressionless. Then a cold, determined look came on her mouth. She hid the letter under the pile of others and said not a word about it. "Didn't you have anything nice in the post for your birthday, Mother?" said Paul. "Quite moderately nice," she said, her voice cold and absent. She went away to town without saying more. But in the afternoon Uncle Oscar appeared. He said Paul's mother had had a long interview with the lawyer, asking if the whole 5,000 could not be advanced at once, as she was in debt. "What do you think, Uncle?" said the boy. "I leave it to you, son." "Oh, let her have it, then. We can get some more with the other," said the boy. "Bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, laddie," said Uncle Oscar. "But I'm sure to know for the Grand National, or the Lincolnshire, or else the Derby. I'm sure to know for one of them," said Paul. So Uncle Oscar signed the agreement, and Paul's mother touched the whole 5,000. Then something very curious happened. The voices in the house suddenly went mad, like a chorus of frogs on a spring evening. There were certain new furnishings, and Paul had a tutor. He was really going to Eton, his father's school, in the following autumn. There were flowers in the winter, and the blossoming of the luxury Paul's mother had been used to. And yet the voices in the house, behind the sprays of mimosa and almond blossom, and from under the piles of iridescent cushions, simply trilled and screamed in a sort of ecstasy. There must be more money. Oh, there must be more money. Oh, now, 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 there must be more money. More than ever, more than ever. It frightened Paul terribly. He studied away at his Latin and Greek with his tutors, but his intense hours were spent with Bassett. The Grand National had gone by. He had not known, and had lost £100. Summer was at hand. He was in agony for the Lincoln. But even for the Lincoln he didn't know, and he lost £50. He became wild-eyed and strange, as if something were going to explode in him. "Let it alone, son. Don't you bother about it," urged Uncle Oscar. but it was as if the boy couldn't really hear what his uncle was saying. "I've got to know for the Derby! I've got to know for the Derby!" the child reiterated, his big blue eyes blazing with a sort of madness. His mother noticed how overwrought he was. "You'd better go to the seaside. Wouldn't you like to go now to the seaside instead of waiting?" "I think you'd better," she said, looking down at him anxiously, her heart curiously heavy because of him. But the child lifted his uncanny blue eyes. "I couldn't possibly go before the Derby, Mother," he said. "I couldn't possibly." "Why not?" she said, her voice becoming heavy when she was opposed. "Why not? You can still go from the seaside to see the Derby with your Uncle Oscar, if that's what you wish. No need for you to wait here. Besides, I think you care too much about these races. It's a bad sign. My family has been a gambling family, and you won't know till you grow up how much damage it has done. But it has done damage. I shall have to send Bassett away and ask Uncle Oscar not to talk racing to you, unless you promise to be reasonable about it. Go away to the seaside and forget it. You're all nerves." "I'll do what you like, Mother, so long as you don't send me away till after the Derby," the boy said. "Send you away from where? Just from this house?" "Yes," he said, gazing at her. "Are you curious, child? What makes you care about this house so much, suddenly? I never knew you loved it." He gazed at her without speaking. He had a secret within a secret, something he had not divulged even to Bassett or to his Uncle Oscar. But his mother, after standing undecided and a little bit sullen for some moments, said, "Very well, then. Don't go to the seaside till after the Derby if you don't wish it. But promise me you won't let your nerves go to pieces. Promise you won't think so much about horse racing and events, as you call them." "Oh, no," said the boy casually. "I won't think much about them, Mother. You needn't worry." "I wouldn't worry, Mother, if I were you." "If you were me and I were you," said his mother, "I wonder what we should do." "But you know you needn't worry, Mother, don't you?" the boy repeated. "I should be awfully glad to know it," she said wearily. "Oh, well, you can, you know. I mean, you ought to know you needn't worry," he insisted. "Ought I?" "Then I'll see about it," she said. Paul's secret of secrets was his wooden horse, that which had no name. Since he was emancipated from a nurse and a nursery governess, he had had his rocking horse removed to his own bedroom at the top of the house. "Surely you're too big for a rocking horse," his mother had remonstrated. "Well, you see, Mother, till I can have a real horse, I like to have some sort of animal about," had been his quaint answer. "Do you feel he keeps you company?" she laughed. "Oh, yes. He's very good. He always keeps me company when I'm there," said Paul. So the horse, rather shabby, stood in an arrested prance in the boy's bedroom. The Derby was drawing near. The boy grew more and more tense. He hardly heard what was spoken to him. He was very frail, and his eyes were really uncanny. His mother had sudden strange seizures of uneasiness about him. Sometimes, for half an hour, she would feel a sudden anxiety about him that was almost anguish. She wanted to rush to him at once and know he was safe. 2 nights before the Derby, she was at a big party in town, when one of her rushes of anxiety about her boy, her firstborn, gripped her heart till she could hardly speak. She fought with the feeling might and main, for she believed in common sense, but it was too strong. She had to leave the dance and go downstairs to telephone to the country. The children's nursery governess was terribly surprised and startled at being rung up in the night. "Are the children all right, Miss Wilmot?" "Oh, yes, they are quite all right." "Master Paul? Is he all right?" "He went to bed as right as a trivet. Shall I run up and look at him?" "No," said Paul's mother reluctantly. "No, don't trouble. It's all right, don't sit up. We shall be home fairly soon." She did not want her son's privacy intruded upon. "Very good," said the governess. It was about 1 o'clock when Paul's mother and father drove up to their house. All was still. Paul's mother went to her room and slipped off her white fur cloak. She had told the maid not to wait up for her. She heard her husband downstairs mixing a whiskey and soda. And then, because of the strange anxiety at her heart, she stole upstairs to her son's room. Noiselessly she went along the upper corridor. Was there a faint noise? What was it? She stood with arrested muscles outside his door, listening. There was a strange, heavy, and yet not loud noise. Her heart stood still. It was a soundless noise, yet rushing and powerful. Something huge in violent, hushed motion. What was it? What in God's name was it? She ought to know. She felt she knew the noise. She knew what it was. She could not place it. She couldn't say what it was. And on it went like a madness. Softly, frozen with anxiety and fear, she turned the door-handle. The room was dark, yet in the space near the window she heard and saw something plunging to and fro. She gazed in fear and amazement. Then, suddenly, she switched on the light, and saw her son in his green pyjamas, madly surging on his rocking-horse. The blaze of light suddenly lit him up as he urged the wooden horse, and lit her up as she stood, blonde in her dress of pale green and crystal, in the doorway. "Paul!" she cried. "Whatever are you doing?" "It's Malabar!" he screamed in a powerful, strange voice. "It's Malabar!" His eyes blazed at her for one strange and senseless second as he ceased urging his wooden horse. Then he fell with a crash onto the ground, and she, all her tormented motherhood flooding upon her, rushed to gather him up. But he was unconscious, and unconscious he remained, with some brain fever. He talked and tossed, and his mother sat stonily by his side. "Malabar! It's Malabar! Bassett, Bassett, I know, it's Malabar!" So the child cried, trying to get up and urge the rocking-horse that gave him his inspiration. "What does he mean by Malabar?" asked the heart-frozen mother. "I don't know," said the father stonily. "What does he mean by Malabar?" she asked her brother Oscar. "It's one of the horses running for the Derby," was the answer. And, in spite of himself, Oscar Creswell spoke to Bassett, and himself put 1,000 on Malabar, at 14 to 1. The third day of the illness was critical. They were watching for a change. The boy, with his rather long, curly hair, was tossing ceaselessly on the pillow. He neither slept nor regained consciousness, and his eyes were like blue stones. His mother sat, feeling her heart had gone, turned actually into a stone. In the evening, Oscar Creswell did not come, but Bassett sent a message, saying could he come up for one moment, just one moment. Paul's mother was very angry at the intrusion, but on second thought she agreed. The boy was the same. Perhaps Bassett might bring him to consciousness. The gardener, a shortish fellow with a little brown moustache and sharp little brown eyes, tiptoed into the room, touched his imaginary cap to Paul's mother, and stole to the bedside, staring with glittering, smallish eyes at the tossing, dying child. "Master Paul," he whispered. "Master Paul! Malabar came in first, all right. A clean win. I did as you told me. You've made over £70,000, you have. You've got over 80,000. Malabar came in all right, Master Paul." "Malabar! Malabar! Did I say Malabar, Mother? Did I say Malabar? Do you think I'm lucky, Mother? I knew Malabar, didn't I? Over £80,000. I call that lucky, don't you, Mother? Over £80,000. I knew, didn't I? Know I knew. Malabar came in all right. If I ride my horse till I'm sure, then I tell you, Bassett, you can go as high as you like. Did you go for all you were worth, Bassett?" "I went 1,000 on it, Master Paul. I never told you, Mother, that if I can ride my horse and get there, then I'm absolutely sure. Oh, absolutely. Mother, did I ever tell you? I am lucky." "No, you never did," said the mother. But the boy died in the night, and even as he lay dead, his mother heard her brother's voice saying to her, "By God, Hester, you're 80-odd thousand to the good, and a poor devil of a son to the bad. But, poor devil, he's best gone out of a life where he rides his rocking-horse to find a winner." Certain Distant Sons, by Joanne Greenburg. In Lawrence's story, the miracle ends in death. Gifts must be paid for, and faith does not call for reward. For the child, faith is something tangible, almost physical, as tangible and physical as the lack of it in Joanne Greenburg's story. Faith and lack of faith are powerful levers. H. Kepler's History of Judaism tells the following story about faith. In the year 1160, during the reign of the Caliphs of Baghdad, a certain David al-Roy of Ahmadiyya, Persia, declared himself Prince of the Jews, and called upon the children of Abraham to come to him, for he had been sent by God to free them from the Muslim yoke and lead them to Jerusalem. His calling was short-lived. At the request of the Sultan of Persia, his father-in-law murdered him in his sleep. After his death, his followers set up a circle in Baghdad, convinced that David al-Roy would come back from the dead and set them free. Taking advantage of their faith, a pair of swindlers produced a forged letter signed by the departed leader, which stated that the hour of freedom was at hand, and would arrive a few minutes before midnight on the following Sabbath. All Jews were supposed to dress themselves in green, climb onto the roofs of their houses, lift their arms towards heaven, and wait there for a strong wind that would carry them to Jerusalem. Full of hope, the Jews gave the swindlers all their possessions, and at the stipulated hour climbed onto their roofs. Only after dawn had broken, and no miraculous wind had appeared, did the Jews realize their mistake and climb down. The inhabitants of Baghdad called 1160 the year of the flight. Certain Distant Sons comes from Joanne Greenburg's collection High Crimes and Misdemeanors, published after her best-selling novel I Never Promised You a Rose Garden. The planning of the Passover Seder was a tradition in our family. My mother and 3 aunts, dressed in their best, would go downtown. They would conduct their deliberations at a fancy restaurant over drinks, and this included a complete springtime going-over of every other member of the family. Mother usually returned from these sessions snapping with vigor and virtue, but on March 12th, 1970, she came home later than usual, slammed the door, slammed into the kitchen, and began to fix supper with a lethal whacking of pots. "Bessie has refused," she cried to us over a half-cooked, half-burnt meal. "There are 4 sisters. Each one gives the Seder every 4th year. This is Bessie's year, and she has refused." "Is something the matter with Abe?" my father asked. "No, she has the house, the health, the time, and the money. Those are requirements. The rest is her own headache, not a family matter. Not, when it comes down to it, a religious matter. Not a requirement." In the end, we found out that Aunt Bessie, in the 56th year of her life, and 3 weeks before the Seder, had stopped believing in God. Had we been Hasidim, Bessie's loss of faith might have been the prelude to one of their thrilling lawsuits against the Almighty. Had we been Orthodox, her denial would have been the occasion for breast-beating and bowed heads. But we were then, as we are now, modern American Jews, tangled in compromise, passing the past and the heritage hand to hand like a hot potato, and wincing with pain between the toss and the catch. Our belief or non-belief was different from Bessie's only in degree. She hadn't weakened us spiritually, she had only annoyed us, and she had broken the solidarity of the family. Minnie gave the Seder. Eyebrows were raised, but no voices. Bessie stayed away. Her husband and children came and sat stiff and uncomfortable at the table. She was a stronger presence there than Elijah. My mother sighed and shook her head. I was 19. I thought it was wonderful. As time passed, we learned to live around Bessie's peculiarity. To all secular family events she came as generously and happily as before. Presents on birthdays, soup in sickness. She would ring the bell with a kind of snap, Bessie's ring, and would hurry in as though propelled from behind, her wiry hair unkempt and flying, her plucked eyebrows drawn on again in black pencil with a perpetually upshot line, her voice rich as a singer's, although she couldn't carry a tune, too impatient, I think. When the high holy days were glimpsed over the heat-watering horizon of summer, and plans were made for the sharing of dinners and the attendance at services, Bessie dwindled to the point of disappearance. As the Lord rose in the web of the year, Aunt Bessie diminished, only to reappear when the holy days were past. The name of God disappeared from her lips. I was the first to notice this. Such secular usages that we don't even remember whose name it is. Goodbye, God damn it, for God's sake, Lord knows. No hint of him. Not any of his names. She did not tell us what had led to this loss of belief, or the more bizarre divorcing of herself from the most common associations with the name. To my knowledge, no one asked her, which is, for us, unusual. Ours is a family that allows few secrets and no evasions. We are skilled and merciless trackers. We corner the secret keepers at funerals and feasts and drive the diffident to the wall. We will not wait for the truth to out. We hector it forth with whatever force is necessary. Except because we are Jews, for that most subtle of links, broken and rewoven 100 times a day, belief. We did not examine the broken link. And Bessie was getting along splendidly without the Lord. She travelled lighter, unburdened of the baggage of belief. We milled away at our compromises, grinding them now coarser, now finer. We were caught surprised as holidays loomed up suddenly from ambush to overwhelm us. We blurred the Sabbath and felt guilty. We violated the laws of kashrut and felt defensive. Bessie sailed past it all and never looked better. Her house was as spotless as ever. The house-plants thrived under her hands. Her soufflés fell not, neither did her custards fail. The rezoning of Martin Park stopped 4 blocks from her house, raising its value by 1/3. Occasionally my mother would mention some religious matter in Bessie's presence, and would give one of her significant looks in Bessie's direction. Since belief was not truly an issue, Bessie was incontrovertibly and immutably a Jew by Jewish law. All that remained for discussion was her uncooperativeness. Unfortunately, Bessie in secular matters was remarkably cooperative, and the soul of considerate sisterliness. When anyone needed help, Bessie was there, and when she heard that my parents were going to the banquet for the national headquarters people in my father's firm, she came running over with great-grandma's garnets. I turned the mammoth ring over in my hand. "Try on the earrings, darling," Bessie said to me. "They're just right with your coloring." "No, thanks," I said quickly, and handed the things back. The ring alone would slow anybody down. "I'll wear them for the evening," my mother said to Bessie, "and I'll return them this weekend. Keep them as long as you like," Bessie said. "Since I gave up the safety deposit box, they're only in my way." "You're not changing banks again, are you?" Bessie was a sucker for the free premiums. "Which bank is it this time, Aunt Bessie? The one on Tyler Avenue?" "No," Bessie said cheerfully. "I've decided that I really don't believe in all that any more. The savings and the safety and the capital and the principal and the interest and the stocks and the bonds and the balances. I've closed my account in the banks and turned in my charge cards. Money is real. Money in the hand is real. Coins and bills. The rest I don't believe in, and I don't think I ever did, really. What's a check, after all, but a promise? Mine, the bank's. Me, I know, but the bank? You know how quick those tellers change down there. You don't even get to know their names before they leave. Them I should trust. But if you can't think of the convenience, my mother cried, think of the danger. Money in the house, money in your purse? Think of fire and theft. What if, Bessie said, and waved her hand, dismissing it all. What if no one could be sure of anything? Had we been Hasidim, we would have awaited the lightning stroke or a case of boils. Had we been orthodox, we would have searched for the first faint whiff of corruption in her, some hint of moral or ethical disintegration, perhaps for symptoms, physical or psychiatric, that would show us that she was despairing or alienated, not that she had ceased believing in banks, but that she seemed actively to be calling down destruction upon herself, a condition from which Jews have always turned in abhorrence. We make poor martyrs and worse ascetics. As it was, we could only wait and watch without knowing what we should wait and watch for. The months passed. Bessie's housekeeping money went in a coffee can. The stock dividends from the family business were cashed and put in other coffee cans. The IRS got a mailing envelope crammed with bills representing their dividend of her dividends. Bills were paid in person. Neither did fire strike nor criminals spring from the shadows upon her as my father predicted. In my thoughts, Bessie began to fill a larger space than the other aunts. I saw her as younger, happier, freer than they. The petty details that were weighing my mother down year after year, rules and laws, record-keeping, busy work, did not touch Bessie. She had fought free of them, and her courage was keeping her young and heroic, and outlined against the family background in sharper relief. When the consciousness-raising seminars came to our school, and I sat and heard my sister talk about the heroic women of the past, none of those women were Jews. Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman and the Quaker ladies of concern and the early defenders of women's rights held sway, but I was sure that had the Underground Railway gone through our time and place, Bessie would have been one of the conductors. Spring came, and the women of our family became narrow-eyed and diligent. Roach paste was painted around the bathroom pipes and in the corners. Stiff-jointed ladies bent themselves double to clean the sinister places behind the sinks and toilets, and plotted elaborate stratagems against beetles, ants, and silverfish. Bessie knelt at no open cabinets, genuflected beneath no plumbing. As the ground warmed and the 100 million flies of the new generation remembered us, screens went up in all the windows of the neighborhood, except one. Fly killer in sprays, bricks, strips, candles, flares, and light bulbs appeared in every shopping cart and was stocked in the newly cleaned cabinets of every dwelling, except one. Fear of disease, plague, filth, and corruption, ritual and actual, haunted the half-sleep of every householder, except one. Bessie had given up germs. "My God, Bessie," my mother cried, "you won't last the summer. Flies in the food, every disease known to man." "Germs is a theory," Bessie answered with her usual vigor. "It says so in the books. The germ theory. I stopped believing in the theory, and I won't let it bother me any more. Think about the people in the olden days. Did they use fly spray? Did they worry about pollution and disease all the time? No. They lived until they were 95, some of them, in the middle of cities that teemed with rats and flies. Show me a rat as big as I am, and I'll be afraid of it. Show me a germ, and I'll believe in it all. In a microscope. I'll live in a microscope, and I'll believe in the germs there." "My aunt is at one, in harmony with the natural order," I said to my sisters at a meeting. "My sister is crazy," my mother said. "What bad things have happened to me?" Bessie asked. "Am I sick? Have plagues fallen on me? You see that I am fine, better than ever. I sleep better and eat better because I don't have to worry about supernatural punishments or money or sickness." And it was true. The cataclysms predicted by my parents were not forthcoming. The flies in Bessie's house came in no greater numbers than those in ours, in spite of all our care and her uncaring. I know, because after making a bet with my father, I counted them for him and all the family prophets of disaster who seemed obscurely disappointed that Bessie and Abe lived on unafflicted. In early August, Bessie put up 6 quarts of pickles without steam scouring the crocks or boiling the jars. Mold formed and floated serenely in the tops of the crocks, but when Bessie skimmed it away, I found the pickles delicious and unspoiled. And Bessie wasn't sick. No colds or flu or aching joints or fevers or chills or swollen ears or congestions, inflammations, or eruptions. She was healthier than she had ever been. Her skin clearer, her face less lined. She seemed lighter, too, freer, head up in the street even in bad weather, while most of the other women in the neighborhood passed by, eyes down, bodies hunched against the rain, frightened by the cough of the passenger next to them on the bus, the dirty nails of the shopkeeper, the sneeze of the postman. Bessie's fearlessness was wonderful to me, and it showed even brighter against the nervousness and hypochondria of the rest of the family. After seeing Bessie, how much poorer and sicker the rest of them looked to me. Aunt Dorothy was afraid of being mugged in the street, Aunt Minnie of what she called getting a condition, in fear of which she marshaled a pharmacopoeia sufficient to supply a city. My mother was terrified of being caught somewhere without any money, and died night after night in 100 old age homes without the dime for a phone call out. I seldom argued Bessie's case to the family. It only made my father laugh at her more and my mother shake her head. I showed my loyalty by visiting her often, and my courage by staying for supper. In my parents' house, dark and evil forces went to work on any food left out of a refrigerator for 30 seconds. Bessie's casual attitude was exciting to me. Would there be souring, sickness, plague? In a life insufficiently precarious, I felt I was a hostage to comfort. Bessie's danger was a tonic to my soul. We had one brief cooling, a hiatus in our relationship. It happened when Ray and I, bowing to pressure from both our families, consented to stop living together and get married. Once the decision was made, we found ourselves happy with it, eager for the status we had always ridiculed, the granting of full man and womanhood to us by our families. We even enjoyed helping to plan the wedding. When I told Bessie, she beamed and invited us over for a meal. Bessie's husband, Abe, worked long hours at his store. We seldom saw him, but Bessie promised he would be there for the dinner and for my wedding. "Surely you'll be there, too." But the wedding was to be a Jewish wedding, a religious ceremony, and Bessie must have known it. I was the foolish one. I had supposed that because it was to be my wedding, because I was her favorite niece, she would come. I had always admired her stand, her refusal to compromise with what she had no belief in, yet when it came to me, I wanted her love to suspend her disbelief. She stayed away. Abe came. He had an easy-going attitude towards Bessie, which was lucky under the circumstances. But I was hurt, and Bessie knew it. She had sent us a huge chafing dish. It was the gift I had known it would be, exuberant and practical, no compromise. I set it up on top of the kitchen cabinet in our small apartment against the day when we would entertain on such a scale. When I next saw her, she was so free of guilt or explanation or reproach that I couldn't really stay angry. My anger seemed unreal. Her absence at my wedding seemed unreal. I soon stopped believing in it. I did not see my relatives for a while. I assumed that they were standing in the positions in which I had left them, unchanging. It is enough of a shock that the people we see daily change before our eyes. It is unthinkable that the rest of reality is so far beyond our control. One day in April, my mother brought over my old summer clothes and some of her own to alter on my machine. We work well together on projects like that, chatting companionably over our decisions, planning the alterations for the things we keep, fitting and refitting. Our tastes are similar, and we laugh and remember the days and events at which we wore this outfit or that. I had been looking forward to a peaceful afternoon. I had taken off from work for it. There was a nice lunch made. But when I saw her at the door, the pleasure went out of the day. She looked worried and frightened. I helped her unload the boxes she had brought from the car. "What's the matter?" Later, she said. When we were upstairs, I asked again. "It's Bessie. It's gone too far this time. Bessie has given up electricity." I think I laughed. No one gives up electricity. A person who gives up electricity has no neural function. That person is dead. "Stop being childish," my mother said angrily. "Bessie is alive enough, but she has stopped believing in electricity. And strange things are happening in that house." "What strange things? What does Uncle Abe say?" She was too upset to tell me any more. I could see that she was frightened and a little angry, and also that she was angry at me. I had encouraged Bessie with my admiration, goaded her on from one selfishness to another with my shining-eyed approval. She had played to my youth and eagerness. Perhaps it is easy for a middle-aged woman to fall into such a trap, to forget that she is middle-aged, too old for nonsense, for beliefs or disbeliefs that put a strain on the family. "Should I go and see her?" I asked before my mother left. "You might as well," my mother said, as though she meant, "See what you have started." But I hadn't started it, and I wasn't to blame. Could I help it if I admired idealism, honesty, and independence? Could I help it if these were Bessie's virtues, and if they are also virtues of the young? I admired her still. I would help and encourage her if I could. The next day I called in sick and went over to Bessie's house. Bessie's street was a quietly decaying side street of 2 family houses, with small back gardens and great old trees. Going up the slightly tilted steps, I thought I heard the TV with its warm male drone. Most of the sets in this neighborhood were on during the day. The neighborhood was old, the street full of widows who filled their houses with the sounds of genial, sympathetic men, the suffering doctors of soap operas, and the spruce hosts of game shows. If Bessie wasn't using electricity any more, perhaps the sound was coming from the Galindas in the other half of the house. I rang Bessie's harsh, old-fashioned bell. There was no sound. Oh, yes, electricity. I knocked. After a minute or so, I heard Bessie's footsteps going from the worn rug to the foyer floor. Then the door opened. I studied her for changes. There was something, although I couldn't put my finger on it, and I cursed the curiosity that made me want to peer in through her defenses. Her hair was standing up around her head as usual. Her movements were brisk, and she greeted me in that rich, loud voice of hers. "Come on in. You look wonderful. I've been fixing up Danny's old bedroom, and I could use a break." "I thought I heard voices in here when I was at the door," I said. There was silence now. Bessie's face clouded. "I like a little company when I work, that's all. Your mother has been blabbing about it all over town, and my big-mouthed sister Minnie, too." She had hurried into the kitchen and was filling a kettle at the sink. I saw her hand tremble a little. Could have been anger at my mother and Aunt Minnie, but there was something else on her face, an expression I couldn't read. "What if a person wants to hear some programs, have some company while she works? What's the wrong about that?" She was really upset now and almost in tears. Not tears of sorrow, but of anger and frustration. "Aunt Bessie, what's the matter?" I cried. "Well, if you really want to know, I'll show you, but please don't make more of it than there really is." She took me into the living room. It was a modest room. Uncle Abe worked hard, but he was not very successful. The furniture came mostly from my grandparents' house. Serviceable, Bessie called it. In the corner was an old TV, black and white. As I looked at it, I remembered the furore that Bessie had made when my parents had finally gone to color. Uncle Abe liked this set, but she had gotten with the 21-inch screen when the rest of us still had 19-inch. Now Bessie sometimes called herself the only sister without color. I noticed that the set was unplugged. Bessie turned the knob. "What do you want to see?" she asked. "What's on?" I smiled, thinking that she was perhaps going to tell a joke. "What do you want to see?" she asked impatiently. "Pick something you want to see." "I don't know. You pick something." "Medical shows. Doctors. In color. Brilliant, clear color." Transfixed, I saw Medic, Ben Casey, Dr. Kildare, the nurses. I saw brain operations, heart seizures, epidural hematomas. The crises poured out upon us without snow, flop-over, or distortion. All the doctors spoke in Yiddish. All the nurses looked familiar. I realized that they all resembled our family. Midway through a lateral transorbital shunt procedure, I asked Bessie why, except for medical terms, Dr. Ben Casey wasn't speaking English. "Shh," she said. "Wait for the commercial." During the commercial, she told me some of the limitations of her set. Radio shows I can get on TV also, but then I don't get a picture. Fibber McGee I get in the daytime, never in Yiddish. Benny and Burl I get in Yiddish. The doctors I can get in either language, but they're more sympathetic in Yiddish. I always like to have Dr. Ben Casey and Marcus Welby in Yiddish. "I don't understand how you do it, how it happens," I cried, "especially when nothing is plugged in." "Well," she said, "I don't believe in electricity, in wires carrying power from a waterfall somewhere, but I believe in color, and I believe in Ben Casey and the good work he does. I believe in Fibber McGee and his closet, and I believe in Jack Benny, how stingy he is and how he tries to stay 39 years old. Oh, I know no doctor could be like Marcus Welby, but I believe in it anyway. A person shouldn't have to accept anything he doesn't believe in." "Can you get the iron and the toaster to work without plugging them in?" "Nothing will work but this. Still, people were cleaning their houses and washing their clothes years before electricity. I clean in the old way, and Abe takes the clothes out to—" As we spoke, a black and white figure came on the screen. I saw it for only a second before Bessie leapt up from the couch where we sat and turned off the set with a curse. The picture did not go away immediately, but went black-red like an after-image from the sun, and slowly the figure, arm raised as though to defend or to exhort, faded soundlessly from the set. Bessie watched it with a look of bitterness I had never seen on her face in all the years I had known her. "What was that?" I asked uncomfortably. "A commercial," she hissed. I did not dare ask any more. Ours is a family of large egos. We gossip because we feel our smallest news must be as fascinating to everyone else as it is to us. Deliverymen and storekeepers know every grandchild's new tooth, every symptom. Each day the family's vital signs are broadcast to everyone who will listen. This habit fooled me into thinking that we could not keep a secret. I was wrong. If you want to keep a secret, bury it and talk. Neither the family, the children, nor even my husband Ray knew about Bessie's arcane gift. We who shared the secret had a never-mentioned horror of reporters, psychic investigators, universities, parapsychologists, and all the other interested, self or otherwise, persons besieging the family to test and probe and question, document, report, explore, explode, destroy. Luckily, the lights worked in the house. Bessie believed in light. They had a gas stove, and she cooked in the usual way. Thank God for small favors. Sometimes women in my consciousness-raising group would ask me about Bessie. In the past I had used her as an example of a woman heroically above the demeaning adjustments that threaten us all. The group, still fragile and unsure, wanted founders, roots, history. These women saw in Bessie, or in my stories of Bessie, a resource, as they called it. Something as natural as a mineral, as usable as water. And suddenly I was frightened and silent. I said she was sick. It was a good excuse. Illness is not part of the image of the liberated woman. It reminds young people of dependence, real and sham, of limitations, of compromise. And then I got sick. Suddenly the sure things, health, strength, that organs would do their work silently and automatically, all these things were suddenly not sure at all. There was dizziness and weakness, sudden sweats and sudden chills. A renal crisis, the doctor said. In essence, I had begun to poison myself. I went to the hospital. After several false starts, the treatment took effect. The weakness drew away slowly, but I was now on notice that anywhere, at any time, Any one of 1,000 ills could fall on me like an eagle falling upon a feeding rabbit, could take me and transform me in moments into an invalid, a person not myself, a person at the mercy of blood-washing machines, pumps, tubes, and wires. It was more than a renal crisis. It was crisis of belief, exactly the opposite of Bessie's. Where was Bessie? Where's Aunt Bessie? Why hasn't she come? You always said you hated that in our family, everyone checking off who sent things and who came and who called and what excuses people gave. I'm not doing that. I only want to see her. I need to see her. Cousin Grace has been here almost every day. Cousin Grace is not Bessie. I can't stand one more description of Cousin Grace's canals. She doesn't visit the sick, she haunts them. Where is Aunt Bessie? Had I not been weak and ill, I would not have seen my mother's discomfort. Skilled cornerers make skilled prevaricators, but my mother couldn't play that game now. You can lie to people, not to machines. I was half machine. My mother was stumped. She came close to the bed. "Don't tell Ray," she whispered. "Think I must have gone very pale." "What is it, Ma?" "Bessie can't come to see you. She would if she could. She can't leave the house at all any more. Bessie has stopped believing in gravity." As soon as I was out of the hospital, I went to see her. I was still weak, still separated by a great unmeasured gulf from the world, from anyone who has no serious doubts about rising whole the next morning, and who tranquilly says, "I will come, I will go," as though he could make such promises. I was shocked at the change in Bessie's house. It was autumn, and the corpses of dried leaves were banked against the sides of the steps in little heaps. Bessie would never have allowed that had something not been terribly wrong. The outside of her house had always been immaculate. In a neighborhood of two-family houses, the facades, walks, steps, and doorways are a matter of intense rivalry among the housewives. I had grown up hearing Bessie mutter about the slut 3 houses down who didn't sweep until noon, practically. Now, all down the row, the clean steps of the other houses mocked her, and I shivered. Looking up into Bessie's parlor window, I saw that the off-white curtains were limp and dingy. I began to formulate reasons for my visit. This in itself made me nervous. Excuses had never been needed. Aunt Bessie's house had always been as free to me as my own, sometimes more so, while I was growing up and often at odds with my mother. I wanted to run up the stairs freely and eagerly, as I had countless times before, to give and take confidences and laughter over cake and milk. But I stopped at the leaf-strewn steps, uncertain and listening. Maybe the TV would be on. Argyle Sunday as a Polish immigrant girl speaking a sweet Litvak Yiddish, or Dr. Marcus Welby comforting in the mother tongue. There was silence. Only the accusing leaves whispered and rustled in the warm afternoon. I rang the bell, and, remembering again, knocked, feeling like a stranger. I didn't hear the familiar steps. Instead, the door swung open, and I saw nothing. I stood at the opening. "Aunt Bessie?" "Come in," a voice hissed from where I could not tell. I stepped into the dark foyer, light-blinded. It was a while before I saw her. She lay prone in the air above me, hand on the knob. When the door closed, the wind of its closing blew her up and into a lazy somersault back and forth. She banked and turned and slowly brought herself upright to face me. Her skin was gray. "Come into the kitchen," she said. "It's better in the kitchen." With a kind of swimming stroke, she breasted her way before me. She had not greeted me or looked to see if I was well. She hadn't smiled. Her eyes hadn't lit up at my presence. I sat down at the table. Bessie bobbed in the air beside me, up and down, now oblique to the right, now overbalancing to the left, never still. It embarrassed me to look, and even more to turn my head away. I gave a quick glance around the once familiar kitchen. For some people it might have been a passable kitchen before the morning clean-up. For Bessie, in her present condition, it must have been an agony. Crumbs lay in the corners, and were picked out by the afternoon sun that shone in through the dusty window. Dishes stood in the sink, and there was a film of grease on the range-top. She looked around at it all with a glare of disgust. "It's a nightmare," she said bitterly. "A nightmare." "Oh, Aunt Bessie!" I cried. 2 tears formed in her eyes. She put her hand up to her face and then shook her head. The tears leapt away to hang in the air in 2 large drops, and then fell with a splat to the floor. The motion of shaking her head had brought her up out of the chair which she had been holding on to, and over into a roll from which she righted herself after several minutes. She sighed deeply, but didn't say anything. Her situation was so unreal, and her misery so real, I cast around for anything I could offer to bring things under our control. "Men in space," I said, "the astronauts, those men learn to adjust. They develop all kinds of ways of making peace with their condition." Why had I said that? It sounded like something a rabbi would say. "How?" she cried back at me in a kind of bitter triumph. "Lead shoes? Weights? I've tried them all. As soon as I put anything on me, it becomes weightless too. Well, maybe someone could come in to help until you get the feel of things." "Who? Who would come in to help a bouncing woman, a floating woman, a double and triple flip woman, and not go blabbing it all over town? Am I crazy? Do I want crowds at the windows watching me loop the loop? Abe helps. He shops a little now. Your mother, Minnie, Dottie, and Cousin Clara. But I can't go out at all. I'm trapped in this house, and I can't stand to stay in here and look at this pigsty." Once again tears formed in her eyes, and wouldn't roll out until she tossed her head and went head over heels in recoil. I had nothing to give her. I was unequipped for keeping company in grief, for weeping over what couldn't be changed. My training was all for answers, kindly and helpful suggestions, practical dispositions for tactics, marches, petitions, and demands for redress. Surely somewhere was a solution, that certain helpful thing, that method, formula, or hint that no one had thought of before, and that would seem so right when I said it. "Maybe," I started. "Do you know that when I make the bed, I go up with the sheets? When I turn over in bed, I turn for half an hour until I get sick, and if I'm sick enough to throw up, I have to hang on or I fly away?" "At least you don't have to go out. Uncle Abe does the shopping. Everyone is helping. I'll help, too. You've got the radio and the TV and that wonderful color. All the shows that ever were and every movie you ever saw. Maybe you could start to make your own movies, to be creative by—" Bessie leaned close and whispered, and the force of her whispering caused her to bob up and down. "I can't watch TV anymore, or radio. I can't because of the commercials." "The commercials? When I saw them on your set that day, they were no different from—" "That was before," Bessie hissed. "It's all different now. You think the sponsor would let such a chance go by? A helpless woman trapped in a house like I am?" She looked down at me, pinched, old, aggrieved. The energy of her hissing had pushed her up and away until she lay prone in the air again near the ceiling. I found myself remembering the authority of her tread, the vigor of her ring. It was less than a year ago that her presence everywhere was heralded with so much certainty. Now there wouldn't even be a footfall. Everybody hates commercials. Reasonable and lost, and thinking that if only I were more reasonable I would not be so lost, I said, "They drive me mad, especially when they interrupt something. We all—" "No, no!" and she flailed her arms in impatience. "In space all Italians, Jews, and Spaniards will be punished, and the hand-mute Saxons will be vindicated by the god of Newton, who hates all wasted motion." Bessie began to spin and turn. Not humbled, but enraged, she cried, "Go turn on the set, Mrs. Smarty, and see for yourself." Hopelessly I went into the parlor and turned on the unplugged set. The picture came on immediately. Bessie's black and white console erupted in luscious color again. It was a movie called Red Garters with Rosemary Clooney. There was dancing and gaiety. There were lots of songs. No one spoke Yiddish in this one, but it was just the thing to raise the spirits. Everyone was pretty or witty or graceful. The color was richer than any I had ever seen on TV. I called Aunt Bessie in to watch. Surely this couldn't hurt her. She came swimming into the parlor disconsolately, and for a while we watched the dancing and the music. Once or twice I saw her smiling a little. After about 15 minutes there was a station break. The movie stopped abruptly, and the call letters RUACH TV came on the screen in black and white. I turned to Bessie. "What station is that? I never heard of it before. There's a picture of a shofar in the background." "Turn it off," she said dully. A commercial or announcement of some kind began. It had obviously been staged in the studio by rank amateurs. A slight, bent, Hasidic Jew stood uncomfortably on one foot and then on the other. He took off his glasses and wiped them, and then held them dangling from his hand. He could not have been an actor in costume. The clothes were too obviously his, although nothing matched. Pants too short, sleeves too long, the beard bushy as though he had a chin full of grey foam. He spoke in Yiddish very slowly and haltingly, but it was a Yiddish unfamiliar to me, and the word I knew here and there gave me no clue. Bessie was floating up over me, hovering in the air. "What's he saying?" I asked, looking up at her. She sighed. "This is a sad one. At least he's better than the angry one, the one who squints." "Yes, but what's he saying?" She began to interpret. "I'm pleading with all the people," he says, "in the vast television audience, not to renounce the universe along with the master of the universe, if for some reason they find it necessary to renounce him. I realize," he says, "that in every relationship a certain amount of resentment builds up over the years, and that this is especially true in regard to mankind and the master of the universe, since the relationship is so one-sided." He says, "I beg you, all of you, not to stop discussing the master of the universe, even if you can no longer praise him. If it be in anger or despair, or even, God forbid, in ridicule, keep his name aloud in your mouths. It is possible that certain distant suns are powered by the mention of his name." The movie began again. Bessie was crying, and so was I, but I didn't want to turn off the set. When the angry one came on, the one with the squint, Bessie shook her fist at him and was pushed softly against the wall, bouncing slightly back and forth. There she stayed, answering his angry, incomprehensible questions. "You left him," the rabbi shouted at last in English. "You sent him away, abandoned your part of him, a part that can never be replaced." "I stopped believing in him. What could I do?" Bessie shouted back. "Foolish woman, a soul goes in and out of belief 100 times a day. Belief is too fragile to weigh a minute on. You stopped running after him, looking for him, struggling with him. Even his laws you turned from." "If I did, why did he take it? Why did he walk away like a whipped child? Is he no stronger than a 50-year-old woman? How can his relationship with you be any stronger than you are yourself? You think he made you for the fun of it, without needing you?" "He let it happen, that's all I know. He didn't fight back. A mensch fights back." The Third Bank of the River, by João Guimarães Rosa. When Grande Sertão Veredas was published in 1956, it was recognized at once as one of Brazil's finest novels, and certainly as Guimarães Rosa's best book. Through the uninterrupted monologue of Riobaldo, leader of a group of bandits in Brazil's northeast, Guimarães Rosa unfolds a story of vengeance achieved by making a pact with the devil. The hero's triumph lies in his overwhelming faith in this mission of revenge. Faith also moves the hero of the third bank of the river. He chooses neither bank, neither left nor right. With blind faith, he accomplishes a self-imposed, seemingly absurd mission until he is replaced by his now believing son. A friend who knew Guimarães Rosa told me that they were once discussing the drudgery of reality in a café in Manaus in 1967. My friend observed that in a place like Manaus, the Baroque city of the Amazon, nothing fantastic ever took place. "There are exceptions," said Guimarães Rosa, and excused himself for a few minutes. My friend waited a while, then looked for him around the café, in the toilets, outside on the street. An hour passed, 2 hours. Guimarães Rosa never came back, and never offered a word of explanation. He died a month later. My father was a dutiful, orderly, straightforward man, and according to several reliable people of whom I inquired, he had had these qualities since adolescence, or even childhood. By my own recollection, he was neither jollier nor more melancholy than the other men we knew, maybe a little quieter. It was mother, not father, who ruled the house. She scolded us daily, my sister, my brother, and me. But it happened one day that father ordered a boat, He was very serious about it. It was to be made specially for him, of mimosa wood. It was to be sturdy enough to last 20 or 30 years, and just large enough for one person. Mother carried on plenty about it. Was her husband going to become a fisherman all of a sudden? Or a hunter? Father said nothing. Our house was less than a mile from the river, which around there was deep, quiet, and so wide you couldn't see across it. I can never forget the day the rowboat was delivered. Father showed no joy or other emotion. He just put on his hat as he always did and said goodbye to us. He took along no food or bundle of any sort. We expected Mother to rant and rave, but she didn't. She looked very pale and bit her lip, but all she said was, "If you go away, stay away. Don't ever come back." Father made no reply. He looked gently at me and motioned me to walk along with him. I feared Mother's wrath, yet I eagerly obeyed. We headed towards the river together. I felt bold and exhilarated, so much so that I said, "Father, will you take me with you in your boat?" He just looked at me, gave me his blessing, and by a gesture told me to go back. I made as if to do so, but when his back was turned, I ducked behind some bushes to watch him. Father got into the boat and rowed away. Its shadow slid across the water like a crocodile, long and quiet. Father did not come back, nor did he go anywhere, really. He just rowed and floated across and around, out there in the river. Everyone was appalled. What had never happened, what could not possibly happen, was happening. Our relatives, neighbors, and friends came over to discuss the phenomenon. Mother was ashamed. She said little and conducted herself with great composure. As a consequence, almost everyone thought, though no one said it, that Father had gone insane. A few, however, suggested that Father might be fulfilling a promise he had made to God or to a saint, or that he might have some horrible disease, maybe leprosy, and that he left for the sake of the family, at the same time wishing to remain fairly near them. Travelers along the river and people living near the bank on one side or the other reported that Father never put foot on land by day or night. He just moved about on the river, solitary, aimless, like a derelict. Mother and our relatives agreed that the food which he had doubtless hidden in the boat would soon give out, and that then he would either leave the river and travel off somewhere, which would be at least a little more respectable, or he would repent and come home. How far from the truth they were. Father had a secret source of provisions. Me. Every day I stole food and brought it to him. The first night after he left, we all lit fires on the shore and prayed and called to him. I was deeply distressed and felt a need to do something more. The following day I went down to the river with a loaf of cornbread, a bunch of bananas, and some bricks of raw brown sugar. I waited impatiently, a long, long hour. Then I saw the boat far off, alone, gliding almost imperceptibly on the smoothness of the river. Father was sitting in the bottom of the boat. He saw me, but he did not row toward me or make any gesture. I showed him the food, and then I placed it in a hollow rock on the river bank. It was safe there from animals, rain, and dew. I did this day after day, on and on and on. Later I learned, to my surprise, that Mother knew what I was doing, and left food around where I could easily steal it. She had a lot of feelings she didn't show. Mother sent for her brother to come and help on the farm and in business matters. She had the schoolteacher come and tutor us children at home because of the time we had lost. One day, at her request, the priest put on his vestments, went down to the shore, and tried to exorcise the devil that had got into my father. He shouted that Father had a duty to cease his unholy obstinacy. Another day she arranged to have 2 soldiers come and try to frighten him. All to no avail. My father went by in the distance, sometimes so far away he could barely be seen. He never replied to anyone, and no one ever got close to him. When some newspaper men came in a launch to take his picture, Father headed his boat to the other side of the river and into the marshes, which he knew like the palm of his hand, but in which other people quickly got lost. There, in his private maze, which extended for miles with heavy foliage overhead and rushes on all sides, he was safe. We had to get accustomed to the idea of Father's being out in the river. We had to, but we couldn't. We never could. I think I was the only one who understood to some degree what our father wanted and what he did not want. The thing I could not understand at all was how he stood the hardship. Day and night, in sun and rain, in heat and in the terrible mid-year cold spells, with his old hat on his head and very little other clothing, week after week, month after month, year after year, unheedful of the waste and emptiness in which his life was slipping by. He never set foot on earth or grass, on isle or mainland shore. No doubt he sometimes tied up the boat at a secret place, perhaps at the tip of some island to get a little sleep. He never lit a fire or even struck a match, and he had no flashlight. He took only a small part of the food that I left in the hollow rock, not enough, it seemed to me, for survival. What could his state of health have been? How about the continual drain on his energy, pulling and pushing the oars to control the boat? How did he survive the annual floods, when the river rose and swept along with it all sorts of dangerous objects, branches of trees, dead bodies of animals, that might suddenly crash against his little boat? He never talked to a living soul, and we never talked about him. We just thought. No, we could never put our father out of mind. If for a short time we seemed to, it was just a lull from which we would be sharply awakened by the realization of his frightening situation. My sister got married, but Mother didn't want a wedding party. It would have been a sad affair, for we thought of him every time we ate some specially tasty food, just as we thought of him in our cozy beds on a cold, stormy night, out there, alone and unprotected, trying to bail out the boat with only his hands and a gourd. Now and then someone would say that I was getting to look more and more like my father, but I knew that by then his hair and beard must have been shaggy and his nails long. I pictured him thin and sickly, black with hair and sunburn, and almost naked despite the articles of clothing I occasionally left for him. He didn't seem to care about us at all, but I felt affection and respect for him, and whenever they praised me because I had done something good, I said, "My father taught me to act that way." It wasn't exactly accurate, but it was a truthful sort of lie. As I said, Father didn't seem to care about us, but then why did he stay around there? Why didn't he go up the river or down the river beyond the possibility of seeing us or being seen by us? He alone knew the answer. My sister had a baby boy. She insisted on showing Father his grandson. One beautiful day we all went down to the river bank, my sister in her white wedding dress, and she lifted the baby high. Her husband held a parasol above them. We shouted to Father and waited. He did not appear. My sister cried. We all cried in each other's arms. My sister and her husband moved far away. My brother went to live in a city. Times changed with their usual imperceptible rapidity. Mother finally moved too. She was old and went to live with her daughter. I remained behind, a leftover. I could never think of marrying. I just stayed there with the impedimenta of my life. Father, wandering alone and forlorn on the river, needed me. I knew he needed me, although he never even told me why he was doing it. When I put the question to people bluntly and insistently, all they told me was that they heard that Father had explained it to the man who made the boat. But now this man was dead, and nobody knew or remembered anything. There was just some foolish talk, when the rains were especially severe and persistent, that my father was wise like Noah, and had the boat built in anticipation of a new flood. I dimly remember people saying this. In any case, I would not condemn my father for what he was doing. My hair was beginning to turn gray. I have only sad things to say. What bad had I done? What was my great guilt? My father always away, and his absence always with me. The river, always the river, perpetually renewing itself. The river, always. I was beginning to suffer from old age, in which life is just a sort of lingering. I had attacks of illness and of anxiety. I had a nagging rheumatism. And he? Why was he doing it? He must have been suffering terribly. He was so old. One day, in his failing strength, he might let the boat capsize, or he might let the current carry it downstream, on and on, until it plunged over the waterfall to the boiling turmoil below. It pressed upon my heart. He was out there, and I was forever robbed of my peace. I am guilty of I know not what, and my pain is an open wound inside me. Perhaps I would know if things were different. I began to guess what was wrong. Out with it. Had I gone crazy? No. In our house that word was never spoken. Never through all the years. No one called anybody crazy, for nobody is crazy. Or maybe everybody. All I did was go there and wave a handkerchief so he would be more likely to see me. I was in complete command of myself. I waited. Finally he appeared in the distance, there, then over there, a vague shape sitting in the back of the boat. I called to him several times, and I said what I was so eager to say, to state formally and under oath. I said it as loud as I could. "Father, you have been out there long enough. You are old. Come back. You don't have to do it any more. Come back and I'll go instead. Right now, if you want. Any time. I'll get into the boat. I'll take your place." And when I had said this, my heart beat more firmly. He heard me. He stood up. He maneuvered with his oars and headed the boat towards me. He had accepted my offer. And suddenly I trembled down deep, for he had raised his arm and waved. The first time in so many years. And I couldn't. In terror, my hair on end, I ran, I fled madly, for he seemed to come from another world. And I'm begging forgiveness. Begging. I experienced the dreadful sense of cold that comes from deadly fear, and I became ill. Nobody ever saw or heard about him again. Am I a man after such a failure? I am what never should have been. I am what must be silent. I know it is too late. I must stay in the deserts and unmarked plains of my life, and I fear I shall shorten it. But when death comes, I want them to take me and put me in a little boat in this perpetual water between the long shores, and I down the river, lost in the river, inside the river, the river. Translated from the Portuguese by William L. Grossman. Home by Hilaire Belloc. I found the following short story hidden in a book of Belloc's essays, called On Something. It is not as ferociously funny as his verse, Cautionary Tales, for instance, but it has the same undertone of mock seriousness. The story of the search for a place in which we have known happiness is also the search for Paradise Lost. It appears again in H.G. Wells's The Door in the Wall, which follows Home in this anthology. Belloc collaborated frequently with his friend G.K. Chesterton, who, like Belloc, advertised his Catholic faith in his writings. Together they wrote satirical novels, which Chesterton illustrated. Bernard Shaw called them the Chester Belloc, a monstrous animal that opposed the socialism of Wells and of Shaw himself. There is a river called the Eure, which runs between low hills, often wooded, with a flat meadow floor in between. It so runs for many miles. The towns that are set upon it are for the most part small and rare, and though the river is well known by name, and though one of the chief cathedrals of Europe stands near its source, for the most part it is not visited by strangers. In this valley, one day, as I was drawing a picture of the woods, I found a wandering Englishman who was in the oddest way. He seemed, by the slight bend at his knees and the leaning forward of his head, to have no very great care how much further he might go. He was in the clothes of an English tourist, which looked odd in such a place as, for that matter, they do anywhere. He had upon his head a pork-pie hat, which was of the same colour and texture as his clothes, a speckly brown. He carried a thick stick. He was a man over 50 years of age. His face was rather hollow and worn. His eyes were very simple and pale. He was bearded with a weak beard, and in his expression there appeared a constrained but kindly weariness. This was the man who came up to me as I was drawing my picture. I had heard him scrambling in the undergrowth of the woods just behind me. He came out and walked to me across the few yards of meadow. The haying was over, so he did the grass no harm. He came and stood near me, irresolutely, looking vaguely up and across the valley towards the further woods, and then gently towards what I was drawing. When he had so stood still, and so looked for a moment, he asked me in French the name of the great house whose roof showed above the more ordered trees beyond the river, where a park emerged from and mixed with the forest. I told him the name of the house, whereupon he shook his head and said that he had once more come to the wrong place. I asked him what he meant, and he told me, sitting down slowly and carefully upon the grass, this adventure. "First," said he, "are you always quite sure whether a thing is really there or not?" "I am always quite sure," said I. "I am always positive." He sighed and added, "Could you understand how a man might feel that things were really there when they were not?" "Only," said I, "in some very vivid dream, and even then I think a man knows pretty well inside his own mind that he is dreaming." I said that it seemed to me rather like the question of the cunning of lunatics. Most of them know at the bottom of their silly minds that they are cracked, as you may see by the way they plot and pretend. "You are not sympathetic with me," he said slowly, "but I will nevertheless tell you what I want to tell you, for it will relieve me, and it will explain to you why I have again come into this valley." "Why do you say again?" said I. "Because," he answered gently, "whenever my work gives me the opportunity, I do the same thing. I go up the valley of the Seine by train from Dieppe. I get out at the station at which I got out on that day, and I walk across these low hills, hoping that I may strike just the path and just the mood. But I never do." "What path and what mood?" said I. "I was telling you," he answered patiently, "only you were so brutal about reality." And then he sighed. He put his stick across his knees as he sat there in the grass, held it with a hand on either side of his knees, and so sitting bunched up, began his tale once more. "It was 10 years ago, and I was extremely tired, for you must know that I am a government servant, and I find my work most wearisome. It was just this time of year that I took a week's holiday. I intended to take it in Paris, but I thought on my way, as the weather was so fine, that I would do something new, and that I would walk a little way off the track. I had often wondered what country lay behind the low and steep hills on the right of the railway line. I had crossed the Channel by night," he continued, a little sorry for himself, "to save the expense. It was dawn when I reached Rouen, and there I very well remember drinking some coffee, which I did not like, and eating some good bread, which I did. I changed carriages at Rouen, because the express did not stop at any of the little stations beyond. I took a slower train, which came immediately behind it, and stopped at most of the stations. I took my ticket rather at random for a little station between Pont de l'Arche and Mantes. I got out at that little station, and it was still early, only midway through the morning. I was in an odd mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. I had not slept, and I would willingly have done so, but the freshness of the new day was upon me, and I have always had a very keen curiosity to see new sights, and to know what lies behind the hills. The day was fine, and already rather hot for June. I did not stop in the village near the station for more than half an hour, just the time to take some soup and a little wine. Then I set out into the woods to cross over into this parallel valley. I knew that I should come to it and to the railway line that goes down it in a very few miles. I proposed, when I came to that other railway line on the far side of the hills, to walk quietly down it as nearly parallel to it as I could get, and at the first station to take the next train for Chartres, and then the next day to go from Chartres to Paris. That was my plan. The road up into the woods was one of those great French roads which sometimes frighten me, and always weary me by their length and insistence. Men seem to have taken so much trouble to make them. They make me feel as though I had to take trouble myself. I avoid them when I walk. Therefore, so soon as this great road had struck the crest of the hills and was well into the woods, cutting through them like the trench of a fortification, with the tall trees on either side, I struck out into a ride which had been cut through them many years ago, and was already half overgrown, and I went along this ride for several miles. It did not matter to me how I went, since my design was so simple, and since any direction more or less westward would enable me to fulfill it. That is, to come down upon the valley of the Eure, and to find the single railway line which leads to Chartres. The woods were very pleasant on that June noon, and once or twice I was inclined to linger in their shade and sleep an hour. But, note this clearly, I did not sleep. I remember every moment of the way, though I confess my fatigue oppressed me somewhat as the miles continued. At last, by the steepness of a new descent, I recognized that I had crossed the watershed and was coming down into the valley of this river. The ride had dwindled to a path, and I was wondering where the path would lead me, when I noticed that it was getting more orderly. There were patches of sand, and here and there a man had cut and trimmed the edges of the way. Then it became more orderly still. It was all sanded, and there were artificial bushes here and there. I mean bushes not native to the forest, until at last I was aware that my ramble had taken me into someone's own land, and that I was in a private ground. I saw no great harm in this, for a traveller, if he explains himself, will usually be excused. Moreover, I had to continue, for I knew no other way, and this path led me westward also. Only, whether because my trespassing worried me, or because I felt my own dishevelment more acutely, the lack of sleep and the strain upon me increased as I pursued those last 100 yards, until I came out suddenly from behind a screen of rose bushes upon a large lawn, and at the end of it there was a French country house, with a moat around it, such as they often have, and a stone bridge over the moat. The chateau was simple and very grand. The mouldings upon it pleased me, and it was full of peace. Upon the further side of the lawn, so that I could hear it but not see it, a fountain was playing into a basin. By the sound, it was one of those high French fountains which the people who built such houses as these 200 years ago delighted in. The plash of it was very soothing, but I was so tired and drooping that at one moment it sounded much further than at the next. There was an iron bench at the edge of the screen of roses, and hardly knowing what I did, for it was not the right thing to do in another person's place, I sat down on this bench, taking pleasure in the sight of the moat and the house with its noble roof, and the noise of the fountain. I think I should have gone to sleep there and at that moment, for I felt upon me worse than ever the strain of that long, hot morning and that long night journey. Had not a very curious thing happened? Here the man looked up at me oddly, as though to see whether I disbelieved him or not. But I did not disbelieve him. I was not even very much interested, for I was trying to make the trees to look different one from the other, which is an extremely difficult thing. I had not succeeded, and I was niggling away. He continued with more assurance. The thing that happened was this. A young girl came out of the house dressed in white, with a blue scarf over her head and crossed round her neck. I knew her face as well as possible. It was a face I had known all my youth and early manhood, but for the life of me I could not remember her name. When one is very tired, I said, that does happen to one. A name one knows as well as one's own escapes one. It is especially the effect of lack of sleep. It is, said he, sighing profoundly, but the oddness of my feeling it is impossible to describe, for there I was, meeting the oldest and perhaps the dearest, and certainly the most familiar of my friends, whom, he added, hesitating a moment, I had not seen for many years. It was a very great pleasure. It was a sort of comfort and an ending. I forgot the moment I saw her why I had come over the hills, and all about how I meant to get to Chartres. And now I must tell you, added the man a little awkwardly, that my name is Peter. No doubt, said I gravely, for I could not see why he should not bear that name. My Christian name, he continued hurriedly. Of course, said I, as sympathetically as I could. He seemed relieved that I had not even smiled at it. Yes, he went on rather quickly. Peter, my name is Peter. Well, this lady came up to me and said, Why, Peter, we never thought you would come. She did not seem very much astonished, but rather as though I had come earlier than she had expected. I will get Philip, she said. You remember Philip? Here I had another little trouble with my memory. I did remember that there was a Philip, but I could not place him. That was odd, you know. As for her, oh, I knew her as well as the colour of the sky. It was her name that my brain missed, as it might have missed my own name or my mother's. Philip came out as she called him, and there was a familiarity between them that seemed natural to me at the time, but whether he was a brother or a lover or a husband or what, I could not for the life of me remember. "You look tired," he said to me in a kind voice that I liked very much and remembered clearly. "I am," said I, "dog-tired." "Come in with us," he said, "and we will give you some wine and water." "When would you like to eat?" I said I would rather sleep than eat. He said that could easily be arranged. I strolled with them towards the house across that great lawn, hearing the noise of the fountain, now dimmer, now nearer. Sometimes it seemed miles away, and sometimes right in my ears. Whether it was their conversation or my familiarity with them, or my fatigue, at any rate, as I crossed the moat, I could no longer recall anything save their presence. I was not even troubled by the desire to recall anything. I was full of a complete contentment, and this surging up of familiar things, this surging up of it in a foreign place, without excuse or possible connection or any explanation whatsoever, seemed to me as natural as breathing. As I crossed the bridge, I wholly forgot whence I came or whither I was going, but I knew myself better than ever I had known myself, and every detail of the place was familiar to me. Here I had passed, I thought, many hours of my childhood, and my boyhood, and my early manhood also. I ceased considering the names and the relation of Philip and the girl. They gave me cold meat and bread and excellent wine, and water to mix with it, and as they continued to speak, even the last adumbrations of care fell off me altogether, and my spirit seemed entirely released and free. My approaching sleep beckoned to me like an easy entrance into paradise. I should wake from it quite simply into the perpetual enjoyment of this place and its companionship. Oh, it was an absolute repose. Philip took me to a little room on the ground floor, fitted with the exquisite care and the simplicity of the French. There was a curtained bed, a thing I love. He lent me night-clothes, though it was broad day, because he said that if I undressed and got into the bed, I should be much more rested. They would keep everything quiet at that end of the house, and the gentle fall of the water into the moat outside would not disturb me. I said, on the contrary, it would soothe me, and I felt the benignity of the place possess me like a spell. Remember that I was very tired, and had not slept for now 30 hours. I remember handling the white counterpane, and noting the delicate French pattern upon it, and seeing at one corner the little red silk coronet embroidered, which made me smile. I remember putting my hand upon the cool linen of the pillow-case, and smoothing it. Then I got into that bed and fell asleep. It was broad noon, with the stillness that comes of a summer noon upon the woods. The air was cool and delicious above the water of the moat, and my windows were open to it. The last thing I heard as I dropped asleep was her voice calling to Philip in the corridor. I could have told the very place. I knew that corridor so well. We used to play there when we were children. We used to play at travelling, and we used to invent the names of railway stations for the various doors. Remembering this and smiling at the memory, I fell at once into a blessed sleep. "I do not want to annoy you," said the man apologetically, "but I really had to tell you this story, and I hardly know how to tell you the end of it." "Go on," said I hurriedly, for I had gone and made 2 trees, one exactly like the other, which in nature was never seen, and I was annoyed with myself. "Well," said he, still hesitating and sighing with real sadness, "when I woke up, I was in a 3rd-class carriage. The light was that of late afternoon, and a man had woken me by tapping my shoulder and telling me that the next station was Chartres. That's all." He sighed again. He expected me to say something, so I did. I said, without much originality, "You must have dreamed it." "No," said he, very considerably put out. "That is the point. I didn't.
I tell you I can remember exactly every stage from when I left the railway train in the Seine Valley until I got into that bed."
"It's all very odd," said I.
"Yes," said he, "and so was my mood. But it was real enough. It was the second or third most real thing that has ever happened to me. I am quite certain that it happened to me." I remained silent and rubbed out the top of one of my trees so as to invent a new top for it, since I could not draw it as it was. Then, as he wanted me to say something more, I said, "Well, you must have got into the train somehow."
"Of course," said he.
"Well, where did you get into the train?"
"I don't know."
"Your ticket would have told you that."
"I think I must have given it up to the man," he answered doubtfully.
"The guard who told me that the next station was shot."
"Well, it's all very mysterious," I said.
"Yes," he said, getting up rather weakly to go on again. "It is." And he sighed again. "I come here every year. I hope," he added a little wistfully, "I hope, you see, that it may happen to me again. But it never does." "It will at last," said I, to comfort him. And will you believe it? That simple sentence made him, in a moment, radiantly happy. His face beamed, and he positively thanked me warmly. "You speak like one inspired," he said. I confess I did not feel like it at all. "I shall go much lighter on my way after that sentence of yours." He bade me good-bye with some ceremony, and slouched off, with his eyes set towards the west and the more distant hills. The Door in the Wall, by H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells was on the opposite side of the political field from Belloc. He was an optimist whose logical mind led him to write like a pessimist. He prophesied the Second World War. He gave a grim picture of man and the fate of Homo sapiens, and even in his fantastic novels the outcome is always depressing. In The Sleeper Wakes, the world of the future is a soulless fascist society. In The Time Machine, it is divided between a race of cruel masters and docile slaves. In The War of the Worlds, the earth is conquered and destroyed. However, his optimism appears in the portrayal of his characters. They always have a saving grace and show in the gloom a glimmer of hope. The Door in the Wall is my favorite Wells story. I was a bit discomfited by the pastoral scene behind the first door, smacking a little of good fairies with magic wands and hideous hairstyles, but the door itself, the idea of this opening towards happiness, is truly wonderful. Algernon Blackwood uses a similar theme in The Old Man of Visions, but the result is not as effective, because Blackwood is not as good a craftsman as Wells. "Please God I may dream of the garden" is not the least frequent of my prayers. Chapter 1. One confidential evening, not 3 months ago, Lionel Wallace told me this story of the door in the wall, and at the time I thought that so far as he was concerned, it was a true story. He told it me with such direct simplicity of conviction that I could not do otherwise than believe in him. But in the morning, in my own flat, I woke to a different atmosphere, and as I lay in bed and recalled the things he had told me, stripped of the glamour of his earnest, slow voice, denuded of the focused, shaded table-light, the shadowy atmosphere that wrapped about him and me, and the pleasant, bright things, the dessert and glasses and napery of the dinner we had shared, making them for the time a bright little world quite cut off from everyday realities, I saw it all as frankly incredible. He was mystifying, I said, and then, how well he did it. It isn't quite the thing I should have expected of him, of all people, to do well. Afterwards, as I sat up in bed and sipped my morning tea, I found myself trying to account for the flavor of reality that perplexed me in his impossible reminiscences, by supposing they did in some way suggest, present, convey, I hardly know which word to use, experiences it was otherwise impossible to tell. Well, I don't resort to that explanation now. I have got over my intervening doubts. I believe now, as I believed at the moment of telling, that Wallace did, to the very best of his ability, strip the truth of his secret for me. But whether he himself saw, or only thought he saw, whether he himself was the possessor of an inestimable privilege, or the victim of a fantastic dream, I cannot pretend to guess. Even the facts of his death, which ended my doubts forever, throw no light on that.
That much the reader must judge for himself. I forget now what chance comment or criticism of mine moved so reticent a man to confide in me. He was, I think, defending himself against an imputation of slackness and unreliability I had made in relation to a great public movement in which he had disappointed me. But he plunged suddenly. "I have," he said, "a preoccupation. I know," he went on, after a pause, "I have been negligent. The fact is, it isn't a case of ghosts or apparitions, but it's an odd thing to tell of, Redmond. I am haunted. I am haunted by something that rather takes the light out of things. It fills me with longings." He paused, checked by that English shyness that so often overcomes us when we speak of moving or grave or beautiful things. "You were at St. Athelstan's all through," he said, and for a moment that seemed to me quite irrelevant. "Well," and he paused. Then, very haltingly at first, but afterwards more easily, he began to tell of the thing that was hidden in his life, the haunting memory of a beauty and happiness that filled his heart with insatiable longings, that made all the interests and spectacle of worldly life seem dull and tedious and vain to him. Now that I have the clue to it, the thing seems written visibly in his face. I have a photograph in which that look of detachment has been caught and intensified. It reminds me of what a woman once said of him, a woman who had loved him greatly. "Suddenly," she said, "the interest goes out of him. He forgets you. He doesn't care a rap for you, under his very nose." Yet the interest was not always out of him, and when he was holding his attention to a thing, Wallace could contrive to be an extremely successful man. His career, indeed, is set with successes. He left me behind him long ago. He soared up over my head and cut a figure in the world that I couldn't cut, anyhow. He was still a year short of 40, and they say now that he would have been in office and very probably in the new cabinet if he had lived. At school he always beat me without effort, as it were by nature. We were at school together at St. Athelstan's College in West Kensington for almost all our school time. He came into the school as my co-equal, but he left far above me, in a blaze of scholarships and brilliant performance. Yet I think I made a fair average running, and it was at school I heard first of the door in the wall, that I was to hear of a second time only a month before his death. To him, at least, the door in the wall was a real door, leading through a real wall to immortal realities. Of that I am now quite assured. And it came into his life quite early, when he was a little fellow between 5 and 6. I remember how, as he sat making his confession to me with a slow gravity, he reasoned and reckoned the date of it. "There was," he said, "a crimson Virginia creeper in it, all one bright uniform crimson, in a clear amber sunshine against a white wall. That came into the impression somehow, though I don't clearly remember how, and there were horse-chestnut leaves upon the clean pavement outside the green door. They were blotched yellow and green, you know, not brown or dirty, so that they must have been new fallen. I take it that means October. I look out for horse-chestnut leaves every year, and I ought to know. If I'm right in that, I was about 5 years and 4 months old. He was, he said, rather a precocious little boy. He learned to talk at an abnormally early age, and he was so sane and old-fashioned, as people say, that he was permitted an amount of initiative that most children scarcely attain by 7 or 8. His mother died when he was 2, and he was under the less vigilant and authoritative care of a nursery governess. His father was a stern, preoccupied lawyer, who gave him little attention and expected great things of him. For all his brightness, he found life grey and dull, I think, and one day he wandered. He could not recall the particular neglect that enabled him to get away, nor the course he took among the West Kensington roads. All that had faded among the incurable blurs of memory, but the white wall and the green door stood out quite distinctly. As his memory of that childish experience ran, he did at the very first sight of that door experience a peculiar emotion, an attraction, a desire to get to the door and open it and walk in. And at the same time he had the clearest conviction that either it was unwise or it was wrong of him, he could not tell which, to yield to this attraction. He insisted upon it as a curious thing that he knew from the very beginning, unless memory has played him the queerest trick, that the door was unfastened, and that he could go in as he chose. I seemed to see the figure of that little boy, drawn and repelled, and it was very clear in his mind, too, though why it should be so was never explained, that his father would be very angry if he went in through that door. Wallace described all these moments of hesitation to me with the utmost particularity. He went right past the door, and then, with his hands in his pockets, and making an infantile attempt to whistle, strolled right along beyond the end of the wall. There he recalled a number of mean, dirty shops, and particularly that of a plumber and decorator, with a dusty disorder of earthenware pipes, sheet lead, ball taps, pattern books of wallpaper, and tins of enamel. He stood pretending to examine these things, and coveting, passionately desiring, the green door. Then, he said, he had a gust of emotion. He made a run for it, lest hesitation should grip him again. He went plumb with outstretched hand through the green door and let it slam behind him. And so, in a trice, he came into the garden that has haunted all his life. It was very difficult for Wallace to give me his full sense of that garden into which he came. There was something in the very air of it that exhilarated, that gave one a sense of lightness and good happening and well-being. There was something in the sight of it that made all its colour clean and perfect and subtly luminous. In the instant of coming into it, one was exquisitely glad, as only in rare moments and when one is young and joyful one can be glad in this world, and everything was beautiful there. Wallace mused before he went on, telling me, "You see," he said, with the doubtful inflection of a man who pauses at incredible things, "there were 2 great panthers there." "Yes, spotted panthers, and I was not afraid. There was a long, wide path with marble-edged flower borders on either side, and these 2 huge, velvety beasts were playing there with a ball. One looked up and came towards me, a little curious as it seemed. It came right up to me, rubbed its soft round ear very gently against the small hand I held out, and purred. It was, I tell you, an enchanted garden. I know. And the size? Oh, it stretched far and wide, this way and that. I believe there were hills far away. Heaven knows where West Kensington had suddenly got to. And somehow it was just like coming home. You know, in the very moment the door swung to behind me, I forgot the road with its fallen chestnut leaves, its cabs and tradesmen's carts. I forgot the sort of gravitational pull back to the discipline and obedience of home. I forgot all hesitations and fear, forgot discretion, forgot all the intimate realities of this life. I became, in a moment, a very glad and wonder-happy little boy, in another world. It was a world with a different quality, a warmer, more penetrating and mellower light, with a faint, clear gladness in its air, and wisps of sun-touched cloud in the blueness of its sky. And before me ran this long, wide path, invitingly, with weedless beds on either side, rich with untended flowers, and these 2 great panthers. I put my little hands fearlessly on their soft fur, and caressed their round ears, and the sensitive corners under their ears, and played with them, and it was as though they welcomed me home. There was a keen sense of homecoming in my mind, and when presently a tall, fair girl appeared in the pathway and came to meet me, smiling, and said, "Well," to me, and lifted me and kissed me and put me down and led me by the hand, there was no amazement, but only an impression of delightful rightness, of being reminded of happy things that had in some strange way been overlooked. There were broad red steps, I remember, that came into view between spikes of delphinium, and up these we went to a great avenue between very old and shady dark trees. All down this avenue, you know, between the red-chapped stems, were marble seats of honour and statuary, and very tame and friendly white doves. Along this cool avenue my girl-friend led me, looking down. I recall the pleasant lines, the finely modelled chin of her sweet, kind face, asking me questions in a soft, agreeable voice, and telling me things, pleasant things, I know, though what they were I was never able to recall. Presently a capuchin monkey, very clean, with a fur of ruddy brown and kindly hazel eyes, came down a tree to us and ran beside me, looking up at me and grinning, and presently leapt to my shoulder. So we two went on our way, in great happiness. He paused. "Go on," I said. "I remember little things. We passed an old man musing among laurels, I remember, and a place gay with parakeets, and came through a broad shaded colonnade to a spacious, cool palace, full of pleasant fountains, full of beautiful things, full of the quality and promise of heart's desire. And there were many things and many people, some that still seem to stand out clearly, and some that are vaguer. But all these people were beautiful and kind. In some way, I don't know how, it was conveyed to me that they all were kind to me, glad to have me there, and filling me with gladness by their gestures, by the touch of their hands, by the welcome and love in their eyes. Yes," he mused for a while, "playmates I found there. That was much to me because I was a lonely little boy. They played delightful games in a grass-covered court where there was a sundial set about with flowers, and as one played, one loved. But it's odd. There's a gap in my memory. I don't remember the games we played. I never remembered. Afterwards, as a child, I spent long hours trying, even with tears, to recall the form of that happiness. I wanted to play it all over again, in my nursery, by myself. No, all I remember is the happiness and two dear playfellows who were most with me. Then, presently, came a sombre, dark woman, with a grave, pale face and dreamy eyes, a sombre woman, wearing a soft, long robe of pale purple, who carried a book, and beckoned and took me aside with her into a gallery above a hall, though my playmates were loath to have me go, and ceased their game and stood watching as I was carried away. "Come back to us," they cried. "Come back to us soon." I looked up at her face, but she heeded them not at all. Her face was very gentle and grave. She took me to a seat in the gallery, and I stood beside her, ready to look at her book as she opened it upon her knee. The pages fell open. She pointed, and I looked, marvelling, for in the living pages of that book I saw myself. It was a story about myself, and in it were all the things that had happened to me since ever I was born. It was wonderful to me because the pages of that book were not pictures, you understand, but realities. Wallace paused gravely, looked at me doubtfully. "Go on," I said. "I understand." "They were realities, yes, they must have been. People moved and things came and went in them. My dear mother, whom I had near forgotten, and my father, stern and upright, the servants, the nursery, all the familiar things of home. Then the front door and the busy streets, with traffic to and fro. I looked and marvelled, and looked half doubtfully again into the woman's face, and turned the pages over, skipping this and that, to see more of this book and more. And so at last I came to myself, hovering and hesitating outside the green door in the long white wall, and felt again the conflict and the fear. "And next?" I cried, and would have turned on, but the cool hand of the grave woman delayed me. "Next?" I insisted, and struggled gently with her hand, pulling up her fingers with all my childish strength, and as she yielded and the page came over, she bent down upon me like a shadow, and kissed my brow. But the page did not show the enchanted garden, nor the panthers, nor the girl who had led me by the hand, nor the playfellows who had been so loath to let me go. It showed a long, grey street in West Kensington, in that chill hour of afternoon before the lamps are lit, and I was there, a wretched little figure, weeping aloud, for all that I could do to restrain myself. And I was weeping because I could not return to my dear playfellows who had called after me, "Come back to us! Come back to us soon!" I was there. This was no page in a book, but harsh reality. That enchanted place and the restraining hand of the grave mother at whose knee I stood had gone, Whither had they gone? He halted again, and remained for a time staring into the fire. "Oh, the woefulness of that return," he murmured. "Well," I said after a minute or so. "Poor little wretch I was, brought back to this grey world again. As I realized the fullness of what had happened to me, I gave way to quite ungovernable grief. And the shame and humiliation of that public weeping and my disgraceful homecoming remain with me still. I see again the benevolent-looking old gentleman in gold spectacles who stopped and spoke to me, prodding me first with his umbrella. 'Poor little chap,' said he, 'and are you lost, then? And me, a London boy of 5 and more. And he must needs bring in a kindly young policeman and make a crowd of me and so march me home.' Sobbing, conspicuous and frightened, I came back from the enchanted garden to the steps of my father's house. That is as well as I can remember my vision of that garden, the garden that haunts me still. Of course, I can convey nothing of that indescribable quality of translucent unreality, that difference from the common things of experience that hung about it all, but that is what happened. It was a dream. I am sure it was a daytime and altogether extraordinary dream. Naturally, there followed a terrible questioning by my aunt, my father, the nurse, the governess, everyone. I tried to tell them. My father gave me my first thrashing for telling lies. Then afterwards I tried to tell my aunt. She punished me again for my wicked persistence. Then, as I said, everyone was forbidden to listen to me, to hear a word about it. Even my fairy-tale books were taken away from me for a time, because I was too imaginative. Eh? Yes, they did that. My father belonged to the old school, and my story was driven back upon myself. I whispered it to my pillow that was often damp and salt to my whispering lips with childish tears, and I added always to my official and less fervent prayers this one heartfelt request. Please, God, I may dream of the garden. Oh, take me back to my garden. Take me back to my garden. I dreamt often of the garden. I may have added to it. I may have changed it. I do not know. All this, you understand, is an attempt to reconstruct from fragmentary memories a very early experience. Between that and the other consecutive memories of my boyhood, there is a gulf. A time came when it seemed impossible I should ever speak of that wonder glimpse again. I asked an obvious question. No, he said. I don't remember that I ever attempted to find my way back to the garden in those early years. This seems odd to me now, but I think that very probably a closer watch was kept on my movements after this misadventure to prevent my going astray. No, it wasn't till you knew me that I tried for the garden again. And I believe there was a period, incredible as it seems now, when I forgot the garden altogether. When I was about 8 or 9, it may have been. Do you remember me as a kid at St. Athelstan's? Rather. I didn't show any signs, did I, in those days, of having a secret dream? Chapter 2. He looked up with a sudden smile. Did you ever play Northwest Passage with me? No, of course you didn't come my way. It was a sort of game, he went on, that every imaginative child plays all day. The idea was the discovery of a Northwest Passage to school. The way to school was plain enough. The game consisted of finding some way that wasn't plain, starting off 10 minutes early in some almost hopeless direction, and working my way round through unaccustomed streets to my goal. And one day I got entangled among some rather low-class streets on the other side of Campden Hill, and I began to think that for once the game would be against me, and that I should get to school late. I tried rather desperately a street that seemed a cul-de-sac, and found a passage at the end. I hurried through that with renewed hope. I shall do it yet, I said, and passed a row of frowsy little shops that were inexplicably familiar to me. And behold, there was my long white wall, and the green door that led to the enchanted garden. The thing whacked upon me suddenly. Then, after all, that garden, that wonderful garden, wasn't a dream. He paused. I suppose my second experience with the green door marks the world of difference there is between the busy life of a schoolboy and the infinite leisure of a child. Anyhow, this second time I didn't for a moment think of going in straight away. You see, for one thing, my mind was full of the idea of getting to school in time, set on not breaking my record for punctuality. I must surely have felt some little desire at least to try the door. Yes, I must have felt that. But I seem to remember the attraction of the door mainly as another obstacle to my overmastering determination to get to school. I was immensely interested by this discovery I had made, of course. I went on with my mind full of it. But I went on. It didn't check me. I ran past, tugging out my watch, found I had 10 minutes still to spare, and then I was going downhill into familiar surroundings. I got to school, breathless, it is true, and wet with perspiration, but in time. I can remember hanging up my coat and hat, went right by it and left it behind me. Odd, eh? He looked at me thoughtfully. Of course, I didn't know then that it wouldn't always be there. Schoolboys have limited imaginations. I suppose I thought it was an awfully jolly thing to have it there, to know my way back to it. But there was the school tugging at me. I expect I was a good deal distraught and inattentive that morning, recalling what I could of the beautiful, strange people I should presently see again. Oddly enough, I had no doubt in my mind that they would be glad to see me. Yes, I must have thought of the garden that morning just as a jolly sort of place, to which one might resort in the interludes of a strenuous scholastic career. I didn't go that day at all. The next day was a half-holiday, and that may have weighed with me. Perhaps, too, my state of inattention brought down impositions upon me, and docked the margin of time necessary for the detour. I don't know. What I do know is that, in the meantime, the enchanted garden was so much upon my mind that I could not keep it to myself. I told, what was his name? Flaherty-looking youngster we used to call Squiff. Young Hopkins, said I. Hopkins it was. I did not like telling him. I had a feeling that in some way it was against the rules to tell him, but I did. He was walking part of the way home with me. He was talkative, and if we had not talked about the enchanted garden, we should have talked of something else, and it was intolerable to me to think about any other subject. So I blabbed. Well, he told my secret. The next day, in the play interval, I found myself surrounded by half a dozen bigger boys, half teasing and wholly curious to hear more of the enchanted garden. There was that big Fawcett, do you remember him? And Carnaby and Morley Reynolds. You weren't there by any chance? No, I think I should have remembered if you were. A boy is a creature of odd feelings. I was, I really believe, in spite of my secret self-disgust, a little flattered to have the attention of these big fellows. I remember particularly a moment of pleasure caused by the praise of Crawshaw. You remember Crawshaw, Major, the son of Crawshaw the composer, who said it was the best lie he had ever heard. But at the same time there was a really painful undertow of shame at telling what I felt was indeed a sacred secret. That beast Fawcett made a joke about the girl in green. Wallace's voice sank with the keen memory of that shame. I pretended not to hear, he said. Well, then Carnaby suddenly called me a young liar and disputed with me when I said the thing was true. I said I knew where to find the green door, could lead them all there in 10 minutes. Carnaby became outrageously virtuous. He said I'd have to, and bear out my words or suffer. Did you ever have Carnaby twist your arm? And perhaps you'll understand how it went with me. I swore my story was true. There was nobody in the school then to save a chap from Carnaby, though Crawshaw put in a word or so. Carnaby had got his game. I grew excited and red-eared and a little frightened. I behaved altogether like a silly little chap. And the outcome of it all was that instead of starting alone for my enchanted garden, I led the way presently, cheeks flushed, ears hot, eyes smarting, and my soul one burning misery and shame, for a party of 6 mocking, curious, and threatening schoolfellows. We never found the white wall and the green door. I mean, I couldn't find it.
I would have found it if I could. And afterwards, when I could go alone, I couldn't find it. I never found it. I seem now to have been always looking for it through my schoolboy days, but I never came upon it, never. Did the fellows make it disagreeable? Beastly. Carnaby held a council over me for wanton lying. I remember how I sneaked home and upstairs to hide the marks of my blubbering. But when I cried myself to sleep at last, it wasn't for Carnaby, but for the garden, for the beautiful afternoon I had hoped for the sweet, friendly women and the waiting playfellows, and the game I had hoped to learn again, that beautiful, forgotten game. I believed firmly that if I had not told, I had bad times after that, crying at night and wool-gathering by day. For 2 terms I slacked and had bad reports. You remember? Of course you would. It was you. Your beating me in mathematics that brought me back to the grind again. Chapter 3. For a time my friend stared silently into the red heart of the fire. Then he said, I never saw it again until I was 17. It leapt upon me for the 3rd time as I was driving to Paddington on my way to Oxford and a scholarship. I had just one momentary glimpse. I was leaning over the apron of my hansom, smoking a cigarette, and no doubt thinking myself no end of a man of the world. Suddenly, there was the door, the wall, the dear sense of unforgettable and still attainable things. We clattered by, I too taken by surprise to stop my cab until we were well past and round a corner. Then I had a queer moment, a double and divergent movement of my will. I tapped the little door in the roof of the cab and brought my arm down to pull out my watch. Yes, sir, said the cabman smartly. Well, it's nothing, I cried. My mistake, we haven't much time. Go on. And he went on. I got my scholarship. The night after, I was told of that. I sat over my fire in my little upper room, my study in my father's house, with his praise, his rare praise, and his sound counsels ringing in my ears, and I smoked my favourite pipe, the formidable bulldog of adolescence, and thought of that door in the long white wall. If I had stopped, I thought, I should have missed my scholarship. I should have missed Oxford, muddled all the fine career before me. I'd begin to see things better. I fell to musing deeply, but I did not doubt then this career of mine was a thing that merited sacrifice. Those dear friends and that clear atmosphere seemed very sweet to me, very fine, but remote. My grip was fixing now upon the world. I saw another door opening, the door of my career. He stared again into the fire. Its red light picked out a stubborn strength in his face for just one flickering moment, and then it vanished again. Well, he said, and sighed, I have served that career. I have done much work, much hard work. But I have dreamt of the enchanted garden 1,000 dreams, and seen its door, or at least glimpsed its door, 4 times since then. Yes, 4 times. For a while this world was so bright and interesting, seemed so full of meaning and opportunity. The half-effaced charm of the garden was by comparison gentle and remote. Who wants to pat panthers on the way to dinner with pretty women and distinguished men? I came down to London from Oxford, a man of bold promise that I have done something to redeem. Something. And yet there have been disappointments. Twice I have been in love. I will not dwell on that. But once, as I went to someone who I knew doubted whether I dared to come, I took a short cut at a venture through an unfrequented road near Earl's Court, and so happened on a white wall and a familiar green door. Odd, said I to myself, but I thought this place was on Campden Hill. It's the place I never could find somehow, like counting Stonehenge, the place of that queer daydream of mine. And I went by it intent upon my purpose. It had no appeal to me that afternoon. I had just a moment's impulse to try the door, 3 steps aside where needed at the most, though I was sure enough in my heart that it would open to me, and then I thought that doing so might delay me on the way to that appointment in which my honour was involved.
Afterwards I was sorry for my punctuality. I might at least have peeped in and waved a hand to those panthers, but I knew enough by this time not to seek again belatedly that which is not found by seeking. Yes, that time made me very sorry. Years of hard work after that, and never a sight of the door. It's only recently it has come back to me. With it there has come a sense as though some thin tarnish had spread itself over my world. I began to think of it as a sorrowful and bitter thing that I should never see that door again. Perhaps I was suffering a little from overwork. Perhaps it was what I've heard spoken of as the feeling of 40. I don't know. But certainly the keen brightness that makes effort easy has gone out of things recently, and that just at a time, with all these new political developments, when I ought to be working. Odd, isn't it? But I do begin to find life toilsome, its rewards, as I come near them, cheap. I began a little while ago to want the garden quite badly. Yes, and I've seen it 3 times. The garden? No, the door. But I haven't gone in. He leaned over the table to me with an enormous sorrow in his voice as he spoke. Thrice I have had my chance. Thrice. If ever that door offers itself to me again, I swore, I will go in, out of this dust and heat, out of this dry glitter of vanity, out of these toilsome futilities. I will go and never return. This time I will stay. I swore it, and when the time came, I didn't go. 3 times in 1 year I've passed that door and failed to enter. 3 times in the last year. The first time was on the night of the Snatch Division on the Tenants' Redemption Bill, on which the government was saved by a majority of 3. You remember? No one on our side, perhaps very few on the opposite side, expected the end that night. Then the debate collapsed like eggshells. I and Hotchkiss were dining with his cousin at Brentford. We were both unpaired, and we were called up by telephone and set off at once in his cousin's motor. We got in barely in time, and on the way we passed my wall and door, livid in the moonlight, blotched with hot yellow as the glare of our lamps lit it, but unmistakable. "My God!" cried I. "What?" said Hotchkiss. "Nothing," I answered, and the moment passed. "I've made a great sacrifice," I told the whip as I got in. "They all have," he said, and hurried by. I do not see how I could have done otherwise then. The next occasion was as I rushed to my father's bedside to bid that stern old man farewell. Then, too, the claims of life were imperative. But the third time was different. It happened a week ago. It fills me with hot remorse to recall it. I was with Gurker and Ralph's. It's no secret now, you know, that I've had my talk with Gurker. We had been dining at Frobisher's, and the talk had become intimate between us. The question of my place in the reconstructed ministry lay always just over the boundary of the discussion. Yes, that's all settled. It needn't be talked about yet, but there's no reason to keep a secret from you. Yes, thanks. But let me tell you my story. Then, on that night, things were very much in the air. My position was a very delicate one. I was keenly anxious to get some definite word from Gurker, but was hampered by Ralph's presence. I was using the best power of my brain to keep that light and careless talk not too obviously directed to the point that concerned me. I had to. Ralph's behaviour since has more than justified my caution. Ralph's, I knew, would leave us beyond the Kensington High Street, and then I could surprise Gurker by a sudden frankness. One has sometimes to resort to these little devices. And then it was that in the margin of my field of vision I became aware once more of the white wall, the green door before us down the road. We passed it talking. I passed it. I can still see the shadow of Gurker's marked profile, his opera hat tilted forward over his prominent nose, the many folds of his neck-wrap going before my shadow and Ralph's as we sauntered past. I passed within 20 inches of the door. If I say good-night to them and go in, I asked myself, what will happen? And I was all a-tingle for that word with Gurker. I could not answer that question in the tangle of my other problems. They will think me mad, I thought. And suppose I vanish now. Amazing disappearance of a prominent politician. That weighed with me. 1,000 inconceivable petty worldlinesses weighed with me in that crisis. Then he turned on me with a sorrowful smile, and speaking slowly, "Here I am," he said. "Here I am," he repeated, "and my chance has gone from me. 3 times in 1 year the door has been offered me, that door that goes into peace, into delight, into a beauty beyond dreaming, a kindness no man on earth can know. And I have rejected it, Redmond, and it is gone. How do you know? I know. I know. I am left now to work it out, to stick to the tasks that held me so strongly when my moments came. You say I have success. This vulgar, tawdry, irksome, envied thing. I have it." He had a walnut in his big hand. "If that was my success," he said, and crushed it, and held it out for me to see. "Let me tell you something, Redmond. This loss is destroying me. For 2 months, for 10 weeks nearly now, I have done no work at all, except the most necessary and urgent duties. My soul is full of inappeasable regrets. At nights, when it is less likely I shall be recognized, I go out. I wander. Yes, I wonder what people would think of that if they knew. A cabinet minister, the responsive head of that most vital of all departments, wandering alone, grieving, sometimes near audibly lamenting, for a door, for a garden." Chapter 4. I can see now his rather pallid face, the unfamiliar sombre fire that had come into his eyes. I see him very vividly tonight. I sit recalling his words, his tones. Last evening's Westminster Gazette still lies on my sofa, containing the notice of his death. At lunch today the club was busy with his death. We talked of nothing else. They found his body very early yesterday morning in a deep excavation near East Kensington Station. It is one of 2 shafts that have been made in connection with an extension of the railway southward. It is protected from the intrusion of the public by a hoarding upon the high road, in which a small doorway has been cut for the convenience of some of the workmen who live in that direction. The doorway was left unfastened through a misunderstanding between 2 gangers, and through it he made his way. My mind is darkened with questions and riddles. It would seem he walked all the way from the house that night. He has frequently walked home during the past session, and so it is, I figure, his dark form coming along the late and empty streets, wrapped up, intent. And then did the pale electric lights near the station cheat the rough planking into a semblance of white? Did that fatal unfastened door awaken some memory? Was there, after all, ever any green door in the wall at all? I do not know. I have told his story as he told it to me. There are times when I believe that Wallace was no more than the victim of the coincidence between a rare but not unprecedented type of hallucination and a careless trap. But that, indeed, is not my profoundest belief. You may think me superstitious, if you will, and foolish. But indeed, I am more than half convinced that he had, in truth, an abnormal gift, and a sense, something, I know not what, that in the guise of a wall and door offered him an outlet, a secret and peculiar passage of escape into another and altogether more beautiful world. At any rate, you will say, it betrayed him in the end. What did it betray him? There you touch the inmost mystery of these dreamers, these men of vision and the imagination. We see our world fair and common, the hoarding and the pit. By our daylight standard, he walked out of security into darkness, danger, and death. But did he see like that? The Friends, by Silvina Ocampo. Silvina Ocampo is one of the most original writers in the Spanish language. Her short stories, seemingly simple, are in fact carefully contrived traps in which she snares the reader. We enter them carelessly, because they seem artificial, and we are caught by their impeccable, terrifying logic. Her themes, which she herself has listed, are love, time, the bewilderment of feelings, the entanglements of human relationships. And sometimes themes that I don't want to take on, but which come to me on their own. Themes of revenge, jealousy, the hold one human being has over another, deceit. Also nature, animals, animal life, childhood. Silvina Ocampo has translated Horace, Ronsard, Alexander Pope, Andrew Marvell, Baudelaire, Nerval, and Emily Dickinson, and together with Bioy Casares and Borges, she compiled the essential anthology of fantastic literature which in 1940 established the rules of the genre in Latin America. Many unfortunate things happened in our town. A flood cut us off from the town centre. I remember that for 2 months we were not able to go to school, not even to the chemist. Then the following year a typhoid epidemic killed my aunt, a strict but pious woman, our schoolmistress, and the parish priest whom my parents held in high esteem. In less than 3 weeks there were over 30 fatal cases. Almost the entire town was in mourning. The cemetery looked like a horticultural bazaar, and the streets were the stage for a bell-ringing concert. My friend Cornelio lived on the upper floor of our house. We were both 7 years old, and because our families were so close to each other, we were more like brothers than friends. We shared our games, our parents, our aunts, our meals. We went to school together. Cornelio learnt his lessons easily, but I knew he disliked school. I loved school, but had great difficulty in learning. I had been very fond of the schoolmistress, but I knew Cornelio had hated her. "He's bound to become a saint," Aunt Femina would mutter dolefully. "He'll get over it," Aunt Claudia, who looked very like an ostrich, would answer. "Not to worry." And, like an ostrich shakes its wings, she would shake her shoulders as she spoke. "What's wrong with being a saint?" my mother would snap back. "If he were your son, I'm sure you wouldn't like it," Cornelio's mother would argue. "Why not? Isn't it a good thing to be in God's grace?" "Haircloth, fasting, seclusion," Cornelio's mother would utter the words slowly with both fear and delight. "Would you rather it were drink, women, and politics? Are you afraid that they will take your son away from you? Well, either God or the world will do just that." Our mothers would smile sadly, as if they had reached an agreement, and I would listen in silence. I had seen Cornelio, with his white school pinafore, a prayer book in his hand, kneeling by the window, night and day, praying. When I entered the room, he would blush and pretend to be studying a grammar or history book, and would quickly hide the prayer book under a seat or in a drawer so that I wouldn't see it. I used to ask myself, why is he ashamed of his pious feelings? Did he feel that praying was like playing with dolls? He never confided in me, and we never discussed religion, though in spite of our age we spoke quite openly of girlfriends, marriage, and sex. I felt a contradiction in his mystical manners and his outspokenness. "When I pray for a miracle, it's always granted," he said to me one day in a proud, sing-song voice. I repeated his words to my aunts, and for some time they spoke of nothing else. They attributed Cornelio's remark to the deep shock they imagined he had suffered when the flood and the epidemic struck our town. When a child our age witnesses, in so short a period, so many deaths, the experience is likely to leave traces in his soul. And if these events had not influenced my own character, it was because of my insensitive and slightly wicked nature. But I knew that Cornelio's mysticism had begun well before the flood and the epidemic. It was absurd to attribute it to those catastrophes. I darkly realized the mistake these grown-ups were making, but I was accustomed to hold my tongue and accept things as they came. I bowed, therefore, to my role as the wicked child, in contrast with Cornelio, who appeared to be the very incarnation of sensitivity and kindness. I felt both jealousy and admiration. I would lock myself up in my room and cry for my sins, begging God to make me a little more like my friend. Cornelio's hold over me was immense. I tried not to upset him, or displease him, or hurt him, but he seemed to demand that I upset him, displease him, and even hurt him. One day he got angry with me because I had taken his penknife away from him. I had to resort to tricks like this so that he would not despise me. Another time, when I got hold of his pencil case, he hit me and scratched my face. "If you touch one of my things ever again, I'll pray for you to die," he said. I laughed. "Don't you believe me? Wasn't there a flood and then a plague? You think that was by chance?" "The flood?" I asked. "I brought it on. It was my doing." Perhaps he didn't use these very words, but he spoke like a grown-up man, and his words were precise. "Why? Not to go to school, of course. Why else? Why else does one pray?" "And the plague?" I whispered, holding my breath. That too. That gave me even less trouble. But why? To kill our teacher and our aunt. And I could make you die if I felt like it. I laughed because I knew he'd think me worthless if I didn't. In the mirror on the cupboard door opposite us, I saw that I was pulling a face. As soon as I could, I went to tell my aunts what he had said. The aunts laughed at my worries. It's just a joke, they said. That child's a saint. But Rita, my cousin, who looked like a little old lady and was always listening in on conversations, butted in. He's no saint, and he doesn't pray to God. He's made a pact with the devil. Haven't you seen his prayer book? The cover is the same as that of any other prayer book, but the writing inside is different. Can't understand a word of what is scribbled on those horrible pages. You want to see it? Bring the book, she ordered me. It's in the chest of drawers wrapped up in a handkerchief. I hesitated. How could I betray Cornelio? Secrets are sacred. But my weakness got the better of me. I went to Cornelio's room and, trembling, brought out the prayer book wrapped up in the handkerchief. My Aunt Claudia untied the corners of the handkerchief and took out the book. A page was stuck over the original flyleaf. I managed to catch a glimpse of the inscrutable characters and the demoniacal scribbles that Rita had described. "What shall we do?" said my aunts. Cornelio's mother handed the book to me. "Put it back where you found it," she ordered, and turning to Rita, said sharply, "You deserve to be imprisoned for slander. Ah, if only we were in England." My aunts hissed like offended owls. "The child is a saint. He probably has his own language in which he speaks to God," said my mother, looking sternly at Rita, who was choking on a mint. "And if he manages to make me die?" I stammered. The women all laughed, even Rita, who seconds ago was saying that there was a pact between Cornelio and the devil. What seriousness was there in the words of grown-ups? Who would believe me or take me seriously? Rita had made fun of me. To prove that I was telling the truth, I went up to Cornelio's room, and instead of putting the book back in the drawer, I put it in my pocket, and took from the drawer the object he loved the most, a plastic watch with movable hands. I remember it was late when we sat down to dinner with the family. As it was in the summer, after dinner I went out into the garden with my aunt. Probably Cornelio hadn't yet gone to his room and noticed that something was missing. What power did Cornelio have that his prayers should be answered? What death would he ask for me? Fire, water, blood? The words flashed through my mind as I heard steps on the stairs and in his room. The blunt tapping of shoes overlapped the beating of my heart. I was about to run away, to bury the book and the watch in the garden, but I knew I couldn't deceive Cornelio. Cornelio, who had sought alliance with someone greater than us. I heard him call my name. His voice was a roar. I climbed the stairs to his room. I stopped for a moment on the landing, trying to see his movements through the door that stood ajar. Then I braved the wobbly staircase that led to the attic. Cornelio from the landing called me. Instead of answering, I threw the book and the watch in his face. He didn't say a word. He picked them up. He knelt down and eagerly read from the pages. For the first time, Cornelio didn't seem to be ashamed of being seen in prayer. The step on which I stood creaked and suddenly gave way. As I fell, I hit my head against the iron bars of the railing. When I came to my senses, the entire family was there surrounding me. Cornelio sat motionless in a corner with his arms crossed. I felt that I was going to die because I could see, as from the bottom of a well, the faces leaning over me. "Why don't you ask God to save your little friend?" my Aunt Fermina dared whisper. "Don't you say God grants you anything you ask him?" Cornelio knelt down and bent over like a Muslim. He hit his head against the floor and, like a spoiled child, pouted. "I can only obtain sickness or death." My mother stared at him in horror. Kneeling down beside him, pulled back his hair as if he were a dog, and said, "Please try, my dear. It can't hurt to pray. God must hear you." For several days I drifted in a pink and blue limbo between life and death. The voices had grown faint. I could no longer recognize the faces. They continued to quiver above the surface of what seemed like water. 2 months later I recovered. They all thanked Cornelio for my good fortune. According to our aunts and mothers, he had saved me. Again I heard Cornelio's praises sung. They no longer remembered the tears they had shed for me, nor the pity they had felt. Again I became the insensitive, wicked child, so inferior to his friend. Through my aunts, through the seamstress, and through several friends of the family, contradictory details about what had happened reached the town. Someone pointed out Cornelio's mystical inclinations. Several others said my friend was a saint. Yet others that he was a warlock and that it wasn't wise to visit our house because of his evil spells. When my Aunt Claudia married, nobody came to the wedding. Was Cornelio a warlock, or was he a saint? At night, tossing and turning in my bed, trying to find a cool place on my pillow, I would wonder about his saintliness or his demoniacal powers. Had even Rita forgotten her suspicions? One day we went to Willow Brook to fish. We took a picnic basket with us, planning to spend the day there. André saw a neighbor who was fond of the sport was sitting on the bank with his fishing rod ready. The dog came up to us and began sniffing around, as dogs do when they're lost. André said he would take him home as a pet. Cornelio said that he would. They began to fight. Cornelio fell to the ground, and Andrés, proud as a peacock, packed his gear, picked up the dog in his arms, and left. From the ground, Cornelio began muttering his curses. His lips made a noise like that of a liquid about to boil over. Andrés had barely taken 20 steps when he collapsed. Foam spurted from his mouth. The dog, feeling free, ran to us. Afterwards we learnt that Andrés had suffered an epileptic fit. Now, when Cornelio and I walked down the street, people would whisper. One Good Friday, the other children didn't let us go into the church and threw stones at us. I wanted to find a way of punishing Cornelio. Would I succeed only with my own death, as witness to my truth and his perversions? In a flash I imagined his life ruined forever, haunted by the memory of me like Cain by Abel. I tried to make him angry. I had to force him to curse me again. I was sorry, however, that my death would prevent me from witnessing his repentance once his will was done. Would it prevent him from ever again uttering his wicked prayers? We were once again on the bank of Willow Brook. We were looking at a kingfisher as he dived into the water again and again at a dazzling speed. We each had a slingshot. We aimed. Cornelio at the kingfisher, I in the air so as to miss. Cornelio, who was a good marksman, hit the bird on the head. We plunged into the water to get it. Back on the bank we argued about who had killed it. I firmly maintained that the catch was mine. There was a deep spot in the brook where we couldn't touch bottom. I knew where it was because a sort of whirlpool marked the place, and my father had pointed it out to me. I picked up the bird, ran along the bank until I got to where the mysterious movement in the water could be seen. Andrés was sitting nearby, fishing as usual. I stopped and threw the bird into the whirlpool. Cornelio, who was running after me, fell to his knees. I heard the terrifying whisper on his lips. He was repeating my name. A cold sweat bathed my neck, my arms, my hair. The fields, the trees, the banks, the brook, Andrés, all began to shake, to spin. Then I heard Cornelio uttering his own name. I didn't notice, my surprise was too great, that Cornelio had thrown himself into the brook. He wasn't trying to reach the bird. He was struggling in the water. He was sinking, he couldn't swim. Andrés shouted at him without flinching in a bitter voice like that of a parrot. "You idiot! So much for your witchcraft!" Only after many years did I understand that at the last moment Cornelio had changed the contents of his prayer. To save me, instead of asking for my death, which perhaps had already been granted, he had asked for his own. Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. Et in Sempiternum Pereant by Charles Williams. I owe the discovery of this story to Visions of Wonder, an anthology edited by R.H. Boyer and K.J. Zahorsky. The editors say that this is Williams' only short story, inspired by Canto 34 of Dante's Inferno. Charles Williams was an editor at Oxford University Press. He lectured at Oxford University and was awarded an honorary M.A. He formed part of the Oxford literary circle known as the Inklings, with, among others, J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. He wrote several novels, all fantastic, and critical works on Dante. Dorothy L. Sayers, who apart from writing her Lord Peter Wimsey detective novels, also translated the Divine Comedy, quotes Williams on Canto 34 of the Inferno. According to Williams, the very pit of hell is willed by those who suffer there. It is, in effect, a creation of their minds. The title of the story translates roughly as, "And may they be forever damned." Lord Arglay came easily down the road. About him the spring was as gaudy as the restraint imposed by English geography ever lets it be. The last village lay a couple of miles behind him. As far in front, he had been told, was a main road on which he could meet a motor bus to carry him near his destination. A casual conversation in a club had revealed to him, some months before, that in a country house of England there was supposed to lie a few yet unpublished legal opinions of the Lord Chancellor Bacon. Lord Arglay, being no longer Chief Justice, and having finished and published his History of Organic Law, had conceived that the editing of these papers might provide a pleasant variation upon his present business of studying the more complex parts of the Christian schoolmen. He had taken advantage of a weekend spent in the neighborhood to arrange, by the goodwill of the owner, a visit of inspection. Since, as the owner had remarked with a bitterness due to his financial problems, everything that is smoked isn't bacon. Lord Arglay had smiled. It hurt him a little to think that he had smiled, and said, which was true enough, that Bacon himself would not have made a better joke. It was a very deserted part of the country through which he was walking. He had been careful to follow the directions given him, and in fact there were only 2 places where he could possibly have gone wrong, and at both of them Lord Arglay was certain he had not gone wrong. But he seemed to be taking a long time, a longer time than he had expected. He looked at his watch again, and noted with sharp disapproval of his own judgment that it was only 6 minutes since he had looked at it last. It had seemed more like 16. Lord Arglay frowned. He was usually a good walker, and on that morning he was not conscious of any unusual weariness. His host had offered to send him in a car, but he had declined. For a moment, as he put his watch back, he was almost sorry he had declined. A car would have made short time of this road, and at present his legs seemed to be making rather long time of it. Or, Lord Arglay said aloud, making time rather long. He played a little as he went on, with the fancy that every road in space had a corresponding measure in time, that it tended merely of itself to hasten or delay all those that drove or walked upon it. The nature of some roads, quite apart from their material effectiveness, might urge men to speed, and of others to delay, so that the intentions of all travellers were counterpointed continually by the media they used. The courts, he thought, might reasonably take that into consideration in case of offences against right speed, and a man who accelerated upon one road would be held to have acted under the improper influence of the way, whereas one who did the same on another would be known to have defied and conquered the way. Lord Arglay just stopped himself looking at his watch again. It was impossible that it should be more than 5 minutes since he had last done so. He looked back to observe, if possible, how far he had since come. It was not possible. The road narrowed and curved too much. There was a cloud of trees high up behind him. It must have been half an hour ago that he passed through it, yet it was not merely still in sight, but the trees themselves were in sight. He could remark them as trees. He could almost, if he were a little careful, count them. He thought, with some irritation, that he must be getting old more quickly and more unnoticeably than he had supposed. He did not much mind about the quickness, but he did mind about the unnoticeableness. It had given him pleasure to watch the various changes which age tended to bring, to be as stealthy and as quick to observe those changes as they were to come upon him. The slower pace, the more meditative voice, the greater reluctance to decide, the inclination to fall back on habit, the desire for the familiar, which is the first skirmishing approach of unfamiliar death. He neither welcomed nor grudged such changes. He only observed them with a perpetual interest in the curious nature of the creation. The fantasy of growing old, like the fantasy of growing up, was part of the ineffable sweetness, touched with horror, of existence, itself the lordliest fantasy of all. But now, as he stood looking back over and across the hidden curves of the road, he felt suddenly that time had outmarched and outtwisted him, that it was spreading along the countryside and doubling back on him, so that it troubled and deceived his judgment. In an unexpected and unusual spasm of irritation, he put his hand to his watch again. He felt as if it were a quarter of an hour since he had looked at it.
Very well, making just allowance for his state of impatience, he would expect the actual time to be 5 minutes. He looked. It was only 2. Lord Arglay made a small mental effort, and almost immediately recognized the effort. He said to himself, "This is another mark of age. I am losing my sense of duration." He said also, "It is becoming an effort to recognize these changes." Age was certainly quickening its work in him. It approached him now doubly. Not only his method of experience, but his awareness of experience was attacked. His knowledge of it comforted him. Perhaps, he thought, for the last time. The knowledge would go. He would savor it then while he could. Still looking back at the trees. "It seems I'm decaying," Lord Arglay said aloud. "And that, anyhow, was one up against decay. Am I procrastinating? I am. And in the circumstances, procrastination is a proper and pretty game. It is the thief of time, and quite right, too. Why should time have it all its own way?" He turned to the road again and went on. It passed now between open fields. In all those fields he could see no one. It was pasture, but there were no beasts. There was about him a kind of void in which he moved, hampered by this growing oppression of duration. Things lasted. He had exclaimed in his time against the too swift passage of the world. This was a new experience. It was lastingness, almost, he could have believed, everlastingness. The measure of it was but his breathing, and his breathing, as it grew slower and heavier, would become the measure of everlasting labor, the labor of Sisyphus, who pushed his own slow heart through each infinite moment, and relaxed but to let it beat back and so again begin. It was the first touch of something Arglay had never yet known, of simple and perfect despair. At that moment he saw the house. The road before him curved sharply, and as he looked he wondered at the sweep of the curve. It seemed to make a full half-circle, and so turn back in the direction that he had come. At the farthest point there lay before him, tangentially, another path. The sparse hedge was broken by an opening which was more than footpath and less than road. It was narrow, even when compared with the narrowing way by which he had come, yet hard and beaten as if by the passage of many feet. There had been innumerable travellers, and all solitary, all on foot. No cars or carts could have taken that path. If there had been burdens, they had been carried on the shoulders of their owners. It ran for no long distance, no more than in happier surroundings might have been a garden path from gate to door. There, at the end, was the door. Arglay, at the time, took all this in but half-consciously. His attention was not on the door, but on the chimney. The chimney, in the ordinary phrase, was smoking. It was smoking effectively and continuously. A narrow and dense pillar of dusk poured up from it, through which there glowed every now and then a deeper undershade of crimson, as if some trapped genius almost thrust itself out of the moving prison that held it. The house itself was not much more than a cottage. There was a door, shut, on the left of it a window, also shut. Above, 2 little attic windows, shut, and covered within by some sort of dark hanging, or perhaps made opaque by smoke that filled the room. There was no sign of life anywhere, and the smoke continued to mount to the lifeless sky. It seemed to Arglay curious that he had not noticed this grey pillar in his approach, that only now, when he stood almost in the straight and narrow path leading to the house, did it become visible, an exposition of tall darkness reserved to the solitary walkers upon that wearying road. Lord Arglay was the last person in the world to look for responsibilities. He shunned them by a courteous habit. A responsibility had to present itself with a delicate emphasis before he acceded to it. But when any so impressed itself, he was courteous in accepting as in declining. He sought friendship with necessity, and as young lovers call their love fatal, so he turned fatality of life into his love. It seemed to him, as he stood and gazed at the path, the shut door, the smoking chimney, that here, perhaps, was a responsibility being delicately emphatic. If everyone was out, if the cottage had been left for an hour, ought he to do something? Of course they might be busy about it within, in which case a thrusting stranger would be inopportune. Another glow of crimson in the pillar of cloud decided him.
He went up the path. As he went, he glanced at the little window, but it was blurred by dirt. He could not very well see whether the panes did or did not hide smoke within. When he was so near the threshold that the window had almost passed out of his vision, he thought he saw a face looking out of it, at the extreme edge nearest the door, and he checked himself and went back a step to look again. It had been only along the side of his glance that the face, if face it were, had appeared, a kind of sudden white scrawl against the blur, as if it were a mask hung by the window rather than any living person, or as if the glass of the window itself had looked sideways at him, and he had caught the look without understanding its cause. When he stepped back, he could see no face. Had there been a sun in the sky, he would have attributed the apparition to a trick of the light, but in the sky over this smoking house there was no sun. It had shone brightly that morning when he started. It had paled and faded and finally been lost to him as he had passed along his road. There was neither sun nor peering face. He stepped back to the threshold and knocked with his knuckles on the door. There was no answer. He knocked again and again waited, and as he stood there he began to feel annoyed. The balance of Lord Ardleigh's mind had not been achieved without the creation of a considerable counter-energy to the violence of Lord Ardleigh's natural temper. There had been people whom he had once come very near hating with a fury of selfish rage and detestation. For instance, his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law had not been a nice man. Lord Ardleigh, as he stood by the door and for no earthly reason remembered him, admitted it. He admitted, at the same moment, that no lack of niceness on that other's part could excuse any indulgence of vindictive hate on his own, nor could he think why, then and there, he wanted to have him merely to hate. His brother-in-law was dead. Lord Ardleigh almost regretted it. Almost he desired to follow, to be with him, to provoke and torment him, to— Lord Ardleigh struck the door again. There is, he said to himself, entire clarity in the omnipotence. It was his habit of devotion, his means of recalling himself into peace out of the angers, greeds, sloths, and perversities that still too often possessed him. It operated. The temptation passed into the benediction of the omnipotence and disappeared. But there was still no answer from within. Lord Ardleigh laid his hand on the latch. He swung the door and, lifting his hat with his other hand, looked into the room, a room empty of smoke as of fire, and of all as of both. Its size and appearance were those of a rather poor cottage, rather indeed a large brick hut than a cottage. It seemed much smaller within than without. There was a fireplace, at least there was a place for a fire, on his left. Opposite the door, against the right-hand wall, there was a ramshackle flight of wooden steps, going up to the attics, and at its foot, swinging on a broken hinge, a door which gave away, presumably, to a cellar. Vaguely, Ardleigh found himself surprised. He had not supposed that a dwelling of this sort would have a cellar. Indeed, from where he stood he could not be certain. It might only be a cupboard. But, unwarrantably, it seemed more. A hinted, unseen depth, as if the slow, slight movement of the broken wooden door measured that labor of Sisyphus, as if the road ran past him and went coiling spirally into the darkness of the cellar. In the room there was no furniture, neither fragment of paper nor broken bit of wood. There was no sign of life, no flame in the grate nor drift of smoke in the air. It was completely and utterly void. Lord Ardleigh looked at it. He went back a few steps and looked up again at the chimney. Undoubtedly the chimney was smoking. It was received into a pillar of smoke. There was no clear point where the dark chimney ended and the dark smoke began. House leaned to roof, roof to chimney, chimney to smoke, and smoke went up for ever and ever over those roads where men crawled infinitely through the smallest measurements of time. Ardleigh returned to the door, crossed the threshold, and stood in the room. Empty of flame's material, holding within its dank air the very opposite of flame, the chill of ancient years, the room lay round him. Lord Ardleigh contemplated it. "There's no smoke without fire," he said aloud, "only apparently there is. Thus one lives and learns. Unless, indeed, this is the place where one lives without learning." The phrase, leaving his lips, sounded oddly about the walls and in the corners of the room. He was suddenly revolted by his own chance words, a place where one lives without learning, where no courtesy or integrity could any more be fined or clarified. The echo daunted him. He made a sharp movement. He took a step aside towards the stairs, and before the movement was complete, was aware of a change. The dank chill became a concentration of dank and deadly heat, pricking at him, entering his nostrils and his mouth. The fantasy of life without knowledge materialized, inimical in the air. Life without knowledge, corrupting life without knowledge. Jungle and less than jungle. And though still the walls of the bleak chamber met his eyes, a shell of existence, it seemed that life, withdrawn from all those normal habits of which the useless memory was still drearily sustained by the thin, phenomenal fabric, was collecting and corrupting in the atmosphere behind the door he had so rashly passed, outside the other door which swung crookedly at the head of the darker hole within. He had recoiled from the heat, but not so as to escape it. He had even taken a step or two up the stairs, when he heard from without a soft approach. Light feet were coming up the beaten path to the house. Some other good Samaritan, Arglay thought, who would be able to keep his twopence in his pocket. For certainly, whatever was the explanation of all this, and wherever it lay, in the attics above or in the pit of the cellar below, responsibility was gone. Lord Arglay did not conceive that either he or anyone else need rush about the country in an anxious effort to preserve a house which no one wanted and no one used. Prematurely enjoying the discussion, he waited. Through the doorway, someone came in. It was, or seemed to be, a man of ordinary height, wearing some kind of loose dark overcoat that flapped about him. His head was bare. So, astonishingly, were his legs and feet. At first, as he stood just inside the door, leaning greedily forward, his face was invisible, and for a moment Arglay hesitated to speak. Then the stranger lifted his face, and Arglay uttered a sound. It was emaciated beyond imagination. It was astonishing, at the appalling degree of hunger revealed, that the man could walk or move at all, or even stand as he was now doing and turn that dreadful skull from side to side. Arglay came down the steps of the stair in one jump. He cried out again. He ran forward, and as he did so the deep burning eyes in the turning face of bone met his full and halted him. They did not see him, or if they saw, did not notice. They gazed at him and moved on. Once only in his life had Arglay seen eyes remotely like those. Once, when he had pronounced the death sentence upon a wretched man who had broken under the long strain of his trial and filled the court with shrieks. Madness had glared at Lord Arglay from that dock, but at least it had looked at him and seen him. These eyes did not. They sought something, food, life, or perhaps only a form and something to hate, and in that energy the stranger moved. He began to run round the room. The bones that were his legs and feet jerked up and down. The head turned from side to side. He ran circularly, round and again round, crossing and recrossing, looking up, down, around, and at last, right in the centre of the room, coming to a halt, where, as if some terrible pain of starvation gripped him, he bent and twisted downward until he squatted grotesquely on the floor. There, squatting and bending, he lowered his head and raised his arm, and as the fantastic black coat slipped back, Arglay saw a wrist, saw it marked with scars. Did not at first think what they were. Only when the face and wrist of the figure swaying in its pain came together did he suddenly know. They were teeth marks. They were bites. The mouth closed on the wrist and gnawed. Arglay cried out and sprang forward, catching the arm, trying to press it down, catching the other shoulder, trying to press it back. He achieved nothing. He held, he felt, he grasped. He could not control. The long limb remained raised, the fierce teeth gnawed. But as Arglay bent, he was aware once more of that effluvia of heat risen round him, and breaking out with more violence, when suddenly the man, if it were a man, cast his arm away, and with a jerk of movement rose once more to his feet. His eyes, as the head went back, burned close into Arglay's, who, what with the heat, the eyes, and his sickness at the horror, shut his own against them, and was at the same moment thrown from his balance by the rising form, and sent staggering a step or two away, with upon his face a sensation of a light, hot breath, so light that only in the utter stillness of time could it be felt, so hot that it might have been the inner fire from which the pillar of smoke poured outward to the world. He recovered his balance. He opened his eyes. Both motions brought him into a new corner of that world. The odd black coat the thing had worn had disappeared, as if it had been a covering imagined by a habit of mind. The thing itself, a wasted flicker of pallid movement, danced and gyrated in white flame before him. Aglaé saw it still, but only now as a dreamer may hear, half asleep and half awake. The sound of dogs barking, or the crackling of fire in his very room. For he opened his eyes not to such things, but to the thing that on the threshold of this place, some seconds earlier, or some years, he had felt and been pleased to feel, to the reality of his hate. It came in a rush within him, a fountain of fire, and without and about him images of the man he hated swept in a thick cloud of burning smoke. The smoke burned his eyes and choked his mouth. He clutched at it, at images within it, at his greedy loves and greedy hates, at the cloud of the sin of his life, yearning to catch but one image and renew again the concentration for which he yearned. He could not. The smoke blinded and stifled him. Yet more than stifling or blinding was the hunger for one true thing to lust after or hate. He was starving in the smoke, and all the hut was full of smoke, for the hut and the world were smoke, pouring up round him, from him, and all like him, a thing once holy and still a little made visible to his corporeal eyes in forms which they recognized, but in itself of another nature. He swung and twisted and crouched. His limbs ached from long wrestling with the smoke. For as the journey to this place had prolonged itself infinitely, so now, though he had no thought of measurements, the clutch of his hands and the growing sickness that invaded him struck through him the sensation of the passage of years and the knowledge of the passage of moments. The fire sank within him, and the sickness grew, but the change could not bring him nearer to any end. The end here was not at the end, but in the beginning. There was no end to this smoke, to this fever and this chill, to crouching and rising and searching, unless the end was now. Now. Now was the only possible other fact, chance act. He cried out, defying infinity, "Now!" Before his voice the smoke of his prison yielded, and yielded two ways at once. From where he stood he could see in one place an alteration in that perpetual grey, an alternate darkening and lightening, as if two ways of descent and ascent met. There was, he remembered, a way in, therefore a path out. He had only to walk along it. But also there was a way still farther in, and he could walk along that. 2 doors had swung to his outer senses in that small room. From every gate of hell there was a way to heaven, yes, and in every way to heaven there was a gate to deeper hell. Yet for a moment he hesitated. There was no sign of the phenomenon by which he had discerned the passage of that other spirit. He desired, very strongly he desired, to be of use to it. He desired to offer himself to it, to make a ladder of himself, if that should be desired, by which it might perhaps mount from the nature of the lost, from the dereliction of all minds that refuse living and learning, postponement and irony, whose dwelling is necessarily in their undying and perishing selves. Slowly, unconsciously, he moved his head as if to seek his neighbor. He saw, at first he felt, nothing. His eyes returned to that vibrating oblong of an imagined door, the heart of the smoke beating in the smoke. He looked at it. He remembered the way. He was on the point of movement when the stinging heat struck him again, but this time from behind. It leapt through him. He was seized in it and loosed from it. Its rush abandoned him. A torrent of its fiery passage struck the darkening hollow in the walls. At the instant that it struck, there came a small sound. There floated up a thin, shrill pipe, too short to hear, too certain to miss, faint and quick as from some single insect in the hedgerow or the field, and yet more than single, a weak wail of multitudes of the lost. The shrill lament struck his ears, and he ran. He cried as he sprang, "Now is God! Now is glory in God!" And as the dark door swung before him, it was the threshold of the house that received his flying feet. As he passed, another form slipped by him, slinking hastily into the house, another of the hordes going so swiftly up that straight way, hard with everlasting time, each driven by his own hunger, and each alone. The vision, a face looking in as a face had looked out, was gone. Running still, but more lightly now, and with some communion of peace at heart, Arglay came into the curving road. The trees were all about him. The house was at their heart. He ran on through them beyond. He reached the spring day and the sun. At a little distance a motor bus, gaudy within and without, was coming down the road. The driver saw him. Lord Arglay instinctively made a sign, ran, mounted. As he sat down, breathless and shaken, "E quindi uscimo," his mind said. "Arriveder le stella." The Captives of Longjumeau by Léon Bloy. Léon Bloy was an anti-Semite who believed that the Jews were going to save the world. He wrote Salvation Through the Jews in 1904. He was a bourgeois who fiercely attacked bourgeois society. In The Ungrateful Beggar, 1892-95, and The Poor Woman, 1897. He wrote wonderful French prose, which is hardly read in France today. Speaking about him to a friend, Kafka remarked, "Léon Bloy possesses a fire that brings to mind the ardor of the prophets. An even greater ardor, I should say. Of course, that is easily explained. His fire is nurtured by the dung-heap of modern times." The Captives of Longjumeau, like Kafka's The Castle, is the story of a seemingly simple but unsuccessful endeavor. In the former, the task consists of leaving a city. In the latter, of reaching a castle. Both prove impossible, but in both cases unrewarded efforts are in themselves presented as a triumph and achieve the grandeur of a minor epic. Yesterday the Longjumeau Echo announced the deplorable demise of the Fourmis. This commendable periodical, commendable both because of the abundance as well as the quality of its information, seemed at a loss to explain the mysterious causes that had driven this apparently happy couple to suicide. They had married young, and every day had been to them like the dawn of a new honeymoon. They had never left the city, not even for a day. Spared by a generous parental allowance from the financial troubles that so often poison the life of a young couple, amply provided for, indeed, with everything that makes possible a certain kind of legitimate wedded bliss which allows no room for those amorous adventures fickle human beings commonly relish, the Fourmis were, in the eyes of the world, a miracle of eternal infatuation. One beautiful afternoon in May they arrived in Longjumeau by the local train, accompanied by their parents who had come to help them settle into the delightful property that was to be their love nest. All pure-hearted Longjumeaunians looked fondly on the pretty couple, whom the veterinarian did not hesitate to compare to Romeo and Juliet. They did indeed look splendid, like the pale children of a feudal lord. Mr. Pisseux, the district's most important attorney, had acquired for them, at the gates of the city, a minuscule green bower that the dead themselves would have envied. In truth, it must be said that the garden did look a little like an abandoned cemetery, but this could not have displeased them, since they never made any efforts to change it, allowing the plants to overgrow it at will. If I may use one of Mr. Pisseux's profoundly original phrases, the Fourmis lived with their heads in the clouds, seeing no one, not through malice or scorn, but simply because the thought of other people never crossed their minds. Also, in order to lead any sort of social life, they would have had to let go of each other for a few hours or minutes, and interrupt their amorous ecstasies, and, well, reflecting on the brevity of life, they lacked the courage to do so. One of the greatest men of the Middle Ages, John Tauler, tells the story of a hermit who was asked by a visitor to get something from his cell. The hermit entered his cell to look for whatever it was, but once inside he forgot what he was looking for, because the image of exterior objects could not root itself in his brain. He came out and asked the visitor to repeat his request. The visitor did so. Once more the hermit entered his cell, and once more he forgot what he was looking for. After several unsuccessful tries, he was forced to say to the importunate visitor, "Come in and look for whatever it is you want yourself, because I, dear sir, cannot manage to hold on to its image long enough to do as you ask." Frequently, Mr. and Mrs. Fourmi reminded me of the hermit. They would have happily granted anyone's request if only they had been able to remember it. Their absent-mindedness was famous and spoken of as far as Corbeil, and yet it did not seem to affect them. Because of this, the grim resolution that put an end to their much-envied lives seems inexplicable to most. A letter, now old, from the unfortunate Fourmi himself, whom I had known as a bachelor, has allowed me to reconstruct by inference their whole woeful tale. Here follows the letter. Perhaps it will at last be admitted that my friend was neither a madman nor a fool. For the 10th or 20th time, my dear fellow, we have broken our word. For all your patience, you must by now be more than weary of inviting us again and again. The truth is that, like last time, like so many times before, my wife and I have no excuse to offer. We had written to you to expect us, and we had no other engagements. Nevertheless, as on every other occasion, we missed our train. For the past 15 years we have missed every train and every other public transport we have tried to catch, no matter what we do. It is horribly stupid, it is unbearably ridiculous, but I am starting to think that this affliction has no cure. We are victims of a grotesque fatality. All is useless. Let me give you an example. To catch the 8 o'clock train, we have tried getting up at 3 in the morning. We have even tried to spend the night awake. And, well, my friend, at the very last moment the chimney would catch fire, or halfway to the station I would twist an ankle, or Juliet's dress would get caught on a bramble, or we would fall asleep in the waiting-room, and neither the arrival of the train nor the cries of the porter would manage to wake us up in time, and so on, and so on, and so on. Last time I forgot my wallet. Why carry on? As I say, this has lasted 15 years, and I feel that here lies the beginning of our end. Because of this scourge, as you know, I have bungled everything. I am on bad terms with everyone. I am taken to be a monster of egotism, and my poor Juliet is, of course, dragged along by the same tide of disapproval. Since our arrival at this cursed place, we have missed 74 funerals, 12 weddings, 30 christenings, 1,000 social calls or meetings which were of the highest importance. I let my mother-in-law pass away without once going to see her, even though she lay in her sick-bed for over a year, thereby losing 3/4 of her inheritance, which she furiously denied us, the very day before her death, in a codicil to her will. There is no end to my list of faux pas and failures due to the incredible fact that we have never been able to leave Longjumeau. To put it plainly, we are prisoners, hopeless prisoners, and we see the time coming in which this galley-slave life will become unbearable. I suppress the rest of the letter in which my sad friend confided things too intimate to be published, but I give my word that he was not a vulgar man, that he fully merited his wife's adoration, and that both deserved a better fate than ending their lives in such a stupid and untidy way. Certain peculiarities, which I cannot permit myself to reveal, lead me to think that the unfortunate Fourmis were in fact victims of the enemy of man, who led them, by means of an evidently infernal attorney, to that evil corner of Longjumeau from which no power in this world could wrench them. I truly believe that they could not escape, that surrounding their house was a barrier of invisible troops, carefully selected to besiege them, and against which all efforts were useless. The sign, for me, of a diabolical influence was the fact that the Fourmis were consumed by a passion for traveling. These captives were, by nature, essentially migrant creatures. Before uniting, they had felt a lust for other lands. Only days after becoming engaged, they visited Enghien, Choisy-le-Roi, Meudon, Clamart, Montretout. Once they even reached Saint-Germain. In Longjumeau, which seemed to them a South Sea island, This craving for daring exploration, for adventures on land and sea, became even greater. Their house was crammed full of globes and maps of the world and English and German atlases. They even had a map of the moon, published in Gotha and edited by a blockhead called Justus Pertus. When they were not busy with their love, they would read together the chronicles of famous navigators, practically the only books in their library. There was no travel journal, no Tour du Monde, no Geographical Society bulletin to which they had not subscribed. Their house was showered with railway timetables and travel agencies' brochures. Incredible as it may seem, their trunks were always packed. They were always on the point of departure, always about to begin their endless journeys to the most distant and unexplored lands of this earth. I have received some 40 telegrams announcing their imminent departure for Borneo, Tierra del Fuego, New Zealand, or British Columbia. Many a time, it is true, they really were on the point of leaving, but the fact is that they did not leave, that they never left, because they could not and were not meant to leave. Atoms and molecules formed alliances to hold them back. One day, however, some 10 years ago, they finally thought they had managed to escape. They had succeeded against all hope in climbing into a first-class carriage bound for Versailles. Freedom at last. There, no doubt, the magic circle would break. The train started to move, but they did not. Naturally, they had found a seat in a carriage that was to remain in the station. They had to start all over again. The only voyage they were destined not to miss was the one they have just started, and, dear me, their character, which I knew so well, leads me to believe that they prepared for it trembling. Translated from the French by Alberto Manguel. The Visit to the Museum by Vladimir Nabakov. In the 13th century, Alfonso X, King of Castile, wrote some 400 cantigas, or poems, to be set to music. Cantiga 103 tells of a monk who begs Our Lady to allow him to taste, during his life, the delights of paradise. One afternoon, while walking through the monastery garden, he sees a fountain of clear water, and hears the song of a small bird which delights him. When he returns to the monastery, believing it is time for supper, he finds everything changed. He is told that 300 years have elapsed between his departure and his return. In Nabokov's story, the hero enters not the future, but simply a world which exists far away, a world which Nabokov himself abandoned when he left Russia in 1919, after his family's fortunes collapsed with the October Revolution. After studying in England, he emigrated to the United States and began writing in English. Laughter in the Dark, Lolita, Ada, and Pale Fire are some of his great novels. To help us understand one important detail in The Visit to the Museum, written originally in Russian and translated by Nabokov himself, the author provides the following note. At one point, the unfortunate narrator notices a shop sign and realizes he is not in the Russia of his past, but in the Russia of the Soviets. What gives that shop sign away is the absence of the letter that used to decorate the end of a word after a consonant in Old Russia, but is omitted in the reformed orthography adopted by the Soviets today. Several years ago, a friend of mine in Paris, a person with oddities, to put it mildly, learning that I was going to spend 2 or 3 days at Montissert, asked me to drop in at the local museum, where there hung, he was told, a portrait of his grandfather by Le Roy. Smiling and spreading out his hands, he related a rather vague story, to which I confess I paid little attention, partly because I do not like other people's obtrusive affairs, but chiefly because I had always had doubts about my friend's capacity to remain this side of fantasy. It went more or less as follows. After the grandfather died in their St. Petersburg house back at the time of the Russo-Japanese War, the contents of his apartment in Paris were sold at auction. The portrait, after some obscure peregrinations, was acquired by the museum of Leroy's native town. My friend wished to know if the portrait was really there. If there, if it could be ransomed.
and if it could, for what price. When I asked why he did not get in touch with the museum, he replied that he had written several times, but had never received an answer. I made an inward resolution not to carry out the request. I could always tell him I had fallen ill or changed my itinerary. The very notion of seeing sights, whether they be museums or ancient buildings, is loathsome to me. Besides, the good freak's commission seemed absolute nonsense. It so happened, however, that while wandering about Montissier's empty streets in search of a stationery store, and cursing the spire of a long-necked cathedral, always the same one, that kept popping up at the end of every street, I was caught in a violent downpour, which immediately went about accelerating the fall of the maple leaves, for the fair weather of a southern October was holding on by a mere thread. I dashed for cover and found myself on the steps of the museum. It was a building of modest proportions, constructed of many-colored stones, with columns, a gilt inscription over the frescoes of the pediment, and a lion-legged stone bench on either side of the bronze door. One of its leaves stood open, and the interior seemed dark against the shimmer of the shower. I stood for a while on the steps, but despite the overhanging roof, they were gradually growing speckled. I saw that the rain had set in for good, and so, having nothing better to do, I decided to go inside. No sooner had I trod on the smooth, resonant flagstones of the vestibule than the clatter of a moved stool came from a distant corner, and the custodian, a banal pensioner with an empty sleeve, rose to meet me, laying aside his newspaper and peering at me over his spectacles. I paid my franc, and, trying not to look at some statues at the entrance, which were as traditional and as insignificant as the first number in a circus program, I entered the main hall. Everything was as it should be. Grey tints, the sleep of substance, matter dematerialized. There was the usual case of old worn coins resting in the inclined velvet of their compartments. There was on top of the case a pair of owls, eagle-owl and long-eared, with their French names reading Grand Duke and Middle Duke, if translated. Venerable minerals lay in their open graves of dusty papier-mâché. A photograph of an astonished gentleman with a pointed beard dominated an assortment of strange black lumps of various sizes. They bore a great resemblance to frozen frass, and I paused involuntarily over them, for I was quite at a loss to guess their nature, composition, and function. The custodian had been following me with felted steps, always keeping a respectful distance. Now, however, he came up with one hand behind his back, and the ghost of the other in his pocket, and gulping, if one judged by his Adam's apple. "What are they?" I asked. "Science has not yet determined," he replied, undoubtedly having learned the phrase by rote. "They were found," he continued in the same phony tone, "in 1895 by Louis Pradier, municipal councillor and Knight of the Legion of Honor," and his trembling finger indicated the photograph. "Well and good," I said, "but who decided and why that they merited a place in the museum?" "And now I call your attention to this skull," the old man cried energetically, obviously changing the subject. "Still, I would be interested to know what they are made of," I interrupted. "Science," he began anew, but stopped short and looked crossly at his fingers, which were soiled with dust from the glass. I proceeded to examine a Chinese vase, probably brought back by a naval officer, a group of porous fossils, a pale worm in clouded alcohol, a red and green map of Montisseur in the 17th century, and a trio of rusted tools bound by a funereal ribbon, a spade, a mattock, and a pick. To dig in the past, I thought absent-mindedly, but this time did not seek clarification from the custodian, who was following me noiselessly and meekly, weaving in and out among the display cases. Beyond the first hall there was another, apparently the last, and in its centre a large sarcophagus stood like a dirty bathtub, while the walls were hung with paintings. At once my eye was caught by the portrait of a man between two abominable landscapes, with cattle and atmosphere. I moved closer, and, to my considerable amazement, found the very object whose existence had hitherto seemed to me but the figment of an unstable mind. The man, depicted in wretched oils, wore a frock coat, whiskers, and a large pince-nez on a cord. He bore a likeness to Offenbach, but in spite of the work's vile conventionality,
I had the feeling one could make out in his features the horizon of a resemblance, as it were, to my friend. In one corner, meticulously traced in carmine against a black background, was the signature Le Roi, in a hand as commonplace as the work itself. I felt a vinegarish breath near my shoulder and turned to meet the custodian's kindly gaze. "Tell me," I asked, "supposing someone wished to buy one of these paintings, whom should he see?"
"The treasures of the museum are the pride of the city," replied the old man, "and pride is not for sale."
Fearing his eloquence, I hastily concurred, but nevertheless asked for the name of the museum's director. He tried to distract me with the story of the sarcophagus, but I insisted. Finally, he gave me the name of one Monsieur Godard, and explained where I could find him. Frankly, I enjoyed the thought that the portrait existed. It is fun to be present at the coming true of a dream, even if it is not one's own. I decided to settle the matter without delay. When I get in the spirit, no one can hold me back. I left the museum with a brisk, resonant step, and found that the rain had stopped. Blueness had spread across the sky. A woman in besplattered stockings was spinning along on a silver-shining bicycle, and only over the surrounding hills did clouds still hang. Once again the cathedral began playing hide-and-seek with me, but I outwitted it. Barely escaping the onrushing tires of a furious red bus packed with singing youths, I crossed the asphalt thoroughfare, and a minute later was ringing at the garden gate of Monsieur Godard. He turned out to be a thin, middle-aged gentleman in high collar and dickey, with a pearl in the knot of his tie, and a face very much resembling a Russian wolfhound. As if that were not enough, he was licking his chops in a most dog-like manner while sticking a stamp on an envelope, when I entered his small but lavishly furnished room with its malachite inkstand on the desk and a strangely familiar Chinese vase on the mantel. A pair of fencing foils hung crossed over the mirror, which reflected the narrow grey back of his head. Here and there photographs of a warship pleasantly broke up the blue flora of the wallpaper. "What can I do for you?" he asked, throwing the letter he had just sealed into the wastebasket. This act seemed unusual to me. However, I did not see fit to interfere. I explained in brief my reason for coming, even naming the substantial sum with which my friend was willing to part, though he had asked me not to mention it, but wait instead for the museum's terms. "All this is delightful," said Mr. Godard. "The only thing is, you are mistaken. There is no such picture in our museum." "What do you mean there is no such picture? I've just seen it. Portrait of a Russian nobleman, by Gustave Leroy." "We do have one Leroy," said Monsieur Godard, when he had leafed through an oilcloth notebook, and his black fingernail had stopped at the entry in question. "However, it is not a portrait, but a rural landscape, the return of the herd." I repeated that I had seen the picture with my own eyes 5 minutes before, and that no power on earth could make me doubt its existence. "Agreed," said Monsieur Godard. "But I am not crazy either. I have been curator of our museum for almost 20 years now, and know this catalogue as well as I know the Lord's Prayer. It says here, 'Return of the herd,' and that means the herd is returning. And, unless perhaps your friend's grandfather is depicted as a shepherd, I cannot conceive of his portrait's existence in our museum." "He is wearing a frock coat," I cried. "I swear he is wearing a frock coat." "And how did you like our museum in general?" Monsieur Godard asked suspiciously. "Did you appreciate the sarcophagus?" "Listen," I said, and I think there was already a tremor in my voice. "Do me a favor. Let's go there this minute. And let's make an agreement that if the portrait is there you will sell it." "And if not?" inquired Monsieur Godard. "I shall pay you the sum anyway." "All right," he said. "Here, take this red and blue pencil, and using the red, please, put it in writing for me." In my excitement I carried out his demand. Upon glancing at my signature, he deplored the difficult pronunciation of Russian names. Then he appended his own signature, and, quickly folding the sheet, thrust it into his waistcoat pocket. "Let's go," he said, freeing a cuff. On the way he stepped into a shop and bought a bag of sticky-looking caramels, which he began offering me insistently. When I flatly refused, he tried to shake out a couple of them into my hand. I pulled my hand away. Several caramels fell on the pavement. He stopped to pick them up, and then overtook me at a trot. When we drew near the museum, we saw the red tourist bus, now empty, parked outside.
"Uh-huh," said Monsieur Godard, pleased. "I see we have many visitors today."
He doffed his hat, and, holding it in front of him, walked decorously up the steps. All was not well at the museum. From within issued rowdy cries, lewd laughter, and even what seemed like the sound of a scuffle. We entered the first hall. There the elderly custodian was restraining two sacrilegists, who wore some kind of festive emblems in their lapels, and were altogether very purple-faced and full of pep as they tried to extract the municipal councillor's merds from beneath the glass. The rest of the youths, members of some rural athletics organization, were making noisy fun, some of the worm in alcohol, others of the skull. One joker was in rapture over the pipes of the steam radiator, which he pretended was an exhibit. Another was taking aim at an owl with his fist and forefinger. There were about 30 of them in all, and their motion and voices created a condition of crush and thick noise. Monsieur Godard clapped his hands and pointed at a sign reading, "Visitors to the museum must be decently attired." Then he pushed his way, with me following, into the second hall. The whole company immediately swarmed after us. I steered Godard to the portrait. He froze before it, chest inflated, and then stepped back a bit as if admiring it, and his feminine heel trod on somebody's foot. "Splendid picture," he exclaimed with genuine sincerity. "Well, let's not be petty about this. You were right, and there must be an error in the catalogue." As he spoke, his fingers, moving as it were on their own, tore up our agreement into little bits, which fell like snowflakes into a massive spittoon. "Who's the old ape?" asked an individual in a striped jersey, and as my friend's grandfather was depicted holding a glowing cigar, another funster took out a cigarette and prepared to borrow a light from the portrait. "All right, let us settle on the price," I said, "and in any case, let's get out of here." "Make way, please," shouted Monsieur Godard, pushing aside the curious. There was an exit which I had not noticed previously at the end of the hall, and we thrust our way through to it. "I can make no decision," Monsieur Godard was shouting above the din. "Decisiveness is a good thing only when supported by law. I must first discuss the matter with the mayor, who has just died and has not yet been elected. I doubt that you will be able to purchase the portrait, but nonetheless I would like to show you still other treasures of ours." We found ourselves in a hall of considerable dimensions. Brown books with a half-baked look and coarse foxed pages lay open under glass on a long table. Along the walls stood dummy soldiers in jack-boots with flared tops. "Come, let's talk it over," I cried out in desperation, trying to direct Monsieur Godard's evolutions to a plush-covered sofa in a corner. But in this I was prevented by the custodian. Flailing his one arm, he came running after us, pursued by a merry crowd of youths, one of whom had put on his head a copper helmet with a Rembrandt-esque gleam. "Take it off! Take it off!" shouted Monsieur Godard, and someone's shove made the helmet fly off the hooligan's head with a clatter. "Let us move on," said Monsieur Godard, tugging at my sleeve, and we passed into the section of ancient sculpture. I lost my way for a moment among some enormous marble legs, and twice ran around a giant knee before I again caught sight of Monsieur Godard, who was looking for me behind the white ankle of a neighbouring giantess. Here a person in a bowler, who must have clambered up her, suddenly fell from a great height to the stone floor. One of his companions began helping him up, but they were both drunk, and, dismissing them with a wave of the hand, Monsieur Godard rushed on to the next room, radiant with oriental fabrics. There hounds raced across azure carpets, and a bow and quiver lay on a tiger's skin. Strangely, though, the expanse and motley only gave me a feeling of oppressiveness and imprecision, and perhaps because new visitors kept dashing by, or perhaps because I was impatient to leave the unnecessarily spreading museum, and amid calm and freedom conclude my business negotiations with Monsieur Godard, I began to experience a vague sense of alarm. Meanwhile, we had transported ourselves into yet another hall, which must have been really enormous, judging by the fact that it housed the entire skeleton of a whale, resembling a frigate's frame. Beyond were visible still other halls, with the oblique sheen of large paintings full of storm clouds, among which floated the delicate idols of religious art in blue and pink vestments. And all this resolved itself in an abrupt turbulence of misty draperies, and chandeliers came a-glitter, and fish with translucent frills meandered through illuminated aquariums. Racing up a staircase, we saw, from the gallery above, a crowd of grey-haired people with umbrellas examining a gigantic mock-up of the universe. At last, in the sombre but magnificent room dedicated to the history of steam machines, I managed to halt my carefree guide for an instant. "Enough!" I shouted. "I'm leaving. We'll talk tomorrow." He had already vanished. I turned and saw, scarcely an inch from me, the lofty wheels of a sweaty locomotive. For a long time I tried to find the way back among models of railroad stations. How strangely glowed the violet signals in the gloom beyond the fan of wet tracks, and what spasms shook my poor heart. Suddenly everything changed again. In front of me stretched an infinitely long passage, containing numerous office cabinets, and elusive, scurrying people. Taking a sharp turn, I found myself amid 1,000 musical instruments. The walls, all mirror, reflected an enfilade of grand pianos, while in the centre there was a pool with a bronze Orpheus atop a green rock. The aquatic theme did not end here, as racing back I ended up in the section of fountains and brooks, and it was difficult to walk along the winding, slimy edges of those waters. Now and then, on one side or the other, stone stairs with puddles on the steps, which gave me a strange sensation of fear, would descend into misty abysses, whence issued whistles, the rattle of dishes, the clatter of typewriters, the ring of hammers, and many other sounds, as if down there were exposition halls of some kind or other, already closing or not yet completed. Then I found myself in darkness, and kept bumping into unknown furniture, until I finally saw a red light and walked out onto a platform that clanged under me. And suddenly, beyond it, there was a bright parlour, tastefully furnished in Empire style, but not a living soul. Not a living soul. By now I was indescribably terrified, but every time I turned and tried to retrace my steps along the passages, I found myself in hitherto unseen places. A greenhouse with hydrangeas and broken window-panes, with the darkness of artificial light showing through beyond, or a deserted laboratory with dusty alembics on its tables. Finally I ran into a room of some sort with coat-racks monstrously loaded down with black coats and astrakhan furs. From beyond a door came a burst of applause, but when I flung the door open, there was no theatre, but only a soft opacity and splendidly counterfeited fog, with the perfectly convincing blotches of indistinct streetlights. More than convincing. I advanced, and immediately a joyous and unmistakable sensation of reality at last replaced all the unreal trash amid which I had just been dashing to and fro. The stone beneath my feet was real sidewalk, powdered with wonderfully fragrant newly fallen snow, in which the infrequent pedestrians had already left fresh black tracks. At first, the quiet and the snowy coolness of the night, somehow strikingly familiar, gave me a pleasant feeling after my feverish wanderings. Trustfully, I started to conjecture just where I had come out, and why the snow, and what were those lights exaggeratedly but indistinctly beaming here and there in the brown darkness. I examined and, stooping, even touched a round spur stone on the curb, then glanced at the palm of my hand, full of wet, granular cold, as if hoping to read an explanation there. I felt how lightly, how naively I was clothed, but the distinct realization that I had escaped from the museum's maze was still so strong that, for the first 2 or 3 minutes, I experienced neither surprise nor fear. Continuing my leisurely examination, I looked up at the house beside which I was standing, and was immediately struck by the sight of iron steps and railings that descended into the snow on their way to the cellar. There was a twinge in my heart, and it was with a new, alarmed curiosity that I glanced at the pavement, at its white cover along which stretched black lines, at the brown sky across which there kept sweeping a mysterious light, and at the massive parapet some distance away. I sensed that there was a drop beyond it. Something was creaking and gurgling down there. Further on, beyond the murky cavity, stretched a chain of fuzzy lights. Scuffling along the snow in my soaked shoes, I walked a few paces, all the time glancing at the dark house on my right. Only in a single window did a lamp glow softly under its green glass shade. Here, a locked wooden gate. There, what must be the shutters of a sleeping shop. And by the light of a street lamp, whose shape had long been shouting to me its impossible message, I made out the ending of a sign. Inkasapog. INKASAPOG. -U repair, OE repair. But no, it was not the snow that had obliterated the hard sign at the end. No, in a minute I shall wake up, I said aloud, and trembling, my heart pounding, I turned, walked on, stopped again. From somewhere came the receding sound of hooves. The snow sat like a skull-cap on a slightly leaning spur stone, and indistinctly showed white on the woodpile on the other side of the fence. And already I knew, irrevocably, where I was. Alas, it was not the Russia I remembered, but the factual Russia of today, forbidden to me, hopelessly slavish, and hopelessly my own native land. A semi-phantom in a light foreign suit, I stood in the impassive snow of an October night, somewhere on the Moika or the Fontanka Canal, or perhaps on the Obvodny. And I had to do something, go somewhere, run, desperately protect my fragile, illegal life. Oh, how many times in my sleep I had experienced a similar sensation. Now, though, it was reality. Everything was real. The air that seemed to mingle with scattered snowflakes, the still unfrozen canal, the floating fish house, and that peculiar squareness of the darkened and the yellow windows. A man in a fur cap with a briefcase under his arm came towards me out of the fog, gave me a startled glance, and turned to look again when he had passed me. I waited for him to disappear, and then, with a tremendous haste, began pulling out everything I had in my pockets, ripping up papers, throwing them into the snow, and stamping them down. There were some documents, a letter from my sister in Paris, 500 francs, a handkerchief, cigarettes. However, in order to shed all the integument of exile, I would have to tear off and destroy my clothes, my linen, my shoes, everything, and remain ideally naked. And even though I was already shivering from my anguish and from the cold, I did what I could. But enough. I shall not recount how I was arrested, nor tell of my subsequent ordeals. Suffice it to say that it cost me incredible patience and effort to get back abroad, and that ever since I have forsworn carrying out commissions entrusted one by the insanity of others. Autumn Mountain by Ryunosuke Akutagawa. Akutagawa is best known for Rashomon, a film based on two of his stories, Rashomon and In a Grove. He was the leading Japanese intellectual of the early 20th century, reviving the public's interest in old traditional tales and adapting Western works. Inspired by Gulliver's Travels, he wrote his successful novel Kappa. He committed suicide at the age of 35, leaving in his farewell note the names of famous historical suicides, including Christ among them. Autumn Mountain deals with the theme of beauty that cannot be perceived. Like Lovecraft's horrors, which become effective through the alleged impossibility of describing them, Akutagawa creates the expectation of something which is wonderful because it will never be attained. And speaking of Tachi, have you ever seen his Autumn Mountain painting? One evening, Wang Shiku, who was visiting his friend Yun Nantian, asked this question. No, I have never seen it. And you? Tachi, together with Mai Tao Zhen and Huang Hao Shan Chao, had been one of the great painters of the Mongol dynasty. As Yun Nantian replied, there passed before his eyes images of the artist's famous works, the Sandy Shore painting, and the Joyful Spring picture scroll. Well, strange to say, said Wang Shiku, I'm really not sure whether or not I have seen it. In fact, you don't know whether you have seen it or you haven't, said Yun Nantian, looking curiously at his guest. Do you mean that you've seen an imitation? No, not an imitation. I saw the original. And it is not I alone who have seen it. The great critics, Yen Ko and Lien Chao, both became involved with the Autumn Mountain. Wang Shiku sipped his tea and smiled thoughtfully. Would it bore you to hear about it? Quite the contrary, said Yun Nantian, bowing his head politely. He stirred the flame in the copper lamp. At that time, began Wang Shiku, the old master, Yuan Sei, was still alive. One evening, while he was discussing paintings with Yen Ko, he asked him whether he had ever seen Ta Chi's Autumn Mountain. As you know, Yen Ko made a veritable religion of Ta Chi's painting, and was certainly not likely to have missed any of his works. But he had never set eyes on this Autumn Mountain. No, I haven't seen it, he answered shamefacedly, and I've never even heard of its existence. In that case, said Yuan Sei, please don't miss the first opportunity you have of seeing it. As a work of art, it's on an even higher level than his Summer Mountain or Wandering Storm. In fact, I'm not sure that it isn't the finest of all Ta Chi's paintings. Is it really such a masterpiece? Then I must do my best to see it. May I ask who owns this painting? It's in the house of a Mr. Chang in the county of Jun. If you ever have occasion to visit the Qin Shan Temple, you should call on him and see the picture. Allow me to give you a letter of introduction. As soon as Yen Ko received Yuan Sei's letter, he made plans to set out for the county of Jun. A house which harbored so precious a painting as this would, he thought, be bound to have other great works of different periods. Yen Ko was quite giddy with anticipation as he started out. When he reached the county of Jun, however, he was surprised to find that Mr. Chang's house, though imposing in structure, was dilapidated. Ivy was coiled about the walls, and in the garden grass and weeds grew rank. As the old man approached, chicken, ducks, and other barnyard fowl looked up, as if surprised to see any stranger enter here. For a moment he could not help doubting Yuan Sei's words, and wondering how a masterpiece of Ta Chi's could possibly have found its way into such a house. Upon a servant's answering his knock, he handed over the letter, explaining that he had come from far in the hope of seeing the Autumn Mountain. He was led almost immediately into the great hall. Here again, though the divans and tables of red sandalwood stood in perfect order, a mouldy smell hung over everything, and an atmosphere of desolation had settled even on the tiles. The owner of the house, who now appeared, was an unhealthy-looking man, but he had a pleasant air about him, and his pale face and delicate hands bore signs of nobility. Yen Ko, after briefly introducing himself, lost no time in telling his host how grateful he would be if he might be shown the famous Ta Chi painting. There was an urgency in the master's words, as if he feared that, were he not to see the great painting at once, it might somehow vanish like a mist. Mr. Chang assented without hesitation, and had the painting hung on the bare wall of the great hall. "This," he said, "is the Autumn Mountain to which you refer." At the first glance, Yen Ko let out a gasp of admiration. The dominant color was a dark green. From one end to the other a river ran its twisting course. Bridges crossed the river at various places, and along its banks were little hamlets. Dominating it all rose the main peak of the mountain range, before which floated peaceful wisps of autumn cloud. The mountain and its neighboring hills were fresh green, as if newly washed by rain, and there was an uncanny beauty in the red leaves of the bushes and thickets scattered along their slopes. This was no ordinary painting, but one in which both design and color had reached an apex of perfection. It was a work of art instinct with the classical sense of beauty. "Well, what do you think of it? Does it please you?" said Mr. Chang, peering at Yen Ko with a smile. "Oh, it is truly of godlike quality," cried Yen Ko, while he stared at the picture in awe. Yuan Sei's lavish praise was more than merited. Compared to this painting, everything I have seen until now seems second-rate. "Really? You find it such a masterpiece?" Yen Ko could not help turning a surprised look at his host. "Can you doubt it?" "Oh, no, it isn't that I have any doubts," said Mr. Chang, and he blushed with confusion like a schoolboy. Looking almost timidly at the painting, he continued, "The fact is that each time I look at this picture, I have the feeling that I am dreaming, though my eyes are wide open. I cannot help feeling that it is I alone who see its beauty, which is somehow too intense for this world of ours. What you just said brought back these strange feelings." But Yang Ko was not much impressed by his host's evident attempt at self-vindication. His attention was absorbed by the painting, and Mr. Chang's speech seemed to him merely designed to hide a deficiency in critical judgment. Soon after, Yang Ko left the desolate house. As the weeks passed, the vivid image of the autumn mountain remained fresh in Yang Ko's mind, continued Wang Shi-ku after accepting another cup of tea. Now that he had seen Ta Chi's masterpiece, he felt ready to give up anything whatsoever to possess it. Inveterate collector that he was, he knew that not one of the great works that hung in his own house, not even Li Ying Chu's floating snowflakes, for which he had paid 500 taels of silver, could stand comparison with that transcendent autumn mountain. While still sojourning in the county of Jun, he sent an agent to the Chang house to negotiate for the sale of the painting. Despite repeated overtures, he was unable to persuade Mr. Chang to enter into any arrangement. On each occasion, that pallid gentleman would reply that while he deeply appreciated the master's admiration of the autumn mountain, and while he would be quite willing to lend the painting, he must ask to be excused from actually parting with it. These refusals only served to strengthen the impetuous Yang Ko's resolve. "One day," he promised himself, "that great picture will hang in my own hall." Confident of the eventual outcome, he finally resigned himself to returning home, and temporarily abandoning the autumn mountain. About a year later, in the course of a further visit to the county of Jun, he tried calling once more at the house of Mr. Chang. Nothing had changed. The ivy was still coiled in disorder about the walls and fences, and the garden was covered with weeds. But when the servant answered his knock, Yang Ko was told that Chang was not in residence. The old man asked if he might have another look at the autumn mountain, despite the owner's absence, but his importunacy was of no avail. The servant repeated that he had no authority to admit anyone until his master returned. As Yang Ko persisted, the man finally shut the door in his face. Overcome with chagrin, Yang Ko had to leave the house and the great painting that lay somewhere in one of the dilapidated rooms. Wang Shi-ku paused for a moment. "All that I have related so far," he said, "I heard from the master Yang Ko himself." "But tell me," said Yun Nantian, stroking his white beard, "did Yang Ko ever really see the autumn mountain?" "He said that he saw it. Whether or not he did, I cannot know for certain. Let me tell you the sequel, and then you can judge for yourself." Wang Shi-ku continued his story with a concentrated air, and now he was no longer sipping his tea. "When Yang Ko told me all this," said Wang Shi-ku, "almost 50 years had passed since his visits to the county of Jun. The master, Yuan Sei, was long since dead, and Mr. Chang's large house had already passed into the hands of 2 successive generations of his family. There was no telling where the autumn mountain might be, nor if the best parts of the scroll might not have suffered hopeless deterioration. In the course of our talk, old Yang Ko described that mysterious painting so vividly that I was almost convinced I could see it before my eyes. It was not the details that had impressed the master, but the indefinable beauty of the picture as a whole. Through the words of Yang Ko, that beauty had entered into my heart as well as his. It happened that, about a month after my meeting with Yang Ko, I had myself to make a journey to the southern provinces, including the county of Jun. When I mentioned this to the old man, he suggested that I go and see if I could not find the autumn mountain. "If that painting ever comes to light again," he said, "it will indeed be a great day for the world of art." Needless to say, by this time, I also was anxious to see the painting, but my journey was crowded, and it soon became clear that I would not find time to visit Mr. Chang's house. Meanwhile, however, I happened to hear a report that the autumn mountain had come into the hands of a certain nobleman by the name of Wang. Having learned of the painting, Mr. Wang had dispatched a messenger with greetings to Chang's grandson. The latter was said to have sent back with the messenger not only the ancient family documents and the great ceremonial cauldron which had been in the family for countless generations, but also a painting which fitted the description of Ta Chi's Autumn Mountain. Delighted with these gifts, Mr. Wang had arranged a great banquet for Chang's grandson, at which he had placed the young man in the seat of honor, and regaled him with the choicest delicacies, gay music, and lovely girls. In addition, he had given him 1,000 pieces of gold. On hearing this report, I almost leaped with joy. Despite the vicissitudes of half a century, it seemed that the Autumn Mountain was still safe. Not only that, but it actually had come within my range. Taking along only the barest necessities, I set out at once to see the painting. I still vividly remember the day. It was a clear, calm afternoon in early summer, and the peonies were proudly in bloom in Mr. Wang's garden. On meeting Mr. Wang, my face broke into a smile of delight, even before I had completed my ceremonial bow. "To think that the Autumn Mountain is in this very house," I cried. "Yanko spent all those years in vain attempt to see it again, and now I am to satisfy my own ambition without the slightest effort." "You come at an auspicious time," replied Mr. Wang. "It happens that today I am expecting Yanko himself, as well as the great critic Lien Chao. Please come inside, and since you are the first to arrive, you shall be the first to see the painting." Mr. Wang at once gave instructions for the Autumn Mountain to be hung on the wall. Then it all leaped forth before my eyes. The little villages on the river, the flocks of white cloud floating over the valley. The green of the towering mountain range was extended into the distance like a succession of folding screens. The whole world, in fact, that Ta Chi had created, a world far more wonderful than our own. My heart seemed to beat faster as I gazed intently at the scroll on the wall. These clouds and mists and hills and valleys were unmistakably the work of Ta Chi. Who but Ta Chi could carry the art of drawing to such perfection that every brushstroke became a thing alive? Who but he could produce colors of such depth and richness, and at the same time hide all mechanical trace of brush and paint? And yet I felt at once that this was not the same painting that Yanko had seen once long ago. No, a magnificent painting it surely was, yet just as surely not the unique painting which he had described with such religious awe. Mr. Wang and his entourage had gathered around me, and were watching my expression, so I hastened to express my enthusiasm. Naturally, I did not want him to doubt the authenticity of his picture, yet it was clear that my words of praise failed to satisfy him. Just then Yanko himself was announced, he who had first spoken to me of this Autumn Mountain. As the old man bowed to Mr. Wang, I could sense the excitement inside him, but no sooner had his eyes settled on the scroll than a cloud seemed to pass before his face. "What do you think of it, master?" asked Mr. Wang, who had been carefully observing him. "We have just heard the teacher Wang Shiku's enthusiastic praise, but—" "Oh, you are, sir, a very fortunate man to have acquired this painting," answered Yanko promptly. "Its presence in your house will add luster to all your other treasures." Yanko's courteous words only seemed to deepen Mr. Wang's anxiety. He, like me, must have heard in them a note of insincerity. I think we were all a bit relieved when Lien Chao, the famous critic, made his appearance at this juncture. After bowing to us, he turned to the scroll and stood looking at it silently, chewing his long moustaches. "This, apparently, is the same painting that the master Yanko last saw half a century ago," Mr. Wang explained to him. "Now I would much like to hear your opinion of the work. Your candid opinion," Mr. Wang added, forcing a smile. Lien Chao sighed and continued to look at the picture. Then he took a deep breath, and, turning to Mr. Wang, said, "This, sir, is probably Ta Chi's greatest work. Just see how the artist has shaded those clouds. What power there was in his brush. Note also the color of his trees. And then that distant peak which brings the whole composition to life. As he spoke, Lien Chao pointed to various outstanding features of the painting, and, needless to say, a look of relief, then of delight, spread over Mr. Wang's face. Meanwhile, I secretly exchanged glances with Yen Ko.
"Master," I whispered, "is that the real Autumn Mountain?"
Almost imperceptibly, the old man shook his head, and there was a twinkle in his eyes.
"It's all like a dream," he murmured. "I really can't help wondering if that Mr. Chang wasn't some sort of hobgoblin."
"So, that is the story of the Autumn Mountain," said Wang Shiku, after a pause, and took a sip of his tea. "Later on, it appears that Mr. Wang made all sorts of exhaustive inquiries. He visited Mr. Chang, but when he mentioned to him the Autumn Mountain, the young man denied all knowledge of any other version. So one cannot tell if that Autumn Mountain which Yen Ko saw all those years ago is not even now hidden away somewhere. Or perhaps the whole thing was just a case of faulty memory on an old man's part. It would seem unlikely, though, that Yen Ko's story about visiting Mr. Chang's house to see the Autumn Mountain was not based on solid fact. Well, in any case, the image of that strange painting is no doubt engraved forever on Yen Ko's mind, and on yours, too." "Yes," said Wang Shiku. "I still see the dark green of the mountain rock, as Yen Ko described it all those years ago. I can see the red leaves of the bushes as if the painting were before my eyes this very moment. So, even if it never existed, there is not really much cause for regret." The two men laughed and clapped their hands with delight. Translated from the Japanese by Ivan Morris. The Sight by Brian Moore. Cassandra's gift is, of course, a curse. The Trojan priestess, who could foretell the future, but whom no one would believe, is haunted by the evils that will come and the knowledge that nothing can prevent them. She shares her curse with the condemned in hell. They also know what they can expect from the days ahead, and they also lack all hope. In Brian Moore's story, Cassandra appears in an unexpected light. Brian Moore has written a number of highly successful novels, including The Lonely Passion of Judith Hearne, Catholics, The Great Victorian Collection, and is claimed as a national writer by Ireland, where he was born, Canada, where he worked, and the United States, where he now lives. Benedict Chipman never took a drink before 5, and never drank after midnight. He ate only a light lunch, avoided bread and potatoes, and drank caffeinated coffee. These self-regulations were, he sometimes thought, the only set rules he observed. Otherwise he did as he liked. Yet on the morning he returned to his 8-room apartment on Fifth Avenue after 4 days in hospital, his first act was to tell his housekeeper to bring some scotch and ice into the library. When she brought it, he was standing by the window looking out at Central Park. He did not turn around. "Will that be all, sir?" "Yes, thanks, Mrs. Leahy." Chipman was 52 and a partner in a New York law firm. A few weeks ago, during his annual medical checkup, his doctor had noticed a large mole on his back and had recommended its removal. The operation was minor, but for Chipman, who had never been in hospital before, the invasion of his bodily privacy by doctors, nurses, and attendants had been humiliating and vaguely upsetting. Then, to complicate matters, while a biopsy showed the mole to be probably benign, the pathologist advised that, to be completely sure, the surgeon should repeat the procedure, but this time make a wider incision. The second biopsy had been scheduled for the end of the month. "There's nothing to worry about," the surgeon said. "Just relax and come back 10 days from now." But Chipman did not feel like relaxing. He felt nervous and irritable. As he poured the scotch, he looked at the tray containing his mail. The first letter on the pile was postmarked Bishopsgate, New Hampshire. He had been born in Bishopsgate, and for some reason he could not explain, the sight of the postmark disturbed him. The letter was from his brother Blake, who wrote that he and his wife were coming to New York to visit their son Buddy, a journalism major at Columbia. Buddy, it seemed, had learned that his uncle had been in hospital, and Blake wrote that all 3 of them would like to call tomorrow afternoon. The letter irritated Chipman. He had no wish to see Blake and his family. He thought of his brother as a man who had never in his life owned $100 he didn't know about, and whose relations with himself were sycophantic rather than fraternal, largely because of loans which Blake had not repaid. At the library door, Mrs. Leahy announced herself with a small, prefatory cough. "Mrs. Kerwin is here, sir." "Show her in. And ask if she'd like something to drink." As he put his brother's letter down and rose to greet Geraldine, he heard her chatting with Mrs. Leahy in the front hall. "Is he having one? Oh, well, then sherry, I think. By the way, how's your nephew, Mrs. Leahy?" "He still has the pleurisy, ma'am, but he'll be all right." "Good. That's good news. Thank you, Mrs. Kerwin." "I never knew Mrs. Leahy had a nephew," Chipman said to himself. But come to think of it, he didn't know much about Mrs. Leahy, although she had been with him for almost 10 years. Lately he had decided that his interest in other people was limited to the extent of their contributions to his purse, his pleasure, or his self-esteem. He had a weakness for such aphoristic judgments. But in this instance, he also remembered another aphorist's warning. Lack of interest in others is a first sign of age. "Ben, darling, how are you? Shouldn't you have your feet up or something? You mustn't overdo it on your first day home. Stop fussing." "I'm not fussing. Dr. Wilking told me you should take it easy." "When was Wilking talking to you?" "I met him in the corridor yesterday. Remember, he thinks I'm your wife." The surgeon, who did not know Chipman, had come in on them unexpectedly the night after the biopsy, and found Geraldine, the buttons of her dress undone, lying on the hospital bed with Chipman. The surgeon had tactfully assumed she was Chipman's wife, and had addressed her as such in the subsequent conversation. No one had contradicted him. "That was a mistake," Chipman said now, remembering. "I should have said something." "Oh, what's it matter?" "Well, my own doctor, Dr. Loeb, knows I'm not married." "Oh, Ben, who cares nowadays?" At that point Mrs. Leahy brought Geraldine sherry. Geraldine, sipping it, put her long legs up on a yellow silk footstool. In this posture her skirt fell back, revealing her elegant thighs. Although impromptu erotic views normally pleased Chipman, this morning he was not pleased. He was irritated. "Why can't you sit properly?" "It's not a very nice thing to say when I've given up an important job to be with you today." "What job?" "Remember I tried out for the Phil Lewis show last week? Well, my agent called and said they want me for a second audition this afternoon. He says that usually means you've got the job. But I'm not going." "Why not?" "Because if I got the job, it would mean I'd be on the coast for the next 7 weeks. I'm not going to be 3,000 miles away while you're in and out of hospital." "I'm not in and out of hospital. I'm just going back for a couple of days, that's all. Now be a good girl. Phone and say you'll be glad to audition this afternoon." "No," she said, suddenly looking as though she might begin to cry. "But why not?" "Because I've realized something, Ben. I'm in love with you. I don't want to be separated from you." In love with him? He remembered La Rochefoucauld's maxim that nothing is more natural or more mistaken than to suppose that we are loved. He knew Geraldine did not love him. She was an unsuccessful young actress, divorced from a television producer, and in receipt of a reasonable alimony. His own role in her life was that of a suitable escort, an older man capable of providing presents and a good time, a friend who was good for a small loan and might not expect to see his money again. This sudden protestation of love was, he decided, no more than the familiar feminine need to justify having gone to bed with him. Geraldine would not give up her alimony. He did not want her to. The present arrangement suited him perfectly. Nevertheless, when she said that she loved him, for one moment he felt strangely elated. Then put his glass back on the silver tray, and in its surface saw his face, which seemed distorted, white, old. This foolishness must stop. "Now, don't talk nonsense. Go and phone those people." "Are you trying to get rid of me?" "Of course not. But if you go out to Hollywood this week, it might work out very well. I was thinking of going to Puerto Rico. I thought I'd take a vacation, lie in the sun until I have to go back into hospital." "Do you know people in Puerto Rico? Is that it?" "No, no. Look, Geraldine, you're not in love with me. My God, I'm 20 years older than you." "Age has nothing to do with being in love with someone." "Maybe not at your age, but at my age it has everything to do with it. Now, go and make that phone call. Then I'll take you out and buy you lunch." She stood and picked up the otter coat he had helped pay for, trailing it behind her on the carpet as she moved across the room. At the door she turned. "So that's what you want? To go to Puerto Rico alone?" "Yes." "Okay." She went into the hall. He listened to hear the tinkle as she picked up the phone, but instead heard the front door slam. He started across the room, thinking to go after her and bring her back, but stopped. he realized that he was close to the almost forgotten sensation of tears. Damn it, he'd just invented Puerto Rico to help her make up her mind about the audition. But now, as he felt himself tremble with anger, or was it weakness, he decided a short vacation in the sun might be the ideal way to wait out the next 10 days. Maybe with Geraldine. He decided to suggest it at the office when he went in tomorrow. There might be a little ill feeling, though. He had already had a long vacation this summer. But what could they do? In the 17 years he had been a member of the firm, he had frequently demonstrated that his interests were not the law or the success of the partnership, but women, music, and his collection of paintings. However, on the day he joined the partnership, he brought with him, as a wedding present from his father-in-law, an insurance company which dwarfed all other clients the firm did business with. And although his marriage had subsequently broken up, his wife died 8 years later in an alcoholic clinic, driven there, some said, by Chipman's behavior with other women, his father-in-law had not held it against him. He still represented the insurance company, and this power, coupled with his disregard for the firm's other clients, had driven his partners to revenge themselves on him in the only way they knew. They no longer invited him to their homes or, indeed, to any social function. Their boycott amused him. They bored him. They knew that he was amused and bored. Their dislike of him, he guessed, had long ago turned to hatred. Yet, on the following morning, when he went to the office, he was surprised to see George Geddes, the senior partner, come in at his doorway, eager, out of breath, and smiling like a job applicant. "Ben, how are you? How are you feeling?" "Hello, George. So, how did it go?" Directly behind Geddes, Chipman's secretary was at her desk in the outer office. He did not want her to hear what he had to say, and so beckoned Geddes in and shut the door. "As a matter of fact, George, I wanted to have a word with you about that. Everything went very well, but they want me to go back, just as a precaution, and have a wider excision made. They've scheduled it for the 31st. I don't know, I'm feeling a little knocked out. I thought, if you don't mind, I might go and lie in the sun for a week. Not really come back to the office until next month." As he spoke, he noticed that Geddes was already nodding agreement, as though helping someone with a speech impediment. "Of course, Ben, of course. No sense sitting around here. Good idea." "Well, thanks. Of course, there are a few things I can clear up before I go." "No, no," Geddes said. "Let the juniors do some work for a change. Get on your feet again, that's the main thing." After Geddes had left, Chipman phoned a travel agency. He booked a double room with patio and pool in a first-class Puerto Rico resort hotel, starting the following Monday. He called in his juniors and reviewed their current handling of his client's affairs. At noon, he told his secretary that he was leaving and would not be back until the first week in December. Then he took a taxi to his apartment, and for the second morning in a row broke his rule and made himself a drink. But now his reason was celebratory. What a relief it had been to find Geddes agreeable for once. And there was a note saying Geraldine had telephoned. Obviously her temper tantrum had not lasted. After pouring scotch, he picked up the phone and dialed her number. "Geraldine? Ben. First of all, I'm sorry about yesterday." "No, darling, it was my fault. Why shouldn't you go on a trip if you want to? When are you going, by the way?" "No, tell me first, how was your audition?" "I didn't go. It's a long story. I won't bore you with it." "Does that mean you might be free to join me in Puerto Rico?" "Ben, do you mean it?" "Of course. I booked a double room with patio and pool in the Caribe Imperial. Or would you rather I got you a room of your own?" "No, no." "Good. And what about the weekend? Are you free?" "Do you mean now?" "Yes, completely." "Well, so am I. Or almost. I have to be here tomorrow afternoon when my brother and his family are coming, but that shouldn't take more than an hour." "Are we thinking of the same thing?" "I hope so." "All right, darling. Come on down. I'll be waiting." "I'll be right there." His brother's hand, tentative at first, went out to finger the Steinway's polished surface, then boldly stroked the wood. His brother's head turned, afternoon sunlight merciless on the thin gray hair, the pink skull-cap of skin beneath. His brother smiled, ingratiate and falsely intimate. "Beautiful piano, eh, Ben?" his brother said. "You must play something for us before we go. I mean, if you feel up to it." "Oh, yes, Ben, you must," said his brother's wife, who he knew did not care at all for music. If he felt up to it. What would they say if they knew he had come up from the village 2 hours ago after a night of screwing that would exhaust anyone? Perhaps it would not exhaust Blake's wife, though. One summer, when their son Buddy was still a brat in rompers, Chipman had gone to visit them at their summer cottage on Cape Cod. He was sunbathing in the dunes when Blake's wife came up from the beach, drying her hair on a towel, her shoulder straps undone, her swimsuit wet from the sea. She did not see him until she stumbled on him, and when he reached up and pulled her down, she did not say a word. Later they walked hand in hand over the dunes towards the cottage. Blake was sitting on a deck chair on the lawn reading a book, and the child was on the porch playing with an old inner tube. Man and child looked up, and his brother's wife at once let go of his hand and ran to kiss her child. She avoided Chipman for the rest of that evening, and the following morning he thought it wise to pretend a business engagement in Boston. He had not been to stay with them since. "Let Buddy play something," he said, knowing that Buddy's atrocious playing would please them much more than his own. And so Buddy obediently flopped down on the piano bench, looked disdainfully at the music scores in front of him, then poised his large hands over the keys. "What'll it be, Uncle Ben?" "You choose," Chipman said. Years ago, prodded by Blake's wistful hints about the child's musical inclinations, he had paid for a series of piano lessons for Buddy. The money had been wasted, for Buddy's musical talents were a myth, the first of a long series of efforts on his parents' part to make Chipman feel a special affection for the boy. All had failed. Buddy's only effect on his uncle was to relieve him of any regrets about not having had a son of his own. But now he pretended to listen as Buddy stumbled through some Cole Porter tunes, noticing as he mimed attention that Buddy's parents seemed nervous, as though they had quarreled before coming, and were now trying to cover it up by a surfeit of polite remarks to each other. Chipman was uninterested. He simply wanted them to go, and so when Blake glanced at last in his direction, he pretended drowsiness. It worked. As his son thumped to a pause in the music, Blake stood up. "Thanks, Bud, but we'd better not overtower your uncle. Besides, your mother and I want to catch that Wyeth show at the Met before our train leaves." Then he turned to Chipman. "Ben, could I have a word with you?" As on signal, both Buddy and his mother left the room. It was, Chipman knew, the usual prelude to Blake's asking for money, but today a loan seemed well worth it to get rid of them. He went to his desk, aware that Blake, if left to his own devices, would take at least 5 minutes to come to the point. He opened a drawer and took out his checkbook. "What's that for?" Blake asked sharply. "Nothing. Put that away, will you?" Blake said. "I'm ashamed that I owe you so much. As a matter of fact, Ben, it wasn't that at all. It was just that we wondered if you'd like to come up to Bishopsgate to convalesce until you go back into the hospital." "Thanks, but I'm going to Puerto Rico." "Oh, Puerto Rico?" "Yes, I thought I'd like to lie in the sun for a few days." "Oh, that's a pity. We were looking forward to the thought of having you. You and I haven't spent much time together these last years." "I know. Well, maybe some other time." "Any time," Blake said. "I'd like us to go for walks around the old place and have talks and all that. I'd like that a lot." And then, abruptly, Blake took hold of his hand and squeezed it. "I'd really like it, Ben." "Well, we'll do it," Chipman said uneasily, beginning to move towards the hallway where the others waited. As they came out, he saw Blake's wife glance at her husband and saw Blake give a small, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Buddy came forward, hand out, smiling. "Goodbye, sir." "Goodbye," Chipman said. "Goodbye, Blake." His sister-in-law came towards him. He held out his hand. She ignored it and reached up to kiss him on the cheek. He was astonished. "Goodbye," his sister-in-law said. "Take care of yourself." The elevator came. They went down. Confused, Chipman closed the door of his apartment. It was as though he had found an interesting passage in a dull book and had seen it snatched away before he had time to finish it. Why had Blake's wife kissed him? She who had so carefully avoided kissing him ever since that summer on the beach. And why had Blake come up with this unprecedented invitation to visit them at Bishopsgate? Why were they being so kind all of a sudden? Come to think of it, everyone had been abnormally kind these past 2 days. Geraldine, Geddes, Blake. It was irritating, damn it, to be treated as though all of a sudden he were made of glass. How did La Rochefoucauld put it? Pride does not wish to owe, nor vanity to pay. He didn't want favors from anyone. So why did they try? He had reached the library door before the thought of the answer came to him. He was going to die. That was why they were all being so gentle.
They knew something he didn't know. A wider excision, that was what the surgeon said. To be completely sure, the pathologist said. They hadn't told him the truth. That was it. Just relax, the surgeon said. He must not panic. He must call Dr. Loeb, his internist, and put the question to him quite casually, implying that he already knew all about it. He must go to the phone now and clear things up. He went into his bedroom and closed the door, so that Mrs. Leahy would not overhear him. He phoned Dr. Loeb, but the answering service said Dr. Loeb was out of town for the weekend, and a Dr. Slattery was taking his calls. So that was no use. The surgeon's name was Wilking. He looked up the number. The answering service said Dr. Wilking wasn't in, but would he leave a message? He left his name and number and lay down on the bed, worrying. After 5 minutes he telephoned again and said it was an emergency. He must reach Dr. Wilking at once. This time the answering service gave him a number to call. Dr. Wilking answered. "Dr. Wilking, this is Benedict Chipman speaking. Now, I know this may sound silly to you, but was there anything about that operation of mine that I should know about?" "Why do you ask, Mr. Chipman?" "I just want to know the truth. It's important, Doctor." "Well, look, Mr. Chipman, it's pretty much as I told you. I don't think you have anything to worry about." "Is that the truth? I want the truth." "Yes, what can I say? Look, Mr. Chipman, the best thing you can do now is relax. Your wife mentioned you might go off for a short vacation. I think that's a good idea." "How the hell can I take it easy? For God's sake, Doctor, that's like telling a man to take it easy in the condemned cell while you decide whether or not he's to be reprieved." "Oh, come on now, Mr. Chipman, I wouldn't say that." "Of course you wouldn't," Chipman shouted. "And that girl isn't my wife, do you hear? So anything you have to say, just say it to me." He put the receiver down without waiting to hear the surgeon's reply. He looked at his bed. This was the bed he might die in. He turned from it and went into his library. Small picture lights lit his collection of Kreekhoff landscapes. When he died, these pictures would be sent to the Bishopsgate Art Gallery, to be exhibited in a special room with a brass plaque over the door, identifying him as their donor. They would arrive after his body, which would be buried under a plain headstone in the Episcopal Cemetery, next to his parents' grave. How many people ever read donors' plaques or the names on headstones? A year from now he would be forgotten. But wasn't that jumping the gun? Giving in to a bad case of jitters, unsupported by any evidence? How did they know he was going to die when they hadn't even done the second biopsy yet? What were they keeping from him? Whatever it was, it frightened Geraldine into suddenly declaring her love. She doesn't love me, Chipman decided. She pities me. Pity is what everyone feels for me now. Geraldine, Geddes, Blake, Blake's wife. Yet how could they all know this thing about me? Geraldine has never met Geddes, or Buddy. Who told Buddy, for instance? Chipman went to his desk, searched it, and then went to the telephone table in the hall. He knew he had a number for Buddy someplace, and when he found it and dialed it, it was the fraternity house. No one answered for a long time, and then some boy told him Buddy wasn't in, and that he didn't know when he would be back. As Chipman replaced the receiver, Mrs. Leahy passed him in the hall, going down the corridor to her own room. Only one person might have spoken to Buddy, to Geddes, to Geraldine. One person who would answer the phone when people called here to ask how he was. He went down the corridor to the far end of the apartment and stopped outside Mrs. Leahy's door. He almost never came into this part of the apartment, near the pantry and wine cellar, and past the kitchen. He stood for a moment, and then, without knocking, he opened the door. He had not seen the inside of Mrs. Leahy's room for years. Sometimes he heard the television sound, turned low, and sometimes she would leave the door open at night when she went to answer the phone. Now his eyes went from the television set to the horrid rose and green curtains, the cheap-coloured lithograph of some saint, to the crucifix entwined with fading palm, which hung over what seemed to be a sewing table. It was the sort of room he used to glimpse through upper-story windows years ago, when he still rode the subways, a room which screamed a sudden mockery of all other rooms in his elegant apartment. And his occupant, her back to him, unaware of his presence, was the perfect figure in this interior. In her pudgy fingers the surprise of a cigarette. On her lap, inevitably, the garish headlines of the daily news. "Mrs. Leahy?" She turned. Her grey head was that of a stranger's, utterly changed by the absence of her uniform cap.
"Oh, did you ring, sir? Is the bell not working?"
"No, I didn't ring."
"Can I get you something, sir? Are you all right?"
At this time she had stubbed her cigarette and had pinned on the familiar housemaid's cap.
"A little whiskey," she said. "Or are you hungry, sir? Would you like a sandwich?"
"Whiskey," he said. "And I want to talk to you."
"Yes, Mr. Chipman."
Swiftly she moved past him, going down the corridor to the monastic neatness of her kitchen. She did not, of course, expect him to follow her into the kitchen, and looked up surprised when he did.
"A little water with it, sir. I'll bring it into the library, will I?"
"No, sit down, Mrs. Leahy. Please." As she placed the bottle of Scotch, ice, and a glass and pitcher of water on a tray, he drew out one of the chrome and leather kitchen chairs, indicating that she should sit in at the table. As she did, he saw a red rash of embarrassment rise from her neck to her cheeks. They had never been informal together. He sat opposite her and poured himself Scotch. "Now," he said, "let me ask you something. Are you the person who's been telling people I have cancer?"
"Me, sir?"
"Yes, you." She did not answer him at once. She put her veiny old hands on the table, joined them as in an attitude of prayer, then looked at him with the calculating, ready-to-bolt caution of a rodent. He had never before noticed this animal quality of hers. "Why, she's a hedgehog," he decided. "She's Mrs. Tiggywinkle."
"Yes, sir. It was me."
He must keep calm. He must not let her know that he was ignorant of all the facts of his illness. "I see. And, who told you that I might have cancer?"
"Mrs. Kerwin, sir."
"And what did she say exactly?"
"Oh, she didn't say you had cancer. She said they were going to operate on you again just to be sure. There was always the chance, she said. And I said to her, I thought I should let Mr. Buddy know. On account of your brother, sir. And then Mr. Geddes rang up about you, and I told him to let him know, like."
"Oh, you did you? Well, I like the way you let them know. They think I'm going to die. I could see it on my brother's face this afternoon. He thinks I'm going to die."
"Oh, I'm very sorry now, Mr. Chipman."
"Mrs. Kerwin didn't say to you I had cancer, did she? She didn't say the doctors had told her something they hadn't told me? Or did she?"
"Oh, no, sir. Mrs. Kerwin never said you were going to die. 'Tis not Mrs. Kerwin's fault at all. 'Tis my fault, and I'm very sorry now."
"Tell me, Mrs. Leahy, do you dislike me?"
"Oh, no, sir."
"Then why did you tell these people that I'm going to die?"
Well, sir, that's a long story, and I'm very sorry to be bringing you news like that. But them doctors don't know everything now, do they?"
"What do you mean?" He was shouting, but he could not stop himself. "Just exactly what the hell do you mean, Mrs. Leahy?" Mrs. Leahy, avoiding his eyes, stared down at her joined hands.
"Well, sir, you see, I have something now, something not many people have, and there's times I wish I didn't, let me tell you."
"Didn't what? Didn't have what?"
"I have the sight, sir. The second sight."
"Second sight?" Chipman repeated the words with the joy of a man repeating the punchline of a joke. "Well, and there I was." Beginning to shake with amusement, he lifted his glass and drank a great swallow of whiskey. "You mean you dreamed it, or something like that?"
"Yes, sir. Last Monday, the night before your operation."
"Now, let me get this straight," Chipman said. "Mrs. Kerwin told you nothing except what you've told me. The truth is, nobody knows I have cancer. There's absolutely no proof of it at all."
"Well, that's right, sir."
"My God, do you realize the mischief you've caused?"
"Oh, I'm very sorry now. I see I shouldn't have said anything. I beg your pardon, sir."
"It was a disgraceful thing to do."
"Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Maybe I should give you my notice?"
"Oh, no." Chipman poured himself a second drink. Suddenly he felt like laughing again. "Well, now," he said. Unconsciously, and for the first time in their acquaintance, he found himself slipping into an imitation of her Irish brogue. "And how long have you had this sight?"
"Oh, A long time now. I noticed it first when I was only 14.
You dream about things and then they happen, is that it?
In a way, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me.
Oh, I'd rather not now, sir. I'm sorry about speaking to those people. I only meant it for your sake, sir.
Now wait. I'm just interested in this premonition of yours. Now, what happened in my case? You had a dream?
Yes, just the dream, sir. Nothing else.
What do you mean, nothing else?
Well, you see, first there's the dream. And then, later on, you see, there's a second sign.
And what's the second sign?
It's a look I do see on the person's face.
A look?
Yes, when the trouble is very close.
Chipman, in the act of downing his second scotch, looked at her over the rim of his glass. Ignorant, stupid old creature with her hedgehog eyes and butterfat brogue. Some primitive folk nonsense, typically Irish, he supposed. It was their religion that encouraged these fairy tales. When it's close, he said. What does that mean?
When it's close to the time, sir.
So, I take it you haven't seen this look on my face? Not yet?
That's right, sir.
When do you think you'll see it?
I don't know that, sir. Better not be asking me things like that. It's no pleasure to me to be seeing the things I do see. That's the God's own truth, sir.
But how do you know you'll see it? Do you always see it after you have this dream?
I'd say so, sir.
Give me an example.
Well, I saw it on my own sister, sir, the night before she died. I had a dream, and saw her in the dream. When I woke up, she was sleeping in the bed with me. I lit the lamp and looked at her face. I saw it on her face. The very next night she was killed by a bus on her way home. I was 14 at the time.
Tell me about another time.
Ah, now what's the use, sir?
No, you started this, Mrs. Leahy. I want to hear more.
And I don't want to tell you, sir.
But you told Mrs. Kerwin and Mr. Geddes and my nephew. You weren't afraid to tell them this fairy tale.
Oh, I didn't tell them that at all, sir. Sure, they wouldn't believe it. I just said I had information. I couldn't say more. But that the doctors were very worried about you.
Did you? Again he felt furious at her. How dare you, Mrs. Leahy?
I'm sorry, sir. I wanted to be a help to you, sir. I mean, I wanted Mrs. Kerwin and your family and all to be good to you, now in your time of trouble.
I must not lose my temper with a servant, Chipman told himself. All right, he said. You told me about your sister. Give me another example.
My husband, sir, God rest his soul. I dreamed about him June 2nd, 1946, and he was took on the 2nd of November. The same year. On the 1st of November I saw the look on his face. I begged him not to go to work the next day, but he didn't heed me. He fell off a scaffolding. He never lived to see a priest.
Wait, Chipman said. Both these deaths were from accidents, not illnesses.
Yes, sir.
Well, have you had any premonitions about deaths from illness?
Well, Jimmy, one of the doormen in this building. I saw him in a dream 4 months before he died of heart disease. And on the day he was taken, I went to see him in the hospital. I saw the look on him.
Indeed. Slowly, Chipman finished his scotch.
Of course, 'tis not always departures. Deaths. Sometimes I do see arrivals. Do you remember, sir, the night you came home from Washington, last New Year's it was? I had your dinner waiting for you. I dreamed the night before that you would come at 9 wanting your dinner. And you did.
As a matter of fact, Chipman thought, I remember it well. I remember thinking she'd prepared that roast lamb for herself and some crony. Extrasensory perception, premonition. Of course, all that was only one jump away from teacup reading, table-turning, spiritualistic quacks. But she dreamed of my death. So, Mrs. Leahy, you dreamed of me again the other night. But this time it wasn't about my arrival? She nodded. Tell me the dream.
Ah, don't be asking, sir.
But I am asking. If you go around telling false stories to people about my death, you have the obligation to tell me the truth about what prompted you to do it. Now, what did you see in this dream?
I saw the shroud, sir. You came in the room, and you were wearing the shroud.
A shroud? That means death?
Yes, sir.
When?
Oh, no, I don't know that, sir.
But you will know as soon as you see this look on my face. Is that it?
Yes, sir. I know the time then.
I see, Chapman said. And now I suppose you'd like me to cross your palm with silver, so that you'll tell me when I must make my funeral arrangements. Well, Mrs. Lee, I'm going to disappoint you. A few minutes ago, when I thought of the mischief you've done and the worry you've caused my family and friends, I was quite prepared to let you go. But believe me, I wouldn't let you go now for all the gold in Fort Knox. A year from now, Mrs. Leahy, you and I will sit here together. We'll have a drink together. This time, this date, 1 year from now.
God willing, we will, sir.
He stood up, suddenly feeling his drink, his chair making a screeching noise on the linoleum floor. And now, he said, I'd better phone Mrs. Kerwin and those other people and explain what's really happened.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm very sorry.
He went back into the library. There was no point in being angry with her. It was a joke, really. He should be celebrating. The doctors weren't alarmed, and even if they found some malignancy, there were all sorts of treatments, cobalt bombs, chemotherapy, and so on. To think that stupid old hedgehog had set all this in motion. Geddes, Buddy, even Geraldine. Poor Geraldine. He went to his shelves, took down a volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica, and read the entry under cancer. He then read the entry under clairvoyance. When he had finished, he replaced the books and rang the bell.
Yes, sir.
She stood at the door, her uniform cap on straight. A perfect housekeeper. A treasure, his women friends said. I'd like some ice and water, he said. She nodded and smiled. Mrs. Tiggywinkle. When she came back with the tray, he tried to affect a bantering tone. Now, just in theory, mind you, just for curiosity's sake, when do you think you'll see that look on my face?
I don't know, sir. I hope it'll be a long, long time off. Was there anything else, sir?
No.
Good night, sir.
She bobbed her head in her usual half-curtsy of withdrawal. When she had gone, he made himself a fresh drink, then went to the window and stood looking down at Fifth Avenue. People in evening dress were getting out of rental Cadillac limousines in front of his building, laughing and joking, going to some function. An hour later, he was still standing there. The room behind him was quite dark. He heard no sound in the apartment. He walked into the lighted hallway and went towards the kitchen. She was not there. He went past the kitchen, going towards her room. He stood in front of her door, trembling with excitement. He knocked.
Yes, sir?
She was sitting in her armchair, stitching the hem of an apron. The television set had been turned off. You were waiting for me, weren't you?
No, sir. Would you be wanting dinner, sir?
You should know I don't want dinner. I thought knowing things like that was one of your specialties. She bent to her sewing. Mrs. Leahy, I want to ask you something. What if I fired you tonight? You'd never see the look, would you?
I suppose not, sir.
Then you'd never know if you'd been right. I mean, supposing you never saw my death in the paper. You wouldn't know, would you? She bit the edge of her thread. Well, answer me.
Yes, sir. I'd know.
Look at me. Even to himself, his voice sounded strange. You haven't looked at me since I came into the room. She folded the apron, placed it on the sewing table, and turned around. He went towards her, his face strained. As her eyes met his, he thought again of an animal. An animal does not think. It knows or it does not know. He sat on the edge of a worn sofa, facing her. Well? His voice was hoarse.
What, sir?
You know what. Am I still all right?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Leahy," he said, "you wouldn't lie to me, would you? I mean, you'd tell me if you saw it?"
"I suppose so, sir. I might be afraid to worry you, though."
His hands gripped hers. No, I want to know. You must tell me. Promise me you'll tell me when the time comes." Tears. The unfamiliar tears of dependence blurred his vision, made the room tremble. Gently, she nodded her head. Clorinda, by André Pieyre de Mandiargues. In the second half of the 16th century, Torquato Tasso, an Italian contemporary of Shakespeare, wrote the epic Jerusalem Delivered. It tells the story of the First Crusade, in which Tancred, a brave Christian knight, falls in love with Clorinda, a Saracen lady warrior. Clorinda, who doesn't love him, tries to burn down the Christian camp. Tancred, not recognizing his beloved, attacks her with his sword. Before she dies, Clorinda reveals herself to Tancred and asks him to baptize her. The poem brought Tasso fame and insanity. He died mad in Rome in 1595. André Pieyre de Mandiargues conjures up Tasso's Clorinda in the following story, a modern version of Pygmalion, perhaps the fable of a writer in his creations, taken from his collection Soleil des Loups, Son of the Wolves, a metaphor for the moon. Mandiargues has written several volumes of short stories, literary and art criticism, and novels. His Girl on a Motorcycle was translated into English and made into a film. In memory of Tasso. Plumeless, Clorinda has dressed herself, an evil omen, in armor of black and rust. You lie asleep like an ox. Last night you got drunk again, and now the vapors of rum knock down the flies swarming around the light bulb. Dawn is breaking. Outside the window the glare of the street lamp fades. You forgot to draw the blinds. On the marble top of the chest of drawers next to the narrow bed in which you lie, a glass bell covers a number of objects. I can make out 3 or 4 dried butterflies, a hawk moth, a piece of wood, once resinous but now eaten away by the larvae of God knows what insects, and finally on a strip of moss a tiny iron helmet inlaid with red gold, no larger than a thimble, which an armourer would perhaps recognize as of very old German craftsmanship. Life for you is obviously a thing of the past. The days you now drag out are numbered. You drink, then you fall asleep, rolled up in a horse blanket thrown over a sheetless mattress. As soon as the caretaker who cleans your room knocks on the door, you feverishly grab a book that lies next to your hand, or pretend to write, though the paper is still blank, because you fear the secret judgment of this old woman whom you have never heard utter a single word, and who looks like a bundle of black, thorny twigs. And since you will soon be dead, I shall try to write on these loose sheets of paper, because you never will, the story you told me last night after having begged me to help you home, before you got hold of the now empty bottle which the sloping floor rolls back to me every time I try to kick it under the lowest drawer of the dressing-table. One very warm day early last autumn, when you were walking through a splendid forest with the vague intention of picking mushrooms, though they were not yet in season, you suddenly noticed on top of a small mound an object which reminded you of a fort, complete with ramparts, towers, and battlements, like those one can see in Victor Hugo's drawings. It was nothing but a piece of wood, however, standing on a bed of fine moss, blanched by the rains of several winters and ridden with galleries drilled by the jaws of termite ants. A sudden curiosity made you lift it off the moss, turn it round and shake it. It let out a cloud of dust as fine as flour. Inside the wood you heard, much to your surprise, a sort of metal clang, and from one of the holes sprang forth a shining, living creature, which at first you took to be an insect. A large cricket, you thought, unable to believe your own eyes, and to admit the existence of this miniature knight locked from head to foot inside armor with dark, golden inlays, who, standing on what seemed to you a rampart, unsheathed a formidable sword, held it with both hands, and began to wave it about, dangerously close to your fingers.
You watched with amazement and fear. The knight seemed so sure of himself, so capable of slicing your thumb to the bone, or splitting your thumbnail in half, an idea as painful as the wound itself. A nervous jerk of your hand as you tried to avoid the blade upset the creature's balance. From the height of your chest the little warrior fell to the ground and hit his head on a stone. You saw him lying motionless, and quickly crouching down, almost flat on your stomach, you picked him up and held him in the palm of your hand. Afraid that he might have hurt himself, you tried to open his armor. Your fingers, at first clumsy, finally managed to find the catch of the helmet and lift the visor. And what an unexpected wonder! Behind the opening appeared the beautiful face of a young girl. Taking great care not to injure the fainted beauty, you undid the breastplate, which was closed at the back with hinges, like a corset, and then, holding the tiny woman by the waist as carefully as your fingers could manage, you took off the rest of her armor. A familiar gesture, you noticed, like taking shrimp meat out of its shell. The creature wore nothing but a shirt of what seemed to you an extraordinarily delicate material, but which was really, in proportion to the body, a heavy, roughly knit cloth. The shirt hung down to the middle of her thighs, and its collar barely hid the shape of her golden neck. She soon came back to life, and as you were sitting on the ground in order to examine her, it was a simple trick for the little warrior to jump from your hand onto your knee, and from there down to the mossy patch in an effort to escape. But a tangle of moss stood in her way, and you had no trouble catching her again. She struggled angrily, shaking her thick black hair which came down to her shoulders, pounding with her fists on your fingernails, trying to bite you. To keep her quiet, you tore 2 bits of wool off your coat. One of them, still rust-colored in your memory, you used to tie her hands behind her back. The other, of a beautiful deep blue, you tied to her ankle and to a rather heavy stone, thereby leaving her no hope of escape. Kneeling on the moss next to her stone, you knew, even though she could not stretch her arms toward you, that she was begging you to free her. This made you wish to see her naked. You took a penknife out of your pocket, held the little warrior in mid-air, and split the shirt from back to front and sideways, not forgetting the shoulders. The wind carried away the pieces, and you returned your prisoner to her bed of moss. She lay on her back, closed her eyes, and adopted the resigned attitude of women of the great class. That is how, in your own language, you used to call your women. When they know it is too late to feel ashamed, or even make believe they feel ashamed, when they abandon all modesty. Your eyes ran over her, meeting no resistance, fixing themselves on the previously glimpsed oriental neck, measuring the slender waist which a wedding ring would have girdled, stroking the polished beauty of her knees and thighs, venturing into the dark and curly triangle so lustrous and thick that it almost seemed to belong to a wild animal. As if your eyes were not enough, you put your nose next to her belly. Her body exuded a perfume similar to that of the Rosetta odorata. You would have given anything to become as small as the tiny creature, to fall with her on the moss next to her, to hold her in your arms, because, tied up as she was, she had become easy prey for the first passing stranger, provided he were the same size. At last you could no longer restrain your desire, so intense that it made you shake with impotent rage. Certain of finding your prisoner again whenever you wanted her, you ran into the forest like a madman, embracing the pine trees in your path, falling into ditches, tearing up carpets of moss, pressing your lips against the earth amid the grass and wildflowers. But when your frenzy died out, and, dirty with mud and leaves, you returned to where you had left her whom you considered yours, like a hedgehog or a lizard caught during an idle walk, you found that she had disappeared. There was no doubt about the place. A piece of blue wool and the stone had not been moved from the bed of moss. But the wool had been torn, and its loose end lay now in a glistening drop of fresh blood. Never for a moment did you suspect the pine-tree ants, one of which you could see running among the pine needles not far away, because there were no bones left on the moss, and it is a well-known fact that these ants do not carry away their larger prey, but devour it on the spot. But with unspeakable horror you thought of the beak of a bird, painfully and precisely, pecking at your conscience as you imagined it pecking at the body of your tiny woman. You thought immediately of the beak of a warbler. Why, later you asked me, do the idiots who write stories or songs, why do asinine naturalists give the warbler the reputation of being a pretty bird with graceful manners, a reputation it uses to deceive all those who cannot see the truth? Even its song is not as beautiful as we are told. Its name alone should tell us how evil this creature is, outside the imaginary world built by poets. All you need do, you told me, is to say aloud these 3 words: wolf, weasel, warbler, to realize immediately the slyness, the cruelty, and bloodthirstiness of that vile bird of prey. While looking for a trace of her whom you had lost, you found at your feet the tiny helmet. You wrapped it up in your handkerchief, there where you would have wished to wrap up, warm and living, the warrior who had worn it, and brought it home. As for the rest of the armor, where had it fallen? In spite of your efforts, you never found it again. And now what a pitiful thing your life has become. What every man vaguely dreams of and desires was granted to you on a fine autumn day among the pine trees of a forest on the moor. But you lost it, maddened by your senses. Now you have nothing to look forward to except death. And while you wait for death to come and fetch you, you get drunk on rum like a wild beast and fall asleep. Translated from the French by Alberto Manguel. The Pagan Rabbi by Cynthia Ozick. I interviewed Cynthia Ozick briefly in New York in the summer of 1983. One of the questions I asked her was how, as a Jewish writer, she had become so attracted to the pagan world of magic and the fantastic. In my daily life, she said, as a thinking, breathing person, I am Jewish. As a writer, like the pagan rabbi, I am a pagan. I could only be a pagan being a writer. The Pagan Rabbi, written in the 60s, was published, together with other stories, in 1970. Curiously enough, Cynthia Ozick recalled, it came out of an emotion, but this emotion took the form of an idea. I wanted to explore what happens to somebody who is committed to a mode of restraint, a system of ethics, when he releases himself from it and enters the truly mystical world. What would happen to such a person? Rabbi Jacob said, "He who is walking alone and studying, but then breaks off to remark, 'How lovely is that tree,' or 'How beautiful is that fallow field,' Scripture regards such a one as having hurt his own being." From The Ethics of the Fathers. When I heard that Isaac Kornfeld, a man of piety and brains, had hanged himself in the public park, I put a token in the subway stile and journeyed out to see the tree. We had been classmates in the rabbinical seminary. Our fathers were both rabbis. They were also friends, but only in a loose way of speaking. In actuality, our fathers were enemies. They vied with one another in demonstrations of charitableness, in the captious glitter of their scholiae, in the number of their adherents. Of the two, Isaac's father was the milder. I was afraid of my father. He had a certain disease of the larynx, and if he even uttered something so trivial as, "Bring the tea," to my mother, it came out splintered, clamorous, and vindictive. Neither man was philosophical in the slightest. It was the one thing they agreed on. "Philosophy is an abomination," Isaac's father used to say. The Greeks were philosophers, but they remained children playing with their dolls. Even Socrates, a monotheist, nevertheless sent money down to the temple to pay for incense to their doll. Idolatry is the abomination, Isaac argued, not philosophy. The latter is the correlator to the former, his father said. My own father claimed that if not for philosophy, I would never have been brought to the atheism which finally led me to withdraw, in my second year, from the seminary. The trouble was not philosophy. I had none of Isaac's talent. His teachers later said of him that his imagination was so remarkable he could concoct holiness out of the fine line of a seraph. On the day of his funeral, the president of his college was criticized for having commented that, although a suicide, Isaac Kornfeld was ipso facto consecrated. It should be noted that Isaac hanged himself several weeks short of his 36th birthday. He was then at the peak of his renown, and the president, of course, did not know the whole story. He judged by Isaac's reputation, which was at no time more impressive than just before his death. I judged by the same, and marveled that all that holy genius and intellectual surprise should in the end be raised no higher than the next to lowest limb of a delicate young oak, with burly roots like the toes of a griffin exposed in the wet ground. The tree was almost alone in a long, rough meadow, which sloped down to a bay filled with sticky clams and a bad smell. The place was called Trilham's Inlet, and I knew what the smell meant. That cold brown water covered half the city's turds. On the day I came to see the tree, the air was bleary with fog. The weather was well into autumn, and though it was Sunday, the walks were empty. There was something historical about the park just then, with its rusting grasses and deserted monuments. In front of a soldier's cenotaph, a plastic wreath left behind months before by some civic parade stood propped against a stone frieze of identical marchers in the costume of an old war. A banner across the wreath's belly explained that the purpose of war is peace. At the margins of the park they were building a gigantic highway. I felt I was making my way across a battlefield silenced by the victory of the peace machines. The bulldozers had bitten far into the park, and the rolled carcasses of the sacrificed trees were already cut up into logs. There were dozens of felled maples, elms, and oaks. Their moist inner wheels breathed out a fragrance of barns, countryside, decay. In the bottommost meadow, fringing the water, I recognized the tree which had caused Isaac to sin against his own life. It looked curiously like a photograph, not only like that newspaper photograph I carried warmly in my pocket, which showed the field and its markers, the drinking fountain a few yards off, the ruined brick wall of an old estate behind. The caption writer had particularly remarked on the rope, but the rope was no longer there. The widow had claimed it. It was his own prayer shawl that Isaac, a short man, had thrown over the comely neck of the next to lowest limb. A Jew was buried in his prayer shawl. The police had handed it over to Schindel. I observed that the bark was rubbed at that spot. The tree lay back against the sky like a licked postage stamp. Rain began to beat it flatter yet. A stench of sewage came up like a veil in the nostril. It seemed to me I was a man in a photograph standing next to a grey blur of tree. I would stand through eternity beside Isaac's guilt if I did not run. So I ran that night to Schindel herself. I loved her at once. I am speaking now of the first time I saw her, though I don't exclude the last. The last, together with Isaac, was soon after my divorce. At one stroke I left my wife and my cousin's fur business to the small upstate city in which both had repined. Suddenly Isaac and Schindel and 2 babies appeared in the lobby of my hotel. They were passing through. Isaac had a lecture engagement in Canada. We sat under scarlet neon, and Isaac told how my father could not now speak at all. "He keeps his vow," I said. No, he's a sick man," Isaac said. "An obstruction in the throat." "I'm the obstruction. You know what he said when I left the seminary. He meant it. Never mind how many years it is. He's never addressed a word to me since." We were reading together. He blamed the reading. Who can blame him? Fathers like ours don't know how to love. They live too much indoors. It was an odd remark, though I was too much preoccupied with my own resentments to notice. It wasn't what we read, I objected. Torah tells that an illustrious man doesn't have an illustrious son. Otherwise he wouldn't be humble like other people. This much scholarly stuffing I retain. Well, so my father always believed he was more illustrious than anybody, especially more than your father. Therefore, I delivered in Talmudic cadence, what chance did I have? A nincompoop, and no Sitzfleisch. Now you could answer questions that weren't even invented yet. Then you invented them. Torah isn't a spade, Isaac said. A man should have a livelihood. You had yours. The pelt of a dead animal isn't a living either. It's an indecency. All the while Schindel was sitting perfectly still. The babies, female infants in long stockings, were asleep in her arms. She wore a dark, thick woolen hat — it was July — that covered every part of her hair. but I had once seen it in all its streaming black shine. "And Jane?" Isaac asked finally. "Speaking of dead animals, tell my father, he won't answer a letter, he won't come to the telephone, that in the matter of the marriage he was right, but for the wrong reason. If you share a bed with a Puritan, you'll come into it cold, and you'll go out of it cold. Listen, Isaac, my father calls me an atheist, but between the conjugal sheets every Jew is a believer in miracles, even the lapsed." He said nothing then. He knew I envied him his Schindel and his luck. Unlike our fathers, Isaac had never condemned me for my marriage, which his father regarded as his private triumph over my father, and which my father, in his public defeat, took as an occasion for declaring me as one dead. He rent his clothing and sat on a stool for 8 days, while Isaac's father came to watch him mourn, secretly satisfied, though aloud he grieved for all apostates. Isaac did not like my wife. He called her a tall yellow straw. After we were married, he never said a word against her, but he kept away. I went with my wife to his wedding. We took the early train down especially, but when we arrived the feast was well under way, and the guests far into the dancing. "Look, look, they don't dance together," Jane said. "Who?" "The men and the women, the bride and the groom." "Count the babies," I advised. "The Jews are also Puritans, but only in public." The bride was enclosed all by herself on a straight chair in the center of a spinning ring of young men. The floor heaved under their whirl. They stamped. The chandeliers shuddered. The guests cried out. The young men with linked arms spiraled, and their skull-caps came flying off like centrifugal balloons. Isaac, a mist of black suit, a stamping foot, was lost in the planet's wake of black suits and emphatic feet. The dancing young men shouted bridal songs. The floor leaned like a plate. The whole room teetered. Isaac had told me something of Schindel. Before now I had never seen her. Her birth was in a concentration camp, and they were about to throw her against the electrified fence when an army mobbed the gate. Current vanished from the terrible wires, and she had nothing to show for it afterwards but a mark on her cheek like an asterisk, cut by a barb. The asterisk pointed to certain dry footnotes. She had no mother to show. She had no father to show. But she had, extraordinarily, God to show. She was known to be, for her age and sex, astonishingly learned. She was only 17. "What pretty hair she has," Jane said. Now Schindel was dancing with Isaac's mother. All the ladies made a fence, and the bride, twirling with her mother-in-law, lost a shoe and fell against the long, laughing row. The ladies lifted their glistering breasts in their lacy dresses and laughed. The young men, stamping 2 by 2, went on, shouting their wedding songs. Schindel danced without her shoe, and the black river of her hair followed her. "After today she'll have to hide it all," I explained. Jane asked why. "So as not to be a temptation to men," I told her, and covertly looked for my father. There he was in a shadow apart. My eyes discovered his eyes. He turned his back and gripped his throat. "It's a very anthropological experience," Jane said. "A wedding is a wedding," I answered her, "amongst us even more so. Is that your father over there, that little scowly man?" To Jane, all Jews were little. "My father, the man of the cloth, yes." "A wedding is not a wedding," said Jane. We had had only a license and a judge with bad breath. "Everybody marries for the same reason?" "No," said my wife. "Some for love and some for spite." "And everybody for bed." "Some for spite," she insisted. "I was never cut out for a man of the cloth," I said. "My poor father doesn't see that." "He doesn't speak to you." "A technicality. He's losing his voice." "Well, he's not like you. He doesn't do it for spite," Jane said. "You don't know him," I said. He lost it altogether the very week Isaac published his first remarkable collection of responsa. Isaac's father crowed like a passionate rooster, and packed his wife and himself off to the Holy Land to boast on the holy soil. Isaac was a little relieved. He had just been made professor of Mishnaic history, and his father's whims and pretenses and foolish rivalries were an embarrassment. It is easy to honor a father from afar, but bitter to honor one who is dead. A surgeon cut out my father's voice, and he died without a word. Isaac and I no longer met. Our ways were too disparate. Isaac was famous, if not in the world, certainly in the kingdom of jurists and scholars. By this time I had acquired a partnership in a small bookstore in a basement. My partner sold me his share, and I put up a new sign, the bookseller. For reasons more obscure than filial, all the same I wish my father could have seen it, I established a department devoted especially to not quite rare theological works, chiefly in Hebrew and Aramaic, though I carried some Latin and Greek. When Isaac's second volume reached my shelves, I had now expanded to street level. I wrote him to congratulate him, and after that we corresponded, not with any regularity. He took to ordering all his books from me, and we exchanged awkward little jokes. "I'm still in the jacket business," I told him, "but now I feel I'm where I belong. Last time I went too fur." "Shandel is well, and Naomi and Esther have a sister," he wrote. And later, "Naomi, Esther, and Miriam have a sister." And still later, "Naomi, Esther, Miriam, and Ophrah have a sister." It went on until there were 7 girls. "There's nothing in Torah that prevents an illustrious man from having illustrious daughters," I wrote him when he said he had given up hope of another rabbi in the family. "But where do you find 7 illustrious husbands?" he asked. Every order brought another quip, and we bantered back and forth in this way for some years. I noticed that he read everything. Long ago he had inflamed my taste, but I could never keep up. No sooner did I catch his joy in Saadia Gaon than he had already sprung ahead to Yehuda Halevi. One day he was weeping with Dostoevsky, and the next leaping in the air over Thomas Mann. He introduced me to Hegel and Nietzsche, while our fathers wailed. His mature reading was no more peaceable than those frenzies in his youth, when I would come upon him in an abandoned classroom at dusk, his stocking feet on the window-sill, the light already washed from the lowest city clouds, wearing the look of a man half salted with print. But when the widow asked me, covering a certain excess of alertness or irritation, whether to my knowledge Isaac had lately been ordering any books on horticulture, I was astonished. "He bought so much," I demurred. Yes, she said. "How could you remember?" She poured the tea, and then, with a discreetness of gesture, lifted my dripping raincoat from the chair where I had thrown it and took it out of the room. It was a crowded apartment, not very neat, far from slovenly, cluttered with dolls and tiny dishes and an array of tricycles. The dining table was as large as a desert. An old-fashioned crocheted lace runner divided it into 2 nations, and on the end of this, in the neutral zone, so to speak, Shandel had placed my cup. There was no physical relic of Isaac, not even a book. She returned. "My girls are all asleep. We can talk. What an ordeal for you, weather like this and going out so far to that place." It was impossible to tell whether she was angry or not. I had rushed in on her like the rainfall itself, scattering drops, my shoes stuck all over with leaves. "I comprehend exactly why you went out there. The impulse of a detective," she said. Her voice contained an irony that surprised me. It was brilliantly and unmistakably accented, and because of this, jaggedly precise. It was as if every word emitted a quick white thread of great purity, like hard silk, which she was then obliged to bite cleanly off. "You went to find something? An atmosphere? The sadness itself?" "There was nothing to see," I said, and thought I was a lunatic to have put myself in her way. "Did you dig in the ground? You might have buried a note for goodbye." "Was there a note?" I asked, startled. "He left nothing behind for ordinary humanity like yourself." I saw she was playing with me. "Rebbetzin Kornfeld," I said, standing up. "Forgive me. My coat, please, and I'll go." "Sit," she commanded. "Isaac read less lately. Did you notice that?" I gave her a civil smile. All the same, he was buying more and more. "Think," she said. "I depend on you. You're just the one who might know. I had forgotten this. God sent you, perhaps. Rebbetzin Kornfeld, I'm only a bookseller. God in his judgment sent me a bookseller. For such a long time Isaac never read at home. Think! Agronomy?
I don't remember anything like that. What would a professor of Mishnaic history want with agronomy?
If he had a new book under his arm, he would take it straight to the seminary and hide it in his office.
I mailed to his office. If you like, I can look up some of the titles.
You were in the park and you saw nothing?
Nothing. Then I was ashamed.
I saw the tree.
And what is that?
A tree is nothing.
Rebbetzin Kornfeld, I pleaded. It's a stupidity that I came here. I don't know myself why I came. I beg your pardon. I have no idea.
You came to learn why Isaac took his life. Botany? Or even, please listen, even mycology? He never asked you to send something on mushrooms? Or having to do with herbs, manure, flowers? A certain kind of agricultural poetry? A book about gardening, forestry, vegetables, cereal growing?
Nothing like that, I said excitedly. Rebbetzin Kornfeld, your husband was a rabbi.
I know what my husband was. Something to do with vines, arbors, rice? Think! Anything to do with land, meadows, goats, a farm, hay, anything at all, anything rustic or lunar.
Lunar? My God, was he a teacher or a nurseryman? Goats? Was he a furrier? Scheindel, are you crazy? I was the furrier. What do you want from the dead? Without a word, she replenished my cup, though it was more than half full, and sat down opposite me on the other side of the lace boundary line. She leaned her face into her palms, but I saw her eyes. She kept them wide. Rebbetzin Kornfeld, I said, collecting myself, with a tragedy like this, you imagine I blame the books. I don't blame the books, whatever they were. If he had been faithful to his books, he would have lived. He lived, I cried, in books. What else?
No, said the widow.
A scholar, a rabbi, a remarkable Jew. At this she spilled a furious laugh.
Tell me. I have always been very interested and shy to inquire. Tell me about your wife.
I intervened. I haven't had a wife in years.
What are they like, those people?
They're exactly like us, if you can think what we would be if we were like them.
We are not like them. Their bodies are more to them than ours are to us. Our books are holy. To them, their bodies are holy.
Jane's is so holy she hardly ever let me get near it, I muttered to myself.
Isaac used to run in the park, but he lost his breath too quickly. Instead, he read in a book about runners with hats made of leaves.
Scheindel, what did you expect of him? He was a student, he sat and he thought. He was a Jew.
She thrust her hands flat. He was not. I could not reply. I looked at her merely. She was thinner now than in her early young womanhood, and her face had an in-between cast, poignant still at the mouth and jaw, beginning to grow coarse on either side of the nose. I think he was never a Jew, she said. I wondered whether Isaac's suicide had unbalanced her. I'll tell you a story, she resumed. A story about stories. These were the bedtime stories Isaac told Naomi and Esther. About mice that danced and children who laughed. When Miriam came, he invented a speaking cloud. With Ophrah, it was a turtle that married a blade of withered grass. By Leah's time, the stones had tears for their leglessness. Rebecca cried because of a tree that turned into a girl and never grew colors again in the autumn. Shiphrah, the littlest, believes that a pig has a soul. My own father used to drill me every night in sacred recitation. It was a terrible childhood. He insisted on picnics. Each time we went farther and farther into the country. It was a madness. Isaac never troubled to learn to drive a car, and there was always a clumsiness of baskets to carry, and a clutter of buses and trains, and 7 exhausted wild girls. And he would look for special places. We couldn't settle just here or there. There had to be a brook, or such and such a slope, or else a little grove. And then, though he said it was all for the children's pleasure, he would leave them and go off alone, and never come back until sunset, when everything was spilled and the air freezing and the babies crying. I was a grown man before I had the chance to go on a picnic, I admitted. I'm speaking of the beginning, said the widow. Like you, wasn't I fooled? I was fooled. I was charmed. Going home with our Baskets of berries and flowers. We were a romantic huddle. Isaac's stories on those nights were full of dark invention. May God preserve me, I even begged him to write them down. Then suddenly he joined a club, and Sunday mornings he was up and away before dawn. A club? So early? What library opens at that hour? I said, stunned that a man like Isaac should ally himself with anything so doubtful. Ah, you don't follow, you don't follow. It was a hiking club. They met under the moon. I thought it was a pity. The whole week Isaac was so inward, he needed air for the mind. He used to come home too fatigued to stand. He said he went for the landscape. I was like you. I took what I heard it all, and never followed. He resigned from the hikers finally, and I believed all that strangeness was finished. He told me it was absurd to walk at such a pace. He was a teacher and not an athlete. Then he began to write. But he always wrote, I objected. Not this way. What he wrote was only fairy tales. He kept at it, and for a while he neglected everything else. It was the strangeness in another form. The stories surprised me. They were so poor and dull. They were a little like the ideas he used to scare the girls with, but choked all over with notes, appendices, prefaces. It struck me then he didn't seem to understand he was only doing fairy tales. Yet they were really very ordinary, full of sprites, nymphs, gods, everything ordinary and old. Will you let me see them? Burned, all burned. Isaac burned them? You don't think I did? I see what you think. It was true that I was marveling at her hatred. I suppose she was one of those born to dread imagination. I was overtaken by a coldness for her, though the sight of her small hands with their tremulous staves of fingers turning and turning in front of her face, like a gate on a hinge, reminded me of where she was born and who she was. She was an orphan, and had been saved by magic, and had a terror of it. The coldness fled. "Why should you be bothered by little stories?" I inquired. "It wasn't the stories that killed him." No, not the stories," she said. "Stupid, corrupt things. I was glad when he gave them up. He piled them in the bathtub and lit them with a match. Then he put a notebook in his coat pocket and said he would walk in the park. Week after week he tried all the parks in the city. I didn't dream what he could be after. One day he took the subway and rode to the end of the line, and this was the right park at last. He went every day after class, an hour going, an hour back. 2, 3 in the morning he came home. "Is it exercise?" I said. I thought he might be running again. He used to shiver with the chill of night and the dew. "No, I sit quite still," he said. "Is it more stories you do out there?" "No, I only jot down what I think." "A man should meditate in his own house, not by night near bad water," I said. 6, 7 in the morning he came home. I asked him if he meant to find his grave in that place. She broke off with a cough, half artifice and half resignation, so loud that it made her crane toward the bedrooms to see if she had awakened a child. "I don't sleep any more," she told me. "Look around you. Look everywhere. Look on the windowsills. Do you see any plants, any common house plants? I went down one evening and gave them to the garbage collector. Couldn't sleep in the same space with plants. They are like little trees. Am I deranged? Take Isaac's notebook and bring it back when you can." I obeyed. In my own room, a sparse place, with no ornaments but a few pretty stalks in pots, I did not delay and seized the notebook. It was a tiny affair, 3 inches by 5, with ruled pages that opened on a coiled wire. I read searchingly, hoping for something not easily evident. Shandel, by her melancholy innuendo, had made me believe that in these few sheets Isaac had revealed the reason for his suicide. But it was all a disappointment. There was not a word of any importance. After a while I concluded that, whatever her motives, Shandel was playing with me again. She meant to punish me for asking the unaskable. My inquisitiveness offended her. She had given me Isaac's notebook, not to enlighten, but to rebuke. The handwriting was recognizable, yet oddly formed. Shaky and even senile, like that of a man outdoors and deskless, who scribbles in his palm or on his lifted knee or leaning on a bit of bark. And there was no doubt that the wrinkled leaves, with their ragged corners, had been in and out of someone's pocket. So I did not mistrust Scheindel's mad anecdote. This much was true. A park, Isaac, a notebook, all at once, but signifying no more than that a professor with a literary turn of mind had gone for a walk. There was even a green stain straight across one of the quotations, as if the pad had slipped grassward and been trod on. I have forgotten to mention that the notebook, though scantily filled, was in 3 languages. The Greek I could not read at all, but it had the shape of verse. The Hebrew was simply a miscellany, drawn mostly from Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Among these I found the following extracts, transcribed not quite verbatim. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places of the gods, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. And the soul that turneth after familiar spirits to go a-whoring after them, I will cut him off from among his people. These, of course, were ordinary unadorned notes, such as any classroom lecturer might commonly make to remind himself of the text, with a phrase cut out here and there for the sake of speeding his hand. Or I thought it possible that Isaac might at that time have been preparing a paper on the Talmudic commentaries for these passages. Whatever the case, the remaining quotations, chiefly from English poetry, interested me only slightly more. They were the elegiac favorites of a closeted romantic. I was repelled by Isaac's nature. It wore a capital letter and smelled like my own bookseller. It was plain to me that he had lately grown painfully academic. He could not see a weed's tassel without finding a classical reference for it. He had put down a snatch of Byron, a smudge of Keats. Like his scriptural copyings, these too were quick and fragmented, a pair of truncated lines from Tennyson, and this unmarked and clumsy quatrain. And yet all is not taken. Still one dryad flits through the wood, one oread skims the hill. White in the whispering stream still gleams a naiad, the beauty of the earth is haunted still. All of this was so cloying and mooning and ridiculous, and so pedantic besides, that I felt ashamed for him. And yet there was almost nothing else, nothing to redeem him and nothing personal, only a sentence or two in his rigid, self-controlled scholar's style, not unlike the starched little jokes of our correspondence. I am writing at dusk, sitting on a stone in Trilheim's Inlet Park, within sight of Trilheim's Inlet, a bay to the north of the city, and within 2 yards of a slender tree, Quercus velutina, the age of which, should one desire to measure it, can be ascertained by, God forbid, cutting the bole and counting the rings. The man writing is 35 years old and aging too rapidly, which may be ascertained by counting the rings under his poor myopic eyes. Below this, deliberate and readily more legible than the rest, appeared 3 curious words. Great Pan lives. That was all. In a day or so I returned the notebook to Scheindel. I told myself that she had 7 orphans to worry over, and repressed my anger at having been cheated. She was waiting for me. I am so sorry. There was a letter in the notebook. It had fallen out. I found it on the carpet after you left. Thank you, no, I said. I read enough out of Isaac's pockets. Then why did you come to see me to begin with? I came, I said, just to see you. You came for Isaac. But she was more mocking than distraught. I gave you everything you needed to see what happened, and still you don't follow. Here. She held out a large, law-sized paper. Read the letter. I've read his notebook. If everything I need to fathom Isaac is in the notebook, I don't need the letter. It's a letter he wrote to explain himself, she persisted. You told me Isaac left you no notes. It was not written to me. I sat down on one of the dining-room chairs, and Scheindel put the page before me on the table. It lay face up on the lace divider. I did not look at it. It's a love letter, Scheindel whispered. When they cut him down, they found the notebook in one pocket, and the letter in the other. I did not know what to say. The police gave me everything, Schandel said. Everything to keep. A love letter, I repeated. That is what such letters are commonly called. And the police? They gave it to you, and that was the first you realized what— I floundered after the inconceivable. What could be occupying him? What could be occupying him? She mimicked. Yes. Not until they took the letter and the notebook out of his pocket. My God! His habit of life, his mind, I can't imagine it. You never guessed? No. These trips to the park. He had become aberrant in many ways. I have described them to you. But the park! Going off like that alone? You didn't think he might be meeting a woman? It was not a woman. Disgust like a powder clotted my nose. Schandel, you're crazy. I'm crazy, is that it? Read his confession, read it! How long can I be the only one to know this thing? Do you want my brain to melt? Be my confidant, she entreated so unexpectedly that I held my breath. You've said nothing to anyone? Would they have recited such eulogies if I had? Read the letter. I have no interest in the abnormal, I said coldly. She raised her eyes and watched me for the smallest space. Without any change in the posture of her suppliant head, her laughter began. I have never since heard sounds like those, almost mouse-like in density, for fear of waking her sleeping daughters, but so rational and intent that it was like listening to astonished sanity rendered into a cackling fugue. She kept it up for a minute and then calmed herself. Please, sit where you are. Please, pay attention. I will read the letter to you myself. She plucked the page from the table with an orderly gesture. I saw that this letter had been scrupulously prepared. It was closely written. Her tone was cleansed by scorn. My ancestors were led out of Egypt by the hand of God, she read. Is this how a love letter starts out? She moved on resolutely. We were guilty of so-called abominations well described elsewhere. Other peoples have been nourished on their mythologies. For eons we have been weaned from all traces of the same. I felt myself becoming impatient. The fact was I had returned with a single idea. I meant to marry Isaac's widow when enough time had passed to make it seemly. It was my intention to court her with great subtlety at first, so that I would not appear to be presuming on her sorrow. But she was possessed. Schandel, why do you want to inflict this treatise on me? Give it to the seminary. Contribute it to a symposium of professors. I would sooner die. At this I began to attend in earnest. I will leave aside the wholly plausible position of so-called animism within the concept of the one God. I will omit a historical illumination of its continuous but covert expression, even within the fence of the law. Creature, I leave these aside. What? I yelped. Creature, she repeated, spreading her nostrils. What is human history? What is our philosophy? What is our religion? None of these teaches us poor human ones that we are alone in the universe, and even without them we would know that we are not. At a very young age I understood that a foolish man would not believe in a fish had he not had one enter his experience. Innumerable forms exist and have come to our eyes, and to the still deeper eye of the lens of our instruments. From this minute perception of what already is, it is easy to conclude that further forms are possible, that all forms are probable. God created the world not for himself alone, or I would not now possess this consciousness with which I am enabled to address thee, loveliness. Thee, I echoed, and swallowed a sad bewilderment. You must let me go on, Schandel said, and grimly went on. It is false history, false philosophy, and false religion which declare to us human ones that we live among things. The arts of physics and chemistry begin to teach us differently, but their way of compassion is new, and finds few to carry fidelity to its logical and beautiful end. The molecules dance inside all forms, and within the molecules dance the atoms, and within the atoms dance still profounder sources of divine vitality. There is nothing that is dead. There is no non-life. Holy life subsists even in the stone, even in the bones of dead dogs and dead men. Hence, in God's fecundating creation, there is no possibility of idolatry, and therefore no possibility of committing this so-called abomination. My God, I wailed. Enough, Scheindel, it's more than enough, no more. There is more, she said. I don't want to hear it. He stains his character for you? A spot, do you think? You will hear. She took up in a voice which all at once reminded me of my father's. It was unforgiving. Creature, I rehearse these matters, though all our language is a breath to thee, as baubles for the juggler. Where we struggle to understand from day to day, and contemplate the grave for its riddle, the other breeds are born fulfilled in wisdom. Animal races conduct themselves without self-investigations. Instinct is a higher and not a lower thing. Alas, that we human ones, but for certain pitifully primitive approximations in those few reflexes and involuntary actions left to our bodies, are born bare of instinct. All that we unfortunates must resort to through science, art, philosophy, religion, all our imaginings and tormented strivings, all our meditations and vain questionings, all are expressed naturally and rightly in the beasts, the plants, the rivers, the stones. The reason is simple. It is our tragedy. Our soul is included in us. It inhabits us. We contain it. When we seek our soul, we must seek in ourselves. To see the soul, to confront it, that is divine wisdom. Yet how can we see into our dark selves? With the other races of being it is differently ordered. The soul of the plant does not reside in the chlorophyll. It may roam if it wishes. It may choose whatever form or shape it pleases. Hence the other breeds, being largely free of their soul and able to witness it, can live in peace. To see one's soul is to know all. To know all is to own the peace our philosophies futilely envisage. Earth displays two categories of soul, the free and the indwelling. We human ones are cursed with the indwelling. Stop, I cried. I will not, said the widow. Please, you told me he burned his fairy tales. Did I lie to you? Will you say I lied? Then for Isaac's sake, why didn't you? If this isn't a fairy tale, what do you want me to think it could be? Think what you like. Scheindel, I said, I beg you don't destroy a dead man's honor. Don't look at this thing again. Tear it to pieces. Don't continue with it. I don't destroy his honor. He had none. Please, listen to yourself. My God, who was the man? Rabbi Isaac Kornfeld. Talk of honor. Wasn't he a teacher? Wasn't he a scholar? He was a pagan. Her eyes returned without hesitation to their task. She commenced. All these truths I learned only gradually, against my will and desire. Our teacher Moses did not speak of them. Much may be said under this head. It was not out of ignorance that Moses failed to teach about those souls that are free. If I have learned what Moses knew, is this not because we are both men? He was a man, but God addressed him. It was God's will that our ancestors should no longer be slaves. Yet our ancestors, being stiff-necked, would not have abandoned their slavery in Egypt, had they been taught of the free souls. They would have said, Let us stay. Our bodies will remain enslaved in Egypt, but our souls will wander at their pleasure in Zion. If the cactus plant stays rooted while its soul roams, why not also a man? And if Moses had replied that only the world of nature has the gift of the free soul, while man is chained to his, and that a man, to free his soul, must also free the body that is its vessel, they would have scoffed. How is it that men, and men alone, are different from the world of nature? If this is so, then the condition of men is evil and unjust, and if this condition of ours is evil and unjust in general, what does it matter whether we are slaves in Egypt or citizens in Zion? And they would not have done God's will and abandoned their slavery. Therefore Moses never spoke to them of the free souls, lest the people not do God's will and go out from Egypt. In an instant a sensation broke in me. It was entirely obscure. There was nothing I could compare it with, and yet I was certain I recognized it. And then I did. It hurtled me into childhood. It was the crisis of insight one experiences when one has just read out, for the first time, that conglomeration of figurines which makes a word. In that moment I penetrated beyond Isaac's alphabet into his language. I saw that he was on the side of possibility. He was both sane and inspired. His intention was not to accumulate mystery, but to dispel it. "All that part is brilliant," I burst out. Chandel, meanwhile, had gone to the sideboard to take a sip of cold tea that was standing there. "In a minute," she said, and pursued her thirst. "I have heard of drawings surpassing Rembrandt, daubed by madmen, who when released from the fit couldn't hold the chalk. What follows is beautiful, I warn you. The man was a genius." "Yes." "Go on," I urged. She produced for me her clownish, jeering smile. She read, "Sometimes in the desert journey on the way they would come to a watering place, and some quick, spry boy would happen to glimpse the soul of the spring, which the wild Greeks afterwards called Naiad. But not knowing of the existence of the free souls, he would suppose only that the moon had cast a momentary beam across the water. Loveliness, with the same innocence of accident, I discovered thee. Loveliness, loveliness." She stopped. "Is that all?" "There is more." "Read it." "The rest is the love letter. Is it hard for you?" But I asked with more eagerness than pity. "I was that man's wife. He scaled the fence of the law. For this God preserved me from the electric fence. Read it for yourself." Incontinently I snatched the crowded page. "Loveliness, in thee the joy, substantiation, and supernal succor of my theorem. How many hours through how many years I walked over the cilia forests of our enormous aspirating vegetable star, this light, rootless seed that crawls in its single furrow, the shaggy, mazy, unimplanted cabbage head of our earth. Never, all that time, all those days of unfulfillment, a white space like a desert thirst, never, never to grasp. I thought myself abandoned to the intrigue of my folly. At dawn, on a hillock, what seemed the very shape and seizing of the mound's nature? What was it? Only the haze of the sunball growing great through hoarfrost. The Oread slipped from me, leaving her illusion, or was never there at all, or was there but for an instant and ran away. What sly ones the free souls are! They have a comedy we human ones cannot dream. The laughing drunkard feels in himself the shadow of the shadow of the shadow of their wit, and only because he has made himself a vessel, as the two banks and the bed of a rivulet are the Naiad's vessel. A Naiad I may indeed have viewed whole. All 7 of my daughters were once wading in a stream in a compact but beautiful park, of which I had much hope. The youngest being not yet 2, and fretful. The older ones were told to keep her always by the hand, but they did not obey. I, having passed some way into the woods behind, all at once heard a scream and noise of splashes and caught sight of a tiny body flying down into the water. Running back through the trees, I could see the others bunched together, afraid, as the baby dived helplessly, all these little girls frozen in a garland, when suddenly one of them, it was too quick a movement for me to recognize which, darted to the struggler, who was now under water, and pulled her up, and put an arm around her to soothe her. The arm was blue, as blue as a lake, and fiercely from my spot on the bank, panting, I began to count the little girls. I counted 8, thought myself not mad, but deliberate, again counted 7, knew I had counted well before, knew I counted well even now. A blue-armed girl had come to wade among them, which is to say, the shape of a girl. I questioned my daughters. Each in her fright believed one of the others had gone to pluck up the tiresome baby. None wore a dress with blue sleeves. "Proofs," said the widow. "Isaac was meticulous. He used to account for all his proofs always." "How?" My hand in tremor rustled Isaac's letter. The paper bleated as though whipped. "By eventually finding a principle to cover them," she finished maliciously. "Well, don't rest even for me, you don't oblige me. You have a long story to go, long enough to make a fever." "Tea," I said hoarsely. She brought me her own cup from the sideboard, and I believed as I drank that I swallowed some of her mockery and gall. "Chindle, For a woman so pious, you're a great skeptic." And now the tremor had command of my throat. "An atheist statement," she rejoined. "The more piety, the more skepticism. A religious man comprehends this. Superfluity, excess of custom, and superstition would climb like a choking vine on the fence of the law if skepticism did not continually hack them away to make freedom for purity." I then thought her fully worthy of Isaac. Whether I was worthy of her, I evaded putting to myself. Instead, I gargled some tea and returned to the letter. "It pains me to confess," I read, "how after that I moved from clarity to doubt and back again. I had no trust in my conclusions, because all my experiences were evanescent. Everything certain I attributed to some other cause less certain. Every voice out of the moss I blamed on rabbits and squirrels. Every motion among leaves I called a bird, though there positively was no bird. My first sight of the little people struck me as no more than a shudder of literary delusion, and I determined they could only be an instantaneous crop of mushrooms. But one night, a little after 10 o'clock, at the crux of summer, the sky still showed strings of light. I was wandering in this place where they will find my corpse." "Not for my sake," said Scheindel when I hesitated. "It's terrible," I croaked. "Terrible." "Withered like a shell," she said, as though speaking of the cosmos, and I understood from her manner that she had a fanatic's acquaintance with this letter, and knew it nearly by heart. She appeared to be thinking the words faster than I could bring them out, and for some reason I was constrained to hurry the pace of my reading. "Where they will find my corpse withered like the shell of an insect," I rushed on. The smell of putrefaction lifted clearly from the bay. I began to speculate about my own body after I was dead, whether the soul would be set free immediately after the departure of life, or whether only gradually, as decomposition proceeded, and more the indwelling soul was released to freedom. But when I considered how a man's body is no better than a clay-pot, a fact which none of our sages has ever contradicted, it seemed to me then that an indwelling soul by its own nature would be obliged to cling to its bit of pottery until the last crumb and grain had vanished into earth. I walked through the ditches of that black meadow, grieving and swollen with self-pity. It came to me that while my poor bones went on decaying at their ease, my soul would have to linger inside them, waiting, despairing, longing to join the free ones. I cursed it for its gravity-despoiled, slow, interminably languishing purse of flesh. Better to be encased in vapor, in wind, in a hair of a coconut. Who knows how long it takes the body of a man to shrink into gravel, and the gravel into sand, and the sand into vitamin? 100 years? 200? 300? 1,000, perhaps. Is it not true that bones nearly intact are constantly being dug up by the paleontologists 2 million years after burial? Scheindel, I interrupted, this is death, not love. Where's the love letter to be afraid of here? I don't find it. Continue, she ordered. And then, you see, I'm not afraid. Not of love? No, but you recite much too slowly. Your mouth is shaking. Are you afraid of death? I did not reply. Continue, she said again. Go rapidly. The next sentence begins with an extraordinary thought. An extraordinary thought emerged in me. It was luminous, profound, and practical. More than that, it had innumerable precedents. The mythologies had documented it a dozen times over. I recalled all those mortals reputed to have coupled with gods, a collective word showing much common sense, signifying what our philosophies more abstrusely called Shekinah, and all that poignant miscegenation represented by centaurs, satyrs, mermaids, fauns, and so forth. Not to speak of that even more famous mingling in Genesis, whereby the sons of God took the daughters of men for brides, producing giants, and possibly also those abortions, Leviathan and Behemoth, of which we read in Job, along with unicorns and other chimeras and monsters abundant in Scripture. Hence, far from fanciful, there existed also the example of the succubus Lilith, who was often known to couple in the medieval ghetto, even with prepubescent boys. By all these evidences I was emboldened in my confidence that I was surely not the first man to conceive such a desire in the history of our earth. creature, the thought that took hold of me was this: if only I could couple with one of the free souls, the strength of the connection would likely wrest my own soul from my body. Seize it, as if by a tongs, draw it out, so to say, to its own freedom. The intensity and force of my desire to capture one of these beings now became prodigious. I avoided my wife. Here the widow heard me falter. "Please," she commanded, and I saw creeping in her face the completed turn of a sneer. Lest I be depleted of potency at that moment, which might occur in any interval, even, I assumed, in my own bedroom, when I should encounter one of the free souls. I was borne back again and again to the fetid viscosities of the inlet, borne there as if on the rising stink of my own enduring and tedious putrefaction, the idea of which I could no longer shake off. I envisaged my soul as trapped in my last granule, and that last granule itself perhaps petrified, never to dissolve, and my soul condemned to minister to it throughout eternity. It seemed to me my soul must be released at once, or be lost to sweet air forever. In a gleamless dark, struggling with this singular panic, I stumbled from ditch to ditch, strained like a blind dog for the support of solid verticality, and smacked my palm against bark. I looked up, and in the black could not fathom the size of the tree. My head lolled forward. My brow met the trunk with all its gravings. I busied my fingers in the interstices of the bark's cuneiform. Then, with forehead flat on the tree, I embraced it with both arms to measure it. My hands united on the other side. It was a young, narrow weed, I did not know of what family. I reached to the lowest branch and plucked a leaf and made my tongue travel meditatively along its periphery to assess its shape. Oak. The taste was sticky and exultingly bitter. A jubilation lightly carpeted my groin. I then placed one hand, the other I kept around the tree's waist, as it were, in the bifurcation, disgustingly termed crotch, of that lowest limb, and the elegant and devoutly firm torso, and caressed that miraculous juncture with a certain languor, which gradually changed to vigor. I was all at once savagely alert and deeply daring. I chose that single tree, together with the ground near it, for an enemy, which in two senses would not yield. It would neither give nor give in. "Come, come," I called aloud to nature. A wind blew out a braid of excremental malodor into the heated air. "Come," I called, "couple with me as thou didst with Cadmus, Rhecus, Tithonus, Endymion, and that king Numa Pompilius, to whom thou didst give secrets. As Lilith comes without a sign, so come thou. As the sons of God came to copulate with women, so now let a daughter of Shekinah, the emanation, reveal herself to me. Nymph, come now, come now." Without warning, I was flung to the ground, my face smashed into earth, and a flaky clump of dirt lodged in my open mouth. For the rest, I was on my knees, pressing down on my hands, with the fingernails clutching dirt. A superb ache lined my haunch. I began to weep, because I was certain I had been ravished by some sinewy animal. I vomited the earth I had swallowed, and believed I was defiled, as it is written, "Neither shalt thou lie with any beast." I lay sunk in the grass, afraid to lift my head to see if the animal still lurked. Through some curious means I had been fully positioned and aroused and exquisitely sated, all in half a second, in a fashion impossible to explain, in which, though I performed as with my own wife, I felt as if a preternatural rapine had been committed upon me. I continued prone, listening for the animal's breathing. Meanwhile, though every tissue of my flesh was gratified in its inmost awareness, a marvellous voluptuousness did not leave my body. Sensual exultations of a holy, supreme, and paradisal order, unlike anything our poets have ever defined, both flared and were intensely satisfied in the same moment. This salubrious and delightful perceptiveness excited my being for some time, a conjoining not dissimilar, in metaphor only, in actuality it cannot be described, from the magical contradiction of the tree and its issuance of branch at the point of bifurcation. In me were linked in the same instant appetite and fulfillment, delicacy and power, mastery and submissiveness, and other paradoxes of entirely remarkable emotional import. Then I heard what I took to be the animal treading through the grass quite near my head. All cunningly, it withheld its breathing, then snored it out in a cautious and wisp-like whir that resembled a light wind through rushes. With a huge energy, my muscular force seemed to have increased. I leaped up in fear of my life. I had nothing to use for a weapon, but, oh, laughable, the pen I had been writing with in a little notebook I always carried about with me in those days, and still keep on my person as a self-shaming souvenir of my insipidness, my bookishness, my pitiable conjecture and wishfulness in a time when, not yet knowing thee, I knew nothing. What I saw was not an animal, but a girl no older than my oldest daughter, who was then 14. Her skin was as perfect as an eggplant's, and nearly of that colour. In height she was half as tall as I was. The second and third fingers of her hands, this I noticed at once, were peculiarly fused, one slotted into the other, like the ligula of a leaf. She was entirely bald and had no ears, but rather a type of gill or envelope, one only on the left side. Her toes displayed the same oddity I had observed in her fingers. She was neither naked nor clothed. That is to say, even though a part of her body, from hip to just below the breasts, each of which appeared to be a kind of velvety, colourless pear, suspended from a very short, almost invisible stem, was luxuriantly covered with a flossy or spore-like material. This was a natural efflorescence in the manner of, with us, hair. All her sexual portion was wholly visible, as in any field flower. Aside from these express deviations, she was commandingly human in aspect, if unmistakably flower-like. She was, in fact, the reverse of our hackneyed euphuism, as when we say a young girl blooms like a flower. She, on the contrary, seemed a flower transfigured into the shape of the most stupendously lovely child I had ever seen. Under the smallest push of wind she bent at her superlative waist. This I recognized, and not the exhalations of some lecherous beast, was the breath-like sound that had alarmed me at her approach. These motions of hers made the blades of grass collide. She herself, having no lungs, did not breathe. She stood bobbing joyfully before me, with a face as tender as a morning glory, strangely phosphorescent. She shed her own light, in effect, and I had no difficulty in confronting her beauty. Moreover, by experiment I soon learned that she was not only capable of language, but that she delighted in playing with it. This she literally could do. If I had distinguished her hands before anything else, it was because she had held them out to catch my first cry of awe. She either caught my words like balls, or let them roll, or caught them and then darted off to throw them into the inlet. I discovered that whenever I spoke I more or less pelted her, but she liked this, and told me ordinary human speech only tickled and amused, whereas laughter, being highly plosive, was something of an assault. I then took care to pretend much solemnity, though I was light-headed with rapture. Her own voice I apprehended rather than heard, which she, unable to imagine how we human ones are prisoned in sensory perception, found hard to conceive. Her sentences came to me not as a series of differentiated frequencies, but, impossible to develop this idea in language, as a diffused cloud of field fragrances. Yet to say that I assimilated her thought through the olfactory nerve would be a pedestrian distortion. All the same, it was clear that whatever she said reached me in a shimmer of pellucid perfumes, and I understood her meaning with an immediacy of glee, and with none of the ambiguities and suspiciousness of motive that surround our human communication. Through this medium she explained that she was a dryad, and that her name was Eripomonoea, as nearly as I can render it in our narrowly limited orthography, and in this dunce's alphabet of ours, which is notoriously impervious to odoriferous categories, she told me what I had already seized, that she had given me her love in response to my call. "Wilt thou come to any man who calls?" I asked. "All men call, whether realizing it or not. I and my sisters sometimes come to those who do not realize. Almost never, unless for sport, do we come to that man who calls knowingly. He wishes only to inhabit us out of perversity, or boastfulness, or to indulge a dreamed-of disgust." "Scripture does not forbid sodomy with the plants," I exclaimed. But she did not comprehend any of this, and lowered her hands so that my words would fly past her, uncaught. "I, too, called thee knowingly, not for perversity, but for love of nature. I have caught men's words before as they talked of nature. You are not the first. It is not nature they love so much as death they fear. So Corylilib, my cousin, received it in a season not long ago, coupling in a harbour with one of your kind, one called Spinoza, one that had catarrh of the lung. I am of nature and immortal, and so I cannot pity your deaths. But return tomorrow, and say Aripomono ea. Then she chased my last word to where she had kicked it, behind the tree. She did not come back. I ran to the tree and circled it diligently, but she was lost for that night. Loveliness, all the foregoing, telling of my life and meditations until now, I have never before recounted to thee or any other. The rest is beyond mean telling. Those rejoicings from midnight to dawn, when the greater phosphorescence of the whole shouting sky frightened thee home. How in a trance of happiness we coupled in the ditches, in the long grasses, behind a fountain, under a broken wall, once recklessly on the very pavement, with a bench for roof and trellis. How I was taught by natural arts to influence certain chemistries engendering explicit marvels, blisses, and transports no man has slaked himself with since Father Adam pressed out the forbidden chlorophyll of Eden. Loveliness, loveliness, none like thee. No brow so sleek, no elbow crook so fine, no eye so green, no waist so pliant, no limbs so pleasant and acute. None like immortal Aripomono ea. Creature the moon filled and starved twice, and there was still no end to the glorious archaic newness of Aripomono ea. Then last night, I will record all with simplicity. We entered a shallow ditch, in a sweet-smelling voice of extraordinary redolence, so intense in its sweetness that even the barbaric stinks and wind-lifted farts of the inlet were overpowered by it. Aripomono ea inquired of me how I felt without my soul. I replied that I did not know this was my condition. Oh, yes, your body is now an empty packet. That is why it is so light. Spring! I sprang in air and rose effortlessly. You have spoiled yourself with confusions, she complained. Now by morning your body will be crumpled and withered and ugly, like a leaf in its sere hour, and never again after tonight will this place see you. Nymph! I roared, amazed by levitation. Oh, that damage, she cried. You hit my eye with that noise. And she wafted a deeper aroma, a leek-like mist, one that stung the mucous membranes. A white bruise disfigured her petally lid. I was repentant and sighed terribly for her injury. Beauty marred is for our kind what physical hurt is for yours, she reproved me. Where you have pain, we have ugliness. Where you profane yourselves by immorality, we are profaned by ugliness. Your soul has taken leave of you and spoils our pretty game. Nymph, I whispered, heart, treasure, if my soul is separated, how is it I am unaware? Poor man, she answered, you have only to look, and you will see the thing. Her speech had now turned as acrid as an herb, and all that place reeked bitterly. You know I am a spirit. You know I must flash and dart. All my sisters flash and dart. Of all races we are the quickest. Our very religion is all of a sudden. No one can hinder us, no one may delay us. But yesterday you undertook to detain me in your embrace. You stretched your kisses into years. You called me your treasure, and your heart endlessly. Your soul in its slow greed kept me close and captive, all the while knowing well how a spirit cannot stay and will not be fixed. I made to leap from you, but your obstinate soul held on until it was snatched straight from your frame and escaped with me. I saw it hurled out onto the pavement. The blue beginning of day was already seeping down, so I ran away and could say nothing until this moment. My soul is free, free entirely, and can be seen. Free. If I could pity any living thing under the sky, I would pity you for the sight of your soul. I do not like it. It conjures against me. My soul loves thee, I urged in all my triumph. It is freed from the 1,000-year grave. I jumped out of the ditch like a frog. My legs had no weight, but the dryad sulked in the ground, stroking her ugly, violated eye. Aripomono ea, my soul will follow thee with thankfulness into eternity. I would sooner be followed by the dirty fog. I do not like that soul of yours. It conjures against me. Denies me, denies every spirit, and all my sisters, and every nereid of the harbour. It denies all our multiplicity, and all God's diversiform. It spites even Lord Pan. It is an enemy, and you, poor man, do not know your own soul. Go, look at it. There it is on the road. I scudded back and forth under the moon. Nothing, only a dusty old man trudging up there. A quite ugly old man? Yes, that is all. My soul is not there. With a matted beard and great fierce eyebrows. Yes, yes, one like that is walking on the road. He is half bent over under the burden of a dusty old bag. The bag is stuffed with books. I can see their ravelled bindings sticking out. And he reads as he goes? Yes, he reads as he goes. What is it he reads? Some huge and terrifying volume, heavy as a stone. I peered forward in the moonlight. A tractate. A tractate of the Mishnah. Its leaves are so worn they break as he turns them, but he does not turn them often because there is much matter on a single page. He is so sad. Such antique weariness broods in his face. His throat is striped from the whip. His cheeks are folded like ancient flags. He reads the law and breathes the dust. And are there flowers on either side of the road? Incredible flowers, of every colour, and noble shrubs like mounds of green moss, and the cricket crackling in the field. He passes indifferent through the beauty of the field. His nostrils sniff his book as if flowers lay on the clotted page, but the flowers lick his feet. His feet are bandaged. His notched toenails gore the path. His prayer shawl droops on his studious back. He reads the law and breathes the dust and doesn't see the flowers, and won't heed the cricket spitting in the field. That, said the Dryad, is your soul, and was gone with all her odours. My body sailed up to the road in a single hop. I alighted near the shape of the old man and demanded whether he were indeed the soul of Rabbi Isaac Kornfeld. He trembled but confessed. I asked if he intended to go with his books through the whole future without change, always with his tractate in his hand, and he answered that he could do nothing else. Nothing else? You, who I thought yearned for the earth, you, an immortal, free, and caring only to be bound to the law. He held a dry arm fearfully before his face, and with the other arm hitched up his merciless bag on his shoulder. "Sir," he said, still quavering, "didn't you wish to see me with your own eyes?" "I know your figure," I shrieked. "Haven't I seen that figure 100 times before? On 100 roads? It is not mine. I will not have it be mine. If you had not contrived to be rid of me, I would have stayed with you till the end. The Dryad, who does not exist, lies. It was not I who clung to her, but you, my body. Sir, all that has no real existence lies. In your grave beside you I would have sung you David's songs. I would have moaned Solomon's voice to your last grain of bone. But you expelled me. Your ribs exile me from their fate, and I will walk here alone, always in my garden." He scratched on his page. "With my precious birds." He scratched at the letters. "And my darling trees." He scratched at the tall side column of commentary. He was so impudent in his bravery, for I was all fleshliness, and he all floppy wraith, that I seized him by the collar and shook him up and down, while the books on his back made a vast rubbing one on the other, and bits of shredding leather flew out like a rain. "The sound of the law," he said, "is more beautiful than the crickets. The smell of the law is more radiant than the moss. The taste of the law exceeds clear water." At this nervy provocation, he more than any other knew my despair. I grabbed his prayer shawl by its tassels and whirled around him once or twice, until I had unwrapped it from him altogether, and wound it on my own neck, and in one bound came to the tree. "Nymph," I called to it, "spirit and saint, Eripo mono ea, come! None like thee, no brow so sleek, no elbow crook so fine, no eye so green, no waist so pliant, no limb so pleasant and acute. For pity of me, come, come!" But she does not come. Loveliness, come! She does not come. Creature, see how I am coiled in the snail of this shawl as if in a leaf. I crouch to write my words. Let soul call thee lie, but body... Body... Fingers twist, knuckles dark as wood, tongue dries like grass, deeper now into silk. Silk of pod of shawl, knees wilt, knuckles wither, neck. Here the letter suddenly ended. You see, a pagan, said Shindle, and kept her spiteful smile. It was thick with audacity. You don't pity him, I said, watching the contempt that glittered in her teeth. Even now you don't see. You can't follow. Pity him, I said. He who takes his own life does an abomination. For a long moment I considered her. You don't pity him? You don't pity him at all. Let the world pity me. Goodbye, I said to the widow. You won't come back? I gave what amounted to a little bow of regret. I told you came just for Isaac. But Isaac... I was in terror of her cough, which was unmistakably laughter. Isaac disappoints. A scholar, a rabbi, a remarkable Jew. He disappoints you. He was always an astonishing man. But not what you thought, she insisted. An illusion. Only the pitiless are illusory. Go back to that park, Rebbitzin, I advised her. And what would you like me to do there? Dance around a tree and call Greek names to the weeds? Your husband's soul is in that park. Consult it. But her low, derisive cough accompanied me home. Whereupon I remembered her earlier words and dropped 3 green houseplants down the toilet. After a journey of some miles through conduits, they straightway entered Trilham's Inlet, where they decayed amid the civic excrement. The Fisherman and His Soul, by Oscar Wilde. Wilde's stories are so full of joy and contentment that one is struck by the odd contrast they make with the outcome of his life. He is one of those writers, like Stevenson, with whom one wishes one could have been friends. In A Sort of Life, Graham Greene tells the following anecdote about his parents' visit to Naples in the 1890s. Once they had a curious encounter. A stranger, hearing them speak English, asked whether he might join them over their coffee. There was something familiar and to them vaguely disagreeable about his face, but he kept them charmed by his wit for more than an hour before he said goodbye. They didn't exchange names, even at parting, and he left them to pay for his drink, which was certainly not coffee. It was some time before they realized in whose company they had been. The stranger was Oscar Wilde, who not very long before had been released from prison. Every evening the young fisherman went out upon the sea and threw his nets into the water. When the wind blew from the land he caught nothing, or but little at best, for it was a bitter and black-winged wind, and rough waves rose up to meet it. But when the wind blew to the shore, the fish came in from the deep and swam into the meshes of his nets, and he took them to the marketplace and sold them. Every evening he went out upon the sea, and one evening the net was so heavy that hardly could he draw it into the boat. And he laughed and said to himself, "Surely I have caught all the fish that swim, or snared some dull monster that will be a marvel to men, or some thing of horror that the great queen will desire." And putting forth all his strength, he tugged at the coarse ropes, till, like lines of blue enamel round a vase of bronze, the long veins rose up on his arms. He tugged at the thin ropes, and nearer came the circle of flat corks, and the net rose at last to the top of the water. But no fish at all was in it, nor any monster or thing of horror, but only a little mermaid lying fast asleep. Her hair was as a wet fleece of gold, and each separate hair as a thread of fine gold in a cup of glass. Her body was as white ivory, and her tail was of silver and pearl. Silver and pearl was her tail, and the green weeds of the sea coiled round it, and like seashells were her ears, and her lips were like sea coral. The cold waves dashed over her cold breasts, and the salt glistened upon her eyelids. So beautiful was she that when the young fisherman saw her he was filled with wonder, and he put out his hand and drew the net close to him, and leaning over the side he clasped her in his arms. And when he touched her she gave a cry like a startled seagull, and woke, and looked at him in terror with her mauve amethyst eyes, and struggled that she might escape. But he held her tightly to him, and would not suffer her to depart. And when she saw that she could in no way escape from him, she began to weep, and said, "I pray thee, let me go, for I am the only daughter of the king, and my father is aged and alone." But the young fisherman answered, "I will not let thee go, save thou makest me a promise that whenever I call thee, thou wilt come and sing to me, for the fish delight to listen to the song of the sea folk, and so shall my nets be full." "Wilt thou in very truth let me go if I promise thee this?" cried the mermaid. "In very truth I will let thee go," said the young fisherman. So she made him the promise he desired, and sware it by the oath of the sea folk. And he loosened his arms from about her, and she sank down into the water, trembling with a strange fear. Every evening the young fisherman went out upon the sea, and called to the mermaid, and she rose out of the water and sang to him. Round and round her swam the dolphins, and the wild gulls wheeled above her head. And she sang a marvellous song, for she sang of the sea folk who drive their flocks from cave to cave, and carry the little calves on their shoulders, of the tritons who have long green beards and hairy breasts, and blow through twisted conchs when the king passes by, of a palace of the king which is all of amber, with a roof of clear emerald, and a pavement of bright pearl, and of the gardens of the sea, where the great filigrane fans of coral wave all day long, and the fish dart about like silver birds, and the anemones cling to the rocks, and the pinks burgeon in the ribbed yellow sand. She sang of the big whales that come down from the North Seas, and have sharp icicles hanging to their fins, of the sirens who tell of such wonderful things that the merchants have to stop their ears with wax, lest they should hear them, and leap into the water and be drowned, of the sunken galleys with their tall masts, and the frozen sailors clinging to the rigging, and the mackerel swimming in and out of the open portholes, of the little barnacles who are great travellers, and cling to the keels of the ships, and go round and round the world, and of the cuttlefish who live in the sides of the cliffs, and stretch out their long black arms, and can make night come when they will it. She sang of the nautilus, who has a boat of her own that is carved out of an opal, and steered with a silken sail, of the happy mermen who play upon harps and can charm the great kraken to sleep, of the little children who catch hold of the slippery porpoises and ride laughing upon their backs, of the mermaids who lie in the white foam and hold out their arms to the mariners, and of the sea lions with their curved tusks, and the sea horses with their floating manes. And as she sang, all the tunny fish came in from the deep to listen to her, and the young fisherman threw his nets round them and caught them, and others he took with a spear. And when his boat was well laden, the mermaid would sink down into the sea, smiling at him. Yet would she never come near him that he might touch her. Oftentimes he called to her and prayed of her, but she would not. And when he sought to seize her, she dived into the water as a seal might dive, nor did he see her again that day. And each day the sound of her voice became sweeter to his ears. So sweet was her voice that he forgot his nets and his cunning, and had no care of his craft. Vermilion-finned and with eyes of bossy gold, the tunnies went by in shoals, but he heeded them not. His spear lay by his side unused, and his basket of plaited osier were empty. With lips parted and eyes dim with wonder, he sat idle in his boat and listening till the sea mists crept round him, and the wandering moon stained his brown limbs with silver. And one evening he called to her and said, little mermaid, I love thee. Take me for thy bridegroom, for I love thee." But the mermaid shook her head. "Thou hast a human soul," she answered. "If only thou wouldst send away thy soul, then could I love thee." And the young fisherman said to himself, "Of what use is my soul to me? I cannot see it, I may not touch it, I do not know it. Surely I will send it away from me, and much gladness shall be mine." And a cry of joy broke from his lips, and standing up in the painted boat he held out his arms to the mermaid. "I will send my soul away," he cried.
and you shall be my bride, and I will be thy bridegroom, and in the depth of the sea we will dwell together. And all that thou hast sung of thou shalt show me, and all that thou desirest I will do, nor shall our lives be divided." And the little mermaid laughed for pleasure, and hid her face in her hands. "But how shall I send my soul from me?" cried the young fisherman. "Tell me how I may do it, and lo, it shall be done." "Alas, I know not," said the little mermaid. "The sea folk have no souls." And she sank down into the deep, looking wistfully at him. Now early on the next morning, before the sun was the span of a man's hand above the hill, the young fisherman went to the house of the priest and knocked 3 times at the door. The novice looked out through the wicket, and when he saw who it was, he drew back the latch and said to him, "Enter." And the young fisherman passed in, and knelt down on the sweet-smelling rushes on the floor, and cried to the priest who was reading out of the holy book, and said to him, "Father, I am in love with one of the sea folk, and my soul hindereth me from having my desire. Tell me how I can send my soul away from me, for in truth I have no need of it. Of what value is my soul to me? I cannot see it, I may not touch it, I do not know it." And the priest beat his breast and answered, "Alack, alack, thou art mad, or hast eaten of some poisonous herb, for the soul is the noblest part of man, and was given to us by God that we should nobly use it. There is no thing more precious than a human soul, or any earthly thing that can be weighed with it. It is worth all the gold that is in the world, and is more precious than the rubies of the kings. Therefore, my son, think not any more of this matter, for it is a sin that may not be forgiven. And as for the sea folk, they are lost, and they who would traffic with them are lost also. They are the beasts of the field that know not good from evil, and for them the Lord has not died." The young fisherman's eyes filled with tears when he heard the bitter words of the priest, and he rose up from his knees and said to him, "Father, the fauns live in the forest and are glad, and on the rocks sit the mermen with their harps of red gold. Let me be as they are, I beseech thee, for their days are as the days of flowers. And as for my soul, what doth my soul profit me, if it stand between me and the thing that I love?" "The love of the body is vile," cried the priest, knitting his brows, "and vile and evil are the pagan things God suffers to wander through his world. Accursed be the fauns of the woodland, and accursed be the singers of the sea. I have heard them at night time, and they have sought to lure me from my beads. They tap at the window and laugh. They whisper into my ears the tale of their perilous joys. They tempt me with temptations. When I would pray, they make mouths at me. They are lost, I tell thee, they are lost. For them there is no heaven or hell, and in neither shall they praise God's name." "Father," cried the young fisherman, "thou knowest not what thou sayest. Once in my net I snared the daughter of a king. She is fairer than the morning star, and whiter than the moon. For her body I would give my soul, and for her love I would surrender heaven. Tell me what I ask of thee, and let me go in peace." "Away, away," cried the priest. "Thy leman is lost, and thou shalt be lost with her." And he gave him no blessing, but drove him from his door. And the young fisherman went down into the market-place, and he walked slowly and with bowed head, as one who is in sorrow. And when the merchants saw him coming, they began to whisper to each other. And one of them came forth to meet him, and called him by name, and said to him, "What hast thou to sell?" "I will sell thee my soul," he answered. "I pray thee buy it off me, for I am weary of it. Of what use is my soul to me? I cannot see it, I may not touch it, I do not know it." The merchants mocked at him, and said, "Of what use is a man's soul to us? It is not worth a clipped piece of silver. Sell us thy body for a slave, and we will clothe thee in sea purple, and put a ring upon thy finger, and make thee the minion of the great queen. But talk not of the soul, for to us it is naught, nor has it any value for our service." The young fisherman said to himself, "How strange a thing this is! The priest telleth me that the soul is worth all the gold in the world, and the merchants say that it is not worth a clipped piece of silver.
and he passed out of the marketplace and went down to the shore of the sea, and began to ponder on what he should do. And at noon he remembered how one of his companions, who was a gatherer of samphire, had told him of a certain young witch who dwelt in a cave at the head of the bay, and was very cunning in her witcheries. And he set to and ran, so eager was he to get rid of his soul, and a cloud of dust followed him as he sped round the sand of the shore. By the itching of her palm, the young witch knew his coming, and she laughed and let down her red hair. With her red hair falling around her, she stood at the opening of the cave, and in her hand she had a spray of wild hemlock that was blossoming. "What do you lack? What do you lack?" she cried as he came panting up the steep, and bent down before her. "Fish for thy net, when the wind is foul? I have a little reed pipe, and when I blow on it the mullet comes sailing into the bay. But it has a price, pretty boy, it has a price. What do you lack? What do you lack? A storm to wreck the ships and wash the chests of rich treasure ashore? I have more storms than the wind has, for I serve one who is stronger than the wind, and with a sieve and a pail of water I can send the great galleys to the bottom of the sea. But I have a price, pretty boy, I have a price. What do you lack? What do you lack? I know a flower that grows in the valley. None knows it but I. It has purple leaves and a star in its heart, and its juice is as white as milk. Shouldst thou touch with this flower the hard lips of the queen, she would follow thee all over the world. Out of the bed of the king she would rise, and over the whole world she would follow thee. And it has a price, pretty boy, it has a price. What do you lack? What do you lack? I can pound a toad in a mortar, and make broth of it, and stir the broth with a dead man's hand. Sprinkle it on thine enemy while he sleeps, and he will turn into a black viper, and his own mother will slay him. With a wheel I can draw the moon from heaven, and in a crystal I can show thee death. What do you lack? What do you lack? Tell me thy desire, and I will give it thee. And thou shalt pay me a price, pretty boy, thou shalt pay me a price. My desire is but for a little thing, said the young fisherman. Yet hath the priest been wroth with me, and driven me forth. It is but for a little thing, and the merchants have mocked at me and denied me. Therefore am I come to thee, though men call thee evil. And whatever be thy price, I shall pay it. But wouldst thou? Asked the witch, coming near to him. I would send my soul away from me, answered the young fisherman. The witch grew pale and shuddered, and hid her face in her blue mantle. Pretty boy, she muttered, that is a terrible thing to do. He tossed his brown curls and laughed. My soul is naught to me, he answered. I cannot see it, I may not touch it, I do not know it. What wilt thou give me if I tell thee? Asked the witch, looking down at him with her beautiful eyes. 5 pieces of gold, he said, and my nets, and the wattled house where I live, and the painted boat in which I sail. Only tell me how to get rid of my soul, and I will give thee all that I possess. She laughed mockingly at him and struck him with a spray of hemlock. I can turn the autumn leaves into gold, she answered, and I can weave the pale moonbeams into silver if I will it. He whom I serve is richer than all the kings of this world, and has their dominions. What then shall I give thee, he cried, if thy price be neither gold nor silver? The witch stroked his hair with a thin white hand. Thou must dance with me, pretty boy, she murmured, and she smiled at him as she spoke. Not but that, cried the young fisherman in wonder, and he rose to his feet. Not but that, she answered, and she smiled at him again. Then at sunset in some secret place we shall dance together, he said, and after that we have danced thou shalt tell me the thing which I desire to know. She shook her head. When the moon is full, she muttered. Then she peered all round and listened. A bluebird rose screaming from its nest and circled over the dunes, and 3 spotted birds rustled through the coarse grey grass and whistled to each other. There was no other sound, save the sound of a wave fretting the smooth pebbles below. So she reached out her hand and drew him near to her, and put her dry lips close to his ear. Tonight thou must come to the top of the mountain, she whispered. It is a Sabbath, and he will be there. The young fisherman started and looked at her,
and she showed her white teeth and laughed.
"Who is he of whom thou speakest?" he asked.
"It matters not," she answered. "Go thou tonight, and stand under the branches of the hornbeam, and wait for my coming. If a black dog runs towards thee, strike it with a rod of willow, and it will go away. If an owl speak to thee, make it no answer. When the moon is full, I shall be with thee, and we will dance together on the grass."
"But wilt thou swear to me to tell how I may send my soul from me?" he made question. She moved out into the sunlight, and through her red hair rippled the wind.
"By the hoofs of the goat, I swear it," she made answer.
"Thou art the best of the witches," cried the young fisherman, "and I will surely dance with thee tonight on the top of the mountain. I would indeed that thou hadst asked of me either gold or silver, but such as thy price is, thou shalt have it, for it is but a little thing." And he doffed his cap to her, and bent his head low, and ran back to the town, filled with a great joy. And the witch watched him as he went. And when he had passed from her sight, she entered her cave, and having taken a mirror from a box of carved cedar wood, she set it up on a frame, and burned vervain on lighted charcoal before it, and peered through the coils of the smoke. And after a time she clenched her hands in anger.
"He should have been mine," she muttered. "I am as fair as she is."
That evening, when the moon had risen, the young fisherman climbed up to the top of the mountain, and stood under the branches of the hornbeam. Like a targ of polished metal, the round sea lay at his feet, and the shadows of the fishing boats moved in the little bay. A great owl with yellow, sulphurous eyes called to him by his name, but he made it no answer. A black dog ran towards him and snarled. He struck it with a rod of willow, and it went away, whining. At midnight the witches came flying through the air like bats. "Phew!" they cried, as they lit upon the ground. "There is someone here we know not." And they sniffed about, and chattered to each other and made signs. Last of all came the young witch, with her red hair streaming in the wind. She wore a dress of gold tissue embroidered with peacock's eyes, and a little cap of green velvet was on her head.
"Where is he? Where is he?"
shrieked the witches when they saw her. But she only laughed and ran to the hornbeam, and taking the fisherman by the hand, she led him out into the moonlight, and began to dance. Round and round they whirled, and the young witch jumped so high that he could see the scarlet heels of her shoes. Then, right across the dancers came the sound of the galloping of a horse, but no horse was to be seen, and he felt afraid. "Faster!" cried the witch, and she threw her arms about his neck, and her breath was hot upon his face. "Faster! Faster!" she cried, and the earth seemed to spin beneath his feet, and his brain grew troubled, and a great terror fell on him, as of some evil thing that was watching him. And at last he became aware that under the shadow of a rock there was a figure that had not been there before. It was a man dressed in a suit of black velvet, cut in the Spanish fashion. His face was strangely pale, but his lips were like a proud red flower. He seemed weary, and was leaning back, toying in a listless manner with the pommel of his dagger. On the grass beside him lay a plumed hat, and a pair of riding gloves, gauntleted with gilt lace, and sewn with seed pearls wrought into a curious device. A short cloak lined with sables hung from his shoulder, and his delicate white hands were gemmed with rings. Heavy eyelids drooped over his eyes. The young fisherman watched him as one snared in a spell. At last their eyes met, and wherever he danced it seemed to him that the eyes of the man were upon him. He heard the witch laugh, and caught her by the waist and whirled her madly round and round. Suddenly a dog bayed in the wood, and the dancers stopped, and going up 2 by 2, knelt down and kissed the man's hands. As they did so, a little smile touched his proud lips, as a bird's wing touches the water and makes it laugh. But there was disdain in it. He kept looking at the young fisherman. "Come, let us worship," whispered the witch. She led him up, and a great desire to do as she besought him seized on him, and he followed her. But when he came close, and without knowing why he did it, he made on his breast the sign of the cross, and called upon the holy name. No sooner had he done so than the witches screamed like hawks and flew away. and the pallid face that had been watching him twitched with a spasm of pain. The man went over to a little wood and whistled. A jennet with silver trappings came running to meet him. As he leapt upon the saddle, he turned round and looked at the young fisherman sadly. And the witch with the red hair tried to fly away also, but the fisherman caught her by her wrists and held her fast. "Loose me," she cried, "and let me go, for thou hast named what should not be named, and shown the sign that may not be looked at." "Nay," he answered, "but I will not let thee go till thou hast told me the secret." "What secret?" said the witch, wrestling with him like a wildcat and biting her foam-flecked lips. "Thou knowest," he made answer. Her grass-green eyes grew dim with tears, and she said to the fisherman, "Ask me anything but that." He laughed, and held her all the more tightly. And when she saw that she could not free herself, she whispered to him, "Surely I am as fair as the daughter of the sea, and as comely as those that dwell in the blue waters." And she fawned on him and put her face close to his. But he thrust her back, frowning, and said to her, "If thou keepest not the promise that thou madest to me, I will slay thee for a false witch." She grew grey as a blossom of the Judas tree, and shuddered. "Be it so," she muttered. "It is thy soul and not mine. Do with it as thou wilt." And she took from her girdle a little knife that had a handle of green viper's skin, and gave it to him. "What shall this serve me?" he asked of her, wondering. She was silent for a few moments, and a look of terror came over her face. Then she brushed her hair back from her forehead, and smiling strangely, she said to him, "What men call the shadow of the body is not the shadow of the body, but is the body of the soul. Stand on the seashore with thy back to the moon, and cut away from around thy feet thy shadow, which is thy soul's body, and bid thy soul leave thee, and it will do so." The young fisherman trembled. "Is this true?" he murmured. "It is true, and I would that I had not told thee of it," she cried, and she clung to his knees, weeping. He put her from him and left her in the rank grass, and going to the edge of the mountain, he placed the knife in his belt and began to climb down. And his soul that was within him called out to him and said, "Lo, I have dwelt with thee for all these years, and have been thy servant. Send me not away from thee now, for what evil have I done thee?" And the young fisherman laughed. "Thou hast done me no evil, but I have no need of thee," he answered. "The world is wide, and there is heaven also, and hell, and that dim twilight house that lies between. Go wherever thou wilt, but trouble me not, for my love is calling to me." And his soul besought him piteously, but he heeded it not, but leapt from crag to crag, being sure-footed as a wild goat, and at last he reached the level ground and the yellow shore of the sea. Bronze-limbed and well-knit, like a statue wrought by a Grecian, he stood on the sand with his back to the moon, and out of the foam came white arms that beckoned to him, and out of the waves rose dim forms that did him homage. Before him lay his shadow, which was the body of his soul, and behind him hung the moon in the honey-coloured air. And his soul said to him, "If indeed thou must drive me from thee, send me not forth without a heart. The world is cruel. Give me thy heart to take with me." He tossed his head and smiled. "With what should I love my love if I gave thee my heart?" he cried. "Nay, but be merciful," said his soul. "Give me thy heart, for the world is very cruel, and I am afraid." "My heart is my love's," he answered. "Therefore tarry not, but get thee gone." "Should I not love also?" asked his soul. "Get thee gone, for I have no need of thee," cried the young fisherman, and he took the little knife with its handle of green viper's skin, and cut away his shadow from around his feet, and it rose up and stood before him, and looked at him, and it was even as himself. He crept back and thrust the knife into his belt, and a feeling of awe came over him. "Get thee gone," he murmured, "and let me see thy face no more." "Nay, but we must meet again," said the soul. Its voice was low and flute-like, and its lips hardly moved while it spake. "How shall we meet?" cried the young fisherman. "Thou wilt not follow me into the depths of the sea?" "Once every year I will come to this place and call to thee," said the soul. "It may be that thou wilt have need of me." What need should I have of thee? Cried the young fisherman. But be it as thou wilt. And he plunged into the water, and the Tritons blew their horns, and the little mermaid rose up to meet him, and put her arms around his neck and kissed him on the mouth. And the soul stood on the lonely beach and watched them. When they had sunk down into the sea, it went weeping away over the marshes. And after a year was over, the soul came down to the shore of the sea and called to the young fisherman. And he rose out of the deep and said, Why dost thou call to me? And the soul answered, Come nearer, that I may speak with thee, for I have seen marvellous things. So he came nearer and couched in the shallow water, and leaned his head upon his hand and listened. And the soul said to him, When I left thee, I turned my face to the east and journeyed. From the east cometh everything that is wise. 6 days I journeyed, and on the morning of the 7th day I came to a hill that is in the country of the Tartars. I sat down under the shade of a tamarisk tree to shelter myself from the sun. The land was dry and burnt up with the heat. The people went to and fro over the plains like flies crawling upon a disk of polished copper. When it was noon, a cloud of red dust rose up from the flat rim of the land. When the Tartars saw it, they strung their painted bows, and having leapt upon their little horses, they galloped to meet it. The women fled screaming to the wagons and hid themselves behind the felt curtains. At twilight the Tartars returned, but 5 of them were missing, and of those that came back not a few had been wounded. They harnessed their horses to the wagons and drove hastily away. 3 jackals came out of a cave and peered after them. Then they sniffed up the air with their nostrils and trotted off in the opposite direction. When the moon rose, I saw a campfire burning on the plain and went towards it. A company of merchants were seated round it on carpets. Their camels were picketed behind them, and the negroes who were their servants were pitching tents of tanned skin upon the sand, and making a high wall of the prickly pear. As I came near them, the chief of the merchants rose up and drew his sword and asked me my business. I answered that I was a prince in my own land, and that I had escaped from the Tartars, who had sought to make me their slave. The chief smiled and showed me 5 heads fixed upon long reeds of bamboo. Then he asked me who was the prophet of God, and I answered him Mohammed. When he heard the name of the false prophet, he bowed and took me by the hand and placed me by his side. A negro brought me some mare's milk in a wooden dish, and a piece of lamb's flesh roasted. At daybreak we started on our journey. I rode on a red-haired camel by the side of the chief, and a runner ran before us carrying a spear. The men of war were on either hand, and the mules followed with the merchandise. There were 40 camels in the caravan, and the mules were twice 40 in number. We went from the country of the Tartars into the country of those who curse the moon. We saw the griffins guarding their gold on the white rocks, and the scaled dragons sleeping in their caves. As we passed over the mountains we held our breath, lest the snows might fall on us, and each man tied a veil of gauze before his eyes. As we passed through the valleys, the pygmies shot arrows at us from the hollows of the trees, and at night time we heard the wild men beating on their drums. When we came to the Tower of Apes, we set fruits before them, and they did not harm us. When we came to the Tower of Serpents, we gave them warm milk in bowls of brass, and they let us go by. 3 times in our journey we came to the banks of the Oxus. We crossed it on rafts of wood with great bladders of blown hide. The river horses raged against us and sought to slay us. When the camels saw them, they trembled. The kings of each city levied tolls on us, but would not suffer us to enter their gates. They threw us bread over the walls, little maize cakes baked in honey, and cakes of fine flour filled with dates. For every 100 baskets we gave them a bead of amber. When the dwellers in the villages saw us coming, they poisoned the wells and fled to the hill summits. We fought with the Magadai, who are born old and grow younger and younger every year, and die when they are little children, and with the Lactri, who say that they are the sons of tigers, and paint themselves yellow and black, and with the Orantes, who bury their dead on the tops of trees,
and themselves live in dark caverns, lest the sun, who is their god, should slay them. And with the Crimnians, who worship a crocodile and give it earrings of green grass, and feed it with butter and fresh fowls, and with the Agazanbe, who are dog-faced, and with the Sibbons, who have horses' feet, and run more swiftly than horses. A third of our company died in battle, and a third died of want. The rest murmured against me, and said that I had brought them an evil fortune. I took a horned adder from beneath a stone, and let it sting me. When they saw that I did not sicken, they grew afraid. In the 4th month we reached the city of Hilaire. It was night-time when we came to the grove that is outside the walls, and the air was sultry, for the moon was travelling in Scorpion. We took the ripe pomegranates from the trees, and brake them, and drank their sweet juices. Then we lay down on our carpets and waited for the dawn. And at dawn we rose and knocked at the gate of the city. It was wrought out of red bronze and carved with sea dragons and dragons that have wings. The guards looked down from the battlements and asked us our business. The interpreter of the caravan answered that we had come from the island of Syria with much merchandise. They took hostages, and told us they would open the gate to us at noon, and bade us tarry till then. When it was noon, they opened the gate, and as we entered in, the people came crowding out of the houses to look at us, and a crier went round the city crying through a shell. We stood in the marketplace, and the negroes uncorded the bales of figured claws and opened the carved chests of sycamore. And when they had ended their task, the merchants set forth their strange wares, the waxed linen from Egypt, and the painted linen from the country of the Ethiops, the purple sponges from Tyre, and the blue hangings from Sidon, the cups of cold amber, and the fine vessels of glass, and the curious vessels of burnt clay. From the roof of a house, a company of women watched us. One of them wore a mask of gilded leather. And on the first day the priests came and bartered with us, and on the 2nd day came the nobles, and on the 3rd day came the craftsmen and the slaves. And this is their custom with all merchants as long as they tarry in the city. And we tarried for a moon, and when the moon was waning I wearied and wandered away through the streets of the city, and came to the garden of its god. The priests in their yellow robes moved silently through the green trees, and on a pavement of black marble stood the rose-red house in which the god had his dwelling. Its doors were of powdered lacquer, and bulls and peacocks were wrought on them and raised in polished gold. The tilted roof was of sea-green porcelain, and the jutting eaves were festooned with little bells. When the white doves flew past, they struck the bells with their wings and made them tinkle. In front of the temple was a pool of clear water paved with veined onyx. I lay down beside it, and with my pale fingers I touched the broad leaves. One of the priests came towards me and stood behind me. He had sandals on his feet, one of soft serpent skin and the other of bird's plumage. On his head was a mitre of black felt decorated with silver crescents. 7 yellows were woven into his robe, and his frizzed hair was stained with antimony. And after a while he spake to me and asked me my desire. I told him that my desire was to see the god. "The god is hunting," said the priest, looking strangely at me with his small, slanting eyes. "Tell me in what forest, and I will ride with him," I answered. He combed out the soft fringes of his tunic with his long, pointed nails. "The god is asleep," he murmured. "Tell me on what couch, and I will watch by him," I answered. "The god is at the feast," he cried. "If the wine be sweet, I will drink it with him, and if it be bitter, I will drink it with him also," was my answer. He bowed his head in wonder, and taking me by the hand, he raised me up and led me into the temple. And in the first chamber I saw an idol seated on a throne of jasper bordered with great orient pearls. It was carved out of ebony, and in stature was of the stature of a man. On its forehead was a ruby, and thick oil dripped from its hair onto its thighs. Its feet were red with the blood of a newly slain kid, and its loins girt with a copper belt that was studded with 7 beryls. And I said to the priest, "Is this the god?" And he answered me, "This is the god." "Show me the god," I cried, "or I will surely slay thee." And I touched his hand, and it became withered. And the priest besought me, saying,
Let my lord heal his servant, and I will show him the god." So I breathed with my breath upon his hand, and it became whole again. And he trembled and led me into the second chamber, and I saw an idol standing on a lotus of jade hung with great emeralds. It was carved out of ivory, and in stature was twice the stature of a man. On its forehead was a chrysolite, and its breasts were smeared with myrrh and cinnamon. In one hand it held a crooked sceptre of jade, and in the other a round crystal. It wore buskins of brass, and its thick neck was circled with a circle of selenites. And I said to the priest, "Is this the god?" And he answered me, "This is the god." "Show me the god," I cried, "or I will surely slay thee." And I touched his eyes, and they became blind. And the priest besought me, saying, "Let my lord heal his servant, and I will show him the god." So I breathed with my breath upon his eyes, and the sight came back to them, and he trembled again, and led me into the third chamber, and lo, there was no idol in it, nor image of any kind, but only a mirror of round metal set on an altar of stone. And I said to the priest, "Where is the god?" And he answered me, "There is no god but this mirror that thou seest, for this is the mirror of wisdom, and it reflecteth all things that are in heaven and on earth, save only the face of him who looketh into it. This it reflecteth not, so that he who looketh into it may be wise. Many other mirrors are there, but they are mirrors of opinion. This only is the mirror of wisdom. And they who possess this mirror know everything, nor is there anything hidden from them. And they who possess it not have not wisdom. Therefore is it the god, and we worship it." And I looked into the mirror, and it was even as he had said to me. And I did a strange thing, but what I did matters not, for in a valley that is but a day's journey from this place have I hidden the mirror of wisdom. Do but suffer me to enter into thee again, and be thy servant, and thou shalt be wiser than all the wise men, and wisdom shall be thine. Suffer me to enter into thee, and none will be as wise as thou." But the young fisherman laughed. "Love is better than wisdom," he cried, "and the little mermaid loves me." "Nay, but there is nothing better than wisdom," said the soul. "Love is better," answered the young fisherman, and he plunged into the deep, and the soul went weeping away over the marshes. And after the second year was over, the soul came down to the shore of the sea and called to the young fisherman. And he rose out of the deep and said, "Why dost thou call to me?" And the soul answered, "Come nearer, that I may speak with thee, for I have seen marvelous things." So he came nearer, and couched in the shallow water, and leaned his head upon his hand and listened. And the soul said to him, "When I left thee, I turned my face to the south and journeyed. From the south cometh everything that is precious. 6 days I journeyed along the highways that lead to the city of Astur, along the dusty red-dyed highways by which the pilgrims are wont to go did I journey. And on the morning of the 7th day I lifted up my eyes, and lo, the city lay at my feet, for it is in a valley. There are 9 gates to this city, and in front of each gate stands a bronze horse that neighs when the Bedouins come down from the mountains. The walls are cased with copper, and the watchtowers on the wall are roofed with brass. In every tower stands an archer with a bow in his hand. At sunrise he strikes with an arrow on a gong, and at sunset he blows through a horn of horn. When I sought to enter, the guards stopped me and asked of me who I was. I made answer that I was a dervish and on my way to the city of Mecca, where there was a green veil on which the Koran was embroidered in silver letters by the hands of the angels. They were filled with wonder and entreated me to pass in. Inside it is even as a bazaar. Surely thou shouldst have been with me. Across the narrow streets the gay lanterns of paper flutter like large butterflies. When the wind blows over the roofs, they rise and fall as painted bubbles do. In front of their booths sit the merchants on silken carpets. They have straight black beards, and their turbans are covered with golden sequins,
and long strings of amber and carved peach stones glide through their cool fingers. Some of them sell galbanum and nard, and curious perfumes from the islands of the Indian Sea, and the thick oil of red roses and myrrh and little nail-shaped cloves. When one stops to speak to them, they throw pinches of frankincense upon a charcoal brazier and make the air sweet. I saw a Syrian who held in his hands a thin rod like a reed. Grey threads of smoke came from it, and its odour as it burned was as the odour of the pink almond in spring. Others sell silver bracelets embossed all over with creamy blue turquoise stones, and anklets of brass wire fringed with little pearls, and tiger's claws set in gold, and the claws of that gilt cat, the leopard, set in gold also, and earrings of pierced emerald, and finger rings of hollowed jade. From the tea-houses comes the sound of the guitar, and the opium smokers with their white smiling faces look out at the passers-by. Of a truth thou shouldst have been with me. The wine-sellers elbow their way through the crowd with great black skins on their shoulders. Most of them sell the wine of Shiraz, which is as sweet as honey. They serve it in little metal cups and strew rose leaves upon it. In the marketplace stand the fruit sellers, who sell all kinds of fruit, ripe figs with their bruised purple flesh, melons smelling of musk and yellow as topazes, citrons and rose apples and clusters of white grapes, round red gold oranges, and oval lemons of green gold. Once I saw an elephant go by. Its trunk was painted with vermilion and turmeric, and over its ears it had a net of crimson silk cord. It stopped opposite one of the booths and began eating the oranges, and the man only laughed. Thou canst not think how strange a people they are. When they are glad, they go to the bird-sellers and buy of them a caged bird and set it free that their joy may be greater. And when they are sad, they scourge themselves with thorns that their sorrow may not grow less. One evening I met some negroes carrying a heavy palanquin through the bazaar. It was made of gilded bamboo, and the poles were of vermilion lacquer studded with brass peacocks. Across the windows hung thin curtains of muslin, embroidered with beetles' wings and with tiny seed pearls, and as it passed by, a pale-faced Circassian looked out and smiled at me. I followed behind, and the negroes hurried their steps and scowled, but I did not care. I felt a great curiosity come over me. At last they stopped at a square white house. There were no windows to it, only a little door like the door of a tomb. They set down the palanquin and knocked 3 times with a copper hammer. An Armenian in a caftan of green leather peered through the wicket, and when he saw them he opened and spread a carpet on the ground, and the woman stepped out. As she went in, she turned round and smiled at me again. I had never seen anyone so pale. When the moon rose, I returned to the same place and sought for the house, but it was no longer there. When I saw that, I knew who the woman was, and wherefore she had smiled at me. Certainly thou shouldst have been with me. On the feast of the new moon the young emperor came forth from his palace and went into the mosque to pray. His hair and beard were dyed with rose leaves, and his cheeks were powdered with a fine gold dust. The palms of his feet and hands were yellow with saffron. At sunrise he went forth from his palace in a robe of silver, and at sunset he returned to it again in a robe of gold. The people flung themselves on the ground and hid their faces, but I would not do so. I stood by the stall of a seller of dates and waited. When the emperor saw me, he raised his painted eyebrows and stopped. I stood quite still and made him no obeisance. The people marvelled at my boldness and counselled me to flee from the city. I paid no heed to them, but went and sat with the sellers of strange gods, who by reason of their craft are abominated. When I told them what I had done, each of them gave me a god and prayed me to leave them. That night, as I lay on a cushion in the tea-house that is in the street of pomegranates, the guards of the emperor entered and led me to the palace. As I went in, they closed each door behind me and put a chain across it. Inside was a great court with an arcade running all round. The walls were of white alabaster set here and there with blue and green tiles. The pillars were of green marble, and the pavement of a kind of peach-blossom marble. I had never seen anything like it before. As I passed across the court, 2 veiled women looked down from a balcony and cursed me. The guards hastened on, and the butts of the lances rang upon the polished floor. They opened a gate of wrought ivory, and I found myself in a watered garden of 7 terraces. It was planted with tulip cups and moonflowers and silver-studded aloes. Like a slim reed of crystal, a fountain hung in the dusky air. The cypress trees were like burnt-out torches. From one of them a nightingale was singing. At the end of the garden stood a little pavilion. As we approached it, 2 eunuchs came out to meet us. Their fat bodies swayed as they walked, and they glanced curiously at me with their yellow-lidded eyes. One of them drew aside the captain of the guard and in a low voice whispered to him. The other kept munching scented pastilles, which he took with an affected gesture out of an oval box of lilac enamel. After a few moments the captain of the guard dismissed the soldiers. They went back to the palace, the eunuchs following slowly behind and plucking the sweet mulberries from the trees as they passed. Once the elder of the 2 turned round and smiled at me with an evil smile. Then the captain of the guard motioned me towards the entrance of the pavilion. I walked on without trembling, and drawing the heavy curtain aside, I entered in. The young emperor was stretched on a couch of dyed lion skins, and a gerfalcon perched upon his wrist. Behind him stood a brass-turbaned Nubian, naked down to the waist and with heavy earrings in his split ears. On a table by the side of the couch lay a mighty scimitar of steel. When the emperor saw me, he frowned and said to me, "What is thy name? Knowest thou not that I am emperor of the city?" But I made him no answer. He pointed with his finger at the scimitar, and the Nubian seized it and, rushing forward, struck at me with great violence. The blade whizzed through me and did me no hurt. The man fell sprawling on the floor, and when he rose up his teeth chattered with terror, and he hid himself behind the couch. The emperor leapt to his feet, and taking a lance from a stand of arms, he threw it at me. I caught it in his flight and brake the shaft in 2 places. He shot at me with an arrow, but I held up my hands, and it stopped in mid-air. Then he drew a dagger from a belt of white leather and stabbed the Nubian in the throat, lest the slave should tell of his dishonour. The man writhed like a trampled snake, and a red foam bubbled from his lips. As soon as he was dead, the emperor turned to me, and when he had wiped away the bright sweat from his brow, with a little napkin of purfled and purple silk, he said to me, "Art thou a prophet, that I may not harm thee, or the son of a prophet, that I can do thee no hurt? I pray thee, leave my city tonight, for while thou art in it I am no longer its lord." And I answered him, "I will go for half of thy treasure. Give me half of thy treasure, and I will go away." He took me by the hand and led me out into the garden. When the captain of the guard saw me, he wondered. When the eunuchs saw me, their knees shook, and they fell upon the ground in fear. There is a chamber in the palace that has 8 walls of red porphyry, and a brass-scaled ceiling hung with lamps. The emperor touched one of the walls, and it opened, and we passed down a corridor that was lit with many torches. In niches upon each side stood great wine jars filled to the brim with silver pieces. When we reached the center of the corridor, the emperor spake the word that may not be spoken, and a granite door swung back on a secret spring, and he put his hands before his face, lest his eyes should be dazzled. Thou couldst not believe how marvelous a place it was. There were huge tortoise shells full of pearls, and hollowed moonstones of great size piled up with red rubies. The gold was stored in coffers of elephant hide, and the gold dust in leather bottles. There were opals and sapphires, the former in cups of crystal and the latter in cups of jade. Round green emeralds were ranged in order upon thin plates of ivory, and in one corner were silk bags filled, some with turquoise stones and others with beryls. The ivory horns were heaped with purple amethysts, and the horns of brass with chalcedonies and sards. The pillars, which were of cedar, were hung with strings of yellow lynx stones. In the flat, oval shields there were carbuncles, both wine-coloured and coloured like grass. And yet I have told thee but a tithe of what was there. And when the emperor had taken away his hands from before his face, he said to me, "This is my house of treasure, and half that is in it is thine, even as I promised to thee. And I will give thee camels and camel-drivers, and they shall do thy bidding and take thy share of the treasure to whatever part of the world thou desirest to go. And the thing shall be done tonight, for I would not that the son who is my father should see that there is in my city a man whom I cannot slay." But I answered him, "The gold that is here is thine, and the silver also is thine, and thine are the precious jewels and the things of price. As for me, I have no need of these, nor shall I take aught from thee but that little ring that thou wearest on the finger of thy hand." And the emperor frowned. "It is but a ring of lead," he cried, "nor has it any value. Therefore take thy half of the treasure and go from my city." "Nay," I answered, "but I will take naught but that leaden ring, for I know what is written within it, and for what purpose." And the emperor trembled and besought me, and said, "Take all the treasure and go from my city. The half that is mine shall be thine also." And I did a strange thing, but what I did matters not. For in a cave that is but a day's journey from this place have I hidden the ring of riches. It is but a day's journey from this place, and it waits for thy coming. He who has this ring is richer than all the kings of the world. Come, therefore, and take it, and the world's riches shall be thine." But the young fisherman laughed. "Love is better than riches," he cried, "and the little mermaid loves me." "Nay, but there is nothing better than riches," said the soul. "Love is better," answered the young fisherman, and he plunged into the deep, and the soul went weeping away over the marshes. And after the 3rd year was over, the soul came down to the shore of the sea and called to the young fisherman, and he rose out of the deep and said, "Why dost thou call to me?" And the soul answered, "Come nearer, that I may speak with thee, for I have seen marvelous things." So he came nearer and couched in the shallow water and leaned his head upon his hand and listened. And the soul said to him, "In a city that I know of there is an inn that standeth by a river. I sat there with sailors who drank of 2 different-coloured wines, and ate bread made of barley, and little salt fish served in bay leaves with vinegar. And as we sat and made merry, there entered to us an old man bearing a leathern carpet and a lute that had 2 horns of amber. And when he had laid out the carpet on the floor, he struck with a quill on the wire strings of his lute. And a girl whose face was veiled ran in and began to dance before us. Her face was veiled with a veil of gauze, but her feet were naked. Naked were her feet, and they moved over the carpet like white pigeons. Never have I seen anything so marvellous, and the city in which she dances is but a day's journey from this place." Now when the young fisherman heard the words of his soul, he remembered that the little mermaid had no feet and could not dance, and a great desire came over him, and he said to himself, "It is but a day's journey, and I can return to my love." And he laughed and stood up in the shallow water and strode towards the shore. And when he had reached the dry shore, he laughed again, and held out his arms to his soul. And his soul gave a great cry of joy, and ran to meet him, and entered into him. And the young fisherman saw stretched before him upon the sand that shadow of the body that is the body of the soul. And his soul said to him, "Let us not tarry, but get hence at once, for the sea-gods are jealous and have monsters that do their bidding." So they made haste. And all that night they journeyed beneath the moon, and all the next day they journeyed beneath the sun, and on the evening of the day they came to a city. And the young fisherman said to his soul, "Is this the city in which she dances of whom thou didst speak to me?" And his soul answered him, "It is not this city, but another. Nevertheless, let us enter in." So they entered in and passed through the streets, and as they passed through the streets of the jewellers, the young fisherman saw a fair silver cup set forth in a booth. And his soul said to him, "Take that silver cup and hide it." So he took the cup and hid it in the fold of his tunic, and they went hurriedly out of the city. And after that they had gone a league from the city, the young fisherman frowned and flung the cup away, and said to his soul, "Why didst thou tell me to take this cup and hide it? For it was an evil thing to do." But his soul answered him, "Be at peace, be at peace." And on the evening of the 2nd day they came to a city, and the young fisherman said to his soul, Is this the city in which she dances of whom thou didst speak to me? And his soul answered him, It is not this city, but another. Nevertheless, let us enter in. So they entered in, and passed through the streets. And as they passed through the street of the sellers of sandals, the young fisherman saw a child standing by a jar of water. And his soul said to him, Smite that child. So he smote the child till it wept. And when he had done this, they went hurriedly out of the city. And after that they had gone a league from the city, the young fisherman grew wroth, and said to his soul, Why didst thou tell me to smite the child? For it was an evil thing to do. But his soul answered him, Be at peace, be at peace. And on the evening of the third day they came to a city, and the young fisherman said to his soul, Is this the city in which she dances of whom thou didst speak to me? And his soul answered him, It may be that it is in this city, therefore let us enter in. So they entered in and passed through the streets, but nowhere could the young fisherman find the river or the inn that stood by its side. And the people of the city looked curiously at him, and he grew afraid and said to his soul, Let us go hence, for she who dances with white feet is not here. But his soul answered, Nay, but let us tarry, for the night is dark, and there will be robbers on the way. So he sat him down in the market-place and rested. And after a time there went by a hooded merchant, who had a cloak of cloth of Tartary, and bare a lantern of pierced horn at the end of a jointed reed. And the merchant said to him, Why dost thou sit in the market-place, seeing that the booths are closed and the bales corded? And the young fisherman answered him, I can find no inn in this city, nor have I any kinsman who might give me shelter. Are we not all kinsmen? Said the merchant. And did not one God make us? Therefore come with me, for I have a guest-chamber. So the young fisherman rose up and followed the merchant to his house. And when he had passed through a garden of pomegranates and entered into the house, the merchant brought him rose-water in a copper dish that he might wash his hands, and ripe melons that he might quench his thirst, and set a bowl of rice and a piece of roasted kid before him. And after that he had finished, the merchant led him to the guest-chamber, and bade him sleep and be at rest. And the young fisherman gave him thanks, and kissed the ring that was on his hand, and flung himself down on the carpets of dyed goat's hair. And when he had covered himself with a covering of black lamb's wool, he fell asleep. And 3 hours before dawn, and while it was still night, his soul waked him and said to him, Rise up and go to the room of the merchant, even to the room in which he sleepeth, and slay him, and take from him his gold, for we have need of it. And the young fisherman rose up and crept towards the room of the merchant. And over the feet of the merchant there was lying a curved sword, and the tray by the side of the merchant held 9 purses of gold. And he reached out his hand and touched the sword, and when he touched it the merchant started and awoke, and leaping up seized himself the sword, and cried to the young fisherman, Dost thou return evil for good, and pay with the shedding of blood from the kindness that I have shown thee? And his soul said to the young fisherman, Strike him! And he struck him so that he swooned, and he seized then the 9 purses of gold, and fled hastily through the garden of pomegranates, and set his face to the star that is the star of morning. And when they had gone a league from the city, the young fisherman beat his breast, and said to his soul, Why didst thou bid me to slay the merchant and take his gold? Surely thou art evil. But his soul answered him, Be at peace, be at peace. Nay, cried the young fisherman, I may not be at peace, for all that thou hast made me to do I hate. Thee also I hate, and I bid thee tell me wherefore thou hast wrought with me in this wise. And his soul answered him, When thou didst send me forth into the world, thou gavest me no heart. So I learned to do all these things and love them. What sayest thou? Murmured the young fisherman. Thou knowest, answered his soul. Thou knowest it well. Hast thou forgotten that thou gavest me no heart? I trow not. And so trouble not thyself nor me, but be at peace, for there is no pain that thou shalt not give away, nor any pleasure that thou shalt not receive. And when the young fisherman heard these words, he trembled and said to his soul, Nay, but thou art evil, and hast made me forget my love, and hast tempted me with temptations, and hast set my feet in the ways of sins. And his soul answered him, Thou hast not forgotten that when thou didst send me forth into the world thou gavest me no heart. Come, let us go to another city and make merry, for we have 9 purses of gold. But the young fisherman took the 9 purses of gold, and flung them down and trampled on them. "Nay," he cried, "but I will have naught to do with thee, nor will I journey with thee anywhere. But even as I sent thee away before, so will I send thee away now, for thou hast wrought me no good." And he turned his back to the moon, and with the little knife that had the handle of green viper's skin, he strove to cut from his feet that shadow of the body which is the body of the soul. Yet his soul stirred not from him, nor paid heed to his command, but said to him, "The spell that the witch told thee avails thee no more, for I may not leave thee, nor mayest thou drive me forth. Once in his life may a man send his soul away, but he who receiveth back his soul must keep it with him for ever, and this is his punishment and his reward." And the young fisherman grew pale, and clenched his hands, and cried, "She was a false witch, in that she told me not that." "Nay," answered his soul, "but she was true to him she worships, and whose servant she will be ever." And when the young fisherman knew that he could no longer get rid of his soul, and that it was an evil soul, and would abide with him always, he fell upon the ground, weeping bitterly. And when it was day, the young fisherman rose up and said to his soul, "I will bind my hands that I may not do thy bidding, and close my lips that I may not speak thy words, and I will return to the place where she whom I love has her dwelling. Even to the sea will I return, and to the little bay where she is wont to sing, and I will call to her and tell her the evil I have done and the evil thou hast wrought on me." And his soul tempted him and said, "Who is thy love, that thou shouldst return to her? The world has many fairer than she is. There are dancing girls of Samaras who dance in the manner of all kinds of birds and beasts. Their feet are painted with henna, and in their hands they have little copper bells. They laugh while they dance, and their laughter is as clear as the laughter of water. Come with me, and I will show them to thee. But what is this trouble of thine about the things of sin? Is that which is pleasant to eat not made for the eater? Is there poison in that which is sweet to drink? Trouble not thyself, but come with me to another city. There is a little city hard by, in which there is a garden of tulip trees, and there dwell in this comely garden white peacocks, and peacocks that have blue breasts. Their tails, when they spread them to the sun, are like discs of ivory and like gilt discs, and she who feeds them dances for pleasure, and sometimes she dances on her hands, and at other times she dances with her feet. Her eyes are coloured with stibium, and her nostrils are shaped like the wings of a swallow. From a hook in one of her nostrils hangs a flower that is carved out of a pearl. She laughs while she dances, and the silver rings that are about her ankles tinkle like bells of silver. And so trouble not thyself any more, but come with me to this city." The young fisherman answered not his soul, but closed his lips with the seal of silence, and with a tight cord bound his hands, and journeyed back to the place from which he had come, even to the little bay where his love had been wont to sing. And ever did his soul tempt him by the way, but he made it no answer, nor would he do any of the wickedness that it sought to make him do, so great was the power of the love that was within him. And when he had reached the shore of the sea, he loosed the cord from his hands, and took the seal of silence from his lips, and called to the little mermaid. But she came not to his call, though he called to her all day long and besought her. And his soul mocked him, and said, "Surely thou hast but little joy out of thy love? Thou art as one who in time of death pours water into a broken vessel. Thou gavest away what thou hast, and naught is given to thee in return. It were better for thee to come with me, for I know where the valley of pleasure lies, and what things are wrought there." But the young fisherman answered not his soul, but in a cleft of rock he built himself a house of wattles, and abode there for the space of a year. And every morning he called to the mermaid, and every noon he called to her again, and at night time he spake her name. Yet never did she rise out of the sea to meet him, nor in any place of the sea could he find her, though he sought for her in the caves and in the green water, in the pools of the tide, and in the wells that are at the bottom of the deep. And ever did his soul tempt him with evil, and whisper of terrible things. Yet did it not prevail against him, so great was the power of his love. And after the year was over, the soul thought within himself, I have tempted my master with evil, and his love is stronger than I am. I will tempt him now with good, and it may be that he will come with me." So he spake to the young fisherman and said, "I have told thee of the joy of the world, and thou hast turned a deaf ear to me. Suffer me now to tell thee of the world's pain, and it may be that thou wilt hearken. For of a truth pain is the lord of this world, nor is there any one who escapes from its net. There be some who lack raiment, and others who lack bread. There be widows who sit in purple, and widows who sit in rags. To and fro over the fens go the lepers, and they are cruel to each other. The beggars go up and down on the highways, and their wallets are empty. Through the streets of the cities walks famine, and the plague sits at their gates. Come, let us go forth and mend these things, and make them not to be. Wherefore shouldst thou tarry here, calling to thy love, seeing she comes not to thy call? And what is love, that thou shouldst set this high store upon it?" But the young fisherman answered it not, so great was the power of his love. And every morning he called to the mermaid, and every noon he called to her again, and at night time he spake her name. Yet never did she rise out of the sea to meet him, nor in any place of the sea could he find her, though he sought for her in the rivers of the sea, and in the valleys that are under the waves, in the sea that the night makes purple, and in the sea that the dawn leaves grey. And after the 2nd year was over, the soul said to the young fisherman at night time, and as he sat in the wattled house alone, "Lo, now I have tempted thee with evil, and I have tempted thee with good, and thy love is stronger than I am. Wherefore will I tempt thee no longer, but I pray thee to suffer me to enter thy heart, that I may be one with thee even as before." "Surely thou mayest enter," said the young fisherman, "for in the days when with no heart thou didst go through the world thou must have much suffered." "Alas," cried his soul, "I can find no place of entrance, so compassed about with love as this heart of thine." "Yet I would that I could help thee," said the young fisherman. And as he spake, there came a great cry of mourning from the sea, even the cry that men hear when one of the sea folk is dead. And the young fisherman leapt up, and left his wattled house, and ran down to the shore. And the black waves came hurrying to the shore, bearing with them a burden that was whiter than silver. White as the surf it was, and like a flower it tossed on the waves. The surf took it from the waves, and the foam took it from the surf, and the shore received it. And lying at his feet, the young fisherman saw the body of the little mermaid. Dead at his feet it was lying. Weeping as one smitten with pain, he flung himself down beside it, and he kissed the cold red of the mouth and toyed with the wet amber of the hair. He flung himself down beside it on the sand, weeping as one trembling with joy, and in his brown arms he held it to his breast. Cold were the lips, yet he kissed them. Salt was the honey of the hair, yet he tasted it with a bitter joy. He kissed the closed eyelids, and the wild spray that lay upon their cups was less salt than his tears. And to the dead thing he made confession. Into the shells of its ears he poured the harsh wine of his tale. He put the little hands round his neck, and with his fingers he touched the thin reed of the throat. Bitter, bitter was his joy, and full of strange gladness was his pain. The black sea came nearer, and the white foam moaned like a leper. With white claws of foam the sea grabbled at the shore. From the palace of the Sea King came the cry of mourning again, and far out upon the sea the great Tritons blew hoarsely upon their horns. "Flee away," said his soul, "for ever doth the sea come nigher, and if thou tarriest it will slay thee. Flee away, for I am afraid, seeing that thy heart is closed against me by reason of the greatness of thy love. Flee away to a place of safety. Surely thou wilt not send me without a heart into another world." But the young fisherman listened not to his soul, but called on the little mermaid and said, "Love is better than wisdom, and more precious than riches, and fairer than the feet of the daughters of men. The fires cannot destroy it, nor can the waters quench it. I called on thee at dawn, and thou didst come to my call. The moon heard thy name, yet hadst thou no heed of me. For evilly had I left thee, and to my own hurt had I wandered away. Yet ever did thy love abide with me, and ever was it strong, nor did aught prevail against it, though I have looked upon evil and looked upon good. And now that thou art dead, surely I will die with thee also. And his soul besought him to depart, but he would not, so great was his love. And the sea came nearer, and sought to cover him with its waves. And when he knew that the end was at hand, he kissed with mad lips the cold lips of the mermaid, and the heart that was within him brake. And as through the fullness of his love his heart did break, the soul found an entrance and entered in, and was one with him even as before. And the sea covered the young fisherman with its waves. And in the morning the priest went forth to bless the sea, for it had been troubled, and with him went the monks and the musicians, and the candle-bearers, and the swingers of censers, and a great company. And when the priest reached the shore, he saw the young fisherman lying drowned in the surf, and clasped in his arms was the body of the little mermaid, and he drew back, frowning, and having made the sign of the cross, he cried aloud and said, I will not bless the sea, nor anything that is in it. Accursed be the sea folk, and accursed be all they who traffic with them. And as for him who for love's sake forsook God, and so lieth here with his leman slain by God's judgment, take up his body and the body of his leman, and bury them in the corner of the field of the fullers, and set no mark above them, nor sign of any kind, that none may know the place of their resting. For accursed were they in their lives, and accursed shall they be in their deaths also. And the people did as he commanded them. And in the corner of the field of the fullers, where no sweet herbs grew, they dug a deep pit, and laid the dead things within it. And when the 3rd year was over, and on a day that was a holy day, the priest went up to the chapel, that he might show to the people the wounds of the Lord, and speak to them about the wrath of God. And when he had robed himself with his robes, and entered in and bowed himself before the altar, he saw that the altar was covered with strange flowers that never had been seen before. Strange were they to look at, and of curious beauty. Their beauty troubled him, and their odour was sweet in his nostrils, and he felt glad, and understood not why he was glad. And after that he had opened the tabernacle, and incensed the monstrance that was in it, and shown the fair wafer to the people, and hid it again behind the veil of veils, he began to speak to the people, desiring to speak to them of the wrath of God. But the beauty of the white flowers troubled him, and their odour was sweet in his nostrils. And there came another word unto his lips. He spake not of the wrath of God, but of the God whose name is love. And why he so spake he knew not. And when he had finished his word, the people wept, and the priest went back to his sacristy, and his eyes were full of tears. And the deacons came in and began to unrobe him, and took from him the alb and the girdle, the maniple and the stole. And he stood as one in a dream. And after that they had unrobed him, he looked at them and said, What are the flowers that stand on the altar, and whence do they come? And they answered him, What flowers they are we cannot tell, but they come from the corner of the fuller's field. And the priest trembled, and returned to his own house, and prayed. And in the morning, while it was still dawn, he went forth with the monks and the musicians, and the candle-bearers and the swingers of censers, and a great company, and came to the shore of the sea, and blessed the sea, and all the wild things that are in it. The fawns also he blessed, and the little things that dance in the woodland, and the bright-eyed things that peer through the leaves. All the things in God's world he blessed, and the people were filled with joy and wonder. Yet never again in the corner of the fuller's field grew flowers of any kind, but the field remained barren even as before. Nor came the sea folk into the bay as they had been wont to do, for they went to another part of the sea. The Bureau d'Échange de Mots by Lord Dunsany. I never write of the things I have seen, said Edward John Morton Drax Plunkett, 18th Baron Dunsany, only of things I have imagined. Like William Blake and J.R.R. Tolkien, he created a world of gods, myths, and wonders, but he also wrote fantastic tales with realistic settings and bizarre plays like The Glittering Gate, 1909, which anticipated the theatre of UNESCO. The Bureau d'Échange de Mots, the office where ills are exchanged, possesses the quality of folk or fairy tales, and yet is firmly rooted in a world of things we know, evoking an indefinable atmosphere of menacing power. I often think of the Bureau d'Échange de Mots, and the wondrously evil old man that sat therein. It stood in a little street that there is in Paris, its doorway made of 3 brown beams of wood, the top one overlapping the others like the Greek letter pi, all the rest painted green. A house far lower and narrower than its neighbours, and infinitely stranger, a thing to take one's fancy. And over the doorway, on the old brown beam, in faded yellow letters, this legend ran: Bureau Universel d'Échange de Mots. I entered at once, and accosted the listless man that lolled on a stool by his counter. I demanded the wherefore of his wonderful house, what evil wares he exchanged, with many other things that I wished to know, while curiosity led me. And indeed, had it not, I had gone at once from the shop, for there was so evil a look in that fattened man, in the hang of his fallen cheeks and his sinful eye, that you would have said he had had dealings with hell and won the advantage by sheer wickedness. Such a man was mine host, but above all, the evil of him lay in his eyes, which lay so still, so apathetic, that you would have sworn that he was drugged or dead. Like lizards motionless on a wall they lay. And suddenly they darted, and all his cunning flamed up and revealed itself in what one moment before seemed no more than a sleepy and ordinary wicked old man. And this was the object and trade of that peculiar shop, the Bureau Universel d'Échange de Mots. You paid 20 francs, which the old man proceeded to take from me, for admission to the bureau, and then had the right to exchange any evil or misfortune with anyone on the premises for some evil or misfortune that he could afford, as the old man put it. There were 4 or 5 men in the dingy ends of that low-ceilinged room, who gesticulated and muttered softly in twos as men who make a bargain, and now and then more came in. The eyes of the flabby owner of the house leaped up at them as they entered, seemed to know their errands at once, and each one's peculiar need, and fell back again into somnolence, receiving his 20 francs in an almost lifeless hand, and biting the coin as though in pure absence of mind. "Some of my clients," he told me. So amazing to me was the trade of this extraordinary shop, that I engaged the old man in conversation, repulsive though he was, and from his garrulity I gathered these facts. He spoke in perfect English, though his utterance was somewhat thick and heavy. No language seemed to come amiss to him. He had been in business a great many years, how many he would not say, and was far older than he looked. All kinds of people did business in his shop. What they exchanged with each other he did not care, except that it had to be evils. He was not empowered to carry on any other kind of business. There was no evil, he told me, that was not negotiable there. No evil the old man knew had ever been taken away in despair from his shop. A man might have to wait and come back again next day and the day after, paying 20 francs each time. But the old man had the addresses of his clients, and shrewdly knew their needs, and soon the right two met, and eagerly changed their commodities. Commodities was the old man's terrible word, said with a gruesome smack of his heavy lips, for he took a pride in his business, and evils to him were goods. I learned from him in 10 minutes very much of human nature, more than I had ever learned from any other man. I learned from him that a man's own evil is to him the worst thing that there is or could be, and that an evil so unbalances all men's minds that they always seek for extremes in that small, grim shop. A woman that had no children had exchanged with an impoverished, half-maddened creature with 12. On one occasion a man had exchanged wisdom for folly. "Why on earth did he do that?" I said. "None of my business," the old man answered in his heavy, indolent way. He merely took his 20 francs from each and ratified the agreement in the little room at the back opening out of the shop where his clients do business. Apparently the man that had parted with wisdom had left the shop upon the tips of his toes with a happy, though foolish expression all over his face. But the other went thoughtfully away, wearing a troubled and very puzzled look. Almost always it seemed they did business in opposite evils. But the thing that puzzled me most in all my talks with that unwieldy man, the thing that puzzles me still, is that none that had once done business in that shop ever returned again. A man might come day after day for many weeks, but once do business, and he never returned. So much the old man told me, but when I asked him why, he only muttered that he did not know. It was to discover the wherefore of this strange thing, and for no other reason at all, that I determined myself to do business sooner or later in the little room at the back of that mysterious shop. I determined to exchange some very trivial evil for some evil equally slight, to seek for myself an advantage so very small as scarcely to give fate, as it were, a grip. For I deeply distrusted these bargains, knowing well that man has never yet benefited by the marvellous, and that the more miraculous his advantage appears to be, the more securely and tightly do the gods or the witches catch him. In a few days more I was going back to England, and I was beginning to fear that I should be seasick. This fear of seasickness, not the actual malady, but only the mere fear of it, I decided to exchange for a suitably little evil. I did not know with whom I should be dealing, who in reality was the head of the firm. One never does when shopping, but I decided that no one could make very much on so small a bargain as that. I told the old man my project, and he scoffed at the smallness of my commodity, trying to urge me on to some darker bargain, but could not move me from my purpose. And then he told me tales with a somewhat boastful air of the big business, the great bargains that had passed through his hands. A man had once run in there to try to exchange death. He had swallowed poison by accident and had only 12 hours to live. That sinister old man had been able to oblige him. A client was willing to exchange the commodity. But what did he give in exchange for death? I said. Life, said the grim old man with a furtive chuckle. Must have been a horrible life, I said. That was not my affair, the proprietor said lazily, rattling together as he spoke a little pocketful of 20-franc pieces. Strange business I watched in that shop for the next few days. The exchange of odd commodities, and heard strange mutterings in corners amongst couples who presently rose and went to the back room, the old man following to ratify. Twice a day for a week I paid my 20 francs, watching life with its great needs and its little needs, morning and afternoon, spread out before me in all its wonderful variety. And one day I met a comfortable man with only a little need. He seemed to have the very evil I wanted. He always feared the lift was going to break. I knew too much of hydraulics to fear things as silly as that, but it was not my business to cure his ridiculous fear. Very few words were needed to convince him that mine was the evil for him. He never crossed the sea, and I, on the other hand, could always walk upstairs. And I also felt at the time, as many must feel in that shop, that so absurd a fear could never trouble me. And yet, at times, it is almost the curse of my life. When we both had signed the parchment in the spidery back room, the old man had signed and ratified, for which we had to pay him 50 francs each, I went back to my hotel, and there I saw the deadly thing in the basement. They asked me if I would go upstairs in the lift. From force of habit I risked it, and I held my breath all the way up, and clenched my hands. Nothing will induce me to try such a journey again. I would sooner go up to my room in a balloon. And why? Because if a balloon goes wrong, you have a chance. It may spread out into a parachute after it has burst. It may catch in a tree. 101 things may happen. But if the lift falls down its shaft, you are done. As for seasickness, I shall never be sick again. I cannot tell you why, except that I know that it is so. And the shop in which I made this remarkable bargain, the shop to which none return when their business is done, I set out for it next day. Blindfold I could have found my way to the unfashionable quarter out of which a mean street runs, where you take the alley at the end, whence runs the cul-de-sac where the queer shop stood. A shop with pillars, fluted and painted red, stands on its near side. Its other neighbor is a low-class jeweler's with little silver brooches in the window. In such incongruous company stood the shop with beams, with its walls painted green. In half an hour I stood in the cul-de-sac to which I had gone twice a day for the last week. I found the shop with the ugly painted pillars, and the jeweler that sold brooches, but the green house with the 3 beams was gone. Pulled down, you will say, although in a single night. That can never be the answer to the mystery, for the house of the fluted pillars painted on plaster, and the low-class jeweller's shop with its silver brooches, all of which I could identify one by one, were standing side by side. The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Ursula K. Le Guin, author of the Earthsea books and many science fiction novels, has also written a number of fantastic short stories. The following is from The Wind's 12 Quarters, and is subtitled Variations on a Theme by William James. Ursula K. Le Guin herself provides the introduction. The central idea of this psycho-myth, the scapegoat, turns up in Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov, and several people have asked me, rather suspiciously, why I gave the credit to William James. The fact is, I haven't been able to reread Dostoevsky, much as I loved him, since I was 25, and I'd simply forgotten he used the idea. But when I met it in James's The Moral Philosopher and The Moral Life, it was with a shock of recognition. Here is how James puts it. Or if the hypotheses were offered us of a world in which Messrs. Fourier's and Bellamy's and Morris's utopias should all be outdone, and millions kept permanently happy on the one simple condition that a certain lost soul on the far-off edge of things should lead a life of lonely torment, what except a specifical and independent sort of emotion can it be which would make us immediately feel, even though an impulse arose within us to clutch at the happiness so offered, how hideous a thing would be its enjoyment when deliberately accepted as the fruit of such a bargain? The dilemma of the American conscience can hardly be better stated. Dostoevsky was a great artist, and a radical one, but his early social radicalism reversed itself, leaving him a violent reactionary, whereas the American James, who seems so mild, so naively gentlemanly, look how he says us, assuming all his readers are as decent as himself, was and remained and remains a genuinely radical thinker. Directly after the lost soul passage, he goes on. All the higher, more penetrating ideals are revolutionary. They present themselves far less in the guise of effects of past experience than in that of probable causes of future experiences, factors to which the environment and the lessons it has so far taught us must learn to bend. The application of those 2 sentences to this story, and to science fiction, and to all thinking about the future, is quite direct. Ideals as the probable causes of future experience, that is a subtle and an exhilarating remark. Of course I didn't read James and sit down and say, now I'll write a story about the lost soul. It seldom works that simply. I sat down and started the story, just because I felt like it, with nothing but the word Omelas in mind. It came from a road sign, Salem, Oregon, backwards. Don't you read road signs backwards? Pots, walls, Nerdlich, Oxyknarf, Nas. Salem equals Shalamo equals Salam equals peace, Malas, Omelas, Omelas, Elas. Where do you get your ideas from, Mrs. Le Guin? From forgetting Dostoevsky and reading road signs backwards, naturally. Where else? With a clamor of bells that set the swallows soaring, the festival of summer came to the city Omelas, bright-towered by the sea. The rigging of the boats in harbor sparkled with flags. In the streets between houses with red roofs and painted walls, between old moss-grown gardens and under avenues of trees, past great parks and public buildings, processions moved. Some were decorous. Old people in long, stiff robes of mauve and gray, grave master workmen, quiet, merry women, carrying their babies and chatting as they walked. In other streets the music beat faster, a shimmering of gong and tambourine, and the people went dancing. The procession was a dance. Children dodged in and out, their high calls rising like the swallows crossing flights over the music and the singing. All the processions wound towards the north side of the city, where on the great water meadow called the Green Fields, boys and girls, naked in the bright air, with mud-stained feet and ankles and long, lithe arms, exercised their restive horses before the race. The horses wore no gear at all but a halter without bit. Their manes were braided with streamers of silver, gold, and green. They flared their nostrils and pranced and boasted to one another. They were vastly excited, the horse being the only animal who has adopted our ceremonies as his own. Far off to the north and west the mountains stood up half encircling Omelas on her bay. The air of morning was so clear that the snow still crowning the 18 peaks burned with white gold fire across the miles of sunlit air under the dark blue of the sky. There was just enough wind to make the banners that marked the racecourse snap and flutter now and then. In the silence of the broad green meadows one could hear the music winding through the city streets, farther and nearer and ever approaching, a cheerful, faint sweetness of the air that from time to time trembled and gathered together and broke out into the great joyous clanging of the bells. Joyous! How is one to tell about joy? How describe the citizens of Omelas? They were not simple folk, you see, though they were happy. But we do not say the words of cheer much any more. All smiles have become archaic. Given a description such as this, one tends to make certain assumptions. Given a description such as this, one tends to look next for the king, mounted on a splendid stallion and surrounded by his noble knights, or perhaps in a golden litter borne by great muscled slaves. But there was no king. They did not use swords or keep slaves. They were not barbarians. I do not know the rules and laws of their society, but I suspect that they were singularly few. As they did without monarchy and slavery, so they also got on without the stock exchange, the advertisement, the secret police, and the bomb. Yet I repeat that these were not simple folk, not dulcet shepherds, noble savages, bland utopians. They were not less complex than us. The trouble is that we have a bad habit, encouraged by pedants and sophisticates, of considering happiness as something rather stupid. Only pain is intellectual, only evil interesting. This is the treason of the artist, a refusal to admit the banality of evil and the terrible boredom of pain. If you can't lick 'em, join 'em. If it hurts, repeat it. But to praise despair is to condemn delight. To embrace violence is to lose hold of everything else. We have almost lost hold. We can no longer describe a happy man, nor make any celebration of joy. How can I tell you about the people of Omelas? They were not naive and happy children, though their children were in fact happy. They were mature, intelligent, passionate adults, whose lives were not wretched. Oh, miracle! But I wish I could describe it better. I wish I could convince you. Omelas sounds in my words like a city in a fairy tale, long ago and far away, once upon a time. Perhaps it would be best if you imagined it as your own fancy bids, assuming it will rise to the occasion, for certainly I cannot suit you all. For instance, how about technology? I think that there would be no cars or helicopters in and above the streets. This follows from the fact that the people of Omelas are happy people. Happiness is based on a just discrimination of what is necessary, what is neither necessary nor destructive, and what is destructive. In the middle category, however, that of the unnecessary but undestructive, that of comfort, luxury, exuberance, etc., they could perfectly well have central heating, subway trains, washing machines, and all kinds of marvelous devices not yet invented here, floating light sources, fuelless power, a cure for the common cold. Or they could have none of that. It doesn't matter, as you like it. I incline to think that people from towns up and down the coast have been coming into Omelas during the last days, before the festival, on very fast little trains and double-decked trams, and that the train station of Omelas is actually the handsomest building in town, though plainer than the magnificent farmer's market. But even granted trains, I fear that Omelas so far strikes some of you as goody-goody. Smiles, bells, parades, Horse blah. If so, please add an orgy. If an orgy would help, don't hesitate. Let us not, however, have temples from which issue beautiful nude priests and priestesses, already half in ecstasy, and ready to copulate with any man or woman, lover or stranger, who desires union with the deep godhead of the blood, although that was my first idea. But really, it would be better not to have any temples in Omelas, at least not manned temples. Religion, yes. Clergy, no. Surely the beautiful nudes can just wander about, offering themselves like divine soufflés to the hunger of the needy and the rapture of the flesh. Let them join the processions. Let tambourines be struck above the copulations, and the glory of desire be proclaimed upon the gongs, and, a not unimportant point, let the offspring of these delightful rituals be beloved and looked after by all. One thing I know there is none of in Omelas is guilt. But what else should there be? I thought at first there were no drugs, but that is puritanical. For those who like it, the faint, insistent sweetness of druse may perfume the ways of the city, druse which first brings a great lightness and brilliance to the mind and limbs, and then, after some hours, a dreamy languor, and wonderful visions at last of the very arcana and inmost secrets of the universe, as well as exciting the pleasure of sex beyond all belief. And it is not habit-forming. For more modest tastes, I think there ought to be beer. What else belongs in the joyous city? The sense of victory, surely the celebration of courage. But as we did without clergy, let us do without soldiers. The joy built upon successful slaughter is not the right kind of joy. It will not do. It is fearful and it is trivial. A boundless and generous contentment, a magnanimous triumph, felt not against some outer enemy, but in communion with the finest and fairest in the souls of all men everywhere, and the splendor of the world's summer. This is what swells the hearts of the people of Omelas, and the victory they celebrate is that of life. I really don't think many of them need to take druse. Most of the processions have reached the green fields by now. A marvelous smell of cooking goes forth from the red and blue tents of the provisioners. The faces of small children are amiably sticky. In the benign grey beard of a man, a couple of crumbs of rich pastry are entangled. The youths and girls have mounted their horses and are beginning to group around the starting line of the course. An old woman, small, fat, and laughing, is passing out flowers from a basket, and tall young men wear her flowers in their shining hair. A child of 9 or 10 sits at the edge of the crowd alone, playing on a wooden flute. People pause to listen, and they smile, but they do not speak to him, for he never ceases playing and never sees them, his dark eyes wholly wrapped in the sweet, thin magic of the tune. He finishes, and slowly lowers his hands holding the wooden flute. As if that little private silence were the signal, all at once a trumpet sounds from the pavilion near the starting line. Imperious, melancholy, piercing. The horses rear on their slender legs, and some of them neigh in answer. Sober-faced, the young riders stroke the horses' necks and soothe them, whispering, "Quiet, quiet, there, my beauty, my hope." They begin to form in rank along the starting line. The crowds along the racecourse are like a field of grass and flowers in the wind. The festival of summer has begun. Do you believe? Do you accept the festival, the city, the joy? No? Then let me describe one more thing. In a basement, under one of the beautiful public buildings of Omelas, or perhaps in the cellar of one of its spacious private homes, there is a room. It has one locked door, and no window. A little light seeps in dustily between cracks in the boards, second-hand from a cobwebbed window somewhere across the cellar. In one corner of the little room a couple of mops, with stiff, clotted, foul-smelling heads, stand near a rusty bucket. The floor is dirt, a little damp to the touch, as cellar dirt usually is. The room is about 3 paces long and 2 wide, a mere broom-closet or disused tool-room. In the room a child is sitting. It could be a boy or a girl. It looks about 6, but actually is nearly 10. It is feeble-minded, Perhaps it was born defective, or perhaps it has become imbecile through fear, malnutrition, and neglect. It picks its nose and occasionally fumbles vaguely with its toes or genitals as it sits hunched in the corner farthest from the buckets and the 2 mops. It is afraid of the mops. It finds them horrible. It shuts its eyes, but it knows the mops are still standing there, and the door is locked, and nobody will come. The door is always locked, and nobody ever comes, except that sometimes the child has no understanding of time or interval. Sometimes the door rattles terribly and opens, and a person or several people are there. One of them may come in and kick the child to make it stand up. The others never come close, but peer in at it with frightened, disgusted eyes. The food bowl and the water jug are hastily filled. The door is locked. The eyes disappear. The people at the door never say anything, but the child, who has not always lived in the tool room and can remember sunlight and its mother's voice, sometimes speaks. "I will be good," it says. "Please let me out. I will be good." They never answer. The child used to scream for help at night and cry a good deal. Now it only makes a kind of whining, and it speaks less and less often. It is so thin there are no calves to its legs, its belly protrudes. It lives on a half-bowl of cornmeal and grease a day. It is naked. Its buttocks and thighs are a mass of festered sores, as it sits in its own excrement continually. They all know it is there, all the people of Omelas. Some of them have come to see it. Others are content merely to know it is there. They all know that it has to be there. Some of them understand why, and some do not. But they all understand that their happiness, the beauty of their city, the tenderness of their friendships, the health of their children, the wisdom of their scholars, the skill of their makers, even the abundance of their harvest and the kindly weathers of their skies, depend wholly on this child's abominable misery. This is usually explained to children when they are between 8 and 12, whenever they seem capable of understanding, and most of those who come to see the child are young people, though often enough an adult comes, or comes back to see the child. No matter how well the matter has been explained to them, these young spectators are always shocked and sickened at the sight. They feel disgust, which they had thought themselves superior to. They feel anger, outrage, impotence, despite all the explanations. They would like to do something for the child. There is nothing they can do. If the child were brought up into the sunlight out of that vile place, if it were cleaned and fed and comforted, that would be a good thing indeed. But if it were done, in that day and hour, all the prosperity and beauty and delight of Omelas would wither and be destroyed. Those are the terms. To exchange all the goodness and grace of every life in Omelas for that single, small improvement. To throw away the happiness of thousands for the chance of the happiness of one. That would be to let guilt within the walls indeed. The terms are strict and absolute. There may not even be a kind word spoken to the child. Often the young people go home in tears, or in a tearless rage, when they have seen the child and faced this terrible paradox. They may brood over it for weeks or years. But as time goes on, they begin to realize that even if the child could be released, it would not get much good of its freedom. A little vague pleasure of warmth and food, no doubt, but little more. It is too degraded and imbecile to know any real joy. It has been afraid too long ever to be free of fear. Its habits are too uncouth for it to respond to humane treatment. Indeed, after so long it would probably be wretched without walls about it to protect it, and darkness for its eyes, and its own excrement to sit in. Their tears at the bitter injustice dry when they begin to perceive the terrible justice of reality, and to accept it. Yet it is their tears and anger, the trying of their generosity and the acceptance of their helplessness, which are perhaps the true source of the splendor of their lives. Theirs is no vapid, irresponsible happiness. They know that they, like the child, are not free. They know compassion. It is the existence of the child, and their knowledge of its existence, that makes possible the nobility of their architecture, the poignancy of their music, the profundity of their science. It is because of the child that they are so gentle with children. They know that if the wretched one were not there snivelling in the dark, the other one, the flute-player, could make no joyful music as the young riders line up in their beauty for the race in the sunlight of the first morning of summer. Now do you believe in them? Are they not more credible? But there is one more thing to tell, and this is quite incredible. At times, one of the adolescent girls or boys who go to see the child does not go home to weep or rage, does not, in fact, go home at all. Sometimes also a man or woman much older falls silent for a day or two, and then leaves home. These people go out into the street and walk down the street alone. They keep walking, and walk straight out of the city of Omelas through the beautiful gates. They keep walking across the farmlands of Omelas. Each one goes alone, youth or girl, man or woman. Night falls. The traveler must pass down village streets, between the houses with yellow-lit windows, and on out into the darkness of the fields. Each alone they go west or north towards the mountains. They go on. They leave Omelas, they walk ahead into the darkness, and they do not come back. The place they go towards is a place even less imaginable to most of us than the City of Happiness. I cannot describe it at all. It is possible that it does not exist. But they seem to know where they are going, the ones who walk away from Omelas. In the Penal Colony, by Franz Kafka. Kafka is one of the great masters of fantastic literature. He makes the fantastic seem horribly real, and thereby become more effective. Some of his stories, for example, in the Penal Colony, are almost possible. I fix images in order to drain them from my spirit, said Kafka. Writing stories is my own way of closing my eyes. In September 1914, Kafka read the first chapters of The Trial to his friend Max Brod. In November, he read him In the Penal Colony. Kafka worked on the novel and the story at the same time. Both deal with the concept of justice. Since the Book of Job in the Bible, wrote Brod, God has never been so savagely striven with as in Kafka's The Trial, or in his story In the Penal Colony. In the latter, justice is presented in the image of a machine thought out with refined cruelty, an inhuman, almost devilish machine. Just as in the Book of Job, God does what seems absurd and unjust to man. But it is only to man that this seems so. And Brod ends his note on Kafka saying, Of all believers, he was the freest from illusions, and among all those who see the world as it is, without illusions, he was the most unshakable believer. It's a curious device, said the officer to the traveller, surveying with a look almost of admiration the device with which he was of course so familiar. The traveller appeared to have acted purely out of politeness in complying with the commandant's request that he attend the execution of a soldier condemned for insubordination and insulting a superior. Interest in the execution was clearly not very great, even within the penal colony itself. At least, the only persons present in that deep sandy valley, with its barren slopes all around, were, apart from the officer and the traveller, the condemned man, a stolid, broad-mouthed individual, with a look of neglect about his hair and face, and a soldier who held the heavy chain gathering up the little chains that were fixed to the condemned man's ankles, wrists, and neck, as well as being fastened to each other by interconnecting chains. In fact, the condemned man had an air of such dog-like subservience as to suggest that one could have given him the run of the surrounding slopes, and a mere whistle would have fetched him back when the execution was due to begin. The traveller was not greatly interested in the device, and his uninvolvement was little short of obvious as he paced up and down behind the condemned man, while the officer attended to the final preparations, now crawling underneath the device, which was sunk some way into the earth, now climbing a ladder to inspect its upper parts. These were tasks that could really have been left to a mechanic, yet the officer performed them with enormous enthusiasm, either because he was a particular devotee of this device, or because there were other reasons why the work could be entrusted to no one else. "All ready now," he called out at last, stepping down from the ladder. He was dreadfully tired, his mouth hung wide open as he breathed, and he had wedged 2 delicate ladies' handkerchiefs inside the collar of his uniform. "They're too heavy for the tropics, those uniforms," said the traveller, instead of, as the officer had expected him to, asking questions about the device. "That's right," said the officer as he washed the oil and grease from his hands in the bucket of water that stood there for the purpose. "But they mean home. We don't want to lose touch with home. Now, take a look at this device," he went on briskly, drying his hands on a towel and at the same time pointing at the device. "Up to now I've still had to do some things by hand, but from here onwards the device is entirely automatic." The traveller nodded and followed the officer. To cover himself against all eventualities, the latter added, "We get the odd breakdown, of course. I hope nothing will happen today, but one has to be prepared for it. After all, the device is required to run for 12 hours without interruption. But even if breakdowns do occur, they're only very minor, and we repair them straight away. Won't you take a seat?" he asked in conclusion, pulling a cane chair out of a pile of such chairs and offering it to the traveller, who could not refuse. He found himself sitting at the edge of a pit, into which he cast a quick glance. It was not very deep. On one side of the pit the excavated earth had been piled up to form an embankment. On the other side stood the device. "I don't know," the officer said, "whether the commandant has already explained the device to you." The traveller gestured vaguely, which was all the officer wanted, because now he could go ahead and explain the device himself. "This device," he said, grasping a connecting rod and leaning his weight on it, "is an invention of the late commandant's. I worked on the very first experiments, and I was involved at every stage of the job up to its completion, but the credit for the invention is his and his alone. Have you heard of our late commandant? No? Well, I'm not exaggerating when I say that the entire setup here is his work. We, his friends, knew when he died that the whole way the penal colony had been constituted was so complete, so self-contained, that his successor, no matter how many new projects he had in mind, would be able to alter nothing of the original concept for many years at least. And we were right. The new commandant has had to admit as much. What a shame you never knew our late commandant. But, the officer interrupted himself, here am I blathering on, and we have his device before us. It consists, as you see, of 3 parts. Over the years, each of those parts has acquired a popular name, as it were. The bottom part is called the bed, top part the scriber, and this middle part, suspended between them, is known as the harrow." "The harrow?" inquired the traveller. He had not been paying full attention. The valley was without shade and trapped too much sun, which made it difficult to collect one's thoughts. All the greater was his admiration for the officer, who in his tight parade-ground tunic with its heavy epaulettes and loops of braid was explaining his job with such enthusiasm, while at the same time, screwdriver in hand, also busying himself with the odd screw here and there. The soldier appeared to be in much the same state as the traveller. He had wound the condemned man's chain round both his wrists, and was leaning with one hand on his rifle, head flung back, paying no attention to anything. The traveller was not surprised at this, because the language the officer was speaking was French, which surely neither the soldier nor the condemned man understood. It did, however, make all the more remarkable the fact that the condemned man was nevertheless doing his utmost to follow the officer's explanations. With a kind of drowsy obstinacy, he would direct his gaze wherever the officer happened to be pointing. And when the latter was interrupted by a question from the traveller, he too, like the officer, turned to look in the traveller's direction. "The harrow, yes," said the officer. "It's a good name. The needles are set in the same pattern as on a harrow, and the whole thing is driven in much the same way, except that it stays in one place and works much more neatly and efficiently. You'll get the picture in a moment. The condemned man is laid on the bed here. You see, I want to describe the device first, and then afterwards have it go through the actual process. You'll be able to follow it better then."
Also, one of the cog-wheels in the scriber is rather worn. It grates badly as it turns, and one can hardly hear oneself speak. Spares are difficult to get hold of here, unfortunately. Right, here's the bed, as I was saying. It is completely covered with a layer of cotton wool. You'll discover why later. The condemned man is laid on the cotton wool on his stomach, naked naturally. These straps here are for his hands, his feet, and his neck, to fasten him down. Here at the head end of the bed, where, as I've said, the man starts off lying on his face, there's this little stub of felt that can be easily adjusted to push right into the man's mouth. The object of that is to prevent screaming and biting at the tongue. The man has to take the felt, of course, because otherwise the neck straps would break his neck. "That's cotton wool?" asked the traveller, leaning forward. "Oh, yes," said the officer with a smile. "Feel." And he took the traveller's hand and passed it over the surface of the bed. "It's a specially treated type of cotton wool, which is why it looks so different. I'll come back to what it's for in a moment." The device was beginning to capture the traveller's imagination. Using his hand to keep the sun out of his eyes, he stared up at it. It was a sizable structure. The bed and the scriber were about equally large, and resembled two dark-coloured chests. The scriber was mounted some 2 meters above the bed, and the two were joined at the corners by 4 brass rods that almost shone in the sun. Suspended between the 2 chests on a steel strap was a harrow. The officer, who had hardly noticed the traveller's earlier indifference, evidently sensed these first stirrings of interest, and paused in his elucidations to give the traveller time to view the device at his ease. The condemned man aped what the traveller was doing, except that, being unable to put his hand over his eyes, he blinked upwards with his eyes unprotected. "All right, the man's lying there," said the traveller. He leant back in his chair and crossed his legs. "Yes," said the officer, tipping his cap back and passing a hand over his hot face. "Now, listen to this. Both the bed and the scriber have their own batteries. The bed for itself, the scriber for the harrow. As soon as the man is fastened down, the bed is set in motion. It quivers with tiny, very rapid jerks from side to side, and at the same time up and down. You'll have seen similar devices in sanatoria. The only difference is, with our bed, all the movements are painstakingly calculated. They have to be, to mesh in with the movements of the harrow. But it's this part, the harrow, that actually carries out the sentence." "What is the sentence, in fact?" asked the traveller. "You don't even know that?" said the astonished officer, beginning to bite his lips. "Forgive me, my explanations are perhaps a trifle muddled. I'm very sorry, I really am. The commentary always used to be given by the commandant, but the new commandant has been evading his duty in this respect. Still, that so eminent a visitor as yourself—" The traveller tried with both hands to parry this distinction, but the officer insisted. "That so eminent a visitor as yourself should not even have been told about the form our sentence takes is yet another innovation on his part that—" There was an oath on his lips, but he recovered himself and said merely, "I wasn't informed. It's not my fault. In point of fact, I am the person best qualified to explain our sentences, because I have here," he tapped his breast pocket, "the relevant drawings in the late commandant's own hand." "Drawings in his own hand?" the traveller asked. "Did he do everything, then? Was he soldier, judge, mechanical engineer, chemist, draftsman?" "He certainly was," said the officer, nodding with a fixed, thoughtful look. Then he examined his hands. They did not seem to him clean enough to touch the drawings, so he went to the bucket and washed them a second time. Then he pulled out a small leather wallet and said, "Our sentence doesn't sound particularly severe. The condemned man has the law that he has broken inscribed on his body with the harrow. This man, for instance," the officer pointed to him, "will have 'Honor your superiors' inscribed on his body." The traveller cast a quick glance at the condemned man. His head was bowed as the officer pointed at him, and he appeared to be straining his ears in an attempt to learn something, though it was evident from the movement of his thick, pouting lips that he understood nothing. The traveller had various questions in mind, but at the sight of the man asked only, "Does he know his sentence?" "No," said the officer. He was about to go on with his explanations, but the traveller cut him short. "He doesn't know his own sentence?" "No," the officer said again. He was still for a moment, as if expecting the traveller to volunteer some reason for his question. Then he said, "There would be no sense in telling him. He experiences it on his own body." The traveller, who would have said no more, became aware that the condemned man was looking at him, apparently to ask whether he was able to sanction the process being described. The traveller therefore bent forward again, having leant back in his seat, and asked another question. "But he knows he has been sentenced." "He doesn't know that either," said the officer, smiling at the traveller, as if in anticipation of further strange disclosures on his part. "You mean," said the traveller, passing a hand over his forehead, "that even now the man doesn't know how his defence was received?" "He's had no opportunity to defend himself," said the officer, looking away as if he were talking to himself, and did not wish to humiliate the traveller with an account of things that to him were self-evident. "But he must have had an opportunity to defend himself," the traveller said, rising to his feet. The officer, recognizing the risk of a serious hold-up as far as his explaining the device was concerned, went over to the traveller, placed an arm in his, pointed to the condemned man, who was standing stiffly erect, now that he was so obviously the centre of attention. Also the soldier was pulling on the chain, and said, "It's like this. I hold the office of judge here in the penal colony, in spite of my youth. The reason being that I used to help the late commandant with all the criminal cases, and I also know the device better than anyone else. The principle on which I base my decisions is, guilt is invariably beyond doubt. Other courts are unable to abide by this principle because they consist of several persons, and also have higher courts above them. This is not the case here, or at least it wasn't under the late commandant. The new one has shown signs of wanting to meddle in my jurisdiction. But so far I have managed to ward him off, and I shall continue to do so. You wanted to know about this case. It's as straightforward as they all are. A captain laid a charge this morning to the effect that this man, who is assigned to him as a servant and sleeps outside his door, had been asleep on duty. Part of his duty, you see, is to get up every time the hour strikes and salute the captain's door. A simple enough duty, surely, but a very necessary one, because for both watching over, waiting on his superior, the man has to remain alert. Last night, the captain wanted to check whether the servant was performing his duty. Opening the door on the stroke of 2, he found him curled up asleep. He fetched the horsewhip and hit him on the face. Instead of then standing up and apologizing, the man seized his master round the leg, shook him, and yelled, "Drop that whip or I'll make mincemeat of you." Those are the facts. The captain came to me an hour ago. I wrote down his statement, and immediately after it, the sentence. Then I had the man put in chains. It was all very simple. Had I first called the man in and questioned him, it would only have led to confusion. He would have lied. When I succeeded in refuting the lies, he would have told fresh ones in their stead, and so on. Now, though, I've got him, and I won't let him go. Does that explain everything? But time's getting on. We ought to be starting with the execution. And I haven't finished explaining the device. Urging the traveller to resume his seat, he went back to the device and began. As you can see, the harrow is in the shape of a man. Here is the harrow for the abdomen. Here are the harrows for the legs. For the head, there's just this one little cutter. Is that clear? He leant amiably towards the traveller, ready to supply the fullest possible explanations. The traveller was looking at the harrow with a frown. The information about the trial procedure had failed to satisfy him. He had to admit, of course, that this was a penal colony, that therefore special measures were called for, and that the procedure must be military throughout. On the other hand, he had placed a certain amount of hope in the new commandant, who clearly intended, however slowly, to introduce a new form of procedure, which was beyond this officer's limited understanding. Pursuing this train of thought, the traveller asked, "Will the commandant be attending the execution?" "It's not certain," said the officer, embarrassed by the abrupt question, his friendly features twisting into a grimace. "That's why we have to get a move on. I shall even, much against my will, have to cut short my remarks. But I could fill in the details tomorrow when the device has been cleaned. That's the only trouble with it, that it gets in such a mess. All right, just the essentials now. When the man is lying in the bed, and the bed has started vibrating, the harrow is lowered onto the body. It sets itself automatically with the tips of the needles just touching the body. Once it is set, this hawser tautens to form a rod. Now we're in business. Outwardly, the layman sees no difference between the punishments. The harrow appears to operate quite uniformly, vibrating away and stabbing its needles into the body as the body, itself quivering, is offered up by the bed. Now, to enable everyone to study the execution of the sentence, the harrow was made of glass. Mounting the needles presented one or two technical snags, but after a lot of experimenting we eventually managed it. No effort was spared, you understand. And now everyone can watch through the glass as the inscription is made on the body. Come over here, won't you, and have a closer look at the needles.
The traveller got slowly to his feet, walked forward, and bent over the harrow.
You have here, the officer said, 2 sorts of needle in a multiple arrangement. Each long one has a short one beside it. The long one writes, you see, and the short one squirts out water to wash away the blood and keep the writing clear at all times. The blood water is then channeled through a system of little gutters into this main gutter here and down the drain pipe into the pit.
The officer's finger indicated the precise path the mixture of blood and water must take. When, in the interests of maximum clarity, he actually made as if to catch it in his cupped hands at the mouth of the pipe, the traveller raised his head, and, feeling behind him with one hand, began to back towards his chair. He saw then, to his horror, that the condemned man had likewise accepted the officer's invitation to inspect the harrow at close quarters. He had pulled the sleepy soldier forward a little way on the chain, and was leaning over the glass. One could see him searching with a puzzled look in his eyes for what the 2 gentlemen had just spotted, and, without the accompanying explanation, failing to find it. He was leaning this way and that, running his gaze repeatedly over the glass. The traveller wanted to push him back, because he was surely committing a punishable offence. The officer, however, restraining the traveller with one hand, used the other to pick up a clod from the embankment and hurl it at the soldier. The latter looked up with a start, saw what the condemned man had dared to do, dropped his rifle, dug his heels in, hauled the condemned man back so that he fell over, and stood looking down at him as he writhed about in his clinking chains. "Stand him up," the officer shouted, aware that the traveller was being very seriously distracted by the condemned man. Indeed, he was even leaning out over the harrow again, taking no notice of it, but merely trying to see what was happening to the condemned man. "Careful with him," the officer shouted again. He ran round the device, grasped the condemned man under the armpits, and with the soldier's help, and after much slipping and sliding on the condemned man's part, stood him on his feet. "Now I know all about it," said the traveller as the officer came back. "All but the most important thing," the latter replied, grasping the traveller's arm and pointing upwards. "The scriber there houses the machinery that governs the movements of the harrow, and that machinery is geared up to match the drawing on which the sentence is set out. I still use the late commandant's drawings. Here they are." He pulled several sheets from the leather wallet. "Only I'm afraid I can't let you handle them yourself. They're my most treasured possession. Sit down, and I'll show you them from here. You'll see everything perfectly." He held up the first sheet. The traveller would have liked to say something appreciative, but all he could see was a maze of criss-cross lines covering the paper so closely that it was difficult to make out the white spaces between. "Read it," said the officer. "I can't," said the traveller. "But it's quite clear," said the officer. "It's most artistic," the traveller said evasively, "but I can't decipher it." "Right," said the officer, putting the wallet away with a chuckle. "This is no copybook calligraphy. Takes a lot of reading. Even you could make it out in the end, I'm sure. It can't be plain lettering, you see. It's not supposed to kill straight away, but only after a 12-hour period on average, with the turning point calculated to occur at the 6th hour. So the actual lettering has to be accompanied by a great deal of embellishment. The text itself forms only a narrow band running around the waist, the rest of the body being set aside for flourishes. Are you in a position now, do you think, to appreciate the work of the harrow and of the device as a whole? Well, watch." He shinnied up the ladder, spun a wheel, called down, "Out of the way, please," and the whole thing started working. Had the wheel not grated, it would have been magnificent. As if the offending wheel had come as a surprise to him, the officer threatened it with his fist, then spread his arms apologetically for the traveller's benefit, and came hurrying down the ladder to observe the operation of the device from below. Something was still not right, though only he was aware of it. He climbed up again, reached inside the scriber with both hands, and then, to get down faster, instead of using the ladder, slid down one of the poles and started yelling in the traveler's ear, as loudly as he could, in order to make himself heard. "You understand the process? The herald starts to write. As soon as it has completed the first draft of the inscription on the man's back, the cotton-wool layer rolls round and turns the body slowly onto its side, offering a fresh area for the herald to work on. Meanwhile, the parts already inscribed are presented to the cotton-wool, which, being specially treated, immediately staunches the bleeding and prepares the way for a deepening of the inscription. These teeth here along the edge of the harrow then catch the cotton-wool as the body rolls on round, hook it out of the wounds, toss it into the pit, and the harrow can get to work again. So it goes on for the full 12 hours, writing deeper and deeper all the time. For the first 6 hours the condemned man lives almost as before. He merely suffers pain. After 2 hours the felt is removed because the man no longer has the strength to scream. Here in this electrically heated bowl at the head end we put warm rice pudding, from which, if he wishes, the man can help himself to as much as he can reach with his tongue. Not one of them passes up the chance. I know of none, and my experience is considerable. Not until around the 6th hour does the man lose his pleasure in eating. I usually kneel down here at that point and observe the phenomenon. The man seldom swallows the last bite. He simply turns it round in his mouth and spits it into the pit. I have to duck then, otherwise I get it in the face. How quiet the man becomes, though, around that 6th hour. The dimmest begin to catch on. It starts around the eyes. From there it gradually spreads. A sight to make you feel like lying down beside him under the harrow. Nothing else happens. The man is simply beginning to decipher the text, pursing his lips as if listening. It's not easy, as you saw, to decipher the text when looking at it. Our man, remember, is doing it with his wounds. There's a good deal of work involved, of course. He needs 6 hours to complete the job. But then the harrow runs him right through, hoists him up, and throws him into the pit, where he lands with a splash in the blood water and the cotton wool. Judgment is then complete, and we, the soldier and I, shovel a bit of earth on top of him. The traveller, one ear inclined towards the officer, stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the machine in operation. The condemned man was watching too, but uncomprehendingly. Bent forward slightly, he was trying to follow the swaying needles, when the soldier, at a signal from the officer, took out a knife and slit the condemned man's shirt and trousers open from behind, so that they fell from his body. He tried to grab them as they fell in order to cover his nakedness, but the soldier lifted him up and shook the remaining rags off him. The officer stopped the machine, and in the ensuing silence the condemned man was laid beneath the harrow. The chains were removed and the straps done up instead, which for the condemned man seemed at first almost to be a relief. The harrow now came down a little lower, because this was a thin man. As the points made contact, a shudder ran over his skin. He stretched out his left hand. The soldier was busy with his right, not knowing in which direction, but it was towards where the traveller was standing. The officer was looking steadily at the traveller from the side, as if trying to tell from his face what impression the execution, which he had now at least superficially explained, was having on him. The strap that was meant to go round the wrist tore. Probably the soldier had pulled it too tight. The soldier held up the broken piece of strap, appealing to the officer for help. The officer went over to him and said, looking at the traveller, "The machine is extremely complex. Something's bound to give here and there. One shouldn't let that cloud one's overall judgment. In any case, for the straps we can find a substitute straight away. I'll use a chain, though of course it will spoil the subtlety of the oscillations as far as the right arm is concerned." And as he fixed the chain, he added, "The money available for upkeep is very limited now. Under the late commandant, I had access to a special fund set aside for the purpose. There used to be a storage depot here that stocked all kinds of spares. I admit I made almost extravagant use of it. Before, I mean. Not now, as the new commandant claims, but then for him everything's an excuse to attack ancient institutions. Now he administers the machine fund himself, and if I send for a new strap, I have to submit the old one as evidence. The new one takes 10 days to arrive, and when it does, it's of inferior quality, not much use to me. How I'm supposed to operate the machine without straps in the meantime doesn't appear to bother anyone." The traveller thought. It is always a serious matter, intervening decisively in other people's affairs. He was neither a citizen of the penal colony, nor a citizen of the country to which it belonged. Were he to attempt to pass judgment on, or worse, prevent this execution, they could have told him, "Be quiet, you're a foreigner." He would have had no rejoinder. He could only have added that in this instance he found his own behaviour puzzling, travelling as he did purely for the purpose of seeing things, and not at all, for example, in order to alter the way in which other countries constituted their legal systems. Here, though, the circumstances were extremely tempting. The injustice of the procedure and the inhumanity of the execution were beyond doubt. No one could presume self-interest of any kind in the traveller's part, since the condemned man was a stranger to him, not even a fellow-countryman, and by no means a person to inspire sympathy. The traveller himself carried letters of recommendation from people in high places. He had been most courteously received here, and the fact that he had been invited to attend the execution even seemed to indicate that his opinion of this trial was sought after. This was all the more likely in view of the commandant's being, as he had just heard in the clearest possible terms, no supporter of this procedure, and maintaining an attitude almost of hostility towards the officer. At this point the traveller heard the officer let out a yell of rage. He had just succeeded, not without difficulty, in shoving the stub of felt into the condemned man's mouth, when the condemned man, nauseated beyond bearing, closed his eyes and vomited. Hastily the officer yanked him up off the stub, and tried to turn his head towards the pit, but it was too late. Vomit was already running down the machine. "This is all the commandant's fault," the officer yelled, shaking the front two brass rods in a blind fury. "My machine's being fouled like a pigsty." His hands trembled as he pointed out to the traveller what had happened. "Have I not spent hours of my time trying to make the commandant see that for one day before the execution no further food is to be served? Oh, no. The new leniency begs to differ. Commandant's ladies stuff the man full of sweets before he is led away. His whole life he's lived on stinking fish, and now he has to eat sweets. All right, I don't mind that, but why don't they get hold of a new felt, as I've been asking them to do for the past 3 months? How can anyone take this piece in his mouth without feeling sick, when upwards of 100 men have sucked and chewed on it as they died?" The condemned man had laid his head down again, and was looking peaceful. The soldier was busy wiping the machine with the condemned man's shirt. The officer went over to the traveller, who in response to some premonition took a step backwards. The officer, however, grasped his hand and drew him aside. "I want to tell you something in confidence," he said. "I may, I take it?" "Certainly," said the traveller, and he listened with lowered gaze. "This procedure, and this form of execution, which you now have the opportunity of admiring, currently have no open supporters left in our colony. I am their sole champion, just as I am the sole champion of the old commandant's legacy. Further improvement of the procedure is more than I can contemplate undertaking. It requires all my strength to maintain what we have. When the old commandant was alive, the colony was full of his supporters. I have something of the old commandant's persuasiveness, but none of his power. Consequently, the supporters have gone into hiding. There are still plenty of them, but none will own up to the fact. If you go into the tea-house today, in other words, on an execution day, and listen to what people are saying, you may well hear nothing but ambiguous remarks. They'll all be supporters, but under the present commandant, and given his present views, they're completely useless as far as I'm concerned. And now I ask you, is the achievement of a lifetime," he indicated the machine, "to be utterly ruined because of this commandant and the women who influence him? Is that something one can allow to happen, even as a foreigner who is only visiting our island for a few days? But there's no time to be lost. They're planning something to curb my jurisdiction. Already discussions are being held in the commandant's office, to which I am not invited to contribute. Even your visit today strikes me as typical of the whole situation. The man's a coward, and sends you, a foreigner, out to reconnoitre. How different it all used to be. Full day before the execution, the entire valley would be crammed with people, all there just to watch. Early in the morning the commandant appeared with his ladies. Fanfares roused the entire camp.
I reported that everything was ready. The top people, and every high-ranking official had to be there, took their places around the machine. The pile of cane chairs over there is a pathetic reminder of those days. The machine sparkled. It was always freshly cleaned, and I used to take new parts for nearly every execution. Hundreds of pairs of eyes. There were spectators standing on tiptoe all the way to the rising ground over there, watched as the condemned man was laid beneath the harrow by the commandant himself. What a common soldier was allowed to do today was then my job as presiding judge, and I counted it an honor. Then the execution began. No jarring note interfered with the work of the machine. Many people stopped watching altogether, and lay down in the sand with their eyes closed. They all knew justice was being done. In the silence you could hear only the moaning of the condemned man, muffled by the felt. Nowadays the machine can no longer force a louder moan out of the condemned man than the felt is able to stifle. But then the scribing needles used to drip a caustic fluid that we are not allowed to use today. And then came the 6th hour. We couldn't possibly let everyone watch from close up that wanted to. The commandant, in his wisdom, gave orders that the children should be considered first. I was, of course, always allowed to be present by virtue of my job, and many were the times I squatted there with a little child in either arm. The way we all took in the look of enlightenment on the tortured face, the way we held our cheeks up to the glow of a justice accomplished at last, and already beginning to fade. Those were the days, my friend. The officer had evidently forgotten who was standing there. He had taken the traveller in his arms and pressed his face to the man's shoulder. The traveller, deeply embarrassed, was looking impatiently over the officer's head. The soldier had finished cleaning up, and had just shaken some rice pudding into the bowl from a tin. As soon as he saw this, the condemned man, now apparently quite recovered, began reaching for the pudding with his tongue. The soldier kept pushing him away, the pudding being probably intended for later. But surely it was also highly irregular that the soldier should stick his dirty hands in it and eat some before the eyes of his ravenous charge. The officer quickly regained his composure. "I didn't mean to upset you," he said. "I know how impossible it is to make anyone understand what times were like then. Anyway, the machine still works, and is its own justification, even standing by itself in this valley. And the end is still that incredibly smooth flight of the corpse into the pit, even when, unlike then, people are not swarming round the pit in their hundreds like flies. Then we had to have a stout railing running round the pit. It was pulled off long ago." The traveller wanted to conceal his face from the officer and looked aimlessly about him. The officer, thinking he was contemplating the desolation of the valley, seized his hands, moved round him to look into his eyes, and demanded, "You see the shame of it." But the traveller said nothing. The officer left him alone for a moment. Legs apart, hands on hips, he stood still and looked at the ground. Then he gave the traveller a cheery smile and said, "I was not far away from you yesterday when the commandant invited you. I heard the invitation. I know the commandant. I saw immediately what he was trying to achieve by inviting you. Although he has the power to take steps against me, he still dare not do so. Yet he is quite prepared to expose me to the judgment of a distinguished foreigner such as yourself. He's worked it all out very carefully. This is your 2nd day in the island. You didn't know the old commandant, and the way his mind worked, you have your European preconceptions. Possibly you're opposed on principle to the death penalty in general, and this type of mechanical method of execution in particular. You're also seeing how the execution takes place with no public participation, joylessly, and on a somewhat damaged machine. And might you not, in the light of all these things, thinks the commandant, very possibly be inclined to regard my procedure as wrong? And if you do regard it as wrong, you will not fail, I'm still speaking from the commandant's point of view, to say so, because you surely have confidence in your tried and tested convictions. On the other hand, you have seen and learnt to respect many peculiarities of many peoples. So you will probably not put your whole energy, as you might have done back in your own country, into speaking out against the procedures here. But the commandant doesn't even need that. A single, unguarded remark will be enough. It need not even represent your conviction, as long as it appears to be in line with what he wants. He will question you with enormous cunning, I'm sure of that. And his ladies will sit around in a circle and prick up their ears. You'll say, for example, 'Our trial procedure is different,' or 'We examine the accused before passing sentence,' or 'In our system the condemned man is told the sentence,' or 'We have other punishments besides the death penalty,' or 'In our country people were tortured only in the Middle Ages.' All remarks that are as correct as they seem to you self-evident. Innocent remarks that in no way impugn my procedure. But how will they be received by the Commandant? I can see him, our excellent Commandant, pushing his chair aside immediately and hurrying out to the balcony. I see his ladies go streaming out after him. I hear his voice, like thunder, as the ladies describe it, and what he says is, 'One of the West's great explorers appointed to investigate trial procedure in every country in the world has just said that our procedure, based on ancient custom, is inhumane. Given this verdict by a person of such standing, I naturally cannot tolerate this procedure any longer. With effect from today, I therefore give orders that,' and so on. You want to intervene. You didn't say what he reported you as saying. You didn't call my procedure inhumane. On the contrary, it is your deeply held conviction that it is the most humane and dignified procedure possible. You also admire this piece of machinery. But it's too late. You can't even get onto the balcony, which by now is full of ladies. You want to draw attention to yourself. You want to shout. But a lady's hand holds your mouth closed, and I and the old Commandant's work are done for." The traveller had to suppress a smile. So it was that easy, the task he had thought would present such difficulty. He said evasively, "You overestimate my influence. The Commandant has read my letters of recommendation, and knows I am no authority on legal procedures. Were I to express an opinion, it would be the opinion of a private person, carrying no more weight than that of anyone else, and certainly a great deal less than the opinion of the Commandant, who has, I understand, very extensive rights in this penal colony. If his opinion regarding this procedure is as definite as you believe, then I am afraid the procedure is indeed doomed without my modest assistance being necessary." Did the officer understand now? No, he did not. He shook his head vigorously, glanced back at the condemned man and the soldier, both of whom flinched away from the rice. He went right up to the traveller, looking not in his face, but at some point in his jacket, and said more quietly than before, "You don't know the Commandant. As far as he and all of us are concerned, you're, as it were, if you'll pardon the expression, untouchable. Believe me, your influence cannot be rated too highly. I was delighted to learn that you were to attend the execution on your own. The Commandant's directive was in fact aimed at me, but I'm going to turn it to my advantage. Undeterred by false insinuations and scornful looks, which given a bigger attendance at the execution would have been inevitable, you have listened to my explanations, seen the machine, and are now viewing the execution. Your mind, surely, is already made up. Any lingering doubts will be removed as you watch the execution. So I now appeal to you. Please take my side against the Commandant." The traveller let him go no further. "How could I?" he exclaimed. "It's out of the question. I can no more be of use to you than I can damage your interests." "You can," said the officer. The traveller saw with some alarm that the officer's fists were clenched. "You can," the officer repeated with even greater urgency. "I have a plan that's sure to succeed. You don't think you wield sufficient influence. I know you do. But even accepting that you are right, if we are to save this procedure, we surely need to mobilize all our resources, don't we? Even the possibly inadequate? Let me tell you my plan. If we're to bring it off, it's very important that today in the colony you should keep as quiet as possible about your opinion of the procedure. Unless you're asked straight out, you should say nothing at all. What you do say must be brief and non-committal. Let them see that you find it difficult to talk about it, that you feel bitter, that, were you to speak frankly, you would have almost to break out into cursing and swearing. I'm not asking you to tell lies, not at all. just to keep your answers brief, as, yes, I saw the execution, or, yes, I heard all the explanations. That's all. Nothing more. There's reason enough, after all, for the bitterness we want them to hear in your voice, even if it's not quite what the Commandant intended. He, of course, will get it completely wrong and interpret everything in his own way. That's the gist of my plan. Tomorrow there's to be a big meeting in the Commandant's office, under the Commandant's chairmanship, of all the top administrative officials. The Commandant, of course, has managed to turn such meetings into a public spectacle. A gallery has been built, and it's invariably packed. I am forced to take part in the discussions, though I shudder with loathing. Now, you are sure to be invited to the meeting, whatever happens, and if today you act in accordance with my plan, the invitation will become an urgent request to attend. If, however, for some mysterious reason you should not be invited, you must certainly demand an invitation. That you will then receive one is beyond any doubt. So, tomorrow, there you are, sitting with the ladies in the Commandant's box. He looks up repeatedly to satisfy himself that you are there. After various trifling, ridiculous items aimed solely at the audience, usually to do with harbour works — they're always talking about harbour works — the question of trial procedure comes up. If this fails to happen, or takes too long to happen on the Commandant's initiative, I shall make sure that it happens. I shall stand up and report today's execution. Very briefly, just saying it took place. It's not the usual thing to make such reports there, but I do so all the same. The Commandant thanks me, as he always does, with a pleasant smile, and then, unable to restrain himself, seizes his opportunity. We have just, this is what he'll say, or something like it, had the report of the execution. I should merely like to add a note to the effect that this particular execution was attended by the great explorer, of whose visit to our colony, as well as the quite exceptional honour it does us, you are all aware. Our meeting today is likewise lent greater significance by his presence. Why don't we now turn to this great explorer, and ask him what he thinks of our traditional method of execution, and the procedure leading up to it? Lots of applause, of course. Unanimous approval, with me making more noise than anyone. The Commandant bows to you and says, "Then, sir, on behalf of us all, I put that question to you. And now you step up to the rail. Put your hands where everyone can see them, otherwise the ladies will get hold of them and play with your fingers. And at last you speak. I don't know how I'm going to stand the tension of the intervening hours. In your speech, you mustn't set yourself any limits. Let the truth ring out. Lean over the rail and shout at the Commandant. Really shout out your opinion, your unshakable opinion. But perhaps you'd rather not. It's not in your character. Where you come from, people may behave differently in such situations. That doesn't matter. That will do fine. Don't even get up. Merely say a few words. Whisper them so that they just reach the ears of the officials sitting below you. That will be enough. You needn't even talk about the lack of attendance at the execution, the wheel that grates, the broken strap, the revolting felt. You needn't even mention those things yourself. I'll see to all the rest. And believe me, if my speech doesn't drive him from the room, it'll force him to his knees. Old Commandant, it'll make him say, I humble myself before you. That's my plan. Will you help me carry it out? But of course you will. What am I saying? You must. The officer seized the traveller by both arms and stared into his face, panting for breath. The last few phrases had been yelled at such a pitch that even the soldier and the condemned man had begun to take notice. Though they understood nothing, they had paused in their eating and were staring across at the traveller, chewing. The answer he must give had, as far as the traveller was concerned, been beyond doubt from the very beginning. He had been through too much in his life for there to have been any question of his wavering here. He was fundamentally honest, and he was not afraid. Even so, he did, at the sight of the soldier and the condemned man, hesitate for a moment. But, eventually, he said, as he had to, No. The officer blinked several times, but without taking his eyes off him. Do you want an explanation? The traveller asked. The officer nodded wordlessly. I am opposed to this procedure, the traveller went on. Even before you took me into your confidence, a confidence that I shall, of course, under no circumstances abuse. I was already wondering whether I had any right to intervene against this procedure, and whether my intervention had even the remotest prospect of success. It was clear to me whom I must approach first. The Commandant, of course. You have made that even clearer, though without doing anything in the way of strengthening my resolve. On the contrary, the sincerity of your conviction affects me deeply, even if it cannot distract me from my purpose." The officer, still without a word, turned to the machine, grasped one of the brass rods, and leaning back slightly, looked up at the scriber as if checking whether everything was in order. The soldier and the condemned man appeared to have struck up a friendship. The condemned man was making signs to the soldier, difficult though this was with the straps pulled so tight. The soldier bent over him. The condemned man whispered something to him, and the soldier nodded. The traveller went over to the officer and said, "You don't know yet what I intend to do. I shall certainly be telling the commandant what I think of the procedure, but not at a meeting. I shall do so in private. Nor shall I be staying here long enough to be called into any meeting. I sail tomorrow morning, or shall at least be rejoining my ship then." It did not look as if the officer had been listening. "Oh, the procedure didn't convince you," he murmured, smiling as an old man smiles at the nonsense of a child, and uses the smile to hide what he is really thinking. "The time has come, then," he concluded, and suddenly he looked at the traveller with eyes that were bright with a kind of challenge, almost a call to complicity. "The time for what?" the traveller asked uneasily, but he received no answer. "You're free," the officer told the condemned man in his own language. The man did not believe it at first. "I said you're free," the officer repeated. For the first time, genuine life came into the condemned man's face. Was this true? Was it just a whim of the officer's that might pass? Had the foreign visitor got him off? What was it? His face seemed to be asking. But not for long. Whatever it might be, he wanted, if he could, to be actually at liberty, and he began to shake himself about as much as the harrow allowed. "You're tearing my straps," the officer shouted. "Keep still. We'll undo them for you." He beckoned to the soldier, and the two of them set to work. The condemned man said nothing, but chuckled quietly to himself, turning his face now to the left towards the officer, now to the right towards the soldier, and in between even towards the traveller. "Pull him out," the officer ordered the soldier. This had to be done with a certain amount of care, because of the harrow. The condemned man already had a number of minor lacerations on his back as a result of his earlier impatience. From this point on, however, the officer took very little notice of him. He went over to the traveller, pulled out the small leather wallet once more, leafed through it, eventually found the sheet he was looking for, and held it up for the traveller to look at. "Read it," he said. "I can't," said the traveller. "I told you I can't read those sheets." "Look carefully," the officer said, moving round beside the traveller to read the sheet with him. When even this failed, he stuck out his little finger, and, holding it well away as if the sheet must not on any account be touched, ran it over the paper to make it easier for the traveller to read. The traveller really tried, hoping to be able to accommodate the officer at least in this respect, but he found it impossible. The officer then started spelling out what was written there, and in the end read out the whole thing. "Be just," it says. "Now you can read it surely." The traveller bent so low over the paper that the officer, afraid he might touch it, moved it farther away. The traveller said nothing more, but it was obvious that he had still not been able to read it. "Be just," it says, the officer repeated. "Possibly," said the traveller. "I believe you." "Right," the officer said, partially satisfied at least, and he took the sheet with him and climbed the ladder. Very carefully he bedded the sheet in the scriber, and then appeared to rearrange the entire gear mechanism. This was an extremely laborious operation, some of the gear wheels evidently being very small, and from time to time the officer's head would disappear completely inside the scriber, so closely did he have to inspect the mechanism. The traveller kept uninterrupted watch on the operation from below, until his neck was stiff and his eyes ached from the sunlight flooding the sky. The soldier and the condemned man were concerned only with each other. The condemned man's shirt and trousers, which lay in the pit, were hauled out on the end of the soldier's bayonet. The shirt was horribly filthy, and the condemned man washed it in the bucket of water. When he then donned it and the trousers, neither the soldier nor he could refrain from laughing, because, of course, the garments had been slit up the back. Possibly in the belief that it was his duty to entertain the soldier, the condemned man pirouetted in front of him in his ruined clothing. The soldiers, squatting on the ground, slapped his knees as he laughed. With the gentlemen present, however, they kept themselves under control. When the officer had finally finished up on top, he smilingly surveyed the whole thing once more, part by part. Slammed the scriber lid shut this time, it having been open until now, climbed down, looked into the pit, and then at the condemned man, saw to his satisfaction that the latter had taken his clothes out, walked over to the bucket of water to wash his hands, noticed the revolting filth too late, was distressed that he could not now wash his hands, finally plunged them — it was an inadequate substitute, but he had to bow to circumstances — into the sand, then stood up and began unbuttoning his tunic. As he did so, the 2 ladies' handkerchiefs that he had wedged inside the collar fell out into his hands. "Here, your handkerchiefs," he said, tossing them to the condemned man. And for the traveller's benefit he explained, presents from the ladies. Despite the evident haste in which he removed his tunic, and then all the rest of his clothes, he handled each garment with great care, even running his fingers deliberately over the silver braid of the tunic, and shaking the odd tassel straight. It was then rather out of keeping with his carefulness that, as soon as he had finished with a garment, he tossed it into the pit with an impatient jerk. The last thing he was left with was his short sword on its sling. He unsheathed it, broke it into pieces, then, gathering everything together, the bits of sword, the scabbard, and the sling, hurled it all from him with such force that it hit the bottom of the pit with a clang. He stood there, naked. The traveller bit his lips and said nothing. He knew what was going to happen, but he had no right to hinder the officer in any way. If the trial procedure to which the officer was so attached was really on the point of being abolished, possibly in consequence of actions to which the traveller, for his part, felt committed in advance, then he was acting quite properly. The traveller would have acted no differently in his place. The soldier and the condemned man, understanding nothing, at first did not even watch. The condemned man was delighted to have his handkerchiefs back. His delight was short-lived, though, the soldier snatching them back with a swift, unforeseeable movement. The condemned man then tried to pull the handkerchiefs out from behind the soldier's belt, where the latter had put them for safe-keeping, but the soldier was on his guard. They went on struggling like this, half-jokingly, and it was not until the officer was completely naked that they began to take notice. The condemned man, in particular, appeared to have sensed some kind of major reversal. What had been happening to him was now happening to the officer. Perhaps this time it would be taken to the last extreme. Probably the foreign traveller had given the order. Vengeance, then. Without himself having suffered all the way, he was going to be revenged all the way. A broad, soundless laugh materialized on his face and stayed there. The officer, meanwhile, had turned to the machine. It had been clear enough all along how well he understood the machine, but now one might almost have been staggered by his handling of it and by its response. All he did was to hold a hand out towards the harrow, and it raised and lowered itself several times, until it was in the right position to receive him. He simply gripped the edge of the bed, and it began to vibrate. The stub of felt moved towards him. You could see that the officer did not really want to take it, but after only a moment's hesitation, he submitted and accepted it in his mouth. Everything was ready, except that the straps still hung down at the sides, but they were clearly superfluous. The officer did not need to be strapped down. The condemned man, however, noticing that the straps were undone, and feeling that the execution was incomplete if the straps were not fastened, beckoned officiously to the soldier, and they ran to strap the officer down. The officer had already stretched out a foot to kick at the crank handle that would start the scriber, but when he saw them coming, he withdrew the foot, and allowed himself to be strapped down. Now, of course, he could no longer reach the crank handle. Neither the soldier nor the condemned man would find it, and the traveller was determined not to move. There was no need. Hardly was the last strap attached when the machine went into operation. The bed vibrated, the needles danced over the skin, the harrow swung to and fro. The traveller had been staring at the sight for some time before he remembered that a wheel in the scriber ought to have been grating. All was quiet, however, with not even the faintest whirring to be heard. Operating so quietly, the machine literally escaped the traveller's attention. He looked across at the soldier and the condemned man. The condemned man was the livelier of the two, interested in everything about the machine, bending down, stretching up,
always with his index finger extended to point something out to the soldier. The traveller found this embarrassing. He was determined to stay to the end, but he could not have put up with the sight of those two for long. "Go home," he said. The soldier might have been prepared to do so, but the condemned man felt the order to be almost a punishment. Clasping his hands together, he begged to be allowed to stay, and when the traveller shook his head in adamant refusal, he even sank to his knees. Realizing that orders were useless here, the traveller was about to go over and chase the pair of them away, when he became aware of a noise in the scriber. He looked up. Was that gear wheel giving trouble after all? No, this was something else. Slowly the lid of the scriber rose higher and higher until it fell open completely. The cogs of a gear wheel became visible, rising up. Soon the whole wheel could be seen. It was as if some mighty force were squeezing the scriber. There was no room for this wheel. The wheel turned till it reached the edge of the scriber, tumbled down, rolled a little way in the sand, then fell over and lay still. But up in the scriber another was already emerging. Many more followed, big ones, little ones, others virtually indistinguishable in size, the same thing happening to them all. Surely the scriber must be empty now, you kept thinking. But then another, even more numerous cluster of them rose up, came tumbling down, rolled in the sand, and lay flat. Meanwhile, the condemned man had forgotten all about the traveller's order. Fascinated by the gear wheels, he kept trying to catch one, urging the soldier to help him, but he drew his hand back in alarm each time, because right behind came another wheel that, at least as it first started to roll, gave him a fright. As for the traveller, he was deeply uneasy. The machine was obviously disintegrating. Its easy action was an illusion. He felt he ought to be looking after the officer, now that the latter was no longer in a position to fend for himself. But while the fall of the gear wheels had been occupying his whole attention, he had neglected to keep an eye on the rest of the machine. Now, the last gear wheel having left the scriber, as he bent over the harrow, he received another, even nastier surprise. The harrow was not inscribing, merely stabbing, and the bed, instead of turning the body over, merely thrust it, quivering, up at the needles. The traveller wanted to intervene, possibly to stop the whole process. This was not the torture the officer had wanted to achieve, this was plain murder. He reached out. But the harrow, with the body skewered on it, was already canting up and over to one side, as it normally did only in the 12th hour. Blood flowed in 100 streams, unmixed with water, the water ducts, too, having failed this time. And now the last thing went wrong as well. The body failed to come off the long needles, and, still gushing blood, hung above the pit without falling. The harrow tried to return to its original position, appeared to become aware that it was not yet free of its burden, and remained suspended over the pit. "Come and help!" the traveller shouted to the soldier, and the condemned man, as he himself took hold of the officer's feet. He meant to push against the feet at his end. He wanted the others to go to the other side and take hold of the officer's head, and between them they would slowly lift him off the needles. The others, however, could not make up their minds to come. The condemned man actually turned away. The traveller had to go over to them and forcibly move them to the officer's head. In doing so, he caught an almost involuntary glimpse of the face of the corpse. It was just as it had been in life, with no sign of the promised deliverance. What all the others had found in the machine, the officer had not found. His lips were pressed firmly together. His eyes were open and had the look of being alive. The expression in them was one of calm conviction. The tip of the great iron spike stuck out of his forehead. As the traveller, with the soldier and the condemned man behind him, reached the first houses of the colony, the soldier pointed to one and said, "That's the tea-house." The ground floor of one of the buildings was occupied by a deep, low, cave-like room with smoke-blackened walls and ceiling. On the street side it was open along its whole width. There was little to distinguish the tea-house from the rest of the colony's buildings, which, including the palatial quarters of the commandant, were all in an advanced state of disrepair. Yet, on the traveller, it had the effect of a reminder of the past, and he felt the power of an earlier age. He drew nearer, passed with his two attendants between the empty tables that stood in the street in front of the tea-house, and inhaled the cool, moist air coming from inside. "The old man's buried here," said the soldier. "Chaplain wouldn't give him a plot in the cemetery. For a while they couldn't decide where to bury him. Then in the end they buried him here.
The officer won't have told you anything about that, because of course it's what he was most ashamed of. Once or twice he even tried to dig the old man up at night, but he always got chased away. "Where is the grave?" the traveller asked, unable to believe the soldier. Immediately the two of them, the soldier and the condemned man, ran ahead and pointed with outstretched hands to where the grave was. They led the traveller over to the rear wall, where customers were sitting at several of the tables. These were probably dockers, powerfully built men with short, gleaming black beards. All sat jacketless, and their shirts were torn. They were poor, oppressed folk. As the traveller approached, some of them stood up, backed against the wall, and watched him expectantly. "A foreigner," went the whisper all around him. "Come to look at the grave." They pushed one of the tables aside, and underneath there really was a gravestone. It was a simple stone, and low enough to be concealed beneath a table. It bore an inscription in very small letters. The traveller had to kneel down to read it. It read, "Here lies the old commandant. His followers, who now may bear no name, dug this grave for him and set up this stone. It is prophesied that the commandant will rise again after a certain number of years have elapsed, and lead his followers out from this house to reconquer the colony. Wait in faith." When the traveller, having read this, rose to his feet, he saw the men standing around him and smiling as if they had read the inscription with him, found it ridiculous, and were inviting him to share their view. The traveller pretended not to have noticed, distributed a few coins among them, waited till the table had been pushed back over the grave, left the tea-house, and made his way to the harbour. The soldier and the condemned man had come across acquaintances in the tea-house who detained them. They must have quickly torn themselves away, however, because the traveller had only got as far as the middle of the long flight of stairs leading to the boats before they appeared in pursuit. Probably they wanted to make the traveller take them with him at the last moment. While he was negotiating with a boatman at the foot of the steps to take him out to the steamer, the other two came racing down the steps in silence, not daring to shout. But by the time they reached the bottom, the traveller was already in the boat, and the boatman was casting off. They could have leapt into the boat, but the traveller, picking up a heavy length of knotted rope from the floor of the boat and threatening them with it, prevented them from making the attempt. Translated from the German by J. A. Underwood.